This is a world invaded by myriad races. Everyone awakens to a profession at the age of 18 to resist the foreign races. Additionally, with each level up, there is a new opportunity to draw for powerful talents and martial skills. Having just traveled through, I was bound to the golden legendary system. Not only is the lottery draw guaranteed gold, but it can also stack infinitely. While others are struggling over a single purple item. I have already obtained the 3S level unique divine weapon, the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. I also accidentally triggered a top tier bond and obtained the 3S level unique hidden profession Thunder Emperor. At this moment I was immersed in the beautiful future prospects of being bound to the golden legendary system. Suddenly a rough voice came from behind. Want to go to the cafeteria for instant noodles later? I heard there's a new flavor, honey mustard. Hearing the voice, I knew without thinking that it was my close friend Lee Shioro. Just then an unfriendly voice suddenly sounded in our ears, interrupting our chat. How many times have I told you? Why are you still hanging out with this idiot? If my best friend finds out, it would be so embarrassing, you know? This person was my childhood friend Chu Qingqing, who looked disdainfully at Lee Shioro, who was giggling foolishly. Faced with Chu Qingqing's merciless mockery, Lee Shioro still chuckled happily, unconcerned, waved at me and willingly walked aside to watch silently. Seeing this, Chu Qingqing's face showed displeasure, and then looking at me with arrogance, she commanded, when it's your turn to draw your initial profession, if you get a combat class you must exchange it with my cousin Li Qi. Seeing me stunned and unresponsive, Chu Qingqing's face grew more impatient, and pointing at me, she shouted angrily, did you hear that? Are you deaf? Facing Chu Qingqing's disdain and abuse, I restrained my speechlessness, calmed my emotions, and a trace of sarcasm gradually appeared in my eyes. What if I say no? Hearing this, Li Qi stepped forward with a condescending tone. How about this? I won't just trade with you for nothing. If you draw a combat class, I, Li Qi, am willing to pay you an additional 3 million as compensation. Seeing this, I waved my hand and directly refused. Sorry, no deal. Hearing this, Li Qi frowned at me, a mocking flash in his eyes. Do you really think you can draw a good profession? He then prepared to leave. Seeing Li Qi about to leave, Chu Qingqing panicked, then glared at me angrily. Wu Di, I'm giving you one last chance. I glanced at Chu Qingqing, who seemed crazed, full of disdain, and turned to leave. At the transfer podium, students stood in line in front of a crystal ball, ready to draw their initial professions. It was soon my turn. I nodded slightly and placed my palm on the surface of the crystal ball. The next moment, with a loud noise, the crystal ball burst into a dazzling white light. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, with bolts of lightning snaking menacingly and the sound of thunder rolling continuously. Faced with this terrifying celestial phenomenon, many classmates were scared pale, stepping back repeatedly. On the transfer podium, facing the brilliant golden light, Principal Chui Xiangtian felt a pain in his eyes. Looking at the transfer card in my hand, I used it without hesitation. A voice in my mind said, congratulations on obtaining the 3S level profession Thunder Emperor, and then I felt a surge of thunderous power in my body. Chui Xiangtian, coming out of his daze, looked at me and slowly said, if you draw a golden reward during the initial profession drawing, you can get an additional chance to draw. Hearing this, I placed my hand on the transfer crystal ball again, unsurprisingly still golden, and the dazzling golden light shone once more as before. Watching me draw gold for the second time, the field once again erupted in cries and howls. Then a notification sounded in my mind again, congratulations on obtaining the Thunder Emperor's exclusive weapon, the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. After seeing the effects of the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum, I was shocked because equipping it also allows for an additional pact with 8 contract beasts. Seeing this, Principal Chui was indescribably excited, then said, when you have time, remember to stop by the principal's office. Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, then calmly nodded, ignoring the countless fervent gazes around me, and walked aside on my own. Seeing this, the not-so-brightly Shioro, stunned by my consecutive golden draws, also walked up. Chui Xiangtian regained his usual demeanor, his face stern, and said, begin. But to Chui Xiangtian's surprise, unexpectedly following me, another red initial profession appeared. Chui Xiangtian's face twitched slightly again, quickly returning to normal. In the past, Chui Xiangtian would have been ecstatic, his eyes shining brightly. A red reward had appeared only once in nearly 10 years at Baiha No. 1 Middle School. It was last year when a genius girl from the senior class of Baiha No. 1 Middle School was lucky enough to draw the red reward and eventually obtain an S-grade profession. She was admitted early with generous rewards by Northwest Liang University, one of the top 4 universities for awakeners in the Great Xia country. The red reward could draw professions from A grade to SS grade, and if Li Shioro could also be lucky enough to draw an S grade profession, it would be equivalent to securing a place in one of the top 4 universities, bringing glory to the school as well. However, after being shocked by Woody's golden reward, the red initial profession seemed less surprising. The golden reward guaranteed at least an SS grade profession, enough to drive the top 4 universities mad. Not bad, Li Xiaoro, right? Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Cui Shangtian patted Li Xiaoro on the shoulder encouragingly, startling her so much that her tall and straight body stiffened. Yes, I will work hard, Principal, Li Xiaoro shouted loudly. Cui Shangtian's hand shook suddenly, feeling as if his ears had intermittently gone deaf. Watching Li Xiaoro march up to Wu Di, her expression gradually turning peculiar, he thought this kid might really be talented. Hee buddy, I drew an A-grade profession, the Holy Light Priest. From now on, we'll team up, you handle the damage and I'll heal you, Li Xiaoro whispered to Wu Di. In this world, professional information is extremely private, generally not disclosed except to the closest individuals. Of course, there are exceptions for some professions with distinct features or those with many members. Li Xiaoro's profession was A-grade, clearly a very rare one, yet he was willing to reveal his profession to Wu Di without reservation, proving his significant place in his heart. An A-grade profession, Holy Light Priest? Wu Di was surprised, not expecting Li Xiaoro to have drawn a support class combat profession. He looked Li Xiaoro up and down, a tall and burly figure, imagining the future scenes of teaming up with Li Xiaoro in secret realms. The burly and fierce-looking Li Xiaoro hiding behind the team healing teammates while shouting commands like left 3 turns, right 3 turns, twist a bit, turn around, play music, cheer on the fight. The scene other female support professionals please watch, accompanied by teammates. Li Xiaoro then glanced back at the principal, feeling apprehensive. But speaking of which, the principal was indeed as stern as the rumors said, clearly not as tall as me, but standing in front of the principal, I feel like a little elementary student who has done something wrong. I heard that our principal has been teaching for decades, maintaining this attitude towards every student and even every teacher. Is that so? Wu Di glanced at the principal subconsciously and just happened to catch the principal looking back at him, a gentle smile hanging on his face. No way, I find the principal quite approachable. Wu Di didn't understand. He had heard people say that the principal was a very serious person and he had never had any contact with the principal on normal days. However, from the brief interaction today, Wu Di felt that the principal seemed rather amiable. It must be your imagination. Wu Di patted Li Xiaoro on the shoulder to comfort her and then said, let's go, time to eat. He glanced at the spot where Chu Qingqing and Li Qi had been earlier, only to find that they were no longer there. They must have run off after their defenses were broken, solving the trouble left by his previous self who had been too submissive. Wu Di breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He hoped that after facing reality these two would be wiser and not cause him any more trouble, otherwise Wu Di wouldn't mind using his own methods to break them down again. Oh, alright, let's go eat. Hearing about food, Li Xiaoro's eyes lit up and she subconsciously rubbed her stomach, following Wu Di towards the direction of the school cafeteria. But dude, you just told me that the people who draw first in each class actually have a higher chance of winning high-quality rewards, is that true? Li Xiaoro raised her voice when saying this, as Wu Di had instructed her to do so, although she didn't understand why. She knew that following Wu Di's words was never wrong. As soon as these words were uttered, the rest of the students from Class 3 Grade 3, who had been numbly watching the two leave, were all startled. Was the rumored guaranteed mysticism on the internet all fake? Were the ones with a higher chance of drawing high-quality rewards actually the first few people in each class? Especially Wang Li. Upon hearing this, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. If what Wu Di said was true, didn't that mean he had just given away his chance to draw the golden reward? That golden reward profession should have been his. A surge of annoyance and regret immediately flooded his heart. However, it was too late for Wang Li to regret now, as a few classmates behind him pulled him back, wanting to get ahead in the drawing for job transfer. Principal, it's my turn next. Principal, me. Watching the chaotic scene of Class 3 students, Principal Cui Shangtian and the class teacher Li Wan were exasperated. Cui Shangtian looked speechlessly at the departing figures of Wu Di and his companion. It's one thing to draw a good profession for themselves, but to upset other students as well. These two are really incorrigibly mischievous. In the old city district of Pengcheng City, Minxiang Garden Community, Building 17. Apartment 601 inch. This is the home of Wu Di and his sister Wuzuan. The apartment is about 80 square meters, which is relatively large in this old district. However, due to the age of the building and its distance from the economic center of Pengcheng City, it isn't worth much, and it is the only inheritance left by Wu Di's parents for the siblings. Sis, I'm back. As Wu Di pushed open the door, he saw his sister Wu Jiwen dressed in a slightly yellowed white suit sitting in the living room. Behind her hung a small blackboard filled with writings, and in front of her was an outdated mobile phone set up as a recording device. Despite her simple attire, Wu Jiwen had fair skin and delicate features. Facing the camera, her face always bore a sweet smile, giving her a pure and lovely appearance. Wu Di was used to this. His sister's awakened profession was in the lifestyle category as a scholar. Even within lifestyle professions, hers was somewhat looked down upon, and she couldn't find a decent job. To support both herself and Wu Di, she took up a side job as an online preschool teacher, but the income was meager. Barely enough to sustain their lives. Wu Di walked into the kitchen where his sister had already prepared a meal, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetarian, all of which were his favorites. Normally, given their financial situation, they could only afford basic meals, so today's feast was unusual. It seemed she had splurged in celebration of his own awakening to a profession. After reheating the food, Wu Di brought it to the dining table in the living room just as Wu Jiwen's class ended. "Kids, that's all for today's lesson with Teacher Wenwen. See you tomorrow." Wu Jiwen waved at the camera, then with a smile ended the live stream. She sighed in relief, straightened the hair at her forehead, and concluded her day's work. She wished to take on more part-time jobs, but unfortunately her profession made it difficult to find other employment. Looking at her brother who had warmed up the meal, a faint smile appeared on Wu Jiwen's face. Her brother was handsome and very sensible, always caring and considerate towards her. What reason did she have not to strive her best? Yet she felt useless as a sister, having awakened to a profession considered insignificant even among lifestyle professions, unable to provide a better life for her brother. Her expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly forced a smile and gently asked Wu Di, "Xiao Di, today was the day for drawing your initial profession, right? How did it go? What profession did you awaken to?" Wu Jiwen inquired with concern. Today marked the awakening day for all high school seniors nationwide, and as his sister, she was deeply concerned about Wu Di's initial profession, yet fearing it might affect his mood, she had refrained from discussing it until he returned home from school fully awakened. The drawing of an initial profession, though somewhat mystical, also had some connection to familial heritage. Typically, if the parents had lifestyle professions, the likelihood of awakening to a lifestyle profession was higher. Similarly, if the parents had combat professions, the probability of awakening to a combat profession was also greater. Like their parents and even their grandparents, Wu Jiwen and her brother's family had always been involved in lifestyle careers. Wu Jiwen herself was engaged in such a profession, and it seemed highly likely that her younger brother Wu Di would also awaken to a lifestyle career. Wu Jiwen harbored some concerns if Wu Di ended up drawing a common lifestyle profession and she showed too much concern, it could hurt his self-esteem. Therefore, she suppressed her curiosity, striving to appear calm. However, she was equally eager about Wu Di's initial profession. If he could draw a better lifestyle profession like a welder or blacksmith, professions that wouldn't leave him jobless, or even luckier, a combat profession, then they would no longer have to worry about their livelihood. Of course, the chances of drawing a combat profession were only 1 in 10, and with the family history of lifestyle professions, Wu Jiwen didn't believe her brother could draw a combat profession. As Wu Di served the meal to his sister, seeing her face filled with anticipation, he decided not to hide anything. Although a profession is a private matter, it's something that can be shared with trustworthy people. Previously at school, Wu Di had already revealed to Li Xiaoro that he was an SSS tier combat class. As expected, Li Xiaoro was so shocked that it took nearly 10 minutes for her to recover. Looking into his sister's big, blinking eyes, Wu Di didn't hesitate and spoke truthfully. "Sister, I've awakened a combat class profession." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiwen's eyes instantly filled with surprise and she stood up abruptly, her voice trembling with excitement. "A combat class profession? Am I dreaming? Haha, my little Di has really made it. He actually drew a combat class as his initial profession." Seeing the joy on her face and the slight wetness in her eyes, Wu Di felt a warmth in his heart. Their parents had disappeared when they were very young, leaving them with no news over the years, only an old house. Before Wu Jiwen drew her initial profession, the siblings had barely managed to survive on government subsidies. Even after Wu Jiwen drew the scholar profession, their situation didn't improve but worsened, with Wu Jiwen often crying secretly at night. Afterwards, she struggled to find a job and finally took up a low-paid part-time job as a kindergarten teacher online. The awakening of professions provided everyone on Blue Star with a specialty, but it also completely eliminated those who drew useless professions from society. These days even beggars have professional skills enhancements, making it difficult for ordinary people to even be beggars. Over the past few years, Wu Jiwen has been constantly troubled by her awakening as a scholar profession, believing herself to be useless and unable to provide a good life for her brother Wu Di, which filled her with guilt. Now, hearing that her brother Wu Di had awakened to a combat profession, she couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Even the weakest combat profession, which only allows one to team up with others and explore the most basic secret dungeons, is far superior to any ordinary lifestyle profession. However, Wu Jiwen quickly composed herself and looked at Wu Di with concern. Di, what type of combat profession have you awakened to? Is it easy to level up initially? Some less useful combat professions can struggle to find teammates early on, though hiring combat profession bodyguards can help transition through the early stages, but hiring even the cheapest combat profession bodyguard would cost at least 10,000 a day. 7 days after awakening to your initial profession is the college entrance exam. Traditionally, only those who reach level 5 are stable candidates for university. As for the 4 major universities in Daxia, the lowest student level they accept each year is between 7 and 8. If Wu Di has awakened to such a combat profession, she simply can't afford to pay for someone to help him level up. While those not attending university in combat professions can still find well-paying jobs or team up with others to farm monsters and sell materials in secret realms for a substantial income. As a sister, she naturally hopes for a better future for her brother. Only in school, under systematic training, can one become an outstanding professional. Thinking that Wu Di's future might be bleak because she can't afford it, Wu Jiwen felt a surge of guilt. Seeing the worried look on his sister's face, Wu Di guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help but smile reassuringly. Don't worry sis, my combat profession is very strong. I feel like I could solo those newbie secret dungeons even at level 1, and SSS tier professions soloing newbie dungeons shouldn't be too much, right? Xiaodi, how could you think like that? Wu Jiwen expressed her dissatisfaction, warning him, you have no idea how terrifying the monsters in those secret realms are. Every year many combat professionals perish within these realms. You must not underestimate the dangers of entering these realms, otherwise I, your sister, will never agree to let you enter. Wu Jiwen said seriously to Wu Di. Although she is a non-combat professional and has never entered such realms herself, she often sees related reports on TV. The secret realms are deadly. If you die there, it's for real. Furthermore, the mortality rate in these realms is high. Even the beginner realms with the lowest death rates have about 10% of newcomers who never make it out due to various accidents. If her own brother is so dismissive of the dangers of the secret realms, Wu Jiwen would rather he not go to school than take such a risk. Sister, no means no, sister. Actually, you must promise me to be extremely cautious inside the secret realm. Watching his sister's serious face, Wu Di felt a bit helpless. Sister, at least let me finish speaking. I have awakened as an SSS tier combat professional, the Thunder Emperor, and it's a unique profession. What? Wu Jiwen, who was originally intent on continuing to lecture her brother about the dangers of the secret realms, suddenly paused. What did my little brother just say? SSS tier A unique combat profession, Thunder Emperor. Every word Wu Di said was clear to her, but combined, they seemed too fantastical, and she found it hard to comprehend or accept. Yes, big sis, you heard right, Wu Di affirmed, watching his sister, who looked completely stunned. Your little brother, SSS tier combat professional, the Thunder Emperor. After saying this, Wu Di shared his attribute panel with Wu Jiwen. As time ticked by, the meal that had been warm was now getting cold again. Wu Jiwen alternated between slumping in her chair like a deflated balloon and sitting up straight, invigorated. It took her a long while to finally utter a beautiful great xia expletive. Damn. Wu Di looked surprisingly at his sister, who had just sworn. As a teacher, Wu Jiwen usually paid great attention to her behavior and speech. Seeing her curse, it was clear how much of a shock he had delivered. Sister, do you? Wu Jiwen looked at her younger brother, a trace of confusion still lingering in her eyes. If it weren't for her right hand almost twisting her thigh purple, Wu Jiwen would have doubted if she was still dreaming. So, do you believe now that I can solo the secret realm? Her brother asked. Wu Jiwen nodded subconsciously. After seeing Wu Di's professional attribute information, she had no doubt about the truth of his words. Those freakishly strong skills and abilities, if they couldn't solo a mere beginner's level secret realm, humanity would have been exterminated by those alien races long ago. She couldn't believe her luck. Her brother had drawn the highest golden reward when choosing his initial profession. What's more outrageous, it was an SSS tier profession within the highest golden rewards. the powerhouses on the professional rankings, it said, mostly drew the golden rewards. Didn't that mean her brother could one day become one of those great figures who protect humanity? Just the thought made Wu Jiwen's blood boil and a rosy blush spread across her cheeks, making her look exceptionally alluring. Sis, stop daydreaming, let's eat. The food is getting cold, Wu Di said, showing off the meat on his plate as he reminded his daydreaming sister, your cooking is the best, it suits my taste perfectly, you used to take care of me, now it's my turn to take care of you. Wu Di, with his head down and eating quietly, still maintained his usual calm demeanor, showing no change in personality despite having drawn an SSS tier profession. Wu Jiwen felt a twinge at her nose, her voice slightly choked. Leave some shrimp for me, you're almost showing off the whole plate. The next morning, amidst thousands of cautions and instructions from his sister, Wu Di left home and took a taxi to the northern suburbs of Baihe City. One of the 3 beginner secret realms in Baihe City, the Tundra Secret Realm, was located there. The entrance to the secret realm was already crowded with professionals, including new awakeners like Wu Di and some who weren't students, awakeners from society. According to the usual practice of Baihe No. 1, high school students who awakened in their senior year were given 2 days off to discuss their future with their families. The remaining 5 days were divided as follows: 4 days of joint training organized by the school, and the last day for students to rest and build up their strength before the college entrance exam, aiming to maximize each student's level before the exam. Certainly, if there are sufficient resources at home, one has the option not to attend the school's training camp. Although it's supposed to be a break period, the high school seniors who have just awakened, especially those in combat professions, can hardly contain their desire to explore the secret realms. Outside the Tundra Secret Realm, a long queue has already formed, mostly young faces. However, most people here enter the secret realm in teams, and there are some who shout near the entrance to recruit teammates. There are very few like Wu Di who plans to enter the realm alone. Hey buddy, what's your profession? You're alone. Do you want to join our team? Wu Di was in line when a tall, skinny boy suddenly approached and asked him. The skinny boy pointed to the other 2 people behind him and gestured to Wu Di. Our team currently has 3 members. A warrior, a priest, and an assassin. We're missing a tank and a mage. Interested in joining our team? I'm an old hand, a level 3 warrior, and I've been down to the Tundra Secret Realm more than a dozen times. Join our team and the survival rate is top-notch. The skinny boy slapped his chest in assurance, eagerly trying to pull Wu Di into their group. Someone who comes alone and doesn't seek to form a team but instead lines up directly is either a poor student who doesn't pay attention in class or someone very confident in their abilities. Wu Di's calm demeanor led the trio to subconsciously classify him as the latter, a pro. Wu Di glanced at the 3-inch, seeing all their faces filled with anticipation. Most combat professionals are like these 3 common professions such as warriors, mages and assassins. Those who awaken rare professions are few and far between. However, as long as the team composition is reasonable, even those with common professions can safely fight and level up in the secret realms. But Wu Di had no plans to team up with others. He wanted to test the strength of his own profession in the secret realm. Even if he were to form a team, the only person Wu Di would consider suitable was his close friend Li Xiaoro, but that was after testing his profession's strength. Sorry, I'd rather not join a team. Wu Di politely declined their offer. Alright. The skinny boy looked somewhat disappointed but became even more convinced that Wu Di was a pro. Not giving up, he added, if you change your mind and our team is still here, you can come find me. My name is Gao Fei. Despite the long queues outside the Tundra Secret Realm, there are over a dozen entrances, each guarded by several ironclad official soldiers. These iron-armored soldiers belong to the Xuanwu Army of the Daxia Kingdom's military department, each one an elite among professionals clad in uniformly crafted excellent Xian iron suits. They are the guardians of all the secret realms in Daxia. Soon Wu Di reached the front of the line, alone, the soldier guarding the entrance to the secret realm looked at Wu Di and cautioned, the novice realm is also quite dangerous. Are you sure you want to enter alone? Wu Di's actions immediately drew the attention of many teams around. Those who dare to enter the secret realm alone are either extremely confident in their own abilities or are rich young masters loaded with many items. Wu Di's attire, consisting of basic street market goods, did not look like that of a wealthy family's child. Was he a great expert, or was he a clueless fool who never paid attention in class? Some whispered among themselves, while many others thought that Wu Di was a fool who didn't know the vastness of heaven and earth. If he really were a rookie with an incredibly powerful awakened profession, how could he be so low-key like Wu Di? Even if one couldn't reveal the specifics of their profession, they would still brag to the skies, afraid that others wouldn't know how great they were. How could he be as unassuming as Woody was? Ignoring the whispers around him, Woody nodded to the guard soldier. Alright, you're a newbie, right? Let me tell you some precautions. Seeing that Woody still insisted on entering the secret realm alone, the guard, adhering to the principle of respecting others' fates without imposing help, briefly introduced the precautions for newcomers entering the secret realm. Woody listened attentively, and after verifying his identity, he looked at the entrance that resembled a mirror surface. Following what his teacher had described in class, he slowly reached out his hand towards the entrance. The entrance rippled in waves and Woody stepped through. A brief dizziness flashed through his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Woody found himself in the Tundra secret realm. Is this the inside of the secret realm? Woody curiously observed his surroundings. Each secret realm claimed to be a world of its own, an independent space beyond the blue planet where all earthly technologies were rendered useless. This meant that humans couldn't use mobile phones or other communication tools, nor could they use devices to photograph or record the scenes inside the secret realm and take them outside. Whether there were other ways to do so, Woody did not know. Generally speaking, secret realms were divided into outer, inner, central, and core areas. From the outer to the core area, the number and strength of monsters would increase. Everyone who entered the secret realm was randomly teleported to a location in the outer area. If in a team, the entire team would be teleported to the same location, although it was a random teleportation to the outer area. This randomness was not without its dangers. It was said that once a professional had witnessed a newbie being teleported right beneath a giant elephant monster as it relieved itself, and the poor newcomer was buried and suffocated to death without a chance to fight back. Woody looked around and realized he was quite lucky to be on a vast grassland. In the distance, there were a few poplar forests and some moss-covered majestic rocks. On one of these rocks, a creature the size of a student's backpack, completely round and emerald green, hopped towards Woody. It was a vanilla slime level. LV1 is strength, 3 constitution, 1 defense, 2 speed, 1 spirit, 1 skills. Harden. LV1 impact. LV1 creatures of the secret realm were very hostile to outsiders, and this vanilla slime, upon seeing Woody appear out of nowhere, immediately launched an attack. Gurgle gurgle. As the creature, resembling a vanilla-flavored jelly, bounced and rolled towards him, Woody raised his right hand, condensing a purple thunderbird at his fingertips. Possessing the talent of Thunder Myriad, he could freely perform any form of thunder attack. With a flash of lightning, the bird formed from electricity detached from Woody's fingertips, its wings flapping at high speed, and it swiftly swooped towards the vanilla slime. Boom! With a loud roar and a display of damage, a 2-meter wide and 2-meter deep scorched pit appeared where the vanilla slime had been, but the figure of the vanilla slime disappeared. With only 1 point in physique, the vanilla slime had a maximum health of 100 points. Empowered by his specialized weapon, Woody's attributes had reached 20 points, allowing him to kill a level 1 vanilla slime with a casual strike. A pop-up message appeared before Woody. Killed a level 1 vanilla slime, gained 2 experience points, acquired slime mucus, white, *1, acquired gold coins *7, slime mucus, white body fluid of a slime. A loot item from killing slimes can be used to make potions, 1-hit kill. His experience points jumped from 0 to 2. His professional space now contained a clump of emerald green mucus, and his balance of gold coins increased from 500 to 507. Since the advent of professions in secret realms, the currency on Blue Star had been unified to the gold coins produced within these mysterious realms. Of these, 500 were transferred to him by his sister for emergency use. Observing the deep pit in front of him, Woody could truly appreciate the formidable power of an SSS tier profession. If it were an ordinary rookie team, they would need some coordination to kill the vanilla slime relatively easily. Secret realms weren't like playing games where you just need to stand and exchange blows with monsters using skills turn by turn and drinking potions when injured. If one were really attacked, severe injuries could lead to dizziness, poisoning, freezing, and even fractures and disabilities, significantly affecting one's combat effectiveness and potentially posing a risk to life. Typically, a rookie team would need about 3 to 5 minutes to kill a vanilla slime with proper coordination. Woody, however, could easily kill a vanilla slime with a casual strike. His ordinary attacks, with a 1000% damage bonus and 1000% skill effect range, were comparable to high-tier professional skills. For those just awakening to their professions, damage would be mere single digits, and even with powerful skills, they might only deal about 10 points of damage. with his SSS tier profession Thunder Emperor. Although he was only at LV1, his casual strike inflicted damage comparable to that of a veteran professional using skills at LV10 or higher. If Woody were to level up and learn higher tier skills, the destructive power would be. The outer areas of the secret realm posed no challenge for him, and he considered moving deeper for exploration. Woody collected his thoughts, chose a direction, and headed towards the inner areas of the secret realm, ready to hunt the next monster. In the secret realm, although there were many monsters, they were relatively sparse in the vast space, and moving deeper would be necessary to improve leveling efficiency. About an hour later, after killing 5 vanilla slimes and accumulating 12 experience points, Woody finally encountered the second type of monster in the Tundra Secret Realm, Mushroom Monster level, LV2 Strength, 4 Physique, 3 Defense, 3 Speed, 1 Spirit, 1 Skills, Paralysis Powder, LV1, Spore Throw, LV2, Impact, LV2. Woody looked towards a dense forest nearby where a soccer ball-sized red mushroom was rooted to the ground, its back turned to him. Were it not for the monster's information popping up before his eyes, Woody would have mistaken it for a mere ordinary mushroom, a level 2 mushroom monster marking the edge of the inner area he had now ventured into. According to the records, it was slightly stronger than the level 2 vanilla slime he'd previously encountered, boasting an additional skill. As one of Pengcheng City's novice secret realms, local schools thoroughly explained the distribution of monsters within these realms during class. The mushroom monster was a creature only found in the inner areas of the Tundra Secret Realm. Unaware of the impending danger, the mushroom monster was leisurely basking in the sun, its back turned to Woody. Without hesitation, Woody's fingertips conjured another thunder orb which he promptly hurled at the creature. -158, the immense force uprooted the monster entrenched in the ground and sent it flying, exposing its limbs buried underneath. Confused by the sudden attack, the mushroom monster, taking advantage of the roll upon landing, spotted its assailant and let out an angry shriek. However, another thunder orb struck its face mercilessly soon after. -165, after taking 2 consecutive hits from Woody's lovingly delivered basic attacks, the newly encountered mushroom monster had no choice but to retreat in resentment. Killing the level 2 mushroom monster earned Woody 6 experience points and 1 white cephalosporin. White cephalosporin, a giant spore from the head of a mushroom monster, a drop item used in medicine making, 6 experience points, a slight increase from the level 2 vanilla slime he had defeated earlier, which explained why the closer one got to the core area, the more efficient the leveling became. Seeing the charred body of the mushroom monster lying motionless on the ground, Woody rejoiced. After the kill, his experience bar increased to 20 out of 100. He needed 80 more experience points, just 14 more. Level 2 mushroom monsters would be enough for a level up. Woody hoped for some luck to find a monster group which would save him the trouble of searching everywhere. As Woody ventured deeper into the forest along a narrow path, he carefully scanned his surroundings, cautious not to miss any creatures. Unlike the peripheral areas, the inner area boasted stronger monsters and a higher chance of encountering monster groups. For ordinary professional teams, facing 1 or 2 monsters was manageable with coordination for a damage-free kill. However, encountering groups of more than 5 or even 10 monsters could force even the bravest to retreat. But Woody was not only fearless, he was actually looking forward to encountering a group of monsters. As if favored by some unseen force of luck, reaching a waterfall upstream in the forest, he suddenly stopped and looked down towards the base of the waterfall. There, by the stream, a group of mushroom monsters gathered, some sipping water in the river, others listlessly resting on the ground. Woody's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of not 1 inch, not 2 but 11 mushroom monsters, 8 level 2s and 3 level 3s. To Woody it seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. After encountering a suitable group of monsters, Woody was finally presented with the opportunity to test the formidable power of his exclusive SSS tier talent skill, Heavenly Law Earthly Might, Thunder Emperor. This skill, belonging only to those of the Thunder Emperor class, boasted immense power, yet it demanded an equally substantial expenditure of energy. To activate Heavenly Law Earthly Might, Thunder Emperor, even once Woody had to use up 80% of his spiritual energy. Without the aid of potions to restore this energy, relying solely on his body's natural recovery, it would take a full day to replenish his spiritual strength. This meant that Woody could utilize this powerful talent only once a day, making it somewhat uneconomical unless facing a horde of monsters. Entering the secret realm, Woody intended to gauge the strength of his class skills. Now, with 11 mushroom monsters before him, the situation seemed Fitting to employ heavenly law earthly might. Wu Di slowly raised his right hand palm facing downward towards the unsuspecting group of mushroom monsters below. With a low shout he invoked heavenly law earthly might. Thunder roared. Suddenly the clear sky was overtaken by dense heavy clouds. Lightning flickered ceaselessly within these clouds and thunder rolled swiftly, enveloping the entire area above the waterfall, plunging it into darkness. The group of mushroom monsters downstream noticed the anomaly surrounding them. They looked around in unison, trembling in fear upon witnessing the celestial phenomena above, kneeling motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, above the waterfall, a majestic golden figure enshrouded in lightning with a purple thunder drum on his back emerged from the clouds like a deity. This towering golden figure, about 60 meters tall with an indistinct face resembling a young man, gazed emotionlessly at the mushroom monsters below. His deep eyes, devoid of any feeling, seemed as vast as the starry sea. The golden figure's arm, wrapped in purple thunder dragons, slowly lifted and then pressed downward towards the still trembling mushroom monsters. Thunderstrike, merciless, accompanied by a grand, authoritative voice echoing through the sky. The cloud mass came alive like numerous dragons, sending cascades of golden thunderbolts down, engulfing the entire waterfall area. -4,873, killed a level 2 mushroom monster, gained 6 XP. -4,999, killed a level 2 mushroom monster, gained 6 XP. -4,721, killed a level 3 mushroom monster, gained 9 XP. At the core of the golden figure, Wu Di saw strings of 4-digit damage notifications before his eyes. The consumption of 80% of his spiritual energy left his complexion somewhat pale, the sensation indeed slightly uncomfortable. However, witnessing the devastation wrought by heavenly law earthly might, Wu Di felt it was well worth it. In the moment the thunder struck, the 11 mushroom monsters were obliterated, leaving nothing behind, but gave him a total of 75 XP and 6 pieces of cephalosporin. White. Wu Di glanced at his attribute panel, now enhanced by heavenly law earthly might. Name: Wu Di. Class: Thunder Emperor, SSS Tier, Unique. Level: LV1, 95%. Strength: 50-inch Constitution, 50 Defense, 50 Speed, 50 Spirit, 20 XP, 95/100 Equipment, 8 Extremes Thunder Drum, SSS Tier Exclusive Weapon. Talent: Thunder Emperor's Origin, LV1, Heavenly Law Earthly Might, Thunder Emperor, LV1, Passive Skill, Thunder Myriad, no level. Active Skill, none. With his exclusive weapon and skill, most of Wu Di's attributes reached a staggering 50 points. This attribute panel was powerful enough to rival a level 20+ combat class professional who was not wearing any equipment. It was astonishing. The spell Law is Heaven and Earth lasted only 3 minutes and the clouds in the sky quickly dispersed. Wu Di looked at the ruins that now stretched as far as the eye could see. The original waterfall had disappeared, leaving behind a charred basin filled with rubble. It seemed he might have overdone it. Even Wu Di, the instigator himself, was taken aback by the scorched earth beneath his feet. The secret realm had the ability to self-repair, but it would take some time to recover. From the looks of it, the waterfall would not be restored for at least a week. Even once the waterfall was restored, it would be some time before monsters would approach this area again. The terrifying scene from before would impact the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers. With that thought, Wu Di decided not to linger and prepared to leave the secret realm. His use of Law is Heaven and Earth in this waterfall area had a high likelihood of being sensed by other professionals within dozens of kilometers. His goal to test the strength of his profession was achieved, and he did not want to expose his professional information just yet. Moreover, Wu Di's experience points had reached 95 out of 100. He could level up by simply dealing with a few monsters on his way back, and then he would get another chance at the golden lottery draw. Wu Di quickly disappeared into the forest, following the path he came by. Just a short while after Wu Di left, a team of 5 arrived at the edge of the waterfall area and fell into silence at the sight of the basin below. According to the map, there should have been a waterfall here, right? The young girl among them removed the hood she was wearing, revealing striking red hair and a delicate face, and asked her companions uncertainly. The 4 individuals with her were uniformly dressed with a badge on their right shoulders identifying them as Iron Marshal Professional Bodyguards. The young woman was their employer, Gu Qianxian, the daughter of the chairman of Pengcheng's largest corporation, Gu World Group, and her status was exceedingly prestigious. Their company, Iron Marshal Professional Bodyguards, was also a subsidiary of the Gu World Group. Facing their young mistress's confusion, they also looked expressionlessly at The basin puzzled. Indeed, according to the Tundra's secret realm map provided by the company, there should have been a waterfall here. How did it turn into a basin? They scratched their heads, equally baffled. Moreover, the scorched marks on the ground looked as though they had just experienced a severe natural disaster. After some deliberation, one of the bodyguards speculated, "Miss, just over 20 kilometers from here we vaguely saw a golden giant figure enveloped in thunder. I suspect a disaster occurred within the Tundra's secret realm and a new monster we've never encountered before has appeared. Judging by the damage here, to transform a waterfall into a basin, the monster must possess the ability to alter the landscape significantly. It's conservatively estimated to be level 20 or more, possibly even an elite monster. Miss, we should withdraw from the secret realm immediately. Our levels have been capped at level 5, and if we encounter that monster, it could be dangerous." Listening to her companion's analysis, Gu Qianxian furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Monsters of level 20 or more, possibly elite. For a beginner's secret realm, this indeed spelled a high-level catastrophe. As the heiress of Gu World Group, Gu Qianxian had access to many resources unavailable to the average person. She had encountered elite monsters of level 20 before, but this was the Tundra's secret realm, a beginner's realm. Such monsters would undoubtedly spell disaster for any newcomer. With this thought, a serious expression formed on Gu Qianxian's pretty face, and her tone became grave. "You're right, we must leave the secret realm immediately and report this to the Martial Bureau." As she finished speaking, Gu Qianxian ran towards one of the entrances of the secret realm, her 4 bodyguards tightly surrounding her. The level 20 plus unknown elite monster, if not dealt with in time, the Tundra's secret realm, a beginner's realm, could face serious trouble. On the way back, Wu Di casually killed 3 level 1 vanilla slimes, earning 6 experience points and successfully advancing to level 2. As the level up notification appeared, a giant spinning wheel suddenly emerged in front of Wu Di. The wheel was divided into countless small segments ranging in color from white, green, blue, purple, pink, red to gold. "Congratulations on reaching level 2, you have +1 chance to draw a prize. Would you like to draw now?" Each level up granted a chance to draw from this wheel. Besides initially drawing a guaranteed profession at the start, subsequent level ups involved drawing random rewards from this wheel. The prize wheel could yield various items, including professions, equipment, potions, skill books, crafting materials, and gold coins. What one could draw and the quality of the prize depended entirely on luck. Usually, the common draws would yield gold or materials, and with a bit of luck one might draw potions, skill books, equipment, or even a profession. Facing the prompt, Wu Di did not hesitate and chose to draw. With a thought, the spinning wheel in front of him began to spin from slow to fast, quickly becoming a blur. Eventually, the prize wheel stopped on a tiny, almost invisible golden segment. It seemed that in his life he could only draw golden rewards, forever unlinked with other qualities. Wu Di had anticipated this outcome, feeling somewhat reflective. Unlike drawing an initial profession which could cause phenomena, the prize wheel mechanism after leveling up allowed the drawer to control whether it was visible to others. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Wu Di set his prize wheel to be visible only to himself. As a dazzling golden light gradually faded, the prize notification appeared before Wu Di. "Congratulations on obtaining a golden reward in the draw. You have received the SS rank General Skill Book, Heavenly Wrath, Divine Thunder Meteor Shower, Heavenly Wrath, Divine Thunder Meteor Shower. SS rank active skill summons meteors carrying thunder from the sky, dropping 10 plus skill level *2 meteors per second over an area. Each meteor deals 80% strength attribute damage to enemy forces within the regional range, consuming 1% of spiritual power per second. The attack area increases with the skill level. For each level increase, the coverage area expands by 10%, starting from an initial area of 5 by 5 square meters. Looking at the extra skill book in his storage space, Wu Di was slightly startled. It was another large-scale attack technique effective against groups. First, it was the innate skill of the Emperor of Thunder profession, and now Wu Di had acquired another SS grade active skill. With a minimum of 12 attacks per second, each meteor could inflict 80% strength attribute damage. Most importantly, the skill Divine Thunder meteor didn't consume much spiritual power, only 1% per second, which could effectively help Wu Di conserve his spiritual power. It was like being offered a pillow when feeling sleepy. Just moments ago, Wu Di felt he lacked a low consumption, large area skill for dealing with groups of monsters. Besides the innate skill, he felt somewhat passive, but now his concerns were gone. If combined with the damage bonuses of the Thunder Emperor profession's lightning attribute skills, it could definitely rival the large-scale destructive power of his innate skill. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a forbidden spell. Wu Di didn't hesitate to choose to learn it. The next time he faced a group of monsters, he would only need to use about 10%, maybe even about 5% of his spiritual power to wipe them out. He checked his attribute panel again. Name, Wu Di. Profession, Thunder Emperor, SSS grade, unique, level, LV2, 0.5%. Strength, 15, 30, Constitution, 12, 24, Defense, 12, 24, Speed, 12, 24, Spirit, 15, 30, Experience, 1/200 Equipment, 8 Extremes Thunder Drum, SSS grade exclusive weapon, innate talent, Origin of the Thunder Emperor, LV1, Divine Thunder Meteor, SS, LV1. With the level increase, both his strength and spiritual power increased by 5 points, while the other attributes increased by 2 points. Considering the Thunder Emperor profession's talents are mostly based on Wu Di's strength and spiritual power, it's clear that this is a profession focusing on these attributes. Heading back the way he came, after about 10 more minutes, Wu Di suddenly heard some noise behind him. A group of hurried footsteps sounding like about 4 or 5 people, likely a small team. Wu Di made a preliminary judgment, sensing that the team behind him was directly approaching his direction. He instinctively heightened his alertness. In the secret realm, aside from being cautious of monsters that might be lurking around, one must also be wary of other humans. Since human technology does not work in the secret realm and there is a lack of legal constraints, some people relying on their stronger personal power would attack others to rob them of their resources. Every year the number of humans who die from infighting even exceeds those killed by monsters. When the footsteps behind him got closer, Wu Di saw the faces of the people: a beautiful redhead girl accompanied by 4 burly bodyguards. Several people, looking hurried, merely glanced at Wu Di before shifting their gaze and continued to sprint toward the exit of the secret realm. "Are you new here too?" The red-haired girl Gu Qianqian stopped in her tracks as she passed Wu Di, turning to kindly advise him. "There has just been a disaster in the inner area of the Tundra's secret realm, and unknown monsters much stronger than the realm's usual creatures might appear. It's best if you leave the secret realm as soon as possible." After saying this, Gu Qianqian, accompanied by her 4 bodyguards, quickly left. Watching their departing figures, Wu Di slightly furrowed his brow. He had just been in the inner area. If a disaster had occurred, how could he have been unaware? Could it have happened during the short time he had left? A disaster in the inner area, like a high-level monster entering a low-level dungeon to wreak havoc, a disaster event? He had learned about such disasters from textbooks at school. When monsters significantly stronger than the secret realm's difficulty level appear, it is termed a secret realm disaster. The severity of a secret realm disaster can vary, but even the weakest disaster is not something the local inhabitants of the secret realm can withstand. Each secret realm has a specific range of difficulty levels. In a beginner's secret realm, apart from a few elite monsters around LV5 in the core area, the rest of the monsters are capped at level 3. Similarly, the level of professionals allowed into a beginner's secret realm is also capped at LV5 to prevent high-level professionals from entering and causing irreversible damage to the lower-level realms. When high-level professionals enter, their levels are restricted to LV5. However, this rule does not apply to disaster creatures born within the secret realm. These specially spawned monsters are not bound by the realm's level restrictions. If their level far exceeds the upper limit of the realm's strength, it would be a brutal slaughter for the other professionals in the realm. Wu Di wondered what kind of disaster it was. If it involved monsters not exceeding level 10, and she felt he might give it a try. If they were stronger, he probably wouldn't stand a chance now. He had planned to team up with Li Shiro tomorrow for another trip to the Tundra's secret realm, but it seemed he had to opt for one of the other 2 beginner secret realms instead. With 3 beginner secret realms in Baihe City, since the Tundra's secret realm was temporarily dangerous, he decided to try another realm. After all, leveling up would be the same anywhere. There was no need to risk his life in a dangerous realm. Coming out already? Just as he returned to reality from the secret realm, he faced several familiar figures. It was Gao Fei, the tall, thin young man who had earlier invited him to join his team. Gao Fei's team was now complete and ready to enter the secret realm. Seeing Wu Di coming out of the entrance, Gao Fei pushed up his glasses, looking somewhat surprised as he asked, "You've only been in for a little over 2 hours? You're done already?" including travel strategy planning, fighting monsters and rest. A typical team spends at least 7 to 8 hours per secret realm visit. Less than 2 hours is way too quick, isn't it? Did you just wander around near the entrance and come out? It was still not even 11 in the morning, and seeing Wu Di come out so early, Gao Fei was quite astonished, wondering if he had mistaken the person. Wu Di was by no means an expert, merely a greenhorn just starting out. He had suffered in the secret realm and hence scurried back from it dejected. Glancing at the other party, Wu Di nodded lightly and explained that his purpose was merely to test the intensity of the profession and to familiarize himself with the secret realm for the first time. Now that his objectives were met, there was no need to continue staying in the secret realm. All right then, brother. Goodbye. We're preparing to enter the secret realm too, he said, realizing his earlier judgment was mistaken and that Wu Di was not the expert he'd hoped for. Gao Fei felt a pang of disappointment and no longer desired to continue the conversation with Wu Di. He waved goodbye and prepared to lead his team into the secret realm. Okay, Wu Di nodded. The other party no longer insisted on him joining their squad and he was happy for the piece, ready to leave. Suddenly he remembered the warning given by a red-haired girl he encountered earlier in the secret realm. Out of goodwill, Wu Di didn't forget to pass on her caution to Gao Fei before he left. I met a red-haired girl inside, accompanied by several bodyguards, who told me there might be a disaster occurring in the secret realm. It might be better for you to try a different one for beginners, Wu Di mentioned without knowing whether the red-haired girl had informed these people when she left the secret realm, but mentioning it was no loss to him. A disaster in the secret realm, a red-haired girl with bodyguards. Gao Fei's expression changed immediately, recalling Gu Qianqian and her group who had rushed out of the secret realm moments ago. Although he was unclear about Gu Qianqian's identity, he recognized the other four as employees from the Iron Marshal Professional Bodyguard Company, each being a professional bodyguard with a level over 10. Hiring 4 high-level professionals to suppress levels and enter the secret realm. The red-haired girl was definitely not an ordinary person. After leaving, she spoke briefly with the soldiers stationed at the entrance of the secret realm before hurrying away with her people. All right, thanks for the heads up, brother. Gao Fei nodded earnestly. Seeing Wu Di walking away, he then turned his gaze towards the soldiers guarding the entrance of the secret realm. What's going on, Gao Fei? It's getting late, let's enter the dungeon. One of Gao Fei's teammates, an assassin dressed in green leather armor, noticed Gao Fei's hesitation and urged him. Wait a bit, we might need to switch to a different secret realm, Gao Fei said gravely. Switch dungeons? Why, the nearest beginner's secret realm is tens of kilometers away from the Tundra realm and it will waste another half an hour. You're not scared by what that guy just told you, right? He's just a weakling who ran out in less than 2 hours. Why bother about him? The assassin teammate speculated with a hint of displeasure. Gao Fei glanced at him but remained silent, his eyes once again focusing on the soldiers guarding the secret realm. Soon after, a dignified middle-aged man in silver armor exuding an aura of superiority walked out from among the ironclad soldiers. Gao Fei recognized him as the silver-armored General Lei Dong, the commander of all the ironclad soldiers in the Tundra realm, a formidable figure over level 50. The silver-armored General Lei Dong instructed the other soldiers to seal the entrance to the secret realm, and in the midst of the confusion among the newcomers, he spoke loudly and authoritatively, leaving no room for doubt. A catastrophe has struck the Tundra secret realm, possibly summoning elite monsters of level 20 or above. Until these elite creatures are defeated, the Tundra secret realm will be temporarily closed. Exit is allowed, but entry is not. In the same vein, squads will be dispatched into the secret realm to rescue the professionals still trapped inside. As Lei Dong finished speaking, he directed a group of Earth soldiers to enter the realm. Watching the battalions of ironclad Earth soldiers marching into the secret realm, those prepared to enter and many others still forming teams to go inside were all taken aback, causing a stir among the crowd. Elite monsters of over level 20 have appeared. How terrifying! With the Tortoise Guards suppressed to level 5, it's uncertain if they can hold their ground. Could it be that the Tundra secret realm will be ruined forever? Damn it! Don't underestimate our Daxia army, a friend who just came out mentioned that there seems to be an elite monster capable of manipulating thunder and lightning, capable of blasting entire cliffs into deep craters with a single strike. So frightening. Bad luck indeed. Of the 3 novice secret realms in Pengcheng City, the Tundra secret realm was the safest. Now we can only turn to the other 2 realms. Alas, let's go. What a disaster in the secret realm, so it seems. Gao Fei, thankfully we listened to you and didn't enter directly, or else we would have been in real trouble. A teammate, previously skeptical of Gao Fei, patted his chest in relief. Gao Fei glanced at this person, always feeling this assassin wasn't the brightest and rather impulsive. In the secret realm, the temperament of teammates is crucial for survival. Reckless actions could easily bring disaster to the team. He'll need to find a reason to kick him out of the team, Gao Fei thought to himself. Soon, the professionals gathered at the entrance of the Tundra's secret realm dispersed. Wu Di, the instigator of this chaos, was unaware as he had already returned home. His sister was still lecturing in the living room. Learning that Wu Di had awakened an SSS tier combat profession, his sister Wu Jiwen worked even harder to save more money, aiming to provide more resources for Wu Di. Back in his bedroom, Wu Di sorted through his loot. From the instance, he had killed over 20 monsters, obtaining 9 doses of cephalosporin, white, and 7 portions of slime mucus, white, along with 721 gold coins. In just 2 hours he earned 221 gold coins, finally experiencing the terrifying speed at which professionals can earn money. Before teaming up with Li Xiaoro for another instance tomorrow, he planned to buy some potions to restore spiritual power to avoid running out in the secret realm. Baihe No. 1 High School. In the days following the awakening of the senior students, the junior and freshman students were given days off, leaving the school unusually quiet with only the occasional sighting of the security guard and the cleaning lady. Inside the principal's office, Cui Xiangtian sat in the principal's chair, his head bowed, expressionless, staring blankly at a document on his desk, cold sweat occasionally dripping from his forehead, his usual authority nowhere to be seen. He breathed carefully while across from him 4 professionals exuding a heavy aura of authority argued fiercely. They are the recruitment advisors from the top 4 elite universities in Daxia, each one of them is a high-level professional, all above level 50, which made Cui Xiangtian, a level 42 professional, feel utterly embarrassed in their presence. Jingdu Glorious University, Moto Starshine University, Northwest Scorching Sun University, and Southeast Hidden Moon University, these are the top institutions within Daxia and are renowned worldwide. Every year, they cultivate countless talents for Daxia, playing a crucial role in maintaining the nation's prominent position on the global stage and leading the defense against foreign invasions. Today, the top recruitment advisors from these elite universities have all gathered at the humble Baihe No. 1 Middle School, competing for the recruitment of Wu Di. Here's my declaration: Wu Di, Jingdu Glorious University wants you, declared the recruitment advisor from Jingdu Glorious University. He was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, around 40 years old, with a pair of black-framed gold-rimmed glasses and a refined demeanor. He scanned the faces of the other 3 advisors, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Although they are all top-tier universities, there are differences among them. Jingdu Glorious University stands at the pinnacle. Whether it's the faculty's strength or the quality of students, it surpasses the other 3 institutions. Zhangli, I heard that 2 students in Jingdu City won the Golden Reward yesterday and both were pre-admitted by your glorious university, right? And there's also that Golden Professional from the neighboring Jin City, 2 from the northern provinces and 1 from Lu Province, 9 Golden Professionals in total plus several Red Professionals, all pre-admitted by your university. Aren't you biting off more than you can chew coming here competing with us? Spoke a tall woman in a black coat. With slightly rough and tan skin but delicate features, she leaned against the wall, arms crossed over her chest, her narrow eyes slightly squinting like a hunting cheetah, staring at Zhangli of Jingdu Glorious University. Zhangli adjusted his glasses, turning towards the woman, his voice deepening. Wang Jia, I heard your Northwest Scorching Sun University recently faced a calamity in a secret realm, didn't it? Monsters escaped the realm, causing numerous casualties. If your own university can't handle its crises, why bother recruiting? If you're short of hands to deal with the monsters, you could have asked for help from Jingdu Glorious University. We would have been happy to assist rather than sending these young talents to their doom. As for those students we pre-admitted, their first choice was Jingdu Glorious University. What's wrong with them willingly joining us, or are you perhaps just jealous? Wang Jia, the woman, did not appear angered but merely scoffed dismissively, her voice raspy. Our school can handle its own issues, we don't need your assistance. It's actually you who, over these years, have recruited students of the highest caliber. From what I understand, the majority of your graduates in recent years have chosen careers in business and politics. They truly are elites in their fields. However, it seems there aren't many who are truly willing to protect our great nation Daxia from foreign threats, right? Zhang Li's face turned sour as he spoke angrily. Exactly. You're so great, sending students to foreign battlefields to die during their studies. Those who survive you call talented. Are you breeding some kind of goo poison? As the argument between the two escalated, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. Zhao Bai, the admissions counselor from Southeast Hidden Moon University, quickly intervened to calm them down. All right, let's not fight anymore. We haven't even met Wu Di yet, and here we are already quarreling amongst ourselves. Li Feng from Magic Capital Starlight University also chimed in. Yes, Wu Di will choose his school based on his own preferences, not because of our argument here. Perhaps we should each consider what kind of rewards we can offer to influence his decision. With the persuasions from Zhao Bai and Li Feng, Zhang Li and Wang Jia finally ceased their dispute. Cui Shangtian, who was shivering in his seat, sighed in relief as the bigwigs ended their quarrel. He felt his blood pressure rise with the ongoing dispute and feared he might faint in front of these dignitaries. Zhao Bai, an elder with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, stood up from the sofa, his back slightly bent, and with cloudy eyes gazed out the window, sighing deeply. Let's not forget our main purpose here, aside from recruiting Wu Di, is to protect him. The minions of those foreign tribes like bedbugs sniff around every year at this time, targeting our people's promising youth. They resort to all means, either by kidnapping family members as threats or by corrupting their hearts with temptations. If they can't recruit them, they brutally murder the entire family. They are the real threat we need to guard against. Meanwhile, in the Minxiang Garden District, Wu Di lay on his bedroom bed holding his phone and talking with his good buddy Li Xiaoro. Li's deep and powerful voice came through the phone. Buddy, wait for me. I just bought a new car yesterday and I'm almost at your place. I'll take you on a ride to the secret realm soon. Wu Di, surprised, asked, you bought a car? He remembered that Li Xiaoro's family wasn't much better off than his, though slightly better. He hadn't expected that, right? After awakening his profession, Li Xiaoro would buy a car for himself. Yes, you can come down now. I'm almost there and I'll take you for a spin soon. Perhaps because it was unsafe to talk while driving, Li Xiaoro quickly hung up. After I earn enough money, the first thing I'll do is buy a bigger house for my sister to move into and then buy her a car, Wu Di muttered to himself. His sister Wu Zhizhen had gotten her driver's license a few years earlier, but due to limited financial conditions she had never considered buying a car. Whenever they strolled through the streets and saw cars, they couldn't help but feel a desire for one. Wu Di left his bedroom to find that his sister Wu Zhizhen was not at home. She had rushed out early in the morning to a supermarket 5 kilometers away where a fresh meat sale was happening and hadn't returned yet. Wu Di locked the door of his apartment and headed downstairs. He found a spacious road and waited, scrolling through his phone for Li Xiaoro's arrival. Soon a loud voice echoed from afar. It was Li Xiaoro calling out. Wu Di looked up, his gaze sharpening. In the distance, the burly figure of Li Xiaoro was pedaling a brand new shiny red tandem bicycle, quickly approaching. Buddy, hop on, let's go for a ride, Li Xiaoro exclaimed as he forcefully applied the brakes, bringing the bicycle to a smooth stop in front of Wu Di. He flashed a bright, proud smile, showing off his white teeth, and pointed to the empty seat behind him. I haggled with the seller for a long time yesterday before buying it outright. Don't worry, buddy, this bike is a modified version tailored for our professional needs. It's super fast. I guarantee we'll reach the secret realm in half an hour. Wu Di was somewhat stunned as he looked at the tandem bicycle before him, his mind racing. He had only seen such bicycles in comics and never imagined they were sold in reality. But did people actually buy tandem bicycles? Buddy, we're here, Li Xiaoro announced, using the foot brake to securely park the bicycle. Wu Di ignored the many curious glances around them and calmly dismounted from the back seat. Despite his reservations, he couldn't refuse a good friend's suggestion, especially under Li Xiaoro's expectant gaze. The two had pedaled over 30 kilometers to reach the Huainan secret realm in the southern district of Pengcheng City. Although it was also a novice realm, the Huainan secret realm was the most dangerous among the three available to newcomers. The core area's difficulty could even rival some of the lower-level secret realms. The level restriction for the Huainan secret realm was LV-15, attracting many seasoned professionals with extensive experience in secret realms, mostly ranging from the teens to over level 20. In comparison, fewer newcomers ventured here, especially since the Tundra secret realm was temporarily closed, pushing more newcomers to choose another novice realm over Huainan. Yo, looks like we have two student newcomers, someone noted as they saw Wu Di and Li Xiaoro arriving on the tandem bicycle. This drew the attention of several professionals gathered near the Huainan secret realm. They were used to seeing luxury cars and private transport into the realms, but it was their first time seeing such a modest mode of transport. Additionally, Li Xiaoro's fierce appearance and the Baiha No. 1 middle school uniform he wore added a striking contrast, making them a noticeable presence wherever they went. newcomers rarely visited the Huainan secret realm unless they were under protection. For a moment, many eyes were fixed on them, some curious, some surprised, and some with ill intentions. "Buddy, there are so many people here," Li Xiao exclaimed as he locked the bike to a tree, then began surveying their surroundings. "Let's go, the queue is short now. We can enter the secret realm and start leveling up sooner," Woody urged, nudging Li Xiao's shoulder. "It's 100 gold coins per hour, and every minute we waste here is money down the drain." Woody scanned the area, feeling a few malevolent glances lurking around them. "Okay," Li Xiao nodded vigorously and headed towards the queue. Woody and Li Xiao quickly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, and after a series of checks, they entered. "Is that him?" As the two stepped through the swirling vortex of the secret realm, several figures with a fierce aura squeezed out of the crowd. The leader was a burly man standing about 2.3 meters tall, half-naked with a set of pitch-black iron armor draped over him. His abdomen and back displayed ferocious scars resembling a humanoid berserk bear exuding a fierce aura. As the group emerged, some of the freelance professionals around changed their expressions and made way. They recognized these people. It was Li Sha the berserk bear and his team, the Grizzly Squad. Freelance professionals formed fixed teams to better hunt monsters and gather resources in the secret realms. Relying on his brother being a well-known entrepreneur in Pengcheng, Li Sha's Grizzly Squad was notorious for their ruthless and overbearing actions. Rumors had it that they often backstabbed their own kind in the secret realm, and other teams dared not speak against the Grizzly Squad. "Yes, uncle, it's him." A member of the Grizzly Squad spoke in a deep voice, his gaze filled with resentment as he watched Woody enter the secret realm. If Woody were here, he would definitely recognize this man. It was Li Qi, who had tried to buy his profession with money the day before yesterday and left in disgrace. Now Li Qi, holding a yellow-brown staff, had changed his profession to a combat role. Although he didn't awaken a combat profession at school, he managed to buy a C-grade Earth Element Mage transfer card through his family connections and joined his uncle Li Sha's Grizzly Squad to level up together. Unexpectedly, he ran into Woody today right at the entrance of the secret realm, which had embarrassed him days ago. Remembering that day, the resentment in Li Qi's eyes grew even more intense. "This young man looks quite ordinary, but he's actually quite handsome. Are you sure he drew a golden reward when he awakened his profession?" Li Sha licked his slightly purple lips, a flash of brutality and ferocity in his eyes. "If that's true, it's worth the risk for us. The body organs of such prodigies are highly sought after in the black market." He chuckled. "In the black market, some perverts offer astronomical sums for the flesh and organs of these prodigies, believing that consuming them in pills can improve their luck in upgrades." Li Qi shuddered subconsciously. The black market, a place where professionals conduct non-conventional transactions for obtaining items, had left a very bad impression on him from the few times he had accompanied his uncle there. Chaos, ferocity, and agitation were synonymous with the black market. However, the thought of Woody, who had offended him, and his companion, who also drew a red-tier profession, being targeted by his uncle's squad, reignited a fire in Li Qi's heart. "Yes, uncle." Not only Woody, the big fool with him, also drew a red-tier profession. "Capturing them would definitely make our Grizzly Squad very profitable," Li Qi exaggerated. "Oh, that sounds promising." These two, relying on their high-quality professions, were arrogant enough to come to the Huainan secret realm without hiring bodyguards. Li Sha's face darkened with intensity as he said, "While the other teams are still unaware, let's quickly enter the secret realm, find them, and take them down." "All right, in." The Huainan secret realm? Is this really inside the secret realm, dude? "It's magical. It looks exactly like our real world." Li Xiao curiously surveyed her surroundings, sometimes bending down to fiddle with the grass, other times tiptoeing to pluck a branch from a tree. The scenery within the Huainan secret realm differed from the plains of the Tundra secret realm. The two were now at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by towering ancient trees that stood dozens of meters tall. Visibility was poor, and they needed to be cautious of monsters that might be lurking in the shadows. Woody looked around, calculating in his mind. The area was dense with forests, and it was easy to fall into danger if attacked by monsters hidden in the dark. "Let's go, I'll take you leveling up," Woody said as he walked along a path in the woods toward the mountain. "Okay, I'll follow behind and heal you." Li Xiao rubbed her hands together, her face filled with anticipation as she exclaimed, "Let those monsters see the bond between us. Heal? We probably won't need it." Woody shook his head, continuing forward as a faint electric light emerged at his fingertips. Within the electricity, a profound and ferocious aura faintly emerged. Meanwhile, not far ahead on a giant tree, a monkey-like creature with a tail resembling a palm dropped from above. The creature bared its sharp fangs, aiming for Woody's neck. Wu Di, watch out above. Li Xiao's gaze sharpened, her right fist clenched as she stepped over Wu Di, intending to block the sudden attack. Wu Di's eyes brightened and he instantly threw the lightning in his hand toward the monkey-like creature. Boom, a dazzling small purple cloud exploded in mid-air, the immense impact force pushing Wu Di and Li Xiao several steps back. Did we instant kill it? Li Xiao looked at the monkey-like creature, now a bloody mess, falling straight to the ground, and then turned to her buddy Wu Di. Wu Di appeared calm, smoothing out his slightly disheveled clothes from the explosion. Seeing Li Xiao's shocked expression, Wu Di's lips slightly curved up, casually patting her shoulder as he spoke calmly, let's go. The outer area's monsters give low experience and aren't challenging, let's head directly to the inner area. Long-tailed monkey monster level, LV1 strength, 5 constitution, 1 defense, 1 speed, 7 spirit, 1 skills, high-speed movement, LV1, claw strike, LV1, bite, LV1, minus 283, killing an LV1 long-tailed monkey monster gained experience *3. Gained long-tailed monkey monster's claw, white, *1, gained gold *11, long-tailed monkey monster's tail claw, white. The tail of the long-tailed monkey monster ends in a hand claw shape, possessing agility similar to that of claws, can be used in medicine weapon crafting. The LV1 long-tailed monkey monster with 5 points of strength and 7 points of speed along with 3 skills is a typical high-speed, high-attack creature. Unfortunately, its constitution and defense are too low, even its proud speed seemed insufficient in front of Wu Di, unable to withstand even a regular attack from him. 3 points of experience, not bad. Wu Di nodded lightly as he read the notification that popped up before him, thinking to himself, at this moment he and Li Xiao were in a team, meaning the rewards from the secret realm were split evenly between them. This meant that if he were alone, this LV1 long-tailed monkey monster would have given him 6 experience points and 22 gold coins. The experience was already equivalent to a LV2 mushroom monster in the Tundra secret realm, and this was just the outer area of the Huainan secret realm. Deeper in, the monsters would surely offer even higher experience. Thinking about this, a fervent gleam passed through Wu Di's eyes. He looked at Li Xiao, who was still dazedly standing there, and couldn't help urging her to hurry up. Did you just one-shot that monster? Li Xiao came back to her senses, pointing at the lifeless monkey monster on the ground, her voice stuttering. If it weren't for the notification and the additional items and gold coins in her backpack, Li Xiao would have doubted if she was dreaming. The long-tailed monkey monster was so fast that it was almost beyond her naked eye's ability to follow. She only saw a blur before the monster appeared above her and Wu Di's heads, leaving her no time to react, only able to instinctively block in defense. As the long-tailed monkey monster was about to strike, Li Xiao could clearly feel the gusts of wind from its claws, which made her cheeks sting. But unexpectedly, just as the monkey was about to land its attack, a bolt of lightning faster than anything swept past her and collided violently with the monkey, obliterating it into a pile of flesh. Li Xiao looked at Wu Di again. No wonder Wu Di said he didn't need healing. How could they get hurt if monsters couldn't even get close before being instantly annihilated? Is that your skill? Such a powerful, skilled dude. After a moment of silence, Li Xiao couldn't help but remark with admiration, not like me. I only have 2 skills right now, one passive defense skill that increases my defense by 50% and another active recovery skill that can transfer my spirit power to my teammates. Kind of useless, it doesn't restore physical strength, only spirit power. Thinking about this, Li Xiao suddenly felt a bit annoyed and continued, that skill of yours must consume a lot of spirit power, right? Too bad. If we had known, we should have bought some potions to restore spirit power before entering the secret realm, otherwise even combined, our spirit power probably won't last for many uses. Spirit power consumption. Looking at Li Xiao's dejected appearance, Wu Di shook his head lightly. It doesn't consume spirit power. What? Li Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. It doesn't consume spirit power? What kind of amazing skill is that? I want to learn it too. You can't learn it. Wu Di shook his head again. Why not? Li Xiao scratched his head in confusion. It's just my basic attack, Wu Di replied casually, and then continued walking forward, leaving a bewildered Li Xiao behind. Basic attack, basic attack, basic attack. I suppose I can do that too, but it seems I can't learn it. Wu Di's words echoed in Li Xiao's ears, leaving him dumbfounded for a long time. Watching Wu Di's figure gradually moving away, Li Xiao finally snapped out of it and quickly followed. Dude, wait up. Killed a LV2 longtail monkey monster, gained *6 EXP. Killed a LV3 longtail monkey monster, gained *9 EXP. killed at LV2 Swift Cat, gained *80 XP, killed at LV3 Swift Cat, gained *12 EXP, killed at LV2 Black Fur Pig, gained *10 EXP, killed at LV4 Black Fur Pig, gained *20 EXP. 3 hours quickly passed and Woody and Lee Xiaoro ventured deeper into the central area of the Huainan Secret Realm. Woody had already leveled up to LV3, 77/300, and Lee Xiaoro also managed to follow along and leveled up to LV2, after witnessing Woody slay monsters numerous times. Lee Xiaoro was no longer as shocked as at the beginning and gradually got used to Woody's speed of clearing monsters like slicing through vegetables. However, Lee Xiaoro was still somewhat amazed by how fast Woody killed the monsters. It was practically an instant kill. It made him doubt whether the Secret Realm's monsters were all made of paper, shattering upon touch. Lee Xiaoro started to slack off, cheering Woody on along the way, occasionally handing him water and concluding with a few emotional remarks. "Man, we are really awesome." Lee Xiaoro contentedly flaunted a bottle of Forget the Troubles milk, responsibly stashing the empty bottle back into her storage space, then strolled through the dense forest as if touring a scenic area. "Awesome, this is just too awesome, dude." "Lee Xiaoro, you rest here for a bit, I'll go up ahead." In the central area, after casually taking down a LV3 Black Fur Pig, Woody told Lee Xiaoro and walked towards a path behind him. "Hey, dude, where are you going, Ollie?" Xiaoro scratched her head in confusion, watching Woody head into the forest beside them. Then she suddenly had an epiphany. "You're going to take a dump, aren't you? When nature calls, I understand. I'll wait here for you, dude." After saying that, Lee Xiaoro casually leaned against a big tree, pulled out her phone and started playing games. "It's good that I'm smart, making preparations in advance." Sitting under the big tree, Lee Xiaoro was pleased with herself, impressed by her own cleverness. Knowing that communication devices would be interfered with in the Secret Realm, the clever Lee Xiaoro had downloaded various offline games, novels and videos beforehand just to entertain herself during boring times in the realm, and now they indeed came in handy. Woody entered a patch of forest, looked up at the towering trees, then leaped onto a branch of a large tree, sidestepped to hide behind the trunk and silently watched the clearing below. A few minutes later, as the trees rustled, two sneaky figures emerged from another side of the forest and approached the clearing. "Tiger bro, didn't those two kids just head in this direction? Why are they gone?" The skinny, shifty-eyed young man cautiously surveyed the surroundings, speaking to the burly strong man beside him. "They should be just ahead, not far away. Skinny monkey, let's not make any sudden moves for now so we don't scare them off. Just follow them from behind. I've already notified Brotherly. Once he brings the others over, we'll make sure everything is foolproof, then we can make our move on those two fat sheep." The man known as Brother Tiger also scanned his surroundings, his face clouded with contemplation before he made up his mind. Thin Monkey nodded emphatically, then broke into a grin, chuckling, "Hee, 1 red reward professional and 1 gold reward professional. If we can capture these 2-inch, whether we sell them as slaves or harvest their organs on the black market, we're definitely going to strike it rich, Brother Tiger. Hopefully Brotherly will give us a good share of the spoils. Don't worry, when has Brotherly ever shortchanged his own brothers?" A cruel smile slowly spread across Brother Tiger's lips. "Gold reward professionals, these are our country's top prodigies. Just the thought of hunting such talents makes the joy inside me start to boil." Standing a dozen meters above them, Wu Di watched the two men with an icy gaze. Outside this mystic realm, he had felt a constant unsettling sense of being watched. Thinking it was just his imagination, he hurriedly entered the realm with Lee Xiaoro. It turned out that his earlier feeling was not an illusion. These two somehow discovered their location and seemed to have a special way to inform others aiming to hunt him and Lee Xiaoro. Since that was the case, Wu Di looked down at them with a cold detachment, a murderous intent gradually surfacing in his heart. In the Blue Star world, the strong are revered, and in these secret realms, the law of the jungle ruled. Since these men harbored ill intentions, Wu Di naturally couldn't let them go. "You started it, don't blame me." As he spoke, a spark of electricity flashed again at the tip of his fingers. "I say, Brother Tiger, they're just two rookies. Why is the boss so cautious?" Thin Monkey looked around casually and commented, "If you ask me, even if they have awakened rare professions, they're still just greenhorns. I could take them down myself." "Don't get cocky, Thin Monkey, or you might just get struck by lightning," Brother Tiger scoffed, aware that despite being the weakest in the Grey Bear squad, his partner's boasting was second to none. "Don't underestimate rookies. After all, one has a red reward and the other a gold reward. They might have abilities beyond our imagination. We better not capsize in the gutter," Brother Tiger warned seriously. "Before the boss arrives, you and I just need to follow them from a distance. Don't startle the grass and scare the snake, otherwise if those kids notice and run away early the boss will definitely flay our skins. Thinking of Leader Lee's cruelty towards enemies, Thin Monkey shuddered and his tone became more restrained, murmuring softly to himself, "Too bad they are both guys," he muttered, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with a lewd light. "It would be nice if there were girls. But if Black Pig were here he'd be even more excited about a 17 or 18-year-old boy." His words were cut off abruptly as a thunderous roar exploded right above their heads, startling them both. Boom! Thin Monkey and Brother Tiger's hands trembled and they instinctively looked up, filled with confusion. Just a second ago the sky in the secret realm was clear. How did it change so suddenly? As they looked up, their vision was momentarily blinded by a brilliant white light, and in their dilated pupils a ferocious thunder serpent reflected, diving straight towards their heads. "Damn it! Skinny Monkey, get out of the way!" With a shout of alarm from Brother Tiger, a thin layer of earthy yellow film appeared on his body and he quickly rolled to the side. However, Skinny Monkey did not dodge, he still maintained his posture, looking up, his gaze puzzled as he stared above him. Apart from the blinding white light of the lightning, he vaguely saw a young boy standing on a branch right above them, watching them with a cold and merciless gaze. Sparks of electricity still danced around the boy's fingertips. "What is this, a monster?" Skinny Monkey's mouth agape, he stared blankly at the sky. What truly unleashed the terror spreading in his heart was the sight of a golden giant, dozens of meters tall, standing silently behind the boy, looking down at him like a deity. Under that gaze, Skinny Monkey felt incredibly insignificant, like a mayfly in the vast universe, vulnerable to being wiped out with a mere wave of the hand. Lightning struck the ground with a booming sound, kicking up mud and stones, some of which landed on Brother Tiger, making a thudding noise. Just my luck. Damn it all, struck by lightning on a clear day. Though he had deployed his skill Earthflow shield to block, mud still splattered into his mouth. Brother Tiger spat twice disdainfully, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, Skinny Monkey, are you alright?" Brother Tiger patted the dust off his body and looked towards where Skinny Monkey had been, not the least worried about him getting hurt. Skinny Monkey was an assassin, much faster than him. If Brother Tiger could dodge it, made no sense for Skinny Monkey not to. However, Brother Tiger soon froze. Where Skinny Monkey had stood, only a charred, emaciated silhouette remained. A breeze blew and the silhouette quickly turned to ash and scattered. Skinny Monkey was gone. A profound terror surged in his heart. "It's your turn now." A cold voice mixed with the roar of thunder echoed from above. Brother Tiger looked up abruptly, their eyes meeting. The cold, merciless look chilled him to the bone. "Monster Brother." Tiger's body spasmed and trembled, his face pale, his eyes filled with despair. "You monster!" Brother Tiger's scream was cut short as three thick bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, the sound suddenly stopping, leaving only the victorious song of the thunder. The thunder continued to bombard the land for several seconds before resting. The clouds gradually dispersed and a light rain began to fall, cleansing the scorched forest and extinguishing the trees ignited by the lightning. Drip, drip. Wu Di walked past the spot where the two had been, his brow slightly furrowed. "Nothing left," he muttered discontentedly, having hoped to collect some spoils of war only to find nothing remained. "Be a good person in your next life," Wu Di murmured. This was his first time killing someone and he felt somewhat uneasy, but he didn't regret it after all they had come for him and Li Xiaoro. From their previous conversation, if Wu Di hadn't killed them, the ones in trouble would definitely have been him and Li Xiaoro, unaware of their actual strength or whether they had any skills to avoid damage. Wu Di hadn't held back, using his most powerful and expansive technique, Law Heaven Earth, to successfully kill them both. Although it consumed a great deal of energy, Wu Di wasn't overly concerned about running out of spiritual power thanks to Li Xiaoro's ability to restore it. However, he remained vigilant. He had overheard the entire conversation between the two men earlier. They were part of a team and more attackers would likely follow in pursuit of him and Li Xiaoro. "Back already, buddy?" Li Xiaoro leaned against a large tree, finishing her instant noodles in one gulp, and seeing Wu Di return, patted her bottom and stood up from the ground. "Yes," Wu Di replied calmly, nodding his head without showing any signs of disturbance, and with a light laugh added, "Let's go continue leveling up." "Okay." After half an hour, several burly figures burst from the woods to the spot where Wu Di had just slain two men. Leading them was Li Sha, with other members of the Grey Bear squad trailing behind. "This is the place," Brother Li said, a ranger carrying an iron bow on his back. He crouched down, scooped up some soil, and sniffed it. With a grim expression, he reported to Li Sha, "The environment here has been severely damaged. The traces of Zhang Hu and Shou Hoan here and my tracking skills have lost their effect. It looks like they've met with misfortune." Apart from Li Qi, who was just tagging along for experience, their squad had 5 members. Now, suddenly losing 2 had greatly diminished their strength. Knowing their captain's temperament, he would never let those responsible get away. Li Sha listened quietly to his subordinate's report, his expression shifting unpredictably as his aura grew increasingly violent. It must have been that Wu Di, Li Qi seethed, looking at the forest that appeared as if it had been scorched by a great fire with remnants of lightning damage on trees and the ground. That day he awakened, lightning phenomena appeared. Li Sha remained silent, but the atmosphere around him grew increasingly oppressive, causing the other squad members to hold their breath, daring not to make a sound. After a moment, an incredibly fierce aura burst forth from Li Sha, solidifying and impacting the surroundings, turning the faces of his followers pale as they staggered backwards. Li Sha's voice roared like a wild beast. Wu Di, Li Xiao, was it? I originally just wanted to capture you and sell you on the black market, not kill you immediately. How dare you? How dare you kill my men? I will capture you, flay you alive, and as for your family, I will capture them too and grind them to death right before your eyes. After slaying a level 3 black fur pig, they gained 15 experience points. After slaying a level 4 ashen wolf, they gained 24 experience points. About 4 hours later, Wu Di and Li Xiao had slain over 40 monsters, bringing Wu Di's level to LV4, 17/400. Buddy, should we make our move now? Hidden behind the shadows of the trunk in a lush tree, Wu Di and Li Xiao each peeked out. With excitement written all over her bully's face, Li Xiao whispered to Wu Di. Now is the perfect time to strike. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already crossed the central area of the Huainan secret realm and reached the edge of the core region. In a clearing ahead of the two men, a male and a female gray yuan wolf, each the size of a sedan, were intertwined, shamelessly mating. The two gray yuan wolves were completely oblivious to the two figures lurking in the shadows, who were silently observing and waiting for the right moment to strike. Wait a bit longer, Wu Di whispered, holding back from making a move as he patiently observed. It looks like they're almost done, and then it won't be easy to ambush them. We can't see these two gray yuan wolves' exact levels, which means they're at least 5 levels higher than us, buddy. If we can take them down now, each of us could gain at least 100 experience points. It's definitely a big win. As the two gray yuan wolves were about to finish their business, Li Xiao, who was not good at math, could still estimate the potential experience points. He didn't understand why Wu Di was holding him back from attacking. Gray yuan wolves are among the strongest and most ferocious creatures in the Huainan secret realm, inhabiting the central and core areas with levels ranging from 3 to 15. The duo had encountered several gray yuan wolves in the central area before. These creatures are the fastest and most agile of all the monsters they had faced, and even Wu Di had to concentrate and spend several minutes to take one down. High risk meant high rewards, and the experience provided by the gray yuan wolves was incredibly rich, with each level granting an additional 6 experience points. The two gray yuan wolves in front of them had clearly let their guard down, completely oblivious to their surroundings, an excellent opportunity for a sneak attack. Although Li Xiao didn't understand Wu Di's approach, he trusted him unconditionally and could only watch anxiously as the two wolves finished their act. These two gray yuan wolves are problematic, we can't touch them, Wu Di said calmly, his gaze fixed on the wolves, a hint of golden light flickering in his pupils. Gray yuan wolf level, LV13 strength, 44 constitution, 50 defense, 42 speed, 44 spirit, 40 skills. Wolf Howl, LV10, High Speed Movement, LV9, Rand, LV12, Claw Strike, LV13, Bite, LV13. Note: among the elite of the core area's Gray Yuan Wolf clan, favored by the Gray Yuan Wolf Queen due to their handsome appearance and agile skills, often join the Queen in knitting hats for the Gray Yuan Wolf King when he is out hunting. Danger level: low. Gray Yuan Wolf Queen, elite level, LV15. Strength, 185-inch constitution, 53 defense, 48 speed, 176 spirit, 152 skills. Wolf Howl, LV13, High Speed Movement, LV12, Rand, LV13, Claw Strike, LV15, Bite, LV14, Iron Wall, LV11. Note: the Queen of the core area's Gray Yuan Wolf clan, enjoying a status second only to the King, acts with impunity in the Huainan secret realm, bolstered by the Gray Yuan Wolf King's favor. Danger level: medium. Ordinary professionals can only view monster attributes that are no higher than 5 levels above their own. If a monster's level exceeds their own by more than 5 levels, the monster's attribute information will appear as a blur. Woody was able to see the detailed information of two Ashen Wolves thanks to the SSS level skill he acquired from the level 3 upgrade chest Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight, SSS allows the user to perceive the attribute information of units no more than 15 levels above the host's level, and it randomly provides certain hints. Through the Eye of Insight, Woody could see the attribute information of the two Ashen Wolves, their formidable attribute values along with a variety of skill combinations were far beyond any level 3 or level 4 monsters they had previously encountered. Whether it's human professionals or monsters, every 10 levels constitute a phase, and each phase upgrade significantly increases attribute values. Both Ashen Wolves had a constitution over 50, which meant they each had over 5,000 health points. It would take a massive amount of Woody's mental energy to defeat such monsters, and Lee Xiaoro had already replenished his mental energy once. If he were to use up most of his mental energy again, the safety of the two would be compromised, especially knowing that a team within the Huainan secret realm was targeting them. Suddenly, just as they were holding their position, a chilling roar erupted from the dense dark shadows of the core area's thick forest. As the roar echoed, the two delighted Ashen Wolves trembled and abruptly looked towards the deep woods. Woody and Lee Xiaoro also shrank back, completely hiding behind a large tree and peering in the direction of the roar. With a series of ground-shaking thunderous booms, a colossal creature as tall as a 3-story building and covered in muscles emerged from the shadows. This monster exuded a fierce aura, and its dark crimson eyes were terrifying. Upon seeing this enormous beast, both Woody and Lee Xiaoro caught their breath, a palpable pressure rising within them. It was not just them, even the two Ashen Wolves began to tremble violently. The Ashen Wolf King, the true overlord of the Huainan secret realm, and the Green Tormentor. Ashen Wolf King, leader level 19 strength, 860 constitution, 1359 defense, 344 speed, 528 spirit, 356 skills. Wolf Howl, LV19, high speed movement, LV19, ripping, LV19, claw strike, LV19, bite, LV19, iron tail, LV19, spike projectile, LV19, poison claw, LV19, frenzy, LV19, boss traits. When health is above 30%, damage reduction plus 20% damage boost plus 20%. When health is below 30%, damage reduction plus 10% damage boost plus 100% speed boost plus 100%. All negative resistance plus 50%. Note: Ashen Wolf King, the true overlord of the Huainan secret realm, danger level high. Seeing the Ashen Wolf King's terrifying and almost perverse values as well as the high danger level, Woody couldn't help but feel his eyelid twitch. This was definitely beyond his current ability to handle. Beside him, Lee Xiaoro was so frightened that her face turned pale and her teeth chattered non-stop. Roar! The Huiyuan Wolf King let out another roar, its form suddenly vanishing from the spot. The next second, accompanied by a wail, the LV-13 Huiyuan Wolf exploded into pieces of flesh, blood splattering everywhere. What remained was the trembling Huiyuan Wolf King on the ground, continuously whimpering. The scene fell into silence. From the nostrils of the Wolf King emitted steams of hot white smoke. Its gaze swept over the dismembered body of the Huiyuan Wolf, a cruel sneer flashing in its eyes. Gradually it shifted its gaze towards the forest where Wu Di and Lee Xiaoro were hiding behind a large tree. Wu Di and Lee Xiaoro's hearts skipped a beat. They'd been discovered. Time seemed to stand still, and both Wu Di and Lee Xiaoro held their breath. Fortunately, the Huiyuan Wolf King soon withdrew its gaze, seemingly disdainful of lifting a paw against such insignificant creatures. Ao howl! With a roar, the Huiyuan Wolf King turned and walked into the dense forest. The whimpering Wolf King on the ground stopped, wagging its tail as it followed behind its leader. Just like that, it left. The oppressive aura was overwhelming. Just one glance was nearly enough to shatter one's spirit. Huainan secret realm, supposedly just a novice's sanctuary, yet it attracted many experienced professionals mainly because of the presence of this Huiyuan Wolf King. For about 20 years since its discovery, countless teams have come to challenge the Huiyuan Wolf King, hoping to claim the glory of its first kill, but no one has succeeded. This is the Huiyuan Wolf King, the true top predator of the secret realm. Wu Di and Lee Xiaoro breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their backs were soaked with sweat. So this is the Huiyuan Wolf King. Terrifying, Lee Xiaoro said with a pale face, slightly frightened. I was just about to joke that it should be renamed the Green Grassland Wolf King. Glad I didn't say it. I really am quite prudent. Indeed. Wu Di nodded in agreement, surprised, and glanced at Lee Xiaoro. Lee Xiaoro seemed different today, somehow smarter and more talkative than usual. Name: Lee Xiaoro. Occupation: Holy Light Priest, A grade, level LV3, 55%. Strength, 10-inch constitution, 10 defense, 10 speed, 10 spirit, 6 experience, 160/300 equipment, none talent, power of holy light, LV1, passive skill, iron skin, ungraded, active skill, spiritual link, A, LV1, power of holy light. Increases maximum spirit by 500%, automatic spirit recovery speed by 500%, spirit potion recovery speed by 500%, and the power of light attribute skills by 300%, iron skin, reduces damage taken by 50%, spiritual link, it can link spiritually with 1 to 10 teammates, allowing the transfer of spirit power among them. The ability to designate teammates is related to skill level. Currently at skill level LV1 inch you can link with one teammate. It seems that after awakening to her profession, Lee Shioro has indeed become smarter than before. Upon seeing Lee Shioro's 6 points of mental strength, Wu Di realized something. The Holy Light Priest's talent had increased Lee Shioro's mental strength by 500%, which means that before her class changed, Lee Shioro only had 1 point of mental strength. This was the fundamental reason why she wasn't very bright before, her mental strength was too low. With the mental strength bonus of the Holy Light Priest profession, Lee Shioro successfully broke away from being foolish, turning into a fierce looking joker. However, Lee Shioro's other attributes puzzled Wu Di. The Holy Light Priest is a profession that enhances mental strength, but unexpectedly, after the enhancement, Lee Shioro's mental strength was still not as high as her strength, constitution, and other attributes. This means that before her class changed, Lee Shioro's other attributes were already very high. Truly a natural-born powerhouse. Looking at Lee Shioro's attribute panel, a strange expression appeared in Wu Di's eyes. After pairing with the Holy Light Priest profession, Lee Shioro, like him, had no weaknesses in her attributes. Let's go, it's getting late, Wu Di said, looking up at the sky. The two had spent about 8 hours in the secret realm and the sky was gradually darkening. At night, the monsters in the secret realm become more irritable and harder to deal with. Unless one is very confident in their strength, professionals generally leave the secret realm at night. Okay, we should head back, buddy. We need to go back to school for training tomorrow and I haven't packed my bags yet. Lee Shioro nodded in agreement. The two had gained a lot from their adventure in the secret realm, with Wu Di rising to LV4, 60/400, and Lee Shioro to LV3, 160/300, and in addition they had obtained a bunch of materials and over 1,000 gold coins. Wu Di and Lee Shioro followed the same path back, taking about 2 hours to leave the secret realm. Hee buddy, it's really cool to team up with you. Outside the Huainan secret realm, Lee Shioro stretched lazily and looked up at the moonlit starry sky, unable to help but exclaim, it's indeed very cool. Along the way all he did was eat and drink, occasionally cheering Wu Di on, and even had time to read novels on his phone. The only time he took action was to restore Wu Di's mental strength. It's just too easy. And he also witnessed a big drama learning the shocking secret that the mighty Grey original Wolf King was actually cuckolded. If this news gets out, Tisk the Grey original Wolf King would lose all face in our Pengcheng city. Lee Shioro's eyes sparkled, and after leaving the secret realm, he put aside the fear he had faced directly with the Grey original Wolf King, his mind full of the thought that the Wolf King could be cuckolded. As the famous overlord of Pengcheng City's secret realm, if this news really spreads, it might even make the hot search in Pengcheng City. Alright, let's hurry back, don't be late for the training tomorrow. Wu Di looked at the delighted Lee Shioro with a speechless expression. By the way, buddy, here, take these. Lee Shioro transferred all of today's gains to Wu Di. In professional transactions, both parties need to agree for the transaction to be completed, but if one party chooses to give a gift without compensation and the item does not have side effects, it can be directly given to the other party. What are you doing, Wu Di? Was slightly startled. Seeing Wu Di's confusion, Lee Shioro showed a naive smile. I hardly did anything in leveling up today. I know myself well, I leached the experience, so I can't take your items. Let's go, brother, let's head back, we're on the same path, I'll accompany you a bit more. Lee Shioro spoke in a low voice, using a tone he thought could move Wu Di. He left Wu Di with a dashing back view, walked to where they had parked in the morning, suddenly stopped, eyes wide and body trembling slightly. What's wrong? Wu Di, puzzled, followed up and took a closer look. Lee Shioro's brand new bright red tandem bicycle had both its seats missing, revealing 2 hollow steel tubes. After a moment, a mournful wail pierced the sky. Who the hell stole my bike seats? My new bike. Watching Lee Shioro forcefully pedaling away on the bike, Wu Di silently thought about not sharing his friend's hardship and quietly hailed a taxi. A few minutes later, a ride-share car sped from a distance and smoothly stopped in front of Wu Di. After verifying the license plate, which was the car he had called, Wu Di pulled open the door about to get in when suddenly an angry roar came from behind. "You little beast, stop right there." The voice immediately attracted some professionals still lingering around, and Wu Di also stopped, curiously looking back. As he turned around, he saw several angry gazes fixed on him, quickly approaching him. Wu Di's gaze sharpened, recognizing a familiar figure among them. The class president of Baihe First Middle School's Class 1 Li Qi. Seeing the unfriendly attitude of the few approaching, Wu Di's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly guessing that these were the people who wanted to ambush him in the secret realm. "You little beast, you dare kill my men!" Li Sha's aura was ferocious, his murderous intent almost tangible, like an enraged lion looking down on Wu Di from a high position. "How do you want to die?" Looking at the angry Li Sha, Wu Di's gaze remained calm, completely unaffected by the other's imposing aura, and he naturally said, "They wanted to kill me, but were too weak and got killed by me. You also want to kill me, are you capable enough?" The scene fell into a brief silence, the surrounding professionals dumbfounded, watching the confrontation between Wu Di and Li Sha, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. Wu Di was unknown to them, but who didn't know Li Sha confronting him? That was the notorious Grey Bear Squad in Pengcheng City. Known for their ferocity, Li Sha's profession was well known among those mingling in Pengcheng City. Squad leader Li Sha, a level 27 grade B berserker with 14 members also ranging between levels 15 to 20 grade D and C professionals. Added to that, the Li family behind Li Sha was a famous pharmaceutical company in Pengcheng City, their various potions widely acclaimed throughout the province of Su. Ordinary people, even if they dislike Li Sha, would not offend him. Especially in Pengcheng City, they were curious about who this young man was daring to offend Li Sha on his turf. "Are you that impressive?" Observing Wu Di's calm demeanor and the lack of any emotion in his eyes, Li Sha subconsciously clenched his fists tighter, his thick arms tensed with bulging veins. Very well, Li Sha laughed angrily, his face revealing a sinister smile. Seeing this smile, the rest of the members of the Grizzly Squad shuddered. This was the expression their leader showed only when he was extremely angry. The man before them was going to have a dreadful end. "Hey, handsome, are you leaving or not? If you don't leave now, I'm canceling the ride." Just as the atmosphere became more tense, a nearby rideshare car beeped twice and the impatient voice of the driver came from inside. "You guys by the roadside, this isn't a hidden realm. If you want to start something, be careful of the city guards catching you." The driver spoke in plain language, which also caused Li Sha, who was on the verge of exploding, to falter momentarily. Their gazes involuntarily shifted towards the entrance of the hidden realm. Several members of the Xuanwu guards had already gathered, looking in the direction of Wu Di and his group. They seemed ready to intervene without hesitation if there was any disturbance. The duty of the Xuanwu guards was to protect the entrance to the hidden realms and maintain order in the city. Li Sha's breathing became heavier, his chest heaving dramatically. Behind him, Li Qi also stared at Wu Di with a resentful expression. It was supposed to be their ambush on Wu Di, yet Wu Di was unharmed, and they had lost too many. Huge disgrace for those who were used to strutting around Pengcheng City. But because of the presence of the Xuanwu guards, they were powerless against Wu Di. Li Sha's hands tightened, then loosened, then tightened, eventually forming into a suppressed hoarse threat filled with resentment. "From now on, I will have people watch all the hidden realms in Pengcheng City. If you dare enter, I will come and surround you. Pray that I don't catch you. I will be watching you always and forever. Be prepared to spend the rest of your life in fear of me." It was nothing but a hollow threat. Sick, Wu Di nonchalantly cleaned his ears and, under the angry gaze of the other, got into the car and drove off. Inside the rideshare car, "Handsome, you seem to have stirred up some big trouble." The driver glanced at Wu Di through the rearview mirror, striking up a conversation. "Those guys just now look like trouble. You've offended them, so be careful in the future. But don't be too scared, handsome. Nowadays, we live in a society governed by law, and with professionals around, the laws of the real world are even stricter. As long as you don't enter the hidden realms, they can't do much to you in reality." 20 minutes later, Wu Di stepped out of the rideshare car with a slight headache rubbing his forehead. He wondered if every driver possessed the skill of being talkative, chatting nonstop from supermarket vegetable prices to global affairs. Dealing with the driver's conversation was more draining than fighting monsters in the hidden realms. "Sister, I'm back." Wu Di pushed open the door only to find his home empty. The dining table in the living room was set with several dishes and a note. Wu Di picked up the note. "Your big sis is going to stay at your uncle's for a few days, but I'll definitely be back before the college entrance exams. You're off to the training camp at school tomorrow. I've packed your bags for you. go for it at the camp, my little brother is the best. Did sister go to uncle's? Woody was somewhat surprised. Ever since their parents disappeared, the relationship between their family and uncles had grown distant. When they were little and often went hungry, Woo Ji-won had reached out to their uncle several times, but he always fended her off with various excuses, and eventually they lost contact altogether. Why would sister suddenly think of contacting uncle at this time? After dinner and washing up, Woody returned to his room and lay on the bed. He started checking his attribute panel, assessing his gains from the trip. Name: Woody. Occupation: Thunder Emperor, SSS class, unique, level, LV4, 6.67%. Strength: 25, 50, Constitution: 16, 32, Defense: 16, 32, Speed: 16, 32, Spirit: 25, 50, Experience: 6 out of 400. Equipment: Octagonal Thunder Drum, SSS class exclusive weapon. Talent: Origin of the Thunder Emperor, LV1, Laws of Heaven and Earth, Thunder Emperor, LV1, Passive Skills, Thunder All-Encompassing, Unranked, Insightful Eye, SS, Unranked, Active Skills, Wrath of Heaven, Divine Thunder Meteor, SS, LV1, Remaining Lottery Draws, 1 gold coins, 2,921 items, Slime Sludge, white, *16. Cephalosporin, white, *15-inch Long-tailed Monkey Claw, white, *17 Cat Ears, white, *15 Black Pig Skin, white, *18 Gray Original Wolf Fong, white, *7. Gold coins are nearly 3,000 now, and with a backpack full of white materials, if sold, could probably fetch around 2,000. In just a day and a half, Woody's assets had grown from 500 to 5,000, enough to buy a square meter in the old district he lived in. By this calculation, I could earn at least 3,000 gold coins a day on my own. The price for a slightly newer apartment in Pengcheng City is 15,000 per square meter, and to buy a 100 square meter apartment I would only need about a year and a half of continuous descent into the secret realms. Woody estimated how long it would take to realize his dream of buying a new apartment for himself and his sister, a glint of hope shining in his eyes. Plus, as my level increases, I can enter stronger secret realms and the rewards will be greater. Maybe it won't even take that long, maybe just a year or even less to buy an apartment. Woody was startled by his own calculations. This is the terrifying earning speed of combat professionals. If it were an ordinary lifestyle professional to buy a fully paid 100 square meter apartment in Pengcheng City, it would take at least 20 years of hard work. Life seemed to be looking up. Glancing at the remaining chance for the lottery as night fell after reaching level 4, Woody, eager to earn more gold coins from monster drops, didn't use it immediately but saved it for a leisure moment. Lottery, Woody silently thought, and once again a huge spinning wheel appeared before his eyes. Watching the spinner whirl at high speed, a flicker of anticipation passed through Woody's eyes. What golden reward would he draw this time? Would it be equipment, an item, or perhaps a powerful skill? As the spinner gradually came to a halt, it finally landed on a golden section. Woody's gaze sharpened as he looked at what the spinner pointed to. He frowned involuntarily. The reward he had drawn was not an item that could enhance his strength, but rather a chance, a special opportunity. The reward content appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have received an SSS rank special reward, Destiny Divination *1 use. Destiny Divination, what was that? Woody looked at the message that appeared, filled with confusion, and continued reading. Destiny Divination, SSS rank special reward, use 1 lottery chance to divine future destiny. Note: this is your first time. Reward includes *1 Destiny Divination, a succinct description. To divine my future destiny, Woody pondered. A very special reward indeed. He had considered various rewards but never expected it to be this. But divining one's future destiny, such a special reward, truly deserves to be called a golden reward. Should he use the destiny divination? The future, tantalizing yet frightening, lay within easy reach. Woody's eyes flickered, hesitating. Should he try it? The future is something both alluring and terrifying. One longs to know what their future holds, what kind of person they will become. But at the same time, there's the fear of seeing a bleak future leading to a loss of hope. After much hesitation, Woody made up his mind to divine his own future destiny. After making the decision, the scene before Woody's eyes suddenly went dark and images flashed past him on either side. Slowly emerging from the darkness before him were lines of text. Name: Woody. Identity: Chief of Northwest Fierce Sun University. Age at death, 19 cause of death. In the year 2025 of the Blue Star calendar during the World Geniuses War attacked by top talents from Sakura Country Lighthouse, Country Bear Country, Elephant Country and Kimchi Country, he fought fiercely until 2 were dead and 3 severely injured, ultimately dying from exhaustion. Note: destiny divination is based only on the current trajectory of the diviner's destiny with an accuracy of 99%. The darkness and the content of the divination faded away like a mirage, and Woody's vision gradually returned, bringing him back to his familiar bedroom. So, this is destiny divination. Woody remained silent for a long time, exhaling deeply to calm his agitated heart. Seeing his future destiny excited him tremendously, especially the dreadful news that he would die in just over a year. So it seems, after this year's college entrance examination, I will join one of the top 4 universities, Northwest Fierce Sun University, and within just over a year I will become the chief of the school. Woody's fists clenched involuntarily, his voice low. Later I will represent the Great Xia in the World Geniuses War, where I will be ambushed by geniuses from several other countries. In the end, tragically, I will die. Despite taking down 2 and severely injuring 3 others, Woody gasped heavily, his eyes bloodshot. But still, I will die. When you die, everything disappears. My future, my sister, my friends, everything I cherished vanished with my demise. Upon seeing the predetermined future, Woody felt as if his heart had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. It's unbearable for anyone to face their own death in just over a year, especially when a brighter future was within reach, only to be cut short prematurely. The entire bedroom was silent, filled only with the rising and falling of Woody's breathing. Minutes passed. Suddenly Woody grabbed the water cup from his desk, disregarding the scalding temperature, and gulped it down in one go. The cup thudded back onto the desk. His breathing gradually slowed and the blood red in his eyes faded, returning to clarity. And 99% chance of death, so what? There's still 1% chance to change fate. The advantage is mine, and that's enough. Forewarned about my future. I refuse to be constrained by this fate. My life is determined by me, not by heaven. Whoever wants me dead, I'll kill them. If you want me dead, I'll work even harder, become stronger than all of you, and during the battle of the elites, I'll take each of you down. The next day at Baiha No. 1 Middle School, about 30 people gathered on the school playground, quietly discussing their experiences in the mystic realm over the last few days. Most of them looked exhausted and dispirited, sighing and wearing gloomy expressions as if attending a grievance meeting. Among them, Woody and Lee Shiro appeared much more spirited than the rest, drawing envious glances. Who could compare to them? Woody with his red tier profession and Lee Shiro with her gold tier. They were simply in a different league. All 27 combat profession graduates of Baiha No. 1 Middle School were present except for one from Class 1, Li Chi. After a while, as the principal Chui Shangtian stepped onto the podium, the graduates ceased their chatter and curiously watched him. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to depart. Principal Chui's gaze swept over the crowd, pausing briefly on Woody. All students board the bus, and once we arrive at the Mystic Realm, we will divide you into groups, each guarded by a Xuanwu guard to ensure your safety in the realm. As soon as Principal Chui finished speaking, a cold shiver ran through the students on the playground, followed by a burst of cheers. Most had already ventured into the Mystic Realm in the past 2 days and deeply understood its dangers. Without forming teams, no one felt they could survive alone in the realm. Even those who had teamed up spent a harrowing time, constantly on guard against creatures that might ambush them, resulting in most not advancing beyond level 1. With the protection of the Xuanwu guards, their chances of survival would significantly increase, as would the speed of their leveling up. Some people had already started fantasizing about being admitted to the top 4 universities, watching the students board the bus one by 1 inch. Principal Chui's eyes flickered with relief. These students were the future of their great daxia, and indeed the entire human race. His expression stiffened, however, when he spotted Wu Di, that rascal. He had promised him a reward, only for the boy to skip out after school and leave him hanging, causing Principal Chui to sit in his office all night waiting in vain. That rascal, he made my hemorrhoids act up. Principal Chui thought gloomily to himself. He called out to Wu Di. Wu Di, you don't need to get on the bus, come with me. Wu Di paused mid-step, turning back to look at the principal, whose expression seemed somewhat off, and awkwardly touched his nose, wondering if he had forgotten something. As the bus roared softly and began to move, Wu Di followed Principal Chui into an 8-seater van trailing behind the bus. Inside the van, Principal Chui stared expressionlessly at Wu Di, making Wu Di feel slightly uneasy. After a long moment, Principal Chui pulled out a pocket watch from his coat and handed it to Wu Di. This Is for you, you brat, Principal Chui said with a stern face as he tossed the pocket watch into Wu Di's hands. Consider this a special gift for you, young man, don't let me down. It was only then that Wu Di remembered. The day he awoke his profession, Principal Chui had asked him to visit the office after school. He had completely forgotten about it after having dinner in the cafeteria with Li Xiaoro and thinking about testing his professional strength. What is this? Wu Di examined the pocket watch in his palm, which displayed its attributes: iron pocket watch, white, a mysterious watch that increases experience gained in battle by 10% for carriers with a profession level of up to LV15 and 5% after that. It was an item that could increase battle experience rewards. Wu Di looked at the iron pocket watch in his hand and then at Principal Chui, who looked rather pleased with himself. Such items, which could increase battle rewards, were much more expensive and rarer than those which increase strength. Wu Di had read in books that even a white quality item like this iron pocket watch could sell for at least 500,000 gold coins on the market, and they were hardly available for purchase. How about it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Seeing a flicker of surprise on Wu Di's face, Principal Chui asked proudly, very satisfied. Wu Di blurted out without looking up, thinking about how much faster he could buy a house now. What? Principal Chui asked, thinking he might have misheard, raising his voice. I mean thank you, Principal, my leveling speed can increase now. Wu Di quickly corrected himself. How could he have blurted out his inner thoughts like that, all because of this 500,000 value pocket watch? I really lack experience, Wu Di silently criticized himself. It's good you know, Principal Chui said. This item was something I came across in my youth and it's of little use to me now. I'm giving it to you, hoping it will help you become stronger. Chui Xiangtian suddenly showed a wistful expression, sighed deeply and encouraged Wu Di. You should be at level 2 by now, right? With this pocket watch you could reach level 3 today. Don't disappoint me, keep it up. I will. Principal Wu Di nodded vigorously. The black iron pocket watch was indeed very precious, clearly showing Principal Chui's high regard for him. But Principal, I am already at level 4. With this pocket watch I should be able to reach level 5 today, Wu Di earnestly said, feeling that he should not hide his level, as the principal had so generously given him a prop worth 500,000. A level 4 is indeed quite difficult, but with your talent by tomorrow half a day should be enough. What? You're already level 4? Chui Xiangtian's proud expression vanished in an instant. His eyes widened and his mouth slowly opened as if he could swallow an ostrich egg. Seeing Wu Di nod calmly again, Chui Xiangtian gradually fell silent. After a while he managed to squeeze out, damn, that's freakish. 3 levels in 2 days. Even hiring bodyguards to farm monsters probably wouldn't be this efficient. Chui Xiangtian sized up Wu Di, his expression incredibly complex. Wu Di had brought him too many surprises, continuously shattering his understanding of common sense, making his heart ride a roller coaster of emotions. Looking at Wu Di's calm face, Chui Xiangtian swallowed the words he was about to speak. He had wanted to share some of his own youthful experiences on improving leveling efficiency, but now Chui Xiangtian felt it might be better not to embarrass himself and preserve the last vestiges of dignity as a principal. The car gradually fell into silence. It wasn't until the bus in front stopped and the business car also turned off its engine that things shifted. You go ahead and gather with the others first, I have something to attend to, Chui Xiangtian told Wu Di. Oh? Wu Di nodded, glanced at the empty rows of seats behind him with a hint of confusion, and then got out of the car. Watching Wu Di walk towards the professional team of Baihe No. 1 Middle School, Chui Xiangtian was silent for a moment before respectfully speaking to the empty seats behind. Gentlemen, what do you think of our schools, Wu lad? As Chui Xiangtian's words fell, the previously empty seats suddenly rippled and figures slowly emerged. These were the instructors from 4 top institutions who had come to specially recruit Wu Di into their schools. Very good, composed and humble, possesses the basic potential to become an excellent professional, said Zhang Li from Kyoto Radiance University, still dressed as a successful individual, his gaze through his glasses fixed on Wu Di's retreating figure, sparing no praise. Professional leveling is incredibly difficult and each level is a major hurdle. Being able to upgrade to level 4 in 2 days, he lives up to his golden profession, Li Feng from Moto Starlight University deeply agreed. Not only Chui Xiangtian but even these instructors were greatly shocked upon learning that Wu Di had already reached level 4. While lower levels could be achieved in 2 days by geniuses in their schools, those individuals usually had strong family backgrounds capable of hiring bodyguards, buying powerful skills and purchasing experience-enhancing items to increase their leveling efficiency. But Wu Di was different. They had reviewed Wu Di's information and were well aware of his family situation. to be able to upgrade so quickly on his own merits. Truly, he deserves to be a gold-level professional. His upgrade speed is among the top in these 4 universities. Moreover, he seemed to have sensed our presence just now. Zhao Bai, the instructor from Southeast Hidden Moon University, looked somewhat uneasy. Before getting out of the car, Wu Di glanced back casually, clearly noticing something unusual behind him. My group invisibility skill is a natural ability of my A-level profession as a hermit. He didn't see through Instructor Zhao's invisibility. He must just have suspicions. Instructor Wang Jia from Northwest Fiery Sun University, with her bright, narrow eyes peering through the window, quietly watched Wu Di. Her lips curled slightly upwards. He is very suitable for our Northwest Fiery Sun University. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li immediately frowned and grunted in disapproval. Is everyone at your university as narcissistic as you? Our school trains stronger talents than yours every year. The mortality rate for students entering your school is the highest. Are you training 2.5-year trainees or combat professionals? Enough, stop arguing, another chimed in. If you ask me, this young guy with such keen mental power is really suitable for our Southeast Hidden Moon University. The inside of the car plunged into another round of arguments. Cui Xiangtian, watching the quarreling magnates, felt a headache coming on. He had mixed feelings about Wu Di. He was just a high school senior about to graduate, yet he had attracted a crowd of magnates vying for him. Outside the Huainan secret realm, Li Shiro glanced around and whispered to Wu Di, dude, who would have thought the special training realm prepared by our school would also be the Huainan secret realm? What a coincidence. Wu Di nodded in agreement. It made sense. Among the 3 newcomer secret realms in Pengcheng City, the Huainan secret realm was the most difficult and offered the richest rewards. No other newcomer would consider training in the Huainan secret realm, but they were different. With the Xuanwu guards escorting them in the realm, even the most ordinary Xuanwu guard was a professional of level 30 to 50. With the protection of the Xuanwu guards, these students' survival in the realm was greatly secured, as long as they didn't actively seek out dangers like the Grey Origin Wolf King. Being teamed up with Xuanwu guards to fight monsters was too cool. Even though their levels would be suppressed to 15, they could easily kill the monsters in the realm, right? What are you dreaming about? Didn't you hear the principal say, we will enter the realm in groups of 5 inch, and although we have the protection of the Xuanwu guards, they will only intervene in life-threatening situations. Ordinary leveling and fighting are still up to us, otherwise this training would be meaningless. We'd still be unable to achieve good results in the high school exams secret realm. Right, stop chatting. The principal Cui Xiangtian is coming with the Xuanwu guards. Let's stand properly and make a good impression on these Xuanwu guard big shots. Watching Principal Cui Xiangtian approach the secret realm and talk with several Xuanwu guards, he then led them towards the students. The newcomers at Baiha No. 1 Middle School all curiously eyed the impressively dressed Xuanwu guards, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Alright, next you will be divided into groups of 5. I will call out the names and those called will step forward. The moment to assign squads had finally arrived and everyone eagerly watched Principal Cui. I hope I can be on the same team as Wu Di, or at least with Li Xiaro, if not, some students thought. A few clasped their hands together, quietly praying. Wu Di and Li Xiaro, one a golden class and the other a red class professional, would greatly accelerate the speed of leveling up in the secret realm if paired together. Ahem. Principal Cui Xiangtian cleared his throat, looking at the group of students who were eager to enter the secret realm, and started to read out the group assignments. Wang Peng Lin Zihan Mantingding Su Changhao Yu Chouyu Lu Minghua Zheng Chunlei Wang Xinliang Mao Kai Li Xiaro. Yes, upon hearing that they were grouped with Li Xiaro, several students couldn't help but cheer out loud. With 16 people still ungrouped, many eyes occasionally glanced at Wu Di, their desire to team up with him evident on their faces. Wang Xiaoming Kong Daweizhu Lina Sun Xiao Peng. One by 1 inch the newcomers stepped out of line and stood behind the Xuanwu guard assigned to lead their group. With 26 students at Baiha No. 1 Middle School, they were quickly divided into 5 teams of 5. Only one person was left unassigned at the end, Wu Di. Principal, what about my buddy Wu Di? He hasn't been assigned to a team yet. Li Shiro pointed at Wu Di, her anxiety apparent. It was puzzling how everyone else had been assigned to a team, leaving just her friend out. Others also noticed Wu Di standing alone on the side. They had assumed that the last extra person would be randomly assigned to one of the 5-person teams, making it a 6-person team. However, unexpectedly it ended up being Wu Di left on his own. Remembering the day Wu Di drew a golden class profession, some couldn't help but smile at the memory. It seemed that luck was indeed finite. Wu Di had used up all his good fortune with 2 golden draws, and now he didn't even have teammates for the school's team training. A golden class profession was useless without teammates to cooperate with. Alone in the secret realm, he wouldn't be able to kill monsters or level up. Even if the Xuanwu guards protected him, they would only ensure his safety, not assist in combat. In other words, during these days of training, Wu Di might not kill a single monster, and by the time of the college entrance examination he would likely be the lowest level at his school. Without getting into a top university and lacking systematic study in the school's rich resource rewards, the gap between Wu Di and the others would only widen. Serves you right for rejecting me earlier now. Look, you don't even have teammates. Let's see how you level up. You might as well die in the secret realm. In the team, Chu Qingqing watched Wu Di with a malicious gaze, cursing incessantly. Seeing Wu Di now isolated and unsupported, her heart swelled with malicious satisfaction. She wasn't the only one, as several others who had wanted to team up with Wu Di now harbored similar thoughts. Wu Di's selection of the golden profession sparked envy among his peers, and seeing Wu Di unable to level up brought them some perverse satisfaction. However, before they could revel in his misfortune for long, Li Xioro had a sudden realization. Slapping her forehead, she exclaimed, "I get it now. The principal meant for my buddy to go solo for the team. Us teaming up with him is actually holding him back." Her words rang clearly in everyone's ears, plunging the scene into a brief silence before it erupted into raucous laughter. Wu Di alone constitutes a team? No way, Li Xioro. Are you really Wu Di's friend? Are you that eager to send him to his doom? Ha, this is hilarious. Wu Di, are these really your good friends? You soloing the dungeon? Can you win? And what do you mean by us teaming up with Wu Di is holding him back? Everyone laughed so hard they were bending over backwards, tears streaming down their faces. Soloing a dungeon, even seasoned professionals wouldn't dare be so arrogant. Sending Wu Di to face all the dungeon's monsters alone might as well send him to bash his head against tofu. It's all the same fatal outcome. Unaffected by the ridicule, Wu Di remained calm. He glanced at Li Xioro, somewhat surprised, then turned to Principal Cui. On the way here, he had proactively discussed his plan to solo the dungeon with Principal Cui, who after much deliberation agreed to Wu Di's request. Li Xioro truly was his buddy, guessing the thoughts between him and Principal Cui right away. Principal Cui clapped his hands, silencing the laughter, and urged, "All right, enough chit-chat. Your time is precious, get ready to enter the dungeon." Li Xioro is right. I have agreed to let Wu Di enter the dungeon alone at his own request. Principal Cui spoke indifferently, as if discussing a trivial household matter. The laughter around abruptly stopped. Everyone stared incredulously at Wu Di, their eyes shifting back and forth between him and Principal Cui. No, wait, Wu Di himself requested to solo as a team? Such an audacious and arrogant request, and the usually composed Principal Cui actually agreed to it? Everyone looked bewildered at Principal Cui, all thinking the same thing. Principal Cui, how deep is your grudge with Wu Di? Are you that eager to send him to his death? All clear on the missions? Day 1, around the outskirts of Huainan Dungeon, kill 20 longtail monkey beasts. Day 2, within the inner areas of Huainan Dungeon, kill 15 swift cats. Day 3, within the inner or core areas of Huainan Dungeon, kill either 25 swift cats or 20 black-haired pigs. The final day, in the core area of Huainan Dungeon, kill 10 ashen wolves. Principal Cui's resonant voice clearly reached every student's ears. As the mission details progressed, the students' expressions grew increasingly grim. Huainan Dungeon, as Pengcheng City's most famous dungeon for newcomers, was well known among the city's professionals for its monster types: long-tail monkey beasts, swift cats, black-haired pigs, and ashen wolves. Among them, the long-tail monkey and the swift cat are speed-type monsters which pose the greatest threat to newcomers due to their quick movements that are hard to predict and defend against. Each year many rookies fall victim to these fast creatures. The black-haired pig is a defense-type monster, tough-skinned and hard-fleshed, making it difficult for newcomers with weak points to breach its defenses. Moreover, its most dreaded ability is the roll, a charging skill where the longer it rolls, the more damage it inflicts, often resulting in death or severe injury if not careful. The last type of monster, the gray wilderness wolf, is undoubtedly the dominant species within the Huainan secret realm. With high speed, strength and defense, it lacks any significant weaknesses and possesses a series of powerful skills, making it a nightmare for most newcomers. Even experienced professionals must remain vigilant when facing the gray wilderness wolf, as there is a high chance of failure. Upon seeing the training tasks assigned by Cui Shengtian, the students hadn't even entered the secret realm yet, but a group of them had already started to wail. A boy with glasses and a mushroom haircut with an earnest face analyzed bitterly on the first day we have to kill 20 long-tail monkeys. It would take our team of 5 about 10 to 20 minutes just to take down 1 inch, not to mention the time spent looking for them. On average, it might take half an hour to kill each one, so ideally, it would take us about 10 hours to kill 20 long-tail monkeys, and that's just the first day. The monsters only get stronger and tougher each day. On the last day, we have to kill 10 gray wilderness wolves. Although fewer in number, the difficulty is much greater, another student continued. Moreover, we have to stay in the secret realm overnight, and the monsters at night are more aggressive than during the day. Even though the Xuanwu guards will protect us, we still have to take turns keeping watch to prevent any monster attacks. It's too hard. As the students filled the air with their complaints, Cui Shangtian's eyes narrowed and an imposing aura emanated from him. The students who were wailing a second ago shuddered and immediately fell silent. "Stop whining and get into the secret realm," he commanded. "The comrades from Xuanwu will keep track of the number of monsters you kill each day. If you fail to complete the task, you might as well not come out on the last day and stay inside to continue hunting monsters. You don't want to be exhausted right before your college entrance exams, do you?" Seeing the head shaking, Cui Shangtian roared, "What are you waiting for? Get in there." Under his stern gaze, the crowd surged like a tide towards the entrance of the secret realm, quickly disappearing inside. "Bro, good luck." Li Shiro waved at Wu Di before entering the secret realm. "Even though you are strong, I am not bad either. Let's see who can level up faster." The night before, Wu Di had messaged him asking if he wanted to continue teaming up for the training, but Li Shiro decisively refused. Teaming up with Wu Di would make leveling fast and easy, but it wouldn't provide any real challenge. This wasn't the kind of training Li Shiro wanted. He aimed to prove his strength through his own efforts. As the rest of the students entered the secret realm under the guidance of the Xuanwu guards, only one last Xuanwu guard remained by Cui Shangtian's side. She approached Wu Di, sizing him up and down. From beneath her heavy iron armor came a deep, slightly husky voice. "You are Wu Di, right?" Wu Di, equally curious, scrutinized the Xuanwu guard before him. The guard was tall and clad entirely in iron armor with a neutral voice, though it was not difficult to discern that she was a female professional. "I am the Xuanwu guard assigned to protect you. Let's team up so we can enter the secret realm together." A team invitation from Wang Jia popped up before Wu Di, who did not hesitate and chose to accept. As the teaming was successful, Wu Di saw the level information of the Xuanwu guard opposite him, which was the only detail she disclosed publicly. Name: Wang Jia. Level: LV58. Level 58. Wu Di was slightly taken aback. Weren't the levels of Xuanwu guards typically between LV30 and LV50? Level 58 would at least make her a senior lieutenant in the Xuanwu Legion. Could there be some mistake? Wu Di was puzzled, but in the next moment the Xuanwu guard grabbed his hand and they headed towards the secret realm. "Principal Cui, I will take your student into the secret realm now," the female Xuanwu guard called out to Cui Shangtian. "Good." Cui Shangtian nodded with a smile, watching the two enter the Huainan secret realm. "Wu Di, carry my pocket watch and do your best. Continue on the path of a professional." Cui Shangtian felt a silent surge of emotion when suddenly he heard urgent calls. "Principal Cui, Principal Cui, Principal Cui." He snapped back to reality and turned to see a Xuanwu guard behind him, urging him anxiously. Cui Shangtian, in a daze, looked at the familiar face of the Xuanwu guard and asked with some confusion, "Aren't you one of the guards responsible for the safety of my students? Didn't you just go in with the student?" Cui Shangtian's heart filled with suspicion as his gaze swept back and forth between the secret realm and the Xuanwu guard. He clearly saw each Xuanwu guard enter with their assigned students. But now, this guard was still here, so who had actually gone in? The Xuanwu guard, clearly anxious, said somewhat helplessly, "Just now you were standing still. No matter how much I called, you didn't respond, allowing the last student to enter the secret realm." "Alone? What? Who went in?" Wu Di went in by himself. Wu Di had entered the secret realm without teaming up with a Xuanwu guard, a significant educational mishap. Although Wu Di was indeed capable, without the protection of a Xuanwu guard his safety could not be guaranteed. If something were to happen to Wu Di in the secret realm, Cui Shangtian felt a sudden dizziness and his breathing became rapid. Ding dong, his phone suddenly rang. Cui Shangtian subconsciously took out his phone and saw a timed email. "I took Wu Di into the secret realm. Wang Jia." Wang Jia, the instructor from Northwest Fierce Sun University. Cui Shangtian instinctively looked back towards the van. The door opened and 3 instructors burst out, rushing towards Cui Shangtian. All 3 bore expressions of deep enmity, making Cui Shangtian's heart tremble with fear. "Wang Jia, that guy Wang Jia, damn it." While we weren't paying attention, Zhang Lihong, a tutor from Kyoto Blory University, was red-eyed and roared. Without caring about her gentlemanly image, she actually pretended to be a Xuanwu guard, went behind our backs and contacted Wu Di first. Cui Shangtian remained silent, looking at the still confused Xuanwu guards behind him. He sighed deeply and spoke slowly. Well, let it be, at least with her around, Wu Di's safety isn't a concern. Cui Shangtian looked up at the sky, his eyes full of helplessness. He was tired, weary. Teaching for decades, he had never encountered such a headache-inducing student. You 4 universities fight over Wu Di all you want, I'm done with it, I'm going to let loose. Inside the Huainan secret realm, female Xuanwu guard Wang Jia let go of Wu Di's hand, stared at him and lowered her voice, trying to make it sound gentler. You are Wu Di, right? Hello, my name is Wang Jia, you can call me Director Wang. You are aware of the rules agreed upon by our school and the Xuanwu guards, right? I will only intervene in life-threatening situations. Other than that, you need to level up by fighting monsters yourself. I won't help you. Moreover, we Xuanwu guards have special equipment. Although we team up with you, we will not share your experience points, so you can level up without worry. Female Xuanwu guard Wang Jia explained patiently. Wu Di nodded in response. The principal had already informed them about this beforehand, which was why all the students were so excited when they heard about teaming up with Xuanwu guards. Having such powerful figures on their team protecting and escorting them was a rare opportunity they could only enjoy during this training session. Wu Di, this must be your first time in the Huainan secret realm, right? Wang Jia followed a meter behind Wu Di, observing his steady steps and calm demeanor, and couldn't help but inwardly praise him, daring to enter the secret realm alone and still managing to appear so calm and composed. Truly worthy of a golden reward professional. His temperament and attitude matched those of the students and tutors from her school who had undergone fierce training. It was no waste that she risked impersonating a Xuanwu guard to make early contact with Wu Di. The two continued walking forward and soon entered a dense forest. It could be said that in the peripheral area of the Huainan secret realm, if it's a forest, it must be the territory of the long-tailed monkey monsters. Not long after they entered the forest, a series of rustling noises came from a towering tree, clearly indicating the presence of long-tailed monkey monsters. Your task today is to kill 20 long-tailed monkey monsters. Given that you don't have teammates to cooperate with, the difficulty of killing monsters will be far greater than other teams. I can provide you with some information. Wang Jia thought for a moment and decided to explain some details about the long-tailed monkey monsters to Wu Di. She had mastered the information about the instance monsters here before coming to Pengcheng City, and now posing as a local professional who had lived in Pengcheng City for many years was more than sufficient. Giving Wu Di some tips was also a way to foster good karma in advance, perhaps increasing the chances of Wu Di choosing their Northwest Fierce Sun University over the other 3 universities. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flew out from Wu Di's fingertips, striking the tree above them. Accompanied by a squealing sound, a long-tailed monster fell from above their heads, its body charred black, emitting the scent of cooked meat, clearly dead. -473, was that an instant kill? As a level 58 professional, Wang Jia's mental strength was exceptionally strong. She vividly observed every detail from the moment Wu Di spotted the long-tailed monkey creature in the tree to the moment he struck and killed it. It took less than 5 seconds for Wu Di to make his move, dealing 473 damage with a single attack, easily dispatching the level 4 long-tailed monkey creature. Wang Jia opened her mouth to speak about the creature's weakness but immediately swallowed her words. Better not to make a fool of herself. Killing a level 4 long-tailed monkey creature. Experience gained *24, additional experience from Dark Iron Embrace *2, acquired long-tailed monkey creature's claw, white, *1, acquired gold coins *21. Wu Di glanced at his loot and nodded in satisfaction. Soloing the experience, a single level 4 long-tailed monkey creature brought him 26 experience points. Killing about a dozen more could level him up to level 5. Indeed, if one desires rapid leveling, soloing dungeons is the way to go. That Wang Jia hadn't expected Wu Di to be able to kill the long-tailed monkey creature so effortlessly. Driven by curiosity, she asked, what level are you now? Dealing 400 damage, doesn't that mean your power must be at least 40 plus, a feat almost akin to the attributes of a level 12 or 13 standard professional? Wu Di, ever cautious, kept all his personal information hidden, not disclosing it publicly, not even to Wang Jia, his teammate. Level 4, Wu Di replied nonchalantly. The level wasn't too private of a matter, and since this female black tortoise guard didn't hide her level, Wu Di straightforwardly revealed his own. Hiss, Wang Jia involuntarily took a sharp breath, level 4 with a power of 40 plus, such terrifying attributes. To have this strength during the rookie phase, he's nearly catching up to the top-ranked individual of the previous batch in her school, who was also a recipient of a Golden Award and a Triple S-level professional. As a recruitment instructor at Northwestern Liyan University, Wang Jia was well acquainted with every student in the school. Wu Di's talents placed him among the top tier of all students from the past decade at Northwestern Liyan University. Truly a promising young talent, well suited for the combat-oriented training style of their school. Though still a bit behind that prodigy, with careful nurturing he could definitely become a pillar of the great Xia nation. Wang Jia's eyes shone as she gazed at Wu Di, feeling ever more certain that her trip here was well worth it. She was familiar with the situation in the Huainan dungeon. This was no ordinary rookie dungeon, with a difficulty level approaching that of some lower level dungeons. Not only that, the various creatures inside were all quite challenging. Although Wu Di had just demonstrated his ability to instantly kill the long-tailed monkey creature, the dungeon was home not only to these creatures but also to a tribe of long-tailed monkeys, and even a cunning and elusive long-tailed monkey creature leader lurking in the periphery of this Huainan dungeon. Wu Di was still a newcomer, unfamiliar with many aspects of the dungeon, lacking the experience of seasoned professionals like herself. Especially considering the long-tailed monkey tribe, it was essential to inform Wu Di about the appropriate strategies to handle them. Cough cough. With that thought, Wang Jiaqing cleared her throat, feeling that she had regained the dignity of a senior. She began speaking to Wu Di with the tone of a mentor. Wu Di, the strength you've just displayed proves that you have the capability to survive in the outer regions of the Huainan secret realm. However, you only encountered a long-tailed monkey demon just now. If you had the misfortune of encountering 2 or 3 or even... Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Di suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on a thick old tree ahead. Wang Jia paused abruptly, following Wu Di's gaze toward the massive tree. The tree's diameter was a good 17 or 18 meters, so wide that even a dozen people couldn't encircle it with their arms. Its trunk was covered in layers of deep brown bark crisscrossed with grooves, and at the base its roots plunged deep into the earth like dragon claws, the exposed parts tangled and twisted. This was a tree that had clearly survived for hundreds of years. Squeak squeak squeak, sharp cries came from the tree, and Wang Jia raised her eyes upwards, immediately spotting a dense group of long-tailed monkey demons. 1, 2, 3, in total 26. These monkey demons were agile, leaping from branch to branch around the old tree, their forms nimble as they circled Wu Di and Wang Jia, baring their teeth and surrounding them. The long-tailed monkey demon group she had spoken too soon. Seeing the teeming group that was enough to make one's scalp tingle, Wang Jia was momentarily at a loss for words. Speaking of the devil, with so many long-tailed monkey demons, even if Wu Di was a Golden Award professional, he probably couldn't escape unscathed. It looked like she needed to take action. As the 20 or so monkey demons continued to close in, the corners of Wang Jia's mouth gradually curled into a smile. She had intended to attract Wu Di with her vast experience, making him admire and look up to her, thereby choosing their Northwestern Sun Fierce University. But now Wang Jia had a better plan. She was ready to make a move to deal with this group of long-tailed monkey demons with a thunderous approach, which would more likely make Wu Di respect her as a high-level professional. Indeed, as a professional you must speak with your strength, Wang Jia thought to herself, eyeing the 26 long-tailed monkey demons, calculating how to instantly kill the group in a way that would look cool. Meanwhile, she did not forget to comfort Wu Di. Wu Di, your talent is indeed high, but your level is too low now. Encountering so many long-tailed monkey demons is just bad luck. Rumble rumble, a mass of dark clouds covered the sky, obscuring the sun, and the clear sky instantly turned dark, interrupting Wang Jia's actions. She stared blankly at Wu Di. Wu Di's expression was calm. He lightly snapped his fingers and muttered softly, Divine Thunder Meteor. Heaven's Wrath, Divine Thunder Meteor. Wu Di's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a special power. Accompanied by a peal of thunder, it clearly entered Wang Jia's ears. Then everything went dark before her eyes as the sky was completely shrouded by clouds, with only occasional lightning strikes bringing some light to this pitch-black world. Suddenly plunged into darkness, Wang Jia instinctively activated her detection skill, Eye of the Spirit Vision, quickly scanning her surroundings. Looking up, she saw a scene that utterly shocked her. In the skies, the previously subdued and oppressive dark clouds suddenly became lively and turbulent. The surface of the clouds shimmered with ripples of light as if giant dragons were swimming through them. Following this, meteorites engulfed in flames slowly emerged from the clouds, their surfaces wrapped in purple lightning carrying destructive fiery and frenzied powers as they fell from the sky, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Wang Jia stared blankly at these meteorites that appeared out of nowhere, each wrapped in dazzling electric arcs. Each flicker was accompanied by deafening thunder tearing the surrounding air into shreds and releasing energy fluctuations that made her heart tremble. "Is it the end of the world?" Wang Jia murmured, but then she thought of something and instinctively looked at Wu Di. This didn't seem like the end of the world, but rather something caused by Wu Di. Could this be Wu Di's ability, summoning countless meteorites accompanied by thunder, such a terrifying force? What level of skill was this? As the meteorites continued to fall, the ground began to tremble, the giant trees of the forest swayed, and dust and debris were lifted by the tremendous impact force, forming a mushroom cloud that obscured the sky with lightning and fire intertwined, instantly enveloping the area. This apocalyptic scene lasted only a few seconds before it quickly ended. When Wang Jia opened her eyes again, she found that she and Wu Di were standing in a desolate land. What lay before her eyes was a scorched earth. Everywhere were deep craters formed by the meteorites, and the forest seemed as if a giant invisible hand had scooped out a section from the middle. In the distance, the dense ancient forest remained lush, but around the spot where she and Wu Di stood, it was empty. As for the 26 long-tailed monkey monsters, not even remnants were left. Wang Jia, with her heart still pounding, patted her chest, recalling the scene just now. With a trace of fear lingering in her eyes, the secret realm had suppressed her level to LV-15, naturally reducing many of her attributes. If Wu Di's move had not been effective only against enemies, she might have been severely injured under that meteorite bombardment. Is this your skill, Wu Di?" Wang Jia's body felt weak, her voice hoarser than before. She asked in disbelief. "Yes," Wu Di admitted straightforwardly without much explanation, mainly because a series of prompt messages appeared before his eyes, leaving him no time to care about other things. With one move he had wiped out 26 long-tailed monkey monsters, and the rewards from the secret realm were simply too much. He couldn't even count them all. The monsters' levels ranged from LV1 to LV5 inch, collectively granting him 402 experience points, which instantly elevated Wu Di's level to LV5, 32,500. If only there were more creatures in the monster group. "I hope we encounter a few more monster groups later," Wu Di muttered to himself, still longing for more. His words were casual, but they struck Wang Jia deeply. As a high-level professional at LV-58, Wang Jia had been through countless instances and even battled with extraterrestrial races. She thought her heart had been toughened like stone, unperturbed by anything she encountered. Right now she was profoundly shocked by Wu Di. A golden tier professional, he was outrageously exceptional. The very monsters that others feared the most were the ones Wu Di hoped to encounter more often, even wishing that there could be more of them. With a deep breath, Wang Jia, a well-traveled academy instructor and high-level professional, quickly adjusted her emotions, thinking of another golden reward professional still at the school, whom Wang Jia had only interacted with a few times and seen in action just once. Her heart steadied. That person was strong too, perhaps even stronger than Wu Di. Of course, Wu Di was only slightly less capable than him. "I thought my grade A status was impressive," Wang Jia reflected, "but in front of these truly top-tier talents, my previous self-regard seems rather foolish." Her admiration for Wu Di intensified. She was now certain that Wu Di was likely an SSS tier professional, as only someone of that caliber could possess such terrifying abilities, capable of manipulating the cosmic balance. He was a force to be reckoned with. "We must bring Wu Di back to our Northwest Fierce Sun University." That was the only thought in Wang Jia's mind. If she succeeded, it would greatly increase the school's chances of breaking into the top 10 of the professional rankings. Moreover, with Wu Di as a rival, the overly proud individual at the academy might also be spurred to greater heights. Lost in her thoughts, Wang Jia suddenly heard someone calling her back to reality. Wang Jia, Wu Di stood in front of her, waving his hand in front of her eyes. "Ahem, what's up, Wu Di?" she asked, embarrassed by her momentary distraction. "Director Wang, do we have to complete all the school tasks?" Wu Di inquired. "Yes, why do you ask?" Wang Jia responded, puzzled. Given Wu Di's demonstrated abilities, he should be able to easily complete the trial tasks set by the school, so why would he ask that? "Well then." Wu Di seemed somewhat regretful. Seeing his disappointed expression confused Wang Jia even more. It was like a student who couldn't finish his homework asking if it was really necessary to hand it in and then feeling lost upon receiving a confirmation. "Does this mean I've completed the task of hunting the long-tailed monkey beasts?" Wu Di asked after a moment of silence. Yes, today's task is considered complete. Wang Jia nodded emotionally, while other student groups were still working on their teamwork. Wu Di had already finished. The difference was stark. Can I go to the inner area of Huainan's secret realm now to kill other monsters? I want to complete all tasks today so I can spend the rest of the time leveling up in the core area. Is that alright? Wu Di revealed his thoughts. Wang Jia was taken aback, instantly understanding why Wu Di had asked her those questions. It seemed that Wu Di found the previous day's tasks too simple and the monster's experience too low, which hindered his leveling efficiency, so he planned to finish all the tasks in one day. Staring at the handsome young man before him, Wang Jia fell silent. Once again, was this the unique arrogance of a gifted person? Truly, it was enviable. In the inner area of the Huainan secret realm, Heavenly Wrath, Divine Thunder Meteor. In the core area of the Huainan secret realm, Heavenly Wrath, Divine Thunder Meteor. Wang Jia silently followed behind Wu Di, her expression transitioning from initial shock to numbness. Yes, numbness. After spending a day with Wu Di, she no longer felt any emotional changes within herself. Somehow the luck of the two seemed exceptionally good. Apart from initially encountering a group of long-tailed monkey monsters, they subsequently faced a swift cat monster group and a black-haired pig monster group. Both groups of monsters were brutally slain by Wu Di, causing damage to the landscape of the secret realm that would take at least a week or two to restore. Moreover, Wang Jia looked at Wu Di with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Completing 4 days' worth of training tasks in one day was something out of a fairy tale, yet this young man Wu Di had actually done it. They collectively killed 32 long-tailed monkeys, 25 swift cats, 29 black-haired pigs, and 12 gray wolves. In just one day, Wu Di had killed a total of 98 monsters. For an ordinary team of 5-inch, this would have been a week's work in monster killing, and the team Wang Jia imagined was one with some experienced professionals, not mere novices like high school seniors. While other newbie teams were still pleased with themselves for killing their first monster, Wu Di had already completed all the tasks set for 4 days of training. Wang Jia couldn't help but silently feel pity for the other newbies. In her school days, the strength gap among professionals wasn't large, and it was rare to see 1 or 2 professionals with pink or red rewards. Although those with pink or red rewards could widen the gap with their talents compared to ordinary professionals, it wasn't to an uncatchable extent. But in recent years, the probability of new awakeners around the world pulling high-quality professions has significantly increased. Take the Great Xia country for example, where previously only one golden reward professional would emerge nationwide per year. Now more than 30 golden reward professionals are born domestically each year. Living in this era, ordinary professionals are really just like green leaves to these golden professionals. Wang Jia felt quite emotional. Casually killing a passing gray wolf, Wu Di felt a bit puzzled, wondering why his luck was so good today. He glanced at Wang Jia unconsciously. Before, when he and Li Xiaoro were in the secret realm, they hadn't encountered any monster groups for a whole day. Today, teamed up with this member of the Xuanwu Guards, they encountered all the monster groups in the Huainan secret realm in one day, allowing him to complete 4 days of training tasks in just one day. If there was a monster killing guide in the secret realm, Wu Di would have now collected all the entries for the 4 types of monster groups in the Huainan secret realm in just one day. What's this? A lone gray wolf fell, turning into a pile of experience points, gold coins and materials, leaving behind a leather garment on the ground. After slaying the Grey Plains wolf, LV7, Wu Di obtained a piece of Grey Plains leather armor. White, *1, Grey Plains leather armor, white strength plus 10-inch defense plus 10 constitution plus 10. It can be combined with Grey Plains leather pants, Grey Plains leather boots and Grey Plains helmet to form a set. Grey Plains set, 1/2 strength plus 10% speed plus 10%. Grey Plains set, 1/4 all attributes of the Grey Plains set plus 20% attack damage range plus 10% probability of attack inflicting a ripping effect plus 10%. Is this a set item? Wu Di touched the soft texture of the armor with some surprise. Not bad for luck. After killing about 100 monsters, I finally got a piece of equipment, and it's even part of a set. Not bad at all. Looking at the equipment, Wang Jia explained to Wu Di that besides leveling up treasure chests, equipment can also be obtained by killing monsters in secret realms, though the chances are very slim. However, there are advantages. Unlike the randomness of treasure chests, the quality and attributes of equipment dropped in secret realms are more or less fixed. Over the years, our Great Xia dynasty has collected most of the data on equipment drops from these secret realms. Professionals can use this information to farm corresponding secret realms, thus gathering a suitable set of equipment in a relatively short time. Like this Grey Plane set you have there, it's a balanced set that boosts all attributes, and when you collect all 4 pieces you get an additional 10% ripping attribute boost, which is suitable for certain combat professions. Wang Jia detailed the differences between secret realm drops and treasure chest openings to Wu Di. I see. Wu Di nodded thoughtfully. So secret realm drops have fixed quality and attributes, but high-quality secret realm equipment can only be obtained in high-difficulty realms, and the higher the quality the more difficult it is to obtain. Equipment from leveling up treasure chests have random quality and attributes entirely dependent on luck, potentially yielding high-quality equipment at low levels and vice versa at high levels. Glancing at the sky, night had fallen and the darkness gradually deepened, stars quietly dotted the sky and a crescent moon silently rose. It was already late at night, and without realizing it, Wu Di had spent 12 hours in the secret realm. Let's call it a day, Mr. Wu Di. Wang Jia's voice was hoarse. At night, the secret realm becomes a paradise for monsters, and human professionals without night vision or surveillance-related skills are no match for them. She chose a flat area, waved her hand, and branches fell from a large tree. Whoosh! Flames ignited the branches, casting a flicker of light in the pitch-black night. Then, with another wave of her hands, a semi-transparent glass wall rose around them, encasing Wang Jia and Wu Di inside. This is my skill, creating a space isolated from the outside world. You can rest here at night with peace of mind and leave the guarding to me. Saying this, Wang Jia pulled out a bunch of items from the professional storage space. 2 folding soft beds, a one-time 4-piece bed set, and even an outdoor convenient shower and a PS50 game console. Woody glanced at the items laid out before him, silently praising the seasoned professionals for their expertise. With nothing else to do, he thought, why not play some games to relax? Wang Jia shed her heavy Xuanwu guard armor, revealing a sleek bodysuit that clung tightly to her well-defined muscles, outlining her perfect figure. Her shoulders were broad yet graceful, her waist and abs firm with hints of a six-pack that suggested regular workouts. Lazily stretching out on a comfortable beanbag, she casually picked up a pair of pink game controllers, handing one to Woody. What game shall we play? I'll lead the way. Woody looked at Wang Jia. This formidable and wild Xuanwu guard took the controller and, after a moment of silence, he confessed, I don't play games. Indeed, before his journey through time, Woody often played games, though merely as an amateur. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't touched them at all. Don't geniuses play games? Wang Jia muttered, frowning to herself. Pick any game then. I'm a master of all. I can play anything with you, she declared boldly. Sitting on another armchair, Woody scanned the array of games and finally chose one, Street Fighter 2024. It's a 2-player fighting game, and I'm really good at this. Are you sure you want to play this? Wang Jia was surprised, not expecting Woody to choose a game she excelled in. If they really played, she thought she might overwhelmingly defeat him. Let's go with this one. I don't really understand the others, Woody confirmed. 2 hours later. It's getting late, I should rest, Woody said, carefully placing the controller back on the table and excusing himself politely. On the beanbag, Wang Jia lay sprawled, her eyes blank, her face a picture of despair, muttering under her breath, How could this happen? Not a single win. After washing up, Woody lay on his soft bed, his fatigue washed away, feeling utterly relaxed. Though he was an SSS-ranked professional, he was still a newcomer. After a day of monster hunting, his mental energy was nearly depleted, inadequate for further battle, requiring a good night's rest to recover. However, playing games seemed to have recharged his spirits somewhat, likely because it was a hobby of his. This effect was probably due to that reason. Maybe I should consider keeping some interesting gadgets in my storage space, small toys to amuse myself, Woody mused, then glanced guiltily at Wang Jia, who was still staring blankly in front of the console. Did I go too far? She said she was an expert, and it was my first time playing. How could I keep winning? I didn't mean to. Shaking off these thoughts, Woody decided to focus on the rewards instead. Today he had slain nearly 100 monsters, and his storage space was filled with various materials and over 20,000 gold coins. Looking at the 5-figure sum, Woody felt a thrill of pleasure. But this is only because I had the Xuanwu guard's protection that I could stay in the secret realm for extra hours. Without them, I'd probably have to leave the secret realm before sunset. Woody is well aware that he can only achieve a daily income of 20,000 with the help of others. Moreover, Woody is also satisfied with the improvement in his own level. After a day's effort, Woody's level has increased to LV8, 382/800. According to the minimum admission level line of the college entrance examination in previous years, Woody has already met the entry-level requirements of the top 4 prestigious institutions. This means that even if Woody performs poorly in the mysterious realm of the college entrance examination and gets eliminated at the beginning, he can still opt to be adjusted to one of the top 4 institutions that have not filled their quotas. As for the likelihood of being downgraded due to the top 4 universities filling up their quotas, it is almost impossible. In previous college entrance examinations, there have always been instances where these universities did not meet their recruitment numbers and selected from the remaining candidates who met the level requirements. For chances to draw in the lottery, I wonder what I will get. Let's start the lottery, Woody silently says to himself as the professional lottery wheel appears before his eyes and starts spinning. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Emperor profession, the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. It is detected that you already own an 8th level Thunder Drum, so this lottery reward is converted to Fate *1. Congratulations, your weapon 8 Extremes Thunder Drum has successfully unlocked the Fate ability. 1/5. Another special weapon drawn. The additional special weapon drawn will be transformed into Fate, and each unlocked Fate greatly enhances Woody. Thinking about the effect of unlocking the Fate of the special weapon, Woody nods in satisfaction. Continue with the lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Emperor profession, the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. It is detected that you already own an 8th level Thunder Drum, so this lottery reward is converted to Fate *1. Congratulations, your weapon 8 Extremes Thunder Drum has successfully unlocked the Fate ability. 2 out of 5. Another Fate unlocked. The luck today seems quite good. Keep going. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Emperor profession, the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive weapon of the Thunder Emperor profession, the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. Congratulations, your weapon the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum has successfully unlocked the Fate ability. April 5. Congratulations on unlocking the exclusive contract space of the 8th level Thunder Drum. After teaming up with Wang Jia, his luck indeed seems exceptionally good today. Woody's gaze inadvertently sweeps towards Wang Jia again to see her sitting upright, continuously pressing the pink controller, still dominating the Street Fighter game against the Hell-level AI, even gaining the upper hand. Perhaps because she was previously defeated too miserably by Woody, Wang Jia is now practicing her combos relentlessly, as if determined. She seems really strong, but why can't she beat me? Woody wonders, then proceeds to check the newly unlocked effects of the special weapon, 8 Extremes Thunder Drum, SSS, exclusive weapon of the Thunder Emperor profession, Fate. 4 out of 5. Special weapon effect 1, carrier's base attributes *10 critical hit rate plus 50% critical damage plus 500%, unlocked. Special weapon effect 2. Each attack by the carrier accumulates 1% energy. Accumulating up to 50% or 100% can unleash a powerful thunder attack. Unlocked. Special weapon effect 3. Each attack by the carrier accumulates 1% Thunder Shield energy. The upper limit of Thunder Shield energy is the carrier's strength *10. Damage taken prioritizes deduction from the Thunder Shield energy. While the Thunder Shield exists, the carrier is immune to damage plus 50% negative attribute resistance plus 50% negative attribute reduction plus 50%. Unlocked. Special weapon effect 4. Each attack by the carrier stacks 1% critical hit rate, up to 50%. 10% critical damage, up to 500%. Special weapon effect 5. The carrier possesses the exclusive contract space of the 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. Every 10 levels can contract 1 beast pet. Up to 8 beast pets can be contracted. Current contractable quantity, 0/0. Unlocked. Special weapon effect 6, to be unlocked, SSS. Even Wu Di himself couldn't help but gasp when he saw the enhancement effects of his specialized weapon. Now the 8th level Thunder Drum has unlocked 4 additional exclusive weapon effects, and the properties of the first exclusive weapon effect have seen a significant increase. With a 10-fold attribute boost, could his attributes now crush those of the professionals at level 10 or higher? Open the attribute panel. Curious, Wu Di eagerly summoned his own attribute panel to check. Name, Wu Di. Profession, Thunder Emperor. SSS rank, unique. Level, LV8, 47.75%. Strength, 45, 460. Constitution, 24, 250. Defense, 24, 250. Speed, 24, 240, Spirit, 45, 450, Experience, 382/800 Equipment, 8 Extremes Thunder Drum, SSS Rank Exclusive Weapon, Gray Origin Leather Armor, White, Talent, Origin of the Thunder Emperor, LV1, Heaven and Earth of Thunder Emperor, LV1, Fortune Telling, Unranked, Passive Skills, Thunder All Phenomena, Unranked, Insightful Eyes, SS, Unranked, Active Skills, Wrath of Heaven, Divine Thunder Meteor, SS, LV1, Remaining. Lottery Draws, 0-inch Gold, 25,951 items, Slime Sludge, White, *16 Cephalosporin, White, *15 Long-tailed Monkey Monster's Claw, White, *52 Cat Ears, White, *45 Black Hair Pig Skin, White, *39 Gray Origin Wolf's Sharp Teeth, White, *26. Looking at his current attribute panel with the bonuses from his exclusive weapon in Gray Origin Leather Armor, Wu Di's Strength and Spirit surpassed 450 and his other 3 attributes also reached over 240. At just level 8-inch he already possessed such terrifying attributes. With these attributes he might even stand a chance against the Gray Origin Wolf King. Wu Di murmured, a bold idea rising in his mind. The first time he encountered the Gray Origin Wolf King flashed through his mind the terrifying oppressive feeling merely being glanced at made one's skin crawl, a sensation like falling into an ice pit. Wu Di was not only unafraid, his heart even felt a faint desire and excitement, a longing to swing his sword at stronger opponents. For many years, the first kill of the Gray Origin Wolf King in the Huainan Secret Realm had not been claimed by anyone. Perhaps he could try to claim the first kill of the Gray Origin Wolf King. It is said that the first kill comes with some special generous rewards, truly something to look forward to. Wu Di's eyes sparkled, his mind made up. The next morning, Wang Jia, dressed neatly, looked at Wu Di, who had been waiting on the side, and curiously asked, "Have you completed all your school assignments? For the next few days, are you planning to hunt black hair pigs and Gray Origin wolves in the central area?" The central area of the Huainan Secret Realm is the territory of black hair pigs, and occasionally Gray Origin wolves that come to hunt black hair pigs also appear. Black hair pigs are not good at speed, moving slowly before their rolling skill is fully charged, and their pride in defense is as fragile as paper against the rending of Gray Origin wolves. Moreover, since the meat of black hair pigs is delicious and rich in vital blood, it often attracts the hunting of Gray Origin wolves. The formidable black fur pig, which instills fear in many new professionals, could only serve as prey before the Gray Plain wolf. Wu Di nodded in agreement, planning to venture around the central area today. Currently, there was a significant gap in strength between him and the Gray Plain Wolf King, so it made sense to level up in the central region. If luck was on his side, he might even encounter the elusive Black-Skin Wild Boar King hiding in the area. Although he wasn't yet strong enough to defeat the Gray Plain Wolf King, the Black-Skin Wild Boar King was worth a try. Many squads had already successfully hunted it. After the leader of a secret realm is killed, the creatures of the same species in the realm weaken for a period until a new leader emerges. That sounds good, Wang Jia agreed, nodding. Your level must have reached about 7 or 8 by now. With your current strength, you could keep leveling up by fighting monsters in the central area, as long as you don't run into the area boss. The rest shouldn't pose a problem. With your current pace of leveling up, you could gain another 3 to 4 levels in a few days. The top scorers of the annual college entrance exam are only around levels 11 or 12. You could choose from any of the top 4 universities in Greater Xia. Wu Di did not object. He actually hoped to encounter the Black-Skin Wild Boar King, but given the vast expanse of the central region and only one such king, finding it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. A black fur pig? As they reached a small creek, they spotted a black fur pig leisurely drinking water. Suddenly, a ruthless current of electricity struck the pig, charring its body completely, and with a final kick of its legs, the pig was no more. The damage displayed was 6480. How much? Wang Jia, stunned, blurted out in disbelief. Over 6,000 damage. She rubbed her eyes, suspecting she might have seen it wrong. Such damage was usually dealt by professionals at level 30 or higher. When Wu Di first entered the secret realm, he was only level 4, and after a day of fighting monsters, he was now around level 7 or 8, yet he could deal such high damage. If she hadn't read Wu Di's profile, Wang Jia might have doubted whether the person in front of her was a newcomer at all, or perhaps an elite professional in disguise. It was a critical hit, Wu Di said, somewhat surprised. After unlocking the 4th command of his specialized weapon, not only had Wu Di's base attributes increased by tenfold, but his critical hit rate and damage had also significantly increased. Seeing that a simple normal attack could deal nearly 7,000 damage, Wu Di was quite satisfied. However, this proved tough for Wang Jia, who followed him. She thought that after yesterday's experiences, nothing could disturb her anymore, but early this morning Wu Di had taught her a harsh lesson titled Never Assume You Understand a Genius. Thump, thump. In the quiet forest, Wang Jia could almost hear her own rapid heartbeat. She had a feeling that even among professionals who had won golden rewards, Wu Di was undoubtedly one of the most elite. If she could bring Wu Di back to Northwest Liaoyang University and cultivate him carefully, she was certain that once the previous freakish top student graduated, Wu Di would undoubtedly become the new chief of the entire Northwest Liaoyang University and might even have the chance to become the strongest in all the universities across Daxia. At this moment, in Wang Jia's eyes, Wu Di seemed like a piece of irresistibly tempting cake, stirring an uncontrollable excitement within her. Thus, Wang Jia decided to drop the act and lay her cards on the table. Suddenly Wu Di stopped exploring and instinctively turned to look behind. He could sense a slight change in the emotions of Wang Jia, the female Xuanwu guard. Then Wang Jia pulled off the helmet exclusive to the Xuanwu guards, revealing a domineering face full of wildness. Her gaze piercingly fixed on him. Wu Di, actually I am not a Xuanwu guard. Wang Jia got straight to the point, revealing her true purpose and reintroducing herself. I am a recruitment tutor from Northwest Liaoyang University. Wang Jia, I came to Pengcheng City specifically to admit you in advance. If you are willing to join our university, Northwest Liaoyang University can offer you the following rewards. First, all your expenses for 4 years will be waived and you will receive an additional reward of 1 million gold coins upon enrollment. Second, as an enrollment bonus, you'll receive 10,000 student points, which can be used to purchase various items, skills, equipment, and creatures within the school. Believe me, the rare items sold at the school are definitely not something you can easily buy on the market. Not only that, but we can also offer you an 88% discount on point purchases for all items. Third, as long as you enroll, you will be the freshman chief. Our school appoints one chief per grade each year, and being a chief comes with various privileges that I guarantee will allow your leveling speed to far surpass your peers. After a moment of silence, Wang Jia seemed to recall something and added, fourth, our Northwest Liaoyang University has a comprehensive scholar growth system. I can assure you, as long as you enroll, I personally will gift you a complete set of this scholar growth system. After listing all the rewards in one breath, Wang Jia took a deep breath, her gaze tense yet expectant as she looked at Wu Di. In truth, she had exaggerated a bit. The original rewards offered by the university were only the first and second items, which were already the highest rewards given to newcomers who drew a golden profession, similar to the other 3 institutions. As for the third item, the freshman chief, it was supposed to be decided by a competition among the new students 1 month after enrollment, a tradition followed every year except by the previous genius. Having witnessed Wu Di's demon-like potential, Wang Jia believed that Wu Di's talent was not much less than that person's, and he was fully qualified to be this year's freshman chief. If Wu Di agreed to put Northwest Liaoyang University as his top choice in the college entrance examination, she would immediately return and convene the school authorities to apply for this on behalf of Wu Di. Once the other members of the school witnessed Wu Di's potential, they would surely agree to have him as the freshman chief just like her. The last point was an inspiration that Wang Jia had on the spur of the moment. Wu Di's family background indicates that he has a sister who is a scholar by profession. This profession is not very common in society and is even synonymous with being useless, as most people who awaken as scholars find it hard to secure a proper job. However, this is not the case. Being a scholar is a highly adaptable profession. Unlike other conventional jobs, scholars automatically advance into other professions once they accumulate enough knowledge. This potential for advancement is a unique feature of the scholar profession, yet there is no information available about this profession in society, not just in Daxia but across the entire Blue Star, as if controlled by invisible hands that do not want the scholar profession to be widely recognized, allowing it to circulate only within a small circle. Wang Jia knew this detail because there was a high-level scholar in her school who happened to be her best friend. Watching Wu Di fall into deep thought, Wang Jia was filled with anticipation. If Wu Di truly cared about his sister, he would never let her miss this opportunity. Wu Di remained silent. A few days ago, during a fate divination, he had seen his future in a dream. In that future, he was the top student at Northwest Liaoyang University. Initially, Wu Di's first choice had been Kyoto Glory University, and he was somewhat puzzled to find himself associated with Northwest Liaoyang University. Given that Pengcheng City where he lived was closer to Kyoto Bloori University, the best among the top 4 universities, it seemed likely that Woody would have chosen it as his first preference if his scores were high enough. He had thought that he must have been downgraded to end up at Northwest Liaoru University. Until this moment, when Wang Jia revealed her true identity, Woody felt he had his answer. It was because of her that he would ultimately choose Northwest Liaoru University. When Wang Jia listed the last advantage, Woody was truly moved. Among the first 3 points, only the prospect of money slightly interested him. The rest of the perks seemed worthless in front of his guaranteed gold draws. However, the 4th point, the legacy of the scholar, was something he could not refuse. After his parents disappeared, his sister was the only family he had left. Awakening as a scholar had made her self-conscious and despondent, and Woody had always wanted to do something for her. Now knowing that the scholar profession could also become strong and was very special, Woody instinctively wanted to obtain this legacy for his sister. As for which school to attend, it didn't matter to him. Woody believed that whichever school he attended would surely become the best. Seeing Woody slowly raise his head, his eyes still devoid of any ripples, Wang Jia's heart grew even more anxious. She had offered the best benefits she could think of. If this couldn't win Woody over, she was truly powerless. I agree. Woody nodded gently, his tone calm, bringing Wang Jia's heart to rest. Really, Woody? Then let's sign the agreement now. Wang Jia gleefully pulled out 2 copies of a contract and summoned a table with a casual wave of her hand, placing it in front of Wu Di. Looking at the contract before him, Wu Di was reminded of the future he had seen in A Divination of Destiny. In that future, he would become the chief of Northwest Fierce Sun University and represent the Great Xia in the All-Blue Star Genius Ladder battle, only to die during the competition. Destiny seemed to be unfolding just as the prophecy had predicted. Once Wu Di signed, Wang Jia happily collected 1 copy. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wu Di was officially a part of their Northwest Fierce Sun University. Wu Di, now that you've agreed to join, do you still wish to stay in the Huainan Secret Realm? Wang Jia asked, her tone softer and more melodious, her raspy voice becoming surprisingly pleasant. As a specially recruited student, you're already far ahead of others. You don't even need to take the college entrance exam to enroll. How about I take you back to the school first? Our school has even better secret realms that can definitely accelerate your leveling. Wang Jia proposed impatiently, eager to leave the Huainan Secret Realm and show off Wu Di in front of Zhang Li and his companions before returning triumphantly to Northwest Fierce Sun University. As she said, given Wu Di's demonstrated capabilities, he was perfectly suited for more challenging realms and didn't need to waste time in a beginner's secret realm. For someone with exceptional talents like Wu Di, progressing through realms from beginner to low level and then to mid-level in the usual order was simply a waste of his potential. Not for now. Wu Di shook his head, declining. He still planned to hunt the yet undefeated Grey Original Wolf King in the Huainan Secret Realm. He couldn't possibly leave so soon. Alright. Wait, there's something ahead. Although Wang Jia didn't understand, she respected Wu Di's decision. Suddenly her expression changed, and she looked ahead with caution. Wu Di also instinctively looked forward, a flicker of confusion followed by delight crossing his face. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook as if the mountain itself was moving. From a dark cave ahead, a terrifying figure seemed to slowly emerge, each step causing the ground within nearly a kilometer to tremble incessantly. This disturbance, Wu Di's face lit up with joy, unexpectedly fortunate to encounter it, the black-skinned wild boar king, living in the central area of the Huainan Secret Realm. Even experienced high-level professional teams wouldn't dare provoke this leader without ample preparation. Wu Di, maybe we should. Wang Jia's expression grew serious as she thought of the information about the black-skinned wild boar king. Hindered by the secret realm's level restrictions, she was reluctant to confront the realm's boss monster directly. Her profession as an illusionist, primarily a support role, didn't lend itself well to frontal combat, especially against a tough, thick-skinned creature. However, with her strength even under the realm's suppression, it would be quite easy for her to protect Wu Di and retreat if she chose to. Even the Grey Original Wolf King couldn't keep her if she decided to leave. But when her gaze fell on Wu Di, she saw a flicker of excitement cross his face, as if he was eagerly waiting for the target to appear. Recalling the damage Wu Di had inflicted with a critical hit earlier, Wang Jia closed her mouth. It seemed if anyone could do it, if anyone could take down that Black Boar King, it would be Wu Di. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew louder, startling birds into scattering all over the forest, and the ground beneath their feet trembled more violently. Finally, a massive creature resembling a small hill emerged from the pitch-black cave, fully revealing itself in front of Wu Di and Wang Jia. This was a colossal monster nearly 5 meters tall with bulging muscles and 2 sharp-pointed tusks known as the Black Boar King. Under the sunlight, the skin of the Black Boar King appeared even darker and glossier, as if it were cast from steel. The enormous tusks of the Black Boar King dripped with crimson blood, and remnants of flesh hung at the corners of its mouth, suggesting it had just enjoyed a hefty meal and was leisurely taking a post-dinner stroll. With each step it took, the thick layers of fat on its body shook violently. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of silver-gray fur stuck at the corners of its mouth, belonging to the gray original wolves. Unlike the common black-haired pigs that served as fodder for the wolves, the Black Boar King preyed on them instead. The Black Boar King lumbered forward, occasionally licking its lips with its blood-red tongue. Just then, a figure as tiny as an ant ran in front of it, blocking its path. It was Wu Di. The Black Boar King looked down at this foolhardy human ant, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in its eyes. With a dull roar, it slowly opened its massive mouth, revealing a set of densely packed, barb-like teeth from which foul saliva dripped continuously, corroding the ground into dark green pits. With a powerful push of its forehooves, it charged like a mountain of flesh straight at the human ant. "Do you need help?" Wang Jia asked anxiously from not far away, a pitch-black long knife appearing in her hand. If Wu Di agreed, she would not hesitate to assist him in the attack. "No need." Wu Di rejected the offer, his eyes fixed on the charging Black Boar King. The Black Boar King, boss level, LV 15 strength, 160 constitution, 2359 defense, 1344 speed, 128 spirit, 156 skills, thick skin, LV 15, sharp tusks, LV 15, boar charge, LV 15, hull, LV 15, fierce charge, LV 15, rolling, LV 15, deep sleep, LV 15, alloy teeth, LV 15, boss traits, health bonus plus 30%, defense bonus plus 30%, damage reduction plus 20% when health first drops below 30%, fully recover health. Note: once the ruler of Huainan's secret realm until the gray original wolves tribe moved there, the Black Boar King and his kin were driven to the central area to survive, and he vowed to reclaim all the humiliation he once endured. Danger level low, easily defeatable by you now. Through the eye of insight, Wu Di could see the specific attributes of the Black-Skin Boar King. Upon seeing the Boar King's constitution, defense, and boss characteristics, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. It was unbelievably tough, with a constitution of 2300 plus, equivalent to 230,000 hit points, and with a 30% life bonus. This Black-Skin Boar King had at least 300,000 actual hit points plus a second life trait. It was hard to imagine how previous teams had managed to take down this tough-skinned boar. However, for him it was still manageable. He didn't need anyone else's help, especially after his signature weapon was upgraded to the fourth commandment. Dealing with the Black-Skin Boar King was a breeze. Watching the boar charging recklessly towards him, knocking down giant trees along its path, Wu Di remained utterly calm. A thick stream of electricity, which would have easily blasted a deep hole in the ground, hit the massive boar like a mosquito bite, ineffectual and barely slowing it. Minus 2,231. A normal attack only dealt over 2,000 damage, whereas it would have inflicted at least 4,000 plus on regular monsters. Wu Di felt another toothache as the boar's high defense nearly halved his damage output. This Black-Skin Boar King was indeed incredibly tough. Minus 1,782, minus 2,521, 2 more normal attacks and the Black-Skin Boar King was getting increasingly closer to Wu Di, its huge tusks nearly piercing him like a skewered candied haw. Wu Di raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. With a soft pop, the sky turned dark, heavily wrath, divine thunder meteor. Thunderous roars filled the air as the sky angrily unleashed burning red thunder meteors, as if to cleanse everything in the world. Minus 2,653, minus 2,588, minus 2,332, meteor after meteor hit the Black-Skin Boar King, causing a series of critical damage. With his weapon upgraded to the fourth commandment, Wu Di only needed 5 hits to achieve a 100% critical rate, and now each of his attacks inflicted an additional 5 times the critical damage, along with the Thunder Emperor's innate talent of 10 times damage, accumulating to 15 times the damage. Although the Divine Thunder Meteor only inflicted 80% of Wu Di's strength and damage, the sheer number of meteors was enough to strike indiscriminately within the range, dealing almost 30,000 damage per second. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The black-skinned boar king's previously ferocious aura was gone, with ghastly wounds revealing visible white bones, and even its charging speed had slowed down significantly, clearly heavily injured by the constant bombardment of meteors. Yet such severe injuries did not incapacitate the black-skinned boar king. Instead, they aggravated its ferocity, with blood-red eyes still charging towards Woody. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. As Woody watched the boar close, and excitement flashed in the eyes of the black-skinned boar king. Its sharp tusks gleamed with a bright silver light, and with a fierce thrust forward, Ally Fong. With this move striking, the black-skinned boar king believed that his opponent would surely die on the spot. However, what happened next left the black-skinned boar king utterly baffled. A pale purple energy shield suddenly appeared around Wu Di, making him seem almost ethereal to the extent that one could see the scenery behind him through his body. The black-skinned boar king's tusks passed right through Wu Di without touching him, as if the figure standing before him was not a real person, but merely a holographic projection. Then, to the boar king's further confusion, he saw the human whom he thought of as nothing but an ant reach out and gently touch his tusks. Why, clearly the human could touch him, so why couldn't he attack the human? Boom, meteorites continued to fall. 18 seconds, 19 seconds, 20 seconds. The black-skinned boar king's ability to fully recover his health was nullified, and with a reluctant howl filled with confusion, he heavily fell to the ground. Black-skinned boar king defeated. So this is the shield unlocked by the special weapon, Wu Di thought. Before the shield is shattered, my true body remains untouchable, indeed very powerful. Watching the black-skinned boar king fall, Wu Di marveled inwardly. The third effect of his special weapon allowed each of his attacks to convert into Thunder Shield energy, and while the Thunder Shield existed, he also received 50% damage mitigation, 50% resistance to negative attributes, and 50% reduction of negative effects. The energy cap of the Thunder Shield was 10 times Wu Di's strength attribute, which provided him with an energy shield of over 4,000 plus. The relentless attacks had quickly maxed out the shield, meaning the black-skinned boar king's attacks couldn't break Wu Di's Thunder Shield, thus he could not harm Wu Di at all. Note: the central area boss of Huainan's secret realm, the black-skinned boar king, has been slain. All Blackford boar attributes weakened by 30%. A realm-specific notification echoed throughout the entire Huainan secret realm. Whether they were newcomers participating in training or seasoned professionals earning resources in the Huainan secret realm. At this moment, all the professionals in the Huainan secret realm were slightly stunned. Some had just finished fighting, others were distracted in battle and accidentally attacked by monsters, but everyone felt a surge of confusion and shock. Which team had killed the black-skinned boar king? A realm boss, even if not a core area creature like the Grey original Wolf King, was still formidable enough to make countless professional teams wary. After the confusion, some quickly packed up their gear and headed towards the central area. With the black-skinned boar king dead and all Blackford boar attributes decreased, this was the best time to hunt Blackford boars for resources. If not now, then when? Congratulations on successfully killing the black-skinned boar king, boss level. As the black-skinned boar king fell heavily to the ground, Wu Di's vision was filled with a barrage of reward notifications. The rewards for killing a boss-level monster were far more substantial than those for ordinary creatures. Wu Di began to review the reward notifications, unaware that, due to his actions, the attributes of all Blackford boars in the Huainan secret realm were reduced by 30%, making them the least threatening creatures in the realm. And indeed, the black-eyed boar is one of the most rewarding creatures in the Huainan secret realm, second only to the ashen wolf. At this moment, most of the professionals within the realm are converging towards the central area. Slaying the level 15 black-eyed wild boar king, one could earn 450 experience points, 1153 gold coins, 1 piece of green black-eyed wild boar king leather, 17 pieces of green black-eyed boar king meat, 1 white black-eyed boot, 1 white black-eyed armor, and 1 blue pig's ambition, along with 1 remnant soul of the black-eyed wild boar king. The black-eyed boar king meat serves as a culinary ingredient, while the black-eyed boots and armor, though basic white gear, can be assembled into the black fur boar set, primarily enhancing defense and constitution but reducing agility slightly, making it somewhat inferior to the ashen wolf set. Wu Di swiftly stuffed these items into his storage space, his gaze then falling upon the last 2 items. Pig's ambition, blue, an emblem containing the black-eyed wild boar king's fervent desire to defeat the Ashen Wolf King and reclaim the territory of the Huainan secret realm. Wearing this emblem grants a plus 30 to all attributes, plus 10% automatic health recovery, and plus 10% mana recovery, applicable from level 5. a level 5 blue gear that enhances all attributes and offers health and mana recovery is indeed a fine piece of equipment. After reviewing the attributes, Wu Di promptly equipped the badge on himself. He then turned his attention to the last item, the remnant soul of the Blackhide Wild Boar King. What a treasure! Even for me this counts as a fine item, he mused. As the battle concluded, Wang Jia approached, peering at the golden phantom hovering before Wu Di. The remnant soul of the Blackhide Wild Boar King, a one-time use item that upon activation summons a Blackhide Wild Boar King at 80% of the boss level Blackhide Wild Boar King's attributes, with a level equivalent to that of the user, and lasts for 60 minutes. Truly a valuable item. Wu Di's eyes lit up. The Blackhide Wild Boar King had survived under his onslaught for over 20 seconds before falling, a testament to its remarkable defense. Should he encounter a challenging boss in the future, this item could help stall for time. Wu Di, since you're planning to stay a bit longer in the Huainan secret realm, let's hurry and hunt some black fur boars, Wang Jia suggested, seeing Wu Di pocket all the items. Why? Wu Di raised an eyebrow, puzzled, looking towards Wang Jia. Did you see the alert about the Blackhide Wild Boar King just now? Wang Jia patiently explained, an alert that would be visible to all professionals within the realm. This meant that everyone in the Huainan secret realm was now aware that the attributes of the black fur boars were reduced by 30%. For those teams hunting monsters for resources, they were like sharks that had scented blood in the deep sea, continuously flocking to the central area to hunt the black fur boars en masse. I see, Wu Di realized. This meant the central area's black fur boars would soon find themselves in a situation where there were too many monks for the porridge, fiercely contested by all the professionals. Right, so if you plan to keep leveling up here, you'd better hunt as many black-haired pigs as possible before those people arrive. Wang Jia nodded and urged, so come on, get moving, hunt as many black-haired pigs as you can before the central area gets too crowded. With that, Wu Di pondered for a moment and then stood up, heading towards the higher regions of the Huainan secret realm, namely the direction of the core area. And where are you going? You're not thinking of going to the core area, are you? Wang Jia was startled and asked in surprise, trying to stop Wu Di. The Wolf King in the core area is restricted by the rules of the secret realm. Even I would only be able to protect myself and flee if I encountered it. Watching Wu Di gradually walk away, Wang Jia suddenly realized something. For Wu Di, whether it's one black-haired pig or a group of them, he could kill them instantly. The weakening strength of the black-haired pigs does not significantly impact Wu Di's leveling efficiency, but the gathering of others in the central area would indeed affect his leveling speed. This was why Wu Di was prepared to head to the core area, but Wang Jia hurried after him, trying to continue persuading him. The Grey Plains Wolf King is not on the same level as the Black-Skinned Wild Boar King. Though both are boss level, the strength of the Grey Plains Wolf King is comparable to those of lower-level Secret Realm bosses, far surpassing the challenge difficulty of the typical novice Secret Realm boss monsters. The Grey Plains Wolf King is fast, has high attack power, and its skills are well-rounded, not at all like the Black-Skinned Wild Boar King, who is slow, has low attack, and is nothing more than a living target with only defense. If Wu Di felt proud just by killing a black-skinned Wild Boar King, he would definitely be devastated when facing the Grey Plains Wolf King and might even lose his life. Thinking this, Wang Jia became even more determined to stop Wu Di's suicidal act. Wu Di was already designated as a talented seed by their Northwestern Sunburst University, and he shouldn't die in such a place. No worries, I'm confident, Wu Di said, unable to do otherwise but to explain after being strongly advised by Wang Jia. You haven't seen my full strength yet. You'll see when I fight the Grey Plains Wolf King. Wu Di spoke calmly, as if he was discussing a trivial matter, but it made Wang Jia pause sharply. Had Wu Di not used his full strength when he killed the black-skinned Wild Boar King? That terrifying scene of apocalyptic celestial phenomena he summoned, was that still him holding back? Is this really the power a newcomer should have? Wang Jia's gaze became a bit dazed as she recalled the scene of countless meteors falling from the sky. Such terrifying power from releasing skills, she had only seen it in two other people. One was the freak recruited by Northwestern Sunburst University in the previous session. As for the other, it was the strongest on the current Great Xia professional celestial rankings. But this still wasn't Wu Di's strongest strength. Can't be real. Wang Jia's voice was hoarse, her tone trembling slightly, but then her eyes sparkled and she quickly followed by Wu Di's side. You have the stature of a national pillar. I'll protect you later on. That Grey Plains Wolf King indeed has terrifying strength, otherwise it wouldn't have remained undefeated for so many years. But don't worry, if you can't beat it, I'll risk my life to ensure your safety, Wang Jia murmured in a voice only he could hear. Judging by the terrifying potential Wu Di had shown, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become one of the top powerhouses among humans in the future. Perhaps he could even grow to rival those top-tier powerhouses from other races, securing several more decades of peace for humanity. Hub buddy, a familiar rugged shout suddenly came from afar, causing both Wu Di and Wang Jia to stop in their tracks. You really are here, accompanied by a hint of excitement, the burly Li Xiaoro with a face full of joy sprinted towards Wu Di from a distance, followed by 4 teammates and a Xuanwu Guard Earth soldier. The ground trembled slightly as Li Xiaoro quickly reached Wu Di's side, sizing him up and down with a proud look. Buddy, I knew you'd be ahead of us, but I'm not far behind either. I got a powerful skill when I leveled up yesterday. Even though I'm a healer, I have the highest output in our team. I've already leveled up twice to level 5. Li Xiaoro slapped his chest proudly. Indeed, that's impressive. Leveling up twice in one day with a 5-person team. Li Xiaoro is really strong, Wu Di praised while checking Li Xiaoro's attribute information and noticing a new skill, Retribution Holy Light. Retribution Holy Light consumes 30% of mental power to summon a Retribution Holy Light within a 10 by 10 square meter area, causing 300% damage to all attributes of hostile targets within the area, double damage to dark attributes, and ineffective against light attributes. Indeed, it's a decent skill with a high multiplier of 300%, and the bonuses are stacked according to all attributes. If not for the high mental power consumption, it could even compare with his SS grade skill. Glancing at Li Xiaoro's other 4 teammates who were panting and catching up, their faces pale, limbs trembling and foreheads occasionally breaking out in cold sweat. Hee, but this skill consumes a lot of mental power. I only used it once and ran out of mental power. Luckily, I have my teammates and I drew all their mental power to me. I also encountered a wave of monster groups, which is why I managed to level up twice in one day. Seeing Wu Di's gaze towards his teammates, Li Xiaoro chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head as he continued to explain. Using it just once, he drew all the mental power from his teammates. Looking at Li Xiaoro's naive smile and then at his teammates who seemed drained, Wu Di couldn't help but sneer internally. If it weren't for seeing Li Xiaoro's skill description, he might have been fooled by Li Xiaoro's acting. Ever since this guy became clever, he seemed to become less humane, full of scheming thoughts. Alright buddy, I won't disturb your leveling anymore. More and more people are coming to the central area, we need to hurry and find monsters to level up. Feeling a hint of disdain in Wu Di's gaze, Li Xiaoro chuckled again, exchanged a few words with Wu Di and quickly returned to his team, waving his hand before leaving swiftly. Before leaving, the Xuanwu Guard Earth soldier assigned to protect Li Xiaoro and the others glanced at the badge on Wu Di's chest, a trace of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Continuing towards the core area, Wu Di encountered 2 more groups of professionals from society along the way, both standard 5-person teams. Upon encountering Wu Di and Wang Jia, who were only a duo, both teams eyed them with ill intentions. However, out of wariness, they quickly distanced themselves. Typically, professionals form teams of 5 when entering the secret realm. Forming larger teams would only enhance the strength of the monsters encountered, which is a losing proposition. In the secret realm, one must be particularly cautious of other professionals. Most of our human technological artifacts lose their effects here, and some professionals with extreme personalities lack restraint, easily causing conflicts over minor frictions. Many professionals die in the secret realm each year due to infighting. The experienced Wang Jia shared various survival tips with Wu Di. Especially for teams like ours, with only 2 members, we are even more tempting targets in the eyes of other teams. As they progressed and the number of professionals in the central area increased, Wu Di had not even seen a shadow of a black-haired pig. Finally, near a cave at the border of the central and core areas, they encountered a group of black-haired pigs again. Counting quickly, there were 17 black-haired pigs. Considering the experience given by the earlier black-skinned pig king, if Wu Di could eliminate this group of black-haired pigs, he could smoothly level up to LV9 and earn another chance for a lottery draw. These black-haired pigs are ours, that Sanglong squad has claimed them. You kids scram! Just as Wu Di was about to make his move, a brash voice suddenly sounded from behind. A group of defiant-looking professionals approached the cave from another direction, stopping about 10 meters from Wu Di and Wang Jia. Each of them held a weapon, their aura fierce, as though they would not hesitate to initiate a fight over the monsters and potentially kill Wu Di and Wang Jia as well. Sanglong squad robbing monsters right in front of me, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Xuanwu Guard? Wang Jia frowned her gaze. Harsha she still wore the Xuanwu guard's black iron armor, hoping to leverage the guard's reputation to intimidate the group into backing down. However, teams daring to appear at the boundary between the central and core areas are not ordinary. Every member of the Tsanglong squad had built a reputation through countless deadly encounters with monsters and other professionals unafraid of the Xuanwu guard's power. The leader of the Tsanglong squad, a tall muscular man with a fierce wolf tattoo on his shoulder, scoffed, "Xuanwu guard, huh? Normally, us regular professionals wouldn't dare offend you, but this is the secret realm. Monsters belong to those with strength. Even if we steal your monsters, what can you do about it? There are so many black-haired pigs. If I let you have them, what about me and my brothers? If you know what's good for you, back off. I'll give you 3 minutes to leave." The tall, muscular man extended 3 fingers, his face showing impatience. 59-58 Watching Wang Jia's increasingly displeased face, the tall man revealed a smug smile and began the countdown. "Boss, let's just forget it." Suddenly a young member of the Sang Wolf squad dressed in a teal robe tugged at the captain's clothes and whispered beside him. "Huh, what's up?" The tall and burly captain frowned, looking puzzled at his subordinate. This subordinate was a mage in his team, a level 17 D-grade wood mage with stable group control and teammate healing skills, smart and the most trusted deputy of the captain. The young wood mage leaned close to the Sang Wolf captain's ear, pointed at Wu Di's chest and whispered, "Look there, captain." Following where the wood mage pointed, the Sang Wolf captain looked towards Wu Di, his expression suddenly changing. That is, his voice trembled a bit with fear, his face full of doubt as he made eye contact with the wood mage. Getting a confirming look from him, the captain's face turned unnaturally pale. "That's the proof of killing the Black Boar King," the captain said tremblingly, meaning the ones who just killed the Black Boar King could very likely be them. His gaze fell on Wu Di again, who looked calm but suddenly began to tremble all over. His body stiffened. Even if it wasn't him, it's very possible he hired a professional squad to kill the Black Boar King and then gave him the badge. That professional squad might be hiding nearby. If we dare to steal these two's monster, we might very well end up dead. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down the Sang Wolf squad captain, his eyes filled with terror looking at Wu Di. This young man seemed harmless, but clearly he was waiting for them to fall into the trap. If they dared to steal this young man's monster, the next moment a bunch of professional bodyguards might jump out and take them down quickly. "Brothers, it's too risky, let's retreat." At the captain's command, the 5 members of the Sang Wolf squad swiftly moved, disappearing into the distance from Wu Di and Wang Jia's sight. Watching the Sang Wolf squad, who had just been aggressive, ready to fight for the monsters, flee in an instant, Wang Jia was also somewhat unable to react. Just now, even revealing her identity as a member of the Black Tortoise Guards couldn't drive them back. How could they turn around and run as if they had seen some terrifying demon? Looking at Wu Di, Wang Jia's eyes fell on the badge on his chest, and she suddenly understood. "I feel." Wu Di watched the Sang Wolf squad flee and said to Wang Jia, "Not all professional squads are as bad as you described. Look at them, the Sang Wolf squad, right? They just kindly left these monsters for us." As he spoke, Wu Di flicked his fingers, sending bolts of lightning from his fingertips, accompanied by thunderous roars. The cries of the black-haired pig tribe echoed in the distance, quickly falling silent, turning into a stream of experience and gold coins flowing into Wu Di. Killing a level 3 black fur pig, you gain 15 experience points. Killing a level 5 black fur pig, you gain 25 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 9, you've earned an extra chance to draw a random prize. Leveling up again, Wu Di continued forward, silently choosing to draw a prize in his mind. Congratulations, you've drawn a golden reward. A dazzling golden light blooms before your eyes once again. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS tier unique talent, Infinite Amplification. Infinite Amplification, SSS level 1, 0 out of 100. Any damage dealt by your attacks is multiplied by 10 times the original damage. Wu Di, looking at the new talent added to his personal attributes panel, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Another SSS tier damage amplification talent, counting the original 10-fold lightning damage provided by the Thunder Origin plus Infinite Amplification. Wu Di's lightning damage at this moment has increased 100-fold. If he were to use the skill Heavenly Thunder Emperor, the damage would reach thousands of times higher. Could I actually one-shot that Wolf King? A thought suddenly sprang up in Wu Di's mind, his eyes sparkling with fervor. With his current strength, it was indeed possible. Thinking this, Wu Di felt a trace of daze. The Grey Wolf King, who had made his heart tremble with just a look a few days ago, was now marked in Wu Di's eyes as being instantly killable, fate really plays with people. Woody, we have now entered the core area and we must always be cautious of our surroundings. Wang Jia suddenly spoke, her tone serious and her eyes vigilantly scanning the area. If it were just an ordinary Grey Wolf, she would not fear it, but facing the Grey Wolf King, even she would find it troublesome under the suppression of the Secret Realm's rules. The low-level Secret Realm's suppression is really annoying. Wang Jia complained inwardly. If she could exert her full strength here, even if she wasn't a damage-oriented combat class, she was confident she could instantly kill the Grey Wolf King. Unfortunately, this place has level suppression inherent to the secrets of the Blue Star, and even the strongest of professionals could not escape this unique force of the realm. Wang Jia sighed inwardly. It's better in the battlefield of 10,000 tribes she missed those times when there were no suppressions, relying solely on one's own strength to fight to the death against those alien races. Although it was the core area, the territory still spanned about a few thousand square meters, and Woody and Wang Jia had wandered for a long time without spotting the Grey Wolf King. Could it be that the Grey Wolf King has gone hunting in other areas? Although it was her first time in the Huainan Secret Realm, based on her experience in other realms, Wang Jia speculated, the boss monsters in secret realms could potentially appear in other areas. Typically, monsters in secret realms only live within a fixed range of their clan and do not easily appear in other areas. However, unlike these ordinary monsters, the Grey Wolf King, as the ruler of the Huainan Secret Realm, sees the entire realm as its territory and naturally could go anywhere. If that's the case, you probably won't encounter the Grey Wolf King today, Woody. If not, let's hunt some Grey Wolves here and then head back to the central area. Wang Jia watched as Wu Di effortlessly dispatched a passing Grey Plains wolf with a casual flick of his hand and suggested that the Grey Plains Wolf King was likely out hunting, meaning they would probably not encounter it on this trip. Her heart relaxed at the thought the Grey Plains Wolf King was the undisputed king of this secret realm. Not some mere boar king that could be compared to it. While Wu Di had indeed shocked her with his easy defeat of the Boar King, even the strength he had displayed was not enough to take down the Grey Plains Wolf King. The meteor summoning skill Wu Di had used to kill the Boar King was powerful, but it had a fatal flaw: it had a fixed range of attack. It was sufficient against the slow-moving, bulky Boar King, but against the agile Grey Plains Wolf King it would likely miss, as the creature could easily evade the falling meteor. Even before the meteor could hit, the Grey Plains Wolf King could close the distance with its speed, posing a lethal threat to Wu Di. Just as Wang Jia was feeling relieved that they hadn't encountered the Grey Plains Wolf King, Wu Di, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and hissed, snapping Wang Jia back to reality. Following his gaze, she saw a massive figure like a small mountain slowly materializing before her eyes. Wang Jia's breath hitched. Grey Plains Wolf King. The Grey Plains Wolf King, leader level, LV 19-inch strength, 860 constitution, 1359 defense, 344 speed, 528 spirit, 356 skills. Wolf Howl, rapid movement, Ren Claw, strike, savage bite, Iron Tail, spear thrust, poison claw, frenzy. There was a towering figure 3 stories high, covered in deep gray fur that resembled the twilight sky, with eyes like two bright, dark amber gems. The Grey Plains Wolf King lay coiled on a rocky clearing littered with numerous bones of monsters and humans alike. Upon noticing them, it fixed its gaze on the two intruding humans, its massive mouth slightly parted to reveal 2 rows of blood-stained, menacing white teeth. Even Wang Jia, a high-level professional herself, couldn't help but feel a chill at the sight of those crimson eyes. This was the unique oppressive aura of the Grey Plains Wolf King, the undisputed overlord of the Huainan Secret Realm, who had buried countless professionals yearning to make a name for themselves by defeating it. Wu Di, you stay behind me and focus on outputting damage. I'll support you, Wang Jia said hoarsely, her throat feeling dry. Her profession as an A-level illusionist didn't offer much in terms of tanking damage compared to Wu Di, and even with high-level survival skills, her attributes restricted by the secret realm were not much different from Wu Di's. If it had been just her first reaction upon encountering the Grey Plains Wolf King would have been to use her skills to flee at full strength. But since Wu Di wanted to challenge the Grey Plains Wolf King, she, as a professor at Northwest Liar-Yang University, naturally couldn't just leave him to face it alone. Then if it meant fleeing, Wang Jia wouldn't retreat until Wu Di was safely evacuated. I have 5 illusion skills, but due to the suppression rules of the secret realm, I estimate I can only control the Huiyuan Wolf King for about 15 seconds. If you are truly prepared to challenge the Huiyuan Wolf King, then you must use all your trump cards within these 15 seconds, Wang Jia said hastily to Wu Di. Time was of the essence and her mind raced. Facing a formidable enemy, her innate demeanor as a seasoned elite professional shone through. Composed and unperturbed, if you can't deal with the Huiyuan Wolf King in these 15 seconds, we will face the full counterattack of this king of the Huainan secret realm. If you're not confident in handling it within 15 seconds, my advice would be to retreat quickly after I control the Huiyuan Wolf King. Killing the Huiyuan Wolf King in 15 seconds was virtually impossible considering the boss's characteristics, and a constitution of 1300 plus meant that professionals below level 15 simply couldn't defeat the Huiyuan Wolf King quickly. 15 seconds too slow, Wu Di muttered. He looked at Wang Jia and suddenly, as if struck by a thought, asked, by the way, how is your defense, huh? Wang Jia was startled, replying instinctively, though I am not a tank class combat professional, I do have several life-saving skills, not to boast, but when it comes to survival ability, I am among the best at my level. However, protecting you under the Huiyuan Wolf King's claws will still be challenging. Think carefully before you decide to strike, Wang Jia said earnestly. Strong self-preservation skills, got it. Wu Di nodded thoughtfully. When he saw the Huiyuan Wolf King again, his gaze traveled from the ground up, finally meeting those crimson vertical pupils. A calm and gentle smile slowly spread across his face. Killing you should get me to level 10. Around the Huiyuan Wolf King gathered about 20 or so Huiyuan wolves. Upon seeing Wu Di and Wang Jia daringly enter their territory, all the Huiyuan wolves bristled with hair standing on end, each adopting a posture ready to pounce. They shuffled into a semicircle surrounding Wu Di and Wang Jia, emitting low growls from their mouths. At the Huiyuan Wolf King's command, they would not hesitate to pounce on their prey and tear them to shreds. Wu Di's gaze did not linger on these common Huiyuan wolves. Instead, he looked towards a giant tree behind the Huiyuan Wolf King, where hung a blood-drenched, lifeless Huiyuan wolf. Based on its physical features, Wu Di seemed familiar. It appeared to be the same Huiyuan Wolf Queen he had seen a few days ago. Indeed, the fate of traitors is nothing but a dead end. And here I thought this king would hesitate to strike, Wu Di murmured sarcastically. What? Wang Jia was somewhat puzzled, but then following Wu Di's taunting words, the Huiyuan Wolf King's expression stiffened. It recognized this human, the same one who had spied on it from the sidelines. At that time, it was busy dealing with the betrayal of its queen and had ignored the two humans. Little did it know this human who had witnessed its dark history dared to brazenly appear before it again. The Wolf King of the Grey Plains slowly rose to his feet, towering like a mountain before the two of them. His fur bristled even tighter, a flash of anger and bloodlust gleaming in his deep eyes. At the same time, the rest of the Grey Plains wolves began to grow restless. With a deafening howl, the Wolf King's aura burst forth powerfully, sending gusts of wind spreading from around him, quickly whipping up a storm. Tree branches snapped mercilessly, leaves twirled through the air, and the whole forest seemed to tremble with the Wolf King's fury. The surrounding pack became agitated and, driven by the fierce winds, swarmed towards Wu Di and Wang Jia. Are you ready, Wu Di? Wang Jia clenched her teeth. Retreat or continue to fight? Another roar echoed, and the Wolf King's massive body vanished from the spot, leaping forward, his sharp claws descending towards Wu Di's head. The air tore with a ripping sound, and even from a distance Wang Jia could feel a tingling on her skin. Dodge it, Wu Di, she screamed, her eyes glowing a soft pink as she prepared to use her abilities to control the Wolf King and his pack. Facing the sharp claws coming straight at him, Wu Di did not move. Calmly, he stared at the Wolf King, watching as the giant claws drew closer. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, Wu Di suddenly whispered softly. Wang Jia, anxious at a distance, could only see his lips move, unable to hear him through the howling wind. Trying to interpret his words from his mouth movements, she guessed, you focus on defense. What does that mean? You want me to focus on defense? What about you? Wang Jia was puzzled, doubting if she had misunderstood Wu Di. Just as the Wolf King's claws were about to reach Wu Di's forehead, suddenly time seemed to stand still. Then, with a thunderous roar, time flowed again. Above, the sky was filled with rolling dark clouds and flashing lightning. Behind Wu Di, a figure like that of a god slowly emerged. Law of heaven and earth, Thunder Emperor. In an instant, Wu Di's body merged with the thunder, becoming one with the law of heaven and earth. A blazing thunder light swirling around him, forming countless arcs of electricity crisscrossing around. Standing nearly 100 meters tall, the magnificent figure still stood firm, with Wu Di inside, his gaze coldly overlooking the Wolf King below. The Wolf King looked up at this suddenly emerged colossal figure, his sovereign dignity challenged, letting out furious roars. Just a second ago he was but a mere human, insignificant as an ant, and now he stood above, looking down upon him. Wu Di slowly raised his hand, the giant figure mimicking his movement, thunderous powers surging like dragons. He pointed at the Wolf King, his majestic voice echoing throughout the forest. By my divine might be slain outside the secret realm. The principal of Baihe No. 1 Middle School Chui Xiangtian as usual came to the entrance of Huainan's secret realm, striking up a casual conversation with a familiar Xuanwu guard. Among our students this year, there is one I am particularly pleased with. There's a very high chance he will become the brightest star in my teaching career. Chui Xiangtian sat leisurely on the sofa sipping tea slowly while watching the crowd continuously entering and exiting the secret realm. Suddenly the expression of the Xuanwu guard chatting with him changed drastically. Disaster had struck in the secret realm. Suspecting the emergence of high-level monsters, watching the Xuanwu guard hurriedly depart, Chui Xiangtian sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. A disaster? As the headmaster, he knew exactly what this meant. Just a few days ago he had heard that a disaster might strike the Tundra secret realm. However, after the Xuanwu guards in charge there entered for an investigation, they found no suspicious signs. How could it be that just 2 days later a disaster might also appear in the Huainan secret realm? What a troublesome autumn this was turning out to be. Oh no, my students. Thinking of his students still undergoing training in the Huainan secret realm, Chui Xiangtian's expression hardened. Watching teams of Xuanwu guards entering the secret realm, he remained uneasy. He couldn't rest until he saw his students safe and sound. No, I must go and see for myself. Chui Xiangtian gritted his teeth and entered the teleportation portal to the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, thunder roared continuously for several minutes. The entire central area seemed to transform into a sea of thunder enveloped by boundless thunderclouds, lightning intertwined into powerful waves of energy, and each thunderclap was followed by the ground shaking and mountains trembling. The professional teams searching for stray black-haired pigs in the core area were all struck by this awe-inspiring sight. In the midst of the sea of thunder, they seemed to see a huge figure bathed in golden light whose every movement caused the entire secret realm to tremble violently. The intense pressure overwhelmed everyone's hearts, turning all faces deathly pale, and everyone stopped in their tracks. It wasn't just the humans, the remaining monsters too collapsed limply, kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, utterly at the mercy of anyone. Can someone explain what's happening now? A team of Xuanwu guards arrived at the central area of the secret realm at top speed. Looking around at the pale-faced professionals, the leader frowned and asked. Ahead was the core area of the secret realm, now completely shrouded in dark thunderclouds, obscuring any sight of what was within. They could only seek information from these professionals who had experienced the changes in the secret realm. Unfortunately, the mental fortitude of these professionals was not very strong. Big. One of the professionals sat collapsed on the ground, his face deathly pale, his gaze vacant, pointing towards the core area. Thunder. What does it mean? A great thunderstorm. The Xuanwu guards were utterly confused, unable to comprehend what these people had gone through to end up in such an incoherent state. You're here. Just as the Xuanwu guard team was at a loss, another team of professionals approached. Changes had occurred in the secret realm, prompting the professionals to instinctively gather together for self-preservation. This not only facilitated the exchange of information but also made it easier to assist each other in the event of unexpected situations. At worst, if they encountered dangers they couldn't withstand, they could also rely on other teams to increase their own team's chances of survival. At that moment, a member of the Xuanwu guard arrived with several students, all from Baihe No. 1 Middle School. Seeing his companions, the Xuanwu guard responsible for leading and protecting the students finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the sudden changes in the secret realm, he didn't believe he could keep the students safe amidst such terrifying events. The arrival of his companions significantly eased his burden. I'm not sure exactly what happened in the core area, he said, sharing his experiences openly with his peers. It's covered in lightning. I tried to approach, but the lightning strikes indiscriminately, making it impossible to stay there long. I can only tell you about the changes I saw with my own eyes. As the situation in the core area continued to evolve, more and more people gathered near the central zone, helplessly watching the thunder enveloping it. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, are the thunderclouds starting to disperse?" Everyone watching the core area noticed that the clouds quickly scattered, revealing a scorched piece of land. All the trees and rocks had been completely destroyed by the thunderous onslaught. With these obstacles gone, the entire core area was laid bare for all to see. There were 2 people, and was that the Huiyuan Wolf King? As the thunderclouds continued to clear, 3 figures gradually came into view. A female professional, her body charred, was kneeling on one knee with several bloody wounds, her body trembling from the intense pain. Not far from her, the Huiyuan Wolf King lay on the ground, its flesh peeled back to reveal stark white bones, its blood long since dried. Emitting a burnt meat aroma, its breath weak, the once majestic eyes of the Wolf King now held a trace of fear. Between the female professional and the Huiyuan Wolf King there was a young man who seemed far less disheveled. This young man was Wu Di. Unlike the others, Wu Di bore no wounds and his clothes were surprisingly clean and tidy. Wu Di looked calmly at the Huiyuan Wolf King and said, "You are indeed strong, worthy of being the king of this secret realm, but unfortunately you are still no match for me." With a flick of his finger, a streak of lightning flashed and quickly entered the body of the Huiyuan Wolf King. Pain flashed across the Wolf King's face, and after a faint howl that fell silent, its massive body collapsing under the gaze of the onlookers. In an instant, the entire Huainan secret realm fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the core area. The undisputed king of the Huainan secret realm, the nightmare of all professionals in the realm for over a decade. The Huiyuan Wolf King had fallen. This can't be real, can it? Someone in the crowd murmured subconsciously. Everyone stood frozen watching the Huiyuan Wolf King fall lifeless, the same thought rising in their minds. Were they dreaming? The Huiyuan Wolf King was truly slain. Under the gaze of many, the king of the Huainan secret realm, the Grey Plains Wolf King, a nightmare to countless professionals, was slain. In an instant, all eyes were on the lifeless body of the Grey Plains Wolf King, filled with confusion, lamentation and shock. Wu Di, however, paid no attention to the reactions around him and immediately began checking the items dropped by the vanquished Wolf King. Killing the level 19 Grey Plains Wolf King yielded 1,500 experience points, 3,358 gold coins, one piece of the Wolf King's fur, blue, one of the Wolf King's sharp fangs, blue, one of the Wolf King's claws, blue, 17 pieces of the Wolf King's meat, blue, one set of Wolf King armor, blue, one fragment of the Wolf King's soul and one Wolf King ring, purple. Additionally, a special quest item, the Howl of the Black Wind, was found among the loot. With the 1,500 experience points, including those from previously killed ordinary Grey Plains wolves, Wu Di leveled up twice, reaching level 11. The 4 blue materials, if sold in the market, could each fetch a price of over 50,000 due to their rarity and the premium of being the first ever drops from this unslain boss monster. The Wolf King armor set was essentially a Pro Max version of the Grey Plains set. The Wolf King leather armor, blue, boosted strength, defense and constitution by 50. The Wolf King leather pants, blue, increased strength by 25, spirit by 25, defense by 50 and constitution by 50. The Wolf King boots, blue, offered a speed boost of 100 with additional increases in defense by 30 and constitution by 30. The Wolf King leather helmet, blue, enhanced spirit by 100, defense by 50 and constitution by 50. The complete Wolf King armor set, 2 halves, increased strength and speed by 30%. And the full set, 4/4, boosted all attributes by 50%, widened the attack damage range by 20% and increased the probability of inflicting a tearing effect by 30%. Seeing the Wolf King armor set in his inventory, a flicker of joy passed through Wu Di's eyes. Compared to other sets in the market, his Wolf King set was undoubtedly a high-quality blue-grade set, easily worth over 500,000. This secret realm adventure seemed to have gathered enough funds for Wu Di to buy a house. The fragment of the Wolf King's soul had the same use as that of the Black Boar King's soul, capable of summoning an 80% attribute replica of the Grey Plains Wolf King to assist in battle for 60 minutes. Wu Di then turned his attention to the last 2 items, a purple quality ring and a special quest item. He examined the ring's properties, which was the highest quality equipment he had encountered apart from specialized weapons. The Grey Plains Wolf King ring, purple, enhanced strength, constitution, defense, speed and spirit by 80. The ring's unique skill, Wolf Kings might consume spiritual power to create a violent windstorm centered on the wearer. It repelled all hostile entities within a 50 by 50 range and summon 10 to 100 wolves of the wearer's level to inflict damage on enemies within the attack range. Another powerful piece of equipment, gear that reaches the purple tier or above, comes with special abilities like the Grey Plains Wolf King ring in Woody's hand. As for the last piece of quest item, Blackwind's Lament, quest item, head to Blackwind Canyon to unlock the quest details. Woody didn't even know where the secret realm of Blackwind Canyon was, so he had to set aside this quest item for now. He would check it out when he had the chance. After taking stock of his rewards, Woody's gaze shifted to Wang Jia, who lay behind him on the scorched earth. At that moment, Wang Jia's body was emitting bursts of white light, healing the skin that had been dried and blackened by lightning, visibly regenerating at a remarkable speed. In just a few minutes, Wang Jia's body was restored to its original condition, though her complexion was still extremely pale, clearly indicating her weakness. Cough. Cough, cough. Wang Jia coughed heavily a few times, struggling to prop herself up from the ground, her eyes immediately seeking Woody. You really bring me too many surprises. Wang Jia's voice was dry and hoarse. Her mind was filled with the images of Woody transforming into the god of thunder. That scene was too shocking, comparable to the prodigies of various tribes in the battlefield of myriad races. How's your survivability? Woody's earlier words echoed in Wang Jia's ears, as if asking if she could take a hit. At that time, Wang Jia was somewhat puzzled, but now she fully understood. It seems Woody was worried about harming her during the attack on the Grey Plains Wolf King. Fortunately, Wang Jia's ability to preserve her own life was indeed exceptional. Recalling the moments she was engulfed in the Sea of Thunder, suffering indiscriminate electrotherapy every second, a hint of fear flickered in her eyes. Even though Woody's primary target was the Grey Plains Wolf King, who took 99% of the damage, she was only slightly affected, receiving at most less than 10% of the damage. But even this less than 10% was nearly fatal. All three of her life-saving skills had entered cooldown, and she had used up 2 one-time life-saving items right there, leaving only one last piece of life-saving gear in her backpack. If it had been someone without strong self-preservation skills, they probably would have been reduced to ashes under that thunderous onslaught. Only that Grey Plains Wolf King could withstand such a powerful attack. Unexpectedly, after the Grey Plains Wolf King's health dropped to 1 point, it entered a second phase, becoming enraged, fully restoring its health and doubling all its attributes. Worthy of being the true overlord of Huanan's secret realm, no wonder it had never been slain over the years. But even so, such a formidable Grey Plains Wolf King eventually fell under Woody's thunder. A glint of admiration flashed in Wang Jia's eyes. Woody's performance was too dazzling. Initially, she had thought his talent could only rank second in her heart. But now it seemed that Woody could definitely become a match for another prodigy within their Northwest Sunflower University. If the two of them worked together, the future would surely see them upholding the heavens for humanity. What's this? Wang Jia suddenly paused, noticing a subtle notification in a nondescript corner of her vision. Woody also noticed the notification. Congratulations to you and your teammate Wang Jia, Woody, for being the first team to slay the Huanan Secret Realm's boss, Grey Plains Wolf King. Congratulations on topping the leaderboard with the first kill. Please choose to display or hide your name. Seeing the prompt before him, Woody instinctively looked towards Wang Jia, only to find that Wang Jia was also staring back at him with a face full of shock. He sighed slightly. It seemed that this college instructor from Northwest Liar-Yang University had never achieved a first kill on a boss monster before. Do we need to hide? Wang Jia's gaze flickered as she asked Woody in a somewhat timid voice. Anyone familiar with Wang Jia would be surprised to see her like this. To others, Wang Jia was resolute and slightly wild, having gone through numerous battles on the myriad races battlefield, which added a certain iron-blooded aura to her. She wouldn't normally appear so hesitant and indecisive. Wang Jia herself realized the change in her attitude. She had always shown a domineering and wild side to outsiders. However, facing Wu Di, after repeatedly having her worldview shaken, she couldn't bring herself to be domineering anymore. Moreover, this was indeed her first encounter with a Secret Realm boss's first kill. After all, while the number of professionals increases each year, the total number of Secret Realms hardly changes, with new ones rarely emerging. Most of the less challenging realms had already been conquered by professionals, leaving the unrevealed ones either too difficult or not worth the risk and reward to attract true powerhouses. In Wang Jia's memory, since her birth, most of the Secret Realm bosses' first kills had been claimed, and some of the professionals who topped the leaderboard had long since passed away. Unexpectedly, teaming up with Wu Di this time led to an accidental first kill. Her original intention was merely to get in touch with Wu Di early and protect him in the Secret Realm. Little did she expect that there would be no use for her combat skills, and instead she somewhat unexpectedly ended up relying on Wu Di's strength. No need to hide, Wu Di pondered briefly, his gaze sweeping over the faces around before he chose not to hide. After all, so many people had already witnessed him killing the Grey Original Wolf King. It wouldn't be long before the news of the Grey Original Wolf King's death in Huainan Secret Realm spread throughout Pengcheng City. Okay, Wang Jia nodded lightly, making the same choice as Wu Di. As the two made their decision, a vast and ethereal voice resounded from above everyone's heads, spreading throughout Pengcheng City. Congratulations to the professionals Wu Di, LV11 Profession Hidden, and Wang Jia, LV 58-inch profession hidden, for being the first to kill the boss monster Grey Original Wolf King in Huainan Secret Realm, reward, plus 1 level for each professional 100,000 gold coins, reward item Monster Hunter Medal, pink quality, hiss. This voice continued in the skies of Pengcheng City for a full 10 minutes before it stopped. During these 10 minutes, the entire city seemed to fall into a dead silence. Streets were filled with abruptly stopping cars and pedestrians halted in their tracks looking up in astonishment. In residential buildings, households walked out of their doors exchanging bewildered glances with their neighbors. Then suddenly the confusion on everyone's faces transformed into excitement and joy. This was because the Grey Plains Wolf King, the notorious boss of the Huainan Secret Realm in Pengcheng City, known to be more difficult than other advanced secret realms, had finally been defeated. Although there were other mid to high level secret realms, all had been conquered by professionals and their bosses had long been defeated. The only one left was the Grey Plains Wolf King in the Novice Dungeon. Although the Huainan Secret Realm had only been discovered about a decade ago, which isn't very long, it was still the first conquest of the realm and also the last unexplored secret realm in Pengcheng City. It had always been a thorn in the side of all professionals in Pengcheng City. Every citizen of Pengcheng City had longed for the day they could team up to defeat the Grey Plains Wolf King and completely conquer all the secret realms of Pengcheng City. However, due to the level restrictions and the overwhelming strength of the Grey Plains Wolf King, no one had managed to defeat him for over a decade. Today, with the fall of the Grey Plains Wolf King, this thorn in the hearts of all Pengcheng City professionals finally disappeared. They no longer had to be known as the professionals from a city that couldn't conquer a novice dungeon. After a brief moment of silence, Pengcheng City was quickly enveloped in an even more jubilant atmosphere. As for inside the Huainan Secret Realm, as the notification sound echoed, the previously stunned professionals gradually came to their senses. With mouths agape and faces filled with disbelief, they looked at Wu Di as if they had witnessed something utterly impossible. Yes, it was Wu Di. Those who were students at Baiha No. 1 Middle School, upon realizing it was Wu Di who had slain the Grey Plains Wolf King, went from initial shock to overwhelming excitement. Their faces flushed with pride as they looked at Wu Di, thinking, he's a student from our school, Wu Di. I even shared a table with him in the cafeteria. That's nothing, I've even played basketball and danced with him. I always knew he was no ordinary person. The 20-plus novice professionals from Baiha No. 1 Middle School began to boast about their close relationships with Wu Di. Among them, Wu Di's good buddy Li Shuro was the most vocal. Li Shuro, standing tall with his nearly 2-meter-tall robust frame and a loud voice distinctively rough, was particularly noticeable in the crowd. Ha, worthy of my bro, my dear friend. His voice, booming like a bell, caused the nearby people to grimace, as if in pain, instinctively covering their ears. Only one person had a fluctuating expression, her eyes filled with resentment as she stared at Wu Di. It was Chu Qingqing. Qingqing, didn't Wu Di used to chase after you? Said a classmate of Chu Qingqing, equally excited as she looked at Wu Di, completely oblivious to the changed expression on Chu Qingqing's face. Chu Qingqing's face darkened, anger flashing in her eyes, her facial muscles tensed, her breathing quickened and her hands clenched tightly. As dazzling as Wu Di was at that moment, her heart was filled with anger, regret, jealousy, resentment. A mix of emotions enveloped her, wrapping her in a fury that had nowhere to be vented. Endlessly cursing Wu Di in her heart, Wang Jia's mind flickered with various tragic deaths that might befall him. Using these thoughts to slightly soothe her inner turmoil, upgraded, I'm level 59 now. Following the notification sound, Wang Jia stretched out her hand in surprise, looking at herself with a hint of joy in her eyes. Unexpectedly, she had gained a level due to the first kill reward. Next, as long as she could clear the career advancement secret realm, Wang Jia could level up to 60, becoming a true master among the human race. It has always been said among professionals, below level 60 all are mere ants, and only when one reaches level 60 does one truly transcend the ordinary. As for the career advancement secret realm, although it was extremely challenging and the survival rate for professionals inside was less than 1 in 10 for Wang Jia, who was eager to become stronger, this was nothing. Rather than remaining weak and mediocre for a lifetime, she would prefer to die in the secret realm. Inside the Huainan secret realm, after the shock had passed, everyone's eyes gleamed as they looked at Wu Di. A hero emerges from the youth. Young man, I am Li Hua, the captain of the Tsanghua squad. If you ever wish to be a casual professional, consider joining our team. We warmly welcome you. A professional team captain greeted Wu Di, chuckling with the intention of making a familiar face for easier conversations later. Look at young Mr. Wu Di, he's clearly destined for one of the top 4 prestigious institutions. Why would he join your modest team? Oldly, Mr. Wu Di, I am Zhang Jiawen, the vice president of the Pengcheng City Extreme Sports Club branch. Feel free to visit our club and mentioning my name will get you a discount, not 8 but 7% off. Another well-dressed middle-aged man said, who clearly hadn't come to the secret realm to fight monsters but had hurried over upon hearing the news to meet Wu Di. Wang Jia, the recent battle might have seriously damaged your skin. My family owns a beauty salon, here's our business card, if you come by we'll provide a free skincare treatment. Wang Jia, Mr. Wu Di, you two must be a couple, right? A talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven. The two of you together managed the first kill of the Hui Yuan Wolf King. I really admire you. I'm the owner of the Pengcheng Wedding Company. If you two are planning to get married in the future, choose our company. I'll cover your expenses and even throw in a pair of chubby boys for free. SSS, who pinched my waist? I am the owner of the Burial Love Funeral Company. Let's make friends and I'll provide you with an all-in-one service in the future. Each professional, no matter their height, weight, beauty or ugliness, all wore smiles when they looked at Wu Di and Wang Jia. Of course, most of the compliments were directed at Wang Jia. After all, she was now a high-level professional at level 59 while Wu Di was just level 12. People subconsciously believed that in the previous battle with the Hui Yuan Wolf King, Wang Jia was the main force. Wu Di had merely gotten lucky and delivered the final blow to the Hui Yuan Wolf King. The fact that two people including a level 12 liability had managed to kill the Hui Yuan Wolf King clearly showed how formidable Wang Jia's strength was. It seems that only those long-established top professionals listed in the professional celestial rankings possess the strength to solo kill dungeon bosses, right? This means that as long as Wang Jia survives and emerges from the professional advancement dungeon, given time, she is bound to make a name for herself on the professional celestial rankings. Given Wang Jia's limitless potential, everyone adheres to the principle of fostering good relationships, generously offering her the resources they have. Of course, some professionals showed even more enthusiasm towards Wu Di, believing that Wu Di's close relationship with Wang Jia, a high-level professional who managed to achieve the first kill of the Grey Origin Wolf King with her team, was evident. Many people adopting the strategy of relieving Wei by besieging Zhao prepared to build a good relationship with Wu Di. Wu Di walked past numerous enthusiastic professionals and stopped in front of Principal Cui Xiangtian. Wang Jia still looked somewhat pale, with unsteady steps following behind Wu Di. Having just been through a fierce battle, her physical condition was severely overdrawn and in a dire state, with buzzing noises intermittently sounding in her ears, barely hearing the surrounding complimentary words. Standing next to Cui Xiangtian were 3 individuals, the recruitment tutors from 3 other top universities, who had quickly rushed over upon hearing the news. At this moment, their gazes did not linger too much on Wu Di but were firmly fixed on Wang Jia walking slightly behind him. Their looks were filled with anger, seemingly blaming Wang Jia for her lack of sportsmanship, having contacted Wu Di behind their backs and even breaking the rules to help Wu Di secure the first kill of the Grey Origin Wolf King in the Huainan Secret Realm. To them, it seemed that Wang Jia had put in most of the effort during the earlier fight, while Wu Di was merely responsible for finishing off the Grey Origin Wolf King when it was at its weakest. Wang Jia, you've gone too far this time, using such despicable methods to snatch people. I'll definitely complain to your school when I get back, said Zhang Li from Kyoto Radiance University, his face extremely grim. The other 2 tutors, though not speaking, also stared disapprovingly at Wang Jia. Feeling their stares, Wang Jia opened her dry, cracked mouth, understanding what they were thinking, and felt a sense of injustice. She hadn't done anything, and everything in the secret realm was actually Wu Di's doing, yet the blame was being pinned on her. However, Wang Jia did not explain. The whole affair was too bizarre to the point that even she, a witness, was still somewhat dizzy, let alone others who wouldn't believe it even if she did explain. Secondly, Wang Jia would rather take the blame than let these 3 tutors know about the terrifying talent Wu Di had displayed. If these tutors knew the truth, even though Wu Di and she had already signed a contract, they might still try to take him away at any cost. Wu Di's talent was worth their scrambling over. With a plan to conceal Wu Di's talent from them, and considering that Wang Jia was indeed too injured and tired to speak much, she snorted disdainfully, intentionally putting on an arrogant demeanor, ignoring the tutors' glares, infuriating them even more. Now what Wang Jia needed to be wary of was preventing any sabotage by human traitors. Suddenly feeling an increased pressure in her heart, she believed the news of Wu Di killing the Huiyuan Wolf King would soon spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Those who hid in the shadows, relishing in hunting down human prodigies, would surely come swarming. They would relentlessly pursue Wu Di before he could truly rise in strength. Those human traitors who for their own survival had defected to other races and willingly become the lapdogs of these foreign entities spied and committed acts against human interests. Now severely injured and weakened even without the suppression of the secret realm, my strength was but a tenth of its usual, hardly sufficient to safely escort Wu Di back to the school. As soon as we leave the secret realm, I must immediately send a message to the school requesting support. Wang Jia was resolved to act swiftly once they exited the realm. What are you all still doing here? Seeing that the crowd around her was growing rather than dispersing, the Xuanwu guards exchanged glances and began to disperse the onlookers. The Huiyuan Wolf King is dead, the wolves of the realm are weakened for a short period. Why not seize this chance to earn some money instead of standing around watching? With these words, many of the professionals present realized the opportunity. With the Wolf King dead, the core area, previously too dangerous, was now prime for hunting and gathering resources. The crowd of onlookers quickly thinned, leaving only the students of Baihe Middle School and the Xuanwu guards. Come on, you all as well. Principal Cui Shangtian gestured dismissively to the clueless students around him. These inexperienced students were no match for seasoned professionals. Such a prime leveling opportunity was rare, and yet they were idly wasting time instead of seizing every second to level up. Wu Di, you stay behind. As the other students scattered, Cui Shangtian suddenly stopped Wu Di, who was also about to leave with the others. I have something to say to you alone. Wu Di paused. Slightly startled, Cui Shangtian led Wu Di away from the others, his expression stern. Wu Di, I know it was your teammate who helped you kill the Huiyuan Wolf King, but I want you, when others ask about it outside, to claim it was you who killed it. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, you must absolutely believe in yourself. The Huiyuan Wolf King was killed by you. It was you who killed the Huiyuan Wolf King. Seeing the serious and earnest look on Cui Shangtian's face, Wu Di was slightly taken aback, not understanding why he would say such a thing. In his view, though boss monsters were indeed far stronger than ordinary creatures, a monster was still just a monster, destined to be slain. He was merely like countless other professionals before him, having slain a boss monster for the first time. There was nothing particularly prideworthy. Could there be some drawback to killing the Huiyuan Wolf King that he was unaware of? The Huiyuan Wolf King was killed by me, Wu Di asked, puzzled. Is there a problem with that? Absolutely, that's the attitude. Seeing Wu Di's matter-of-fact demeanor and even his righteous retort, a gleam of pleasure flashed in Cui Shangtian's eyes. He spread his large hand and patted Wu Di's shoulder vigorously. From now on, whenever anyone asks you, you must respond with the attitude you showed today. Make them believe even if they don't want to. Observing Wu Di's puzzled expression, Cui Shangtian continued to explain, you know, in our Great Xia, there's an annual college entrance examination performance ranking based on points earned for slaying monsters in special exam realms. The top 1,000 participants based on rank receive corresponding rewards. The higher the rank, the richer the rewards, especially the top 10 rewards each is exceptionally rare, with the lowest being of A-grade quality and the top 3 receiving S-grade reward items. Cui Shangtian paused, then added, besides earning points in the special exam realms by slaying monsters, there are also other special methods to obtain them, like claiming the first kill on a boss monster. Cui Shangtian reached his point, his gaze shifting to the corpse of the Grey Origin Wolf King not far away, then over to Wang Jia, who was arguing alone with 3 instructors in the distance, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Although Wu Di had awakened a golden quality profession, Cui still didn't believe Wu Di was the main force in slaying the Grey Origin Wolf King. Wu Di has great potential, but his level is too low. Whether it's the skills he possesses, his experience in fighting monsters, or other aspects, he's still a novice, hardly capable of defeating a high-difficulty boss like the Grey Origin Wolf King. Instead, it's Wang Jia, an instructor from Northwest Liar-Yang University, that Cui knew somewhat about. Besides being an instructor, Wang Jia is also a direct descendant of a White Tiger general who guards the northwest of Great Xia and has repeatedly gone to the battlefield of myriad tribes to earn merits for humanity. In all aspects, whether it's combat awareness, equipment, or skills, he is a powerhouse with strength ranked among the very top of professionals below level 60. From Cui Shangtian's perspective, it was clear that Wang Jia saw Wu Di's talent and had teamed up with him to recruit Wu Di to join Northwest Liar-Yang University, even risking punishment from his own university to assist Wu Di in slaying the Grey Origin Wolf King and claiming the first kill. To go to such lengths, Wu Di really is enviable. Chui Shangtian sighed inwardly, his face full of admiration as he continued. Based on previous results, securing a first kill on a boss monster is enough to place you within the top 1,000 of the college entrance exam professionals. Just put in a little effort in breaking into the top 30, even the top 10 will be a piece of cake for you. So that's how it is. Watching a reflective Chui Shangtian, Wu Di pondered. There really is a policy for adding points in the college entrance exam. No wonder Principal Chui insists so much on him claiming publicly that he was the one who killed the Grey Origin Wolf King. But it seems, recalling the recent flattery from the crowd, it appeared more directed at Wang Jia with some vicarious appreciation for him. Wu Di's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that everyone didn't believe that he, a mere teenager, could have slain the Grey Origin Wolf King and instead credited all to Wang Jia. Wu Di understood that his profession was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing others' comprehension. I understand, nodded Wu Di in response to Chui Shangtian's request. He didn't care much about others' opinions or misunderstandings about him, but the fact that Gaokao scores could indeed be exchanged for rewards was undeniable. Well then, I won't keep you any longer. Continue leveling up with instructor Wang Jia, especially now that the Huiyuan wolves and Haimeo pigs have been significantly weakened. Try to level up as much as possible before the Gaokao. Seeing Wu Di agree, Chui Shangtian didn't ramble on and smiled kindly, encouraging him. Wu Di nodded and looked towards Wang Jia. Feeling Wu Di's gaze, Wang Jia, who had been quite arrogant, shuddered subconsciously, leaving behind an expression that seemed to say he couldn't be bothered to waste words on them. Then his face broke into a smile and he trotted up to Wu Di. Shall we continue leveling up? Let's go. Zhang Li and the others watched dumbfounded as Wu Di and Wang Jia left. Wang Jia, who had just been domineering, now seemed unbelievably mild in front of Wu Di, even somewhat sycophantic. Was this the same tyrannical person they knew? In the central region of the Huainan secret realm, most professionals had already left to hunt the weakened Huiyuan wolves in the central area, but a small number still gathered there, creating a mini trade fair. It was rare for so many professionals to gather together in the secret realm. Some took the opportunity to sell their findings from the realm or to buy supplies. At a stall manned by 5 or 6 burly men, the stall owner looked impatiently at the cloaked figures standing in front of his stall, speaking harshly. You've been standing in front of my stall for over 10 minutes now. Are you going to buy anything? If not, hurry up and scram, don't block my business. He scoffed at the group hiding their faces. Facing the stall owners, scorned the leader, a burly man, removed his hood, revealing a fierce face half-marked with a black scorpion tattoo. It was Li Sha, the captain of the Grizzly Squad. Upon seeing Li Sha's terrifying face, the stall owner's complexion changed drastically. Just as he was about to speak, it felt as if an iron clamp had seized his throat, making breathing increasingly difficult. With a snap, Li Sha casually broke the stall owner's neck and tossed it aside without care, his gaze ominously following the direction Wu Di had left. His eyes were pitch black, filled with malice. Boss, are we still going after him? Asked a slightly shorter, bald, burly man behind Li Sha, his voice uncertain. That high-level professional Wang Jia is always with Wu Di. We have no chance to strike. As he spoke, the bald man's face flickered unnaturally, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over his teammates, internally cursing the other 3 members. Wu Di had killed 2 of their brothers from the Grizzly Squad, and in the past 2 days, Captain Li Sha had recruited 2 new members, both at level 20, to the squad, relegating the bald man, previously one of the top 3 in the squad with level 17, to the weakest member. Despite being an old-timer under Li Sha's command, the bald and burly man was pushed forward by the other 3, hoping he could persuade Li Sha to abandon his hostility towards Wu Di. After all, in their team, only the team leader Li Sha and his spoiled nephew truly had conflicts with Wu Di. Initially, they didn't care much about dealing with a young man, but after witnessing the death of the Huiyuan Wolf King at the hands of the youth, they no longer wanted to be enemies with Wu Di. The bald and burly man, being the least powerful, was naturally pushed forward as the spokesperson by the other 3. Li Sha glanced coldly at the bald and burly man, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. His eyes flickered continuously, his expression growing darker, yet he made no immediate decision. Ever since Wu Di had first offended him, the narrow-minded Li Sha had people investigate Wu Di's residence and had been having him watched ever since. When Wu Di first arrived at the entrance to the Huainan secret realm, Li Sha and his Grizzly Squad were already there, secretly observing. They followed Wu Di into the secret realm and searched everywhere for him, but it was like finding a needle in a haystack. They found nothing for 2 days. Then unexpectedly Wu Di's name resounded. throughout the secret realm as the one who first killed the Hui Yuan Wolf King. The team hurried to the central area and saw a group of professionals flattering Wu Di. Since then they had been hiding in the crowd secretly spying on Wu Di until he left. Time ticked by and Li Sha still hadn't spoken, causing the other members of the Grizzly Squad, especially the bald and burly man who had been pushed forward, to hold their breath in anticipation. The man felt as if countless ants were crawling over him, making him extremely uncomfortable, but under the oppressive presence of their leader, the fiercely shy, he dared not move at all. After a long while, Li Sha seemed to make up his mind and pulled out a dark hexagonal token covered with ancient patterns from his chest. He remembered that last night a mysterious figure shrouded in black mist had approached him and handed him this token, promising that if Li Sha helped them kill Wu Di, he would afterwards provide Li Sha with 3 one-time life-saving items to help him break through to level 30 and advance to a mid-level professional. This was why Li Sha was hesitant. Life-saving items, especially those of high quality, are rare and vary greatly in price based on their effects. Li Sha, who had been struggling in Pengcheng City for many years, only had one such item. The promise of 3 such items, which were worth more than all his possessions combined, gave Li Sha more than a 50% confidence of successfully passing the professional advancement trial in the secret realm. Realizing Wu Di's terrifying talent and the strong guards around him, Li Sha also felt a desire to retreat and even considered whether he should actively seek Wu Di to apologize. Li Sha, notorious among the low-level professionals in Pengcheng City and always living comfortably, was no fool. He appeared fierce and brutal, but in reality he was quite shrewd. When faced with an adversary too powerful to contend with, he might show a relentless attitude on the surface, but behind the scenes he would actively approach people, leveraging the Li family's background to turn hostility into peace. Originally, Li Sha was considering whether to bring some gifts and make peace with Wu Di, but with the appearance of the mysterious figure, Li Sha found himself entangled once again. On one hand, he risked not only his own safety but also that of his entire family by standing against a genius like Wu Di. Even if he succeeded in eliminating Wu Di before he grew too powerful, it could likely provoke retaliation from the powerful forces backing the high-level professional beside Wu Di. On the other hand, the promise of 3 one-time life-saving items from the mysterious person significantly increased his chances of advancing to a mid-level professional. Faced with such a temptation to increase his strength, Li Sha found it difficult to refuse. Professionals are classified into levels. LV1 to LV29 are low-level professionals, LV30 to LV59 are mid-level, and LV60 and above are high-level professionals. To advance beyond the current level cap, professionals must enter special advancement sanctuaries and pass trials. However, the trials in these sanctuaries are extremely challenging, and even Li Sha only had a slim chance of successfully advancing to a mid-level professional. Moreover, if one fails the trial in the sanctuary, there is no second chance, only death awaits. Currently, Li Sha is at level 27, and it won't be long before he reaches the critical mark of level 29. At that point, if he does not attempt to advance, his level will remain forever stuck at LV 29. But if he fails the trial, he would lose his life. For professionals, the only truth is to advance and become stronger. Let's do it, Li Sha suddenly roared, startling his nearby teammates. He turned to his 4 subordinates, his gaze growing fiercer. Tonight we'll kill that little beast. Anyone who doesn't want to go, I'll kill you right now. Feeling the violent emotion emanating from Li Sha, none of the members of the Grey Bears squad dared to voice any objections. Seeing no opposition, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Sha's lips. He nodded slightly. Good, since you all agree, let's set out now. Don't worry, after it's done each of you will get a reward of 100,000 gold coins. As these words fell, the originally solemn faces of the 4 men all showed a hint of joy. Li Sha's gaze swept over them, capturing their expressions thoroughly, then nodded in satisfaction. That little beast is very cautious, and with a high-level professional by his side, we'll follow them from a distance and make our move at midnight. Don't worry, I have a backup plan to lure away the high-level professional. When the time comes, the 5 of us will join forces against that little beast. Once we kill him, we'll retreat immediately. In the core area of Huainan Sanctuary, Wang Jia frowned slightly as Wu Di casually killed 2 Grey Plains wolves that had pounced towards them. The core area is now swarming with professionals. In just over half an hour, I feel like we've encountered more professionals than Grey Plains wolves. Wu Di nodded in agreement, also sensing that the number of Grey Plains wolves in the core area was rapidly decreasing, including the time spent searching for the wolves. His leveling efficiency was even lower than before when he was in the central area. Glancing up at the sky, it was nearing nightfall with the setting sun gradually descending, leaving only a trace of afterglow slowly sinking. Wu Di made a decision at that moment. It's getting late today, let's head outside and we can rest in the inner area tonight. Wang Jia was slightly startled watching Wu Di turn and walk towards the outskirts of the core secret realm, puzzled. To the inner area? Isn't the experience gained from killing monsters lower there? The upgrade efficiency in the core area has decreased, and as adventurers have been scouring the secret realm, the central area's upgrade efficiency likely isn't much better now. But even if the upgrade rate has dropped, before we completely run out of monsters, the efficiency in the core and central areas should still be higher than in the inner area. Why would Wu Di want to go to the inner area? Suddenly a flash of realization crossed Wang Jia's mind, her eyes flickering with disbelief. Could it be that the next moment Wu Di spoke in a calm tone, voicing the unbelievable guess in Wang Jia's mind? Searching for monsters this way is too slow, killing boss monsters gives much more experience. The outskirts and inner areas of Huainan's secret realm have long been explored by adventurers, and the locations where two boss monsters frequently appear are also well known. I plan to kill those two boss monsters in both the outer and inner areas. Deep into the night, in the inner area of Huainan's secret realm, let's rest here for tonight, Wang Jia suggested, looking at Wu Di, who had finally stopped. Seeing Wu Di agree, Wang Jia took the initiative to create an illusionary space and pull out various household and travel items from her storage space, acting like a dedicated personal butler, arranging everything Wu Di needed for living. Wu Di watched as Wang Jia set up each piece of furniture: a sofa, a soft bed, a portable shower, but notably missing were the TV and gaming console from yesterday. Seeing Wu Di's puzzled look, Wang Jia's cheeks reddened and she smiled awkwardly. I accidentally damaged my gaming console during today's fight, so it's temporarily unusable. Wu Di, somewhat speechless. How did a fight damage your gaming console? Did my attack penetrate your adventurer's storage space and break your gaming console? He had not seen Wang Jia using her gaming console to smash the head of the Ashen Wolf King during the fight. It seemed he had been too harsh on her last night, causing Wang Jia to develop a psychological shadow to the point where, as a gamer, she was reluctant to play in front of him. What are you looking at me for? You don't think I'm too scared to play games in front of you after losing to you all night yesterday, do you? Feeling Wu Di's gaze, Wang Jia, sensitive like a startled cat, righteously denied. Don't think too much, I just suddenly don't feel like playing games today. I'm often like this. Wu Di raised an eyebrow, recalling how last night during their gaming session Wang Jia had said that she played games every day in the secret realm, feeling alive only when gaming rather than being a mere monster grinding machine. Why say you often don't play games today then? Actually, playing games all the time isn't good either. We're adventurers, after all, and leveling up should be our main task. It's fine to play games occasionally. We actually have many other ways to relax, like reading books. I actually quite enjoy reading. Here, let me give you a few. Wang Jia, feeling increasingly awkward under Wu Di's intense gaze, swiftly changed the subject and pulled out several books from her storage space, tossing them to Wu Di. Wu Di caught them and saw the titles: Advanced Strategies for XXX Game, Complete Guide to the Game XXXX, and Techniques of Thunder God in XXXX Game. These were all various books related to gaming. Ahem, it's just a hobby. I like to read a variety of unusual books, Wu Di remarked, trying to cover his embarrassment. Wang Jia also noticed the titles of the books she had pulled out and felt utterly mortified, fidgeting with her thumb inside her boot. That's right, I just don't want to play with you because I can't beat you in games. Wang Jia deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped into a beanbag chair. I've admitted it, let the world end for all I care, she declared, resigning herself to her fate. After this minor episode, the atmosphere between them grew awkward and they both lay in their beds ignoring each other. As the night deepened, Wang Jia casually closed her book, ready to rest, when suddenly her gaze sharpened and she looked around solemnly. At the same moment, Wu Di also sensed something unusual, his eyes scanning the surroundings like Wang Jia's. There's something wrong, Wang Jia said in a low voice. Unbeknownst to them, a faint black mist had begun to form around them, gradually thickening and ominously starting to envelop them. Due to the deep night, it wasn't until the black mist drew near, enclosing them within a few meters, that Wu Di and Wang Jia noticed the strange change. This presence, it feels familiar, Wang Jia murmured, frowning as she watched the black mist closing in. The black mist continued to approach, even penetrating the illusory space she had created, intending to devour them both. Long time no see, Wang Jia. Suddenly a sinister laugh echoed from within the mist, causing Wang Jia's expression to drastically change. Then three vague figures emerged from the mist. It's you, the lackeys of the foreign tribes. The moment these figures appeared, Wang Jia's face turned extremely grim, her voice filled with anger as if she had seen her father's killer. He. One of the robed figures let out a strange laugh, its blurry face revealing two bloodshot crimson eyes which roamed wildly before settling on Wu Di. You must be the boy from Pengcheng City who awakened to a golden grade profession this year. What a pity you've awakened to a power that mortals should not possess. Your life is now ours. As soon as the voice faded, a rolling black mist surged from behind the shadowy figures and their bodies swiftly lunged towards Wu Di, dark chains emerging from behind them, sweeping in from all directions, attempting to bind Wu Di. With me here you won't hurt Wu Di. Wang Jia's face turned cold and suddenly a flaming red feathered fan appeared in her hand. With a forceful swing, three fiery tornadoes enveloped the surrounding black mist, rushing towards the vague figures. Simultaneously, red lights continuously flashed on her body as she deployed various skills towards her opponents. In an instant, flames soared into the sky and the black mist clashed violently with the fire in the deep night, the battle remaining in a deadlock. Seeing that even the combined efforts of three people could only barely match Wang Jia, one of the figures in black robes roared loudly, "What are you waiting for now? Go and kill that human boy." As his words fell, five more figures surged out of the black mist, causing Wang Jia's heart to skip a beat. This was bad, there were others lying in ambush. Although Wang Jia was among the best at her intermediate level, facing three opponents of nearly the same rank while still nursing serious injuries meant she could only barely hold her ground against the 3-inch, unable to break away to help Wu Di. It was clear that these people had come specifically to kill Wu Di. Damn these lackeys! The five figures emerging from the black mist were fully covered, their faces obscured, but each was burly and used devices that shielded them from any magical probes, making it impossible to discern their attributes. Wu Di's gaze settled on the leader in the center, glimpsing a familiar tattoo through the black mask, a scorpion tattoo. Wu Di's eyes grew cold. He recognized who they were, the Grizzly Squad. Led by Li Sha, despite their masked faces, their eyes were filled with a murderous intent and their bodies exuded a brutal aura. Each was armed, charging towards Wu Di. Earth wall. A brawny man slammed his hands onto the ground and immediately the earth trembled, for walls of earthy yellow rose from all directions, enclosing Wu Di and the five members of the Grizzly Squad inside, while isolating Wang Jia and the others outside. Wu Di, hang in there, I'll come help you soon. Wang Jia's shout came from the other side of the wall but was quickly cut off by a sinister voice. Hang in there, a boy barely over level 10-inch surrounded by 5 level 20 professionals, and you talk of hanging in there, you should worry more about yourself. Shut up and die. The voice abruptly stopped, followed by the sound of skills clashing, causing continuous explosions around them. Give up, kid, you won't be leaving here alive today. Li Sha ripped off his black mask, revealing a sinister and venomous face. You probably recognized me from the look in your eyes earlier, but I originally wore it to prevent that woman outside from remembering my face, though for a dead man like you, there's no need to hide. Li Sha slowly approached Wu Di, and the remaining 4 members of the Grizzly Squad exchanged glances, strategically positioning themselves to prevent Wu Di from escaping. Li Sha's profession was a berserker earth warrior, and he wielded a giant heavy blade about 1.5 meters long. Due to its size and weight, Li Sha dragged it behind him, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Don't blame me, kid, blame your terrifying talent, which has offended people you cannot afford to offend. I'm just a man doing my job. Li Sha's voice grew even darker and the giant blade seemed to respond, emitting a piercing hum as it dragged across the ground. Watching Wu Di draw ever closer, maintaining a calm and nonchalant demeanor, a nameless rage suddenly surged in Li Sha's heart. Die it with a sudden fierce shout, Li Sha raised his thick arms, veins bulging, and powerfully lifted the massive blade high above his head, executing the blood-fierce slash. A dense mist of blood appeared on the surface of the blade, slashing down with heavy, forceful momentum towards Wu Di's head. Seeing this, the 4 members of the Grey Bear Squad who had surrounded them halted in their tracks. The blood-fierce slash, an A-level skill, was one acquired by Li Sha for a hefty price, known for its formidable power. Even an opponent of the same level receiving the blow head-on would suffer severe injuries. For those with less defense, the single strike would reduce them to a mush of flesh. The Grey Bear Squad had ambushed and killed numerous professionals in the secret realm, most of whom had died under this very move. A fierce glint flashed in Li Sha's eyes, his lips curling into a crazed smile, as if he had already foreseen Wu Di being cleaved into 2. With this thought, Li Sha exerted even more strength in his hands. As Li Sha, now just a breath away, approached, the stench of blood reached Wu Di's nostrils. Wu Di remained indifferent, extending 2 fingers and lightly pinching the massive blade descending upon his head. Idiot, still pretending when death is so near. One member of the Grey Bear squad couldn't help but sneer. They had expected Wu Di to dodge or counter with a skill, but never imagined that he would attempt to stop Li Sha's attack with just 2 fingers. This guy's palms and brain must split instantly, another squad member chimed in, coldly watching. But it's good too, he won't feel the pain before he dies. However, the next moment when Wu Di's 2 fingers actively met the heavy blade, something unexpected happened. There was no sound, no screams from Wu Di as they had imagined, nor any clang of metal. There was only an absolute silence, as if nothing at all existed, nothing had happened. In the stunned gazes of the onlookers, the heavy blade, weighing hundreds of kilograms, was firmly pinched by Wu Di's 2 fingers. Then they noticed Wu Di's body slightly trembling, murmuring under his breath. Listening closely, they heard, "Not enough, still not enough." Wu Di slowly raised his head, his clear eyes emotionless as they stared at Li Sha, his voice calm. "Is this your limit? How is it possible?" Li Sha's pupils suddenly contracted, a nameless terror enveloping his heart. Being stared at by Wu Di's emotionless eyes, in that moment Li Sha felt a chill over his whole body, as if he was not facing a human boy but rather a king among beasts like those from the Huainan secret realm. How is this possible? Li Sha stared at Wu Di, his heart gripped by immense fear. As a B-level berserker warrior, level 27, his strength reached over 2,800, and with equipment and skill enhancements, Li Sha's actual strength could reach over 3,600 even under the suppression of the secret realm rules, still maintaining 220 points. Unexpectedly, when he exerted his full strength of 220 points in a downward chop, it was effortlessly caught by Wu Di. How strong could Wu Di possibly be? "You're too weak. I thought you could provide some entertainment." Wu Di casually pinched the hilt of the giant blade, gazing at Li Sha's shocked face with a deep sense of disappointment in his eyes. Today, after battling the Grey Original Wolf King in an entire night of training, Wu Di's spiritual power had bottomed out, leaving him to rely solely on his physical strength to confront Li Sha and the others. He had anticipated a thrilling close combat brawl, but Wu Di didn't expect Li Sha to be so easily defeated. The full force of Li Sha's strike was far below his expectations, truly disappointing. In the moment of Li Sha's profound shock, Wu Di exerted a slight force in his hands, and the heavy blade emitted a mournful wail. Li Sha trembled, his fear peaking, as no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free his weapon. This terrifying strength was at least 10 times his own. How could this be possible? Even without the restrictions of the secret realm, his strength attribute was only over 3,000. Wu Di was barely over level 10. How could he possess thousands of points of strength? Normally, breaking 1,000 points of strength is something only a level 20 professional would have. Could it be that Wu Di's actual level had surpassed level 20? Impossible, Li Sha gasped heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. Whether it was having thousands of points of strength at a professional level in the teens or increasing nearly 10 professional levels in an afternoon, both seemed utterly fantastical. It was too bizarre, unimaginable as reality. Monster, Li Sha couldn't comprehend, his eyes wide with horror as he stared at Wu Di, who began to form a faint smile on his lips under the night sky, appearing to the onlookers like a demonic entity. Normally, after awakening to their professions, fighters rely on their unique professional traits and skills in combat, resorting to the raw physical strength afforded by their professional level only when devoid of any other means. When Li Sha charged at him, Wu Di instinctively thought to counter with a skill, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind: he could easily catch Li Sha's attack. Thus instinctively Wu Di extended 2 fingers and stopped Li Sha's heavy blade. The attributes on the professionals panel are not merely simple numbers, they significantly enhance the physical capabilities of the professional. For instance, Li Xiaorou, whose spiritual power was initially at 1 point, saw a significant increase in spiritual power and intelligence after awakening to the Holy Light Priest profession. As for Wu Di, who holds an SSS tier profession, his level hasn't surpassed the secret realm's limits, and without being suppressed by the rules of the secret realm, he remains in a victorious state. Considering his specialized weapons equipment and the bonuses from various talent skills, Wu Di's actual strength had reached 2,000 points. Even the strength of the Grey Original Wolf King paled in comparison. This was the source of Wu Di's confidence in blocking Li Sha's attack with his bare hands. He wanted to test the true strength of his body now. However, he didn't expect that Li Sha, suppressed by the mystical realm, was too weak, far too weak to allow him to exert his full strength. Watching Li Sha, whose face turned red from the strain as he tried desperately to pull the heavy blade out of his hands, Wu Di felt even more disappointed. the flicker of combat desire in his eyes quickly faded. With a clang, Wu Di loosened his fingers and flicked the heavy blade, causing a crisp sound. Li Sha's figure wobbled and he was about to fall backward. Seizing the moment, Wu Di clenched his right fist and hurled it out fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar, Li Sha's body flew backward like a cannonball, tracing a parabola in the air before half of his body embedded into the surrounding earthen walls. Boss! The remaining 4 members of the Grey Bear squad rushed towards Li Sha, struggling to pull him out from the earthen wall. Coughing violently, Li Sha's face was deathly pale. Having been punched by Wu Di, he felt as if his body was falling apart. He could distinctly feel that at least half of his ribs were broken and several internal organs were slightly displaced. Waves of pain emanated from within, making even breathing excruciatingly painful. Outmatched, not just Li Sha but the other 4 members of the Grey Bear squad looked at Wu Di as if he were a monster. The wall behind him had caved in more than a meter deep, a testament to the terrifying power that could cause such devastation. Moreover, seeing Wu Di's calm demeanor, it was clear he had not used his full strength with that punch. Wu Di quietly watched as they helped Li Sha up and saw him take out bottles of potion from his storage space and drink them. His pale complexion gradually regained some color and Wu Di did not stop him. "I'll give you one more chance," Wu Di said, slowly spreading his arms as his clothes fluttered in the night wind. A wild smile began to form on his face. "Kill me or you all die." At that moment, under the dark night, Wu Di seemed more like the villain, while Li Sha and his Grey Bear squad appeared to be the heroes challenging the villainous boss. Madman! Watching Wu Di, who seemed to embrace madness, the others cursed silently in their hearts. No one expected that the outwardly calm young man harbored a demon inside. When Wu Di no longer hid his true nature, this demon revealed its ferocious side, hunting down all living prey in his sight. Coughing again, Li Sha admitted to himself that he was no match for this monstrous Wu Di, but he had teammates. He was not fighting alone. The Grey Bear squad consisted of 4 members: a level 23 Class B Curse Singer, a level 21 Class C Musketeer, a level 19 Class C Wood Mage, and a level 17 Class C Earth Escape Guard. Control, burst point, kill, recovery, defense. The Grey Bear squad was well rounded. Together with his level 27 Combat Class Berserk Warrior, they could take down many bosses in Secret Realms, let alone a mere professional of just over level 10. He's probably only at level 11 or 12 with not many skills left, especially after today's battles. He's likely at the end of his tether, perhaps unable to use even a single skill. Li Sha analyzed quietly, his eyes flickering. His strength is considerable, likely having awakened a profession similar to the giant spirit Warreath, which emphasizes brute strength. Zhang Bai, later you cast curses on him, focusing on reducing his speed and defense and add some mental interference. Sun Mu, you summon trees to restrict his movements and use vine-like plants with poisonous thorns to paralyze his mind. Wang Wu, continue to summon small earth walls to block his view and add gravitational burdens on him. I'll handle his frontal attacks directly. Jia Shanshui, prepare yourself with all sorts of enhancement buffs. Once we've worn him down sufficiently, you'll deliver the fatal blow to finish him off. Li Sha, as the team leader, arranged everyone's role in the battle. Methodically, though 2 members were newly recruited, his command skills were undeniably adept, making sensible arrangements for each team member. The 4 members of the Grey Bear squad nodded simultaneously, exchanging glances that reflected the gravity in their eyes. This battle, although against merely a human youth, still pressed heavily upon them. Of course, they were also well aware that their opponent was ultimately too young, a professional who had just awakened. Even if his awakened profession was rare, his lack of experience couldn't compare with their seasoned expertise. As long as they coordinated well, victory was certain. With this thought, a hint of hope flickered in the eyes of Li Sha and the others. Act now! With a fierce shout from Li Sha, the team of 5 veteran professionals, like a well-oiled machine, sprang into highly efficient action. Zhang Bai, wearing a grey coat and a half-moon hat, delicately took out a miniature skull-embossed bone flute from his chest pocket, placed it to his lips and gently blew. Streams of black mist spiraled out from the flute, swiftly enveloping Wu Di. Vine thrust, tree descent. Sun Mu brought his hands together, summoning countless thick plants covered with venomous barbs from the ground, swiftly entwining around Wu Di. Low-tier gravity spell, rock smash. Wang Wu conjured chunks of shattered rock from thin air, raining them down in an attempt to bury Wu Di. At that moment, Li Sha too sprang into action. He discarded his heavy blade and drew 2 short daggers from his chest. Though heavy blades were the signature weapons of the Berserker Earth profession, adept at leveraging their strength against Wu Di's overwhelming power, the heavy blade was more a burden than a benefit, making the swifter short blades a better choice. As for Jia Shanxue, the middle-aged musketeer, he habitually concealed himself behind the trees, his figure gradually blending into the shadows, seemingly ready to ambush Wu Di at any moment. Perfect cooperation, we are bound to win. A determined gleam flashed through the eyes of Li Sha and his team members, especially Li Sha. Watching Wu Di encircled tightly by the team, he truly felt the imminent demise of Wu Di. He had also witnessed him obtaining 3 one-time life-saving items which allowed him to break through to an intermediate-level professional. However, in the next instant, just as a smirk of triumph was on their faces, Wu Di, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. He vanished from their sight in a blink of an eye. So fast, how is this possible? Isn't Wu Di a strength-based professional? Why is his speed so fast? Li Sha's mind was flooded with jumbled thoughts, but in the next moment he only felt a pain in his body, and his figure that was pouncing forward suddenly stiffened in place. Screams of agony came from behind him. The wails sounded 4 times before they completely ceased. They were the voices of Wang Wu and his team, but why could he hear them? Li Sha suddenly felt a series of illusions, his consciousness gradually blurring. Suddenly he felt a warmth on his forehead trickling down from his brow. Was it sweat? Li Sha subconsciously wanted to wipe the sweat from his forehead but found his body unresponsive. Is this your joint effort? Wu Di's cold voice came from behind. You are too weak, too disappointing. Li Sha took a deep breath. At this moment his consciousness was faint to the extreme, leaving only one last thought: so, I am going to die. It was only now that Li Sha felt a bit ridiculous. He had just been seriously discussing strategies against Wu Di with his teammates, not realizing that in the face of Wu Di's absolute strength, their strategies were utterly ineffective. A planner far stronger than them, truly a pitiful weakling. Thud! The short knives in his hands dropped to the ground, and Li Sha slowly closed his eyes. From his brow a dark line of blood slowly emerged, spreading downwards to his jaw. Only now did a trace of unwillingness and regret rise in Li Sha's heart. He was unwilling to understand why he insisted on ambushing Wu Di in the Huainan secret realm where his own strength was suppressed, unwilling to understand why he was hesitant in his actions, not directly dealing with Wu Di and his family in reality, unwilling to understand why he didn't kill Wu Di in front of the Xuanwu guards, preferring to break the law. At the same time Li Sha was also regretting. He regretted why he had to listen to his nephew's words, regretted why he had a greedy heart. Li Qi, my good nephew, you really picked a formidable enemy for our Li family. Li Sha's head completely split open and he was silenced forever. Wu Di's gaze calmly surveyed the surroundings, looking at the 5 bodies lying on the ground, the 5 people who had stopped breathing, his inner restlessness finally beginning to dissipate. Thus, the Grizzly Squad, all 5 members were annihilated. The Li family. Looking at Li Sha's body, Wu Di whispered softly, the cold face of a young man Li Qi surfacing in his mind. It was him, the spark that caused the conflict with the Grizzly Squad. Over a trivial matter Li Qi harbored resentment in his heart, even wanting the Grizzly Squad to kill him in the secret realm. Wu Di did not consider himself a good person, not avenging a grudge did not fit his character. Don't worry, I will send Li Qi to join you soon, so you won't be too lonely. Wu Di spoke to the corpse of Li Sha, a surge of emotions flashing through his heart. Once formidable adversaries like the Grey Original Wolf King or the current Grizzly Squad before him had become insignificant as a strength sword easily defeated by his hand. His professional level was only 12. Name: Wu Di. Profession: Thunder Emperor. SSS rank: Unique. Level: LV12, 15%. Strength: 200, 2260. Constitution: 98, 1180. Defense: 98, 1060. Speed: 98, 1300. Spirit: 200, 2190. Experience: 180 out of 1200. Equipment: 8 Extreme Thunder Drums. SSS rank: Exclusive weapon: Grey Original Wolf King leather armor, blue; Grey Original Wolf King leather pants, blue; Grey Original Wolf King leather boots, blue; Grey Original Wolf King leather helmet, blue. Talents: Thunder Emperor Origin, LV1, Law of Heaven and Earth, Thunder Emperor, LV1, Fate Divination, unranked. Infinite Amplification, SSS, LV1, Passive Skills, Thunder Myriad, unranked. Inside Eye, SS, unranked. Active Skills, Heavenly Wrath, Divine Thunder Meteor, SS, LV1, Remaining Lottery Draws, 3 gold, 56,237 items. Slime, white, asterisk 226. Cephalosporin, white, asterisk 175. Long-tailed monkey monster claw, white, asterisk 352. Cat ears, white, asterisk 245. Black pig skin, white, asterisk 239. Grey Original wolf's sharp teeth, white, asterisk 26. After reaching level 10, every increase in level multiplies the attributes gained before by 10 times. Initially, Woody would gain 5 points in strength and spirit and 2 points in constitution, defense and speed with each level up. After level 10, every level up meant 50 points in strength and spirit and 20 points in constitution, defense and speed, an exponential leap. This was Woody's true strength now. Even without using any active skills, merely relying on his physical strength, he far surpassed the chief monster of Huainan's secret realm, the Grey Original Wolf King, a true humanoid monster. Damn it, have you idiots not dealt with that boy yet? An angry shout suddenly came from beyond the earthen wall. Woody's gaze flickered. Hurry up, this crazy woman is risking her life using an item that damages her foundation to fight us. If we don't speed up, we're pulling out. Tonight's operation is declared a failure and you can forget about getting any item from me. The sharp voice grew more urgent, causing Woody's recently calmed breathing to become ragged again, his gaze filled with violence once more. Li Sha and his companions were merely the henchmen. The real threat to him was the 3 mysterious people outside, entangled in battle with Wang Jia. I haven't done anything wrong. I just want to become stronger, earn money to buy a big house for my family so I and my family can live well. Why must you oppose me? Killing without cause, taking lives, you are truly terrifying. Social scum, human parasites, useless trash. I'm terrified. Outside the earthen walls, Wang Jia clenched her silver teeth, her eyes bloodshot, her body radiating a dazzling bloody sheen. To get rid of the 3 people quickly and assist Woody, she used a prop, Devil's Gift, purple. After using this prop, bodily injuries temporarily heal and all attributes are tripled for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the injuries become 3 times worse and the professional level is reduced by 5 levels. This is an item no one would want to use unless in dire straits. As its name suggests, the Devil's Gift often hides greater dangers. But to save Woody, Wang Jia was willing to risk everything, even if it meant dropping 50 levels. Crazy woman, do you think you're the only mad one? A voice, shrill and emanating from a figure shrouded in black mist, exclaimed. Then let's all die together. Bury them here. The blurry figure pulled out a ring with sharp barbs and pressed it against his own body. Just then, not far away, the wall surrounding Woody and the Grizzly Squad shook violently, interrupting the figure's action. Hearing the noise, even Wang Jia instinctively paused and looked towards the earthen wall. Everyone's heart was clear. The battle there had already ended. Which side had won? Most likely it was Li Sha and his Grizzly Squad. Just a moment ago, Wang Jia and the 3 blurred figures had all stopped fighting and simultaneously looked towards the place enclosed by the earthen walls. But whether it was Wang Jia or the 3 mysterious people, none were optimistic about Woody, assuming it was more likely that Li Sha and his men had won. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, especially since Woody was just a newcomer to the profession, and even with strong talent, it was virtually impossible to survive against 5 veteran professionals. A trace of nervousness flashed in Wang Jia's eyes. Woody had expended a lot during the day and probably exhausted his mental strength, making his chances of winning extremely low, yet a sliver of hope lingered in her heart, hoping for a miracle to happen. Finally, a winner was decided. It seems these few trash did have some use after all. A mysterious person let out a ghastly laugh, his tone revealing his delight. But in the end, they are still just trash, unable to cancel their own skills and having to break the walls with brute force. Another mysterious person spoke disdainfully. Such poor mastery of skills, it's embarrassing these people are still considered veteran professionals. Bang, 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 the violent sounds continued from inside the wall, echoing around. With each loud bang, countless gray-yellow dust and small stones fell from the wall facing the people, and a fine crack slowly appeared on the surface of the earthen wall. Are they coming out? One of the mysterious figures said with interest. We from the Mist Tribe honor our promises. Unlike your lowly human race, if we promise the trash a gift, we will naturally take them away with us, unlike your humans who would likely abandon their comrades and flee once their goals are achieved. Faced with the other party's mockery, Wang Jia paid no mind, her gaze still tensely fixed on the wall as she watched the cracks grow denser, knowing it would collapse soon. Woody, you must be okay. Right? Wang Jia prayed silently in her heart. Just then she suddenly felt a chill behind her and a dark mist surged from behind, attacking her. Distracted in battle, prepare to die, a mysterious figure took advantage of Wang Jia's momentary lapse to launch a stealth attack. In their eyes, victory was assured for Li Sha and his group. Even if they couldn't kill her with a sneak attack, seriously injuring her would suffice. Despicable. Caught off guard, Wang Jia couldn't retaliate in time. and could only awkwardly dodge backwards, gritting her teeth and cursing at her attacker. What an opportunity! Seeing this, the other two mysterious figures also made their move, summoning dark chains that danced wildly in the air, blocking all of Wang Jia's escape routes. Feeling the coldness emanating from the dark mist and seeing no way to avoid it, she braced herself for the incoming attack. At the same time, a red phoenix pattern emerged on Wang Jia's arm. A fierce light flashed in her eyes as she prepared to withstand the attack and counterattack. Crazy woman, you really have a death wish. The voice of the mysterious figure facing Wang Jia became even more shrill, feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations from her body, which also sent a shiver through him. Unable to dodge the attack, the figure realized that if Wang Jia had focused on defense, there might have been a sliver of hope for survival, but Wang Jia had forsaken defense, aiming for mutual destruction. Such a madwoman. Since you wish to die, let's perish together. The voice of the mysterious figure also turned high and crazed, and the dark mist around him swirled violently. All for the great Mist King. Just as the dark mist was about to engulf Wang Jia, a tremendous rumble echoed and a dirt wall completely collapsed. All of it happened in the blink of an eye, in just a few seconds. Boom! A loud noise resounded midair. The dirt wall fell instantly, breaking into countless pieces, stirring up clouds of dust. A blurred figure swiftly burst out from the dust. Just as the dark mist was about to fall on Wang Jia, suddenly a faint sound of thunder echoed around, and immediately a figure enveloped in golden lightning cut through the dark mist, appearing between Wang Jia and the mysterious figure, effortlessly tearing the dark mist apart. Who dares thwart my efforts? The mysterious figure, his face still unclear, shouted angrily. Only Wang Jia stood there stunned, the activated phoenix pattern on her arm slowly fading. Reflected in her eyes was the figure of the handsome young man wrapped in golden lightning, her eyes filled with disbelief, her mouth involuntarily murmuring softly, "Wu Wu Di. It really is Wu Di." Realizing this, joy swiftly flashed through Wang Jia's eyes, her heart instantly filled with elation. Facing 5 opponents alone with his spiritual power already depleted in this nearly certain death situation, she hadn't expected that Wu Di would actually be the one to survive. "It's you mere human vermin," 3 mysterious figures shouted in unison upon recognizing Wu Di's figure. Instinctively glancing back, they were shocked to see the bodies of Li Sha and others. "Indeed, you should not be spared." The mysterious shadow closest to Wu Di, his voice filled with despair, gathered the collapsing dark fog around him, again attempting a second attack. But just as he was about to make his move, Wu Di acted faster. His body vanished from the spot in a flash, transforming into a streak of golden lightning. The mysterious figure only saw a blur before Wu Di appeared right in front of him. Such speed! The figure thought in alarm, instinctively grabbing a spiked ring and pressing it without hesitation into his own forehead. He felt a formidable pressure from Wu Di, who was enveloped in lightning, instilling a primal fear in him and reminding him that even 5 professional fighters together were no match for Wu Di. This young man's talent was terrifyingly formidable. If allowed to grow, he would be a nightmare for their Mist Wraith clan. Decisively, the figure prepared to use a forbidden enhancement bestowed by the Lord of the Mist Wraiths. This enhancement was stronger and had more terrifying side effects than the secret techniques used by Wang Jia. All attributes would increase 5-fold for 10 breaths, after which both soul and body would dissipate in this world. But for the Mist Wraith clan, for their lord, to slay this human prodigy, it was all worth it. The figure's eyes bloodshot, his body convulsing as he cried out again, "All for the great Mist!" Boom! A massive fist shining with dazzling golden light suddenly smashed into his face, interrupting his spell. "Missed your ass!" Boom! The mysterious shadow's form instantly blurred, turning into a phantom, flying backwards, smashing through towering trees before finally stopping. His surrounding mist completely dispersed, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Due to being constantly enveloped in dark mist and hidden from sunlight, his skin was abnormally pale and his hair sparse, but now he was continuously bleeding, his body convulsing from time to time, clearly beyond any hope of survival. Reflected in his pale face, his pitch-black pupils showed Wu Di's figure. Wu Di, expressionless, watched him coldly, and after confirming the middle-aged man was dead, withdrew his gaze. The next moment he slowly turned, his indifferent eyes falling on the other 2 mysterious figures. "Next, it's your turn." Wu Di's icy gaze made them shiver, instinctively backing away. How can this be? The 2 exchanged looks, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Their mission was to kill a newly emerged prodigy of humanity, a rookie just awakened as a professional. But could this still be considered a rookie? He was almost on par with the young generation of their Mist Wraith clan's lord. If Wu Di were allowed to grow, their clan would face a formidable enemy in the future. You ruthless demons! Suddenly Wu Di looked at them both, murmuring softly, Both were slightly taken aback, their faces a picture of astonishment as they looked at Wu Di, who continued to speak. I clearly haven't offended you, yet you want to kill me. I'm so scared. What's this? As they listened to Wu Di's seemingly crazed words, they grew even more confused, and a faint sense of fear began to emerge within them. This human youth seemed not quite right mentally. It was clearly you who killed our companion in an instant, yet you claim we are ruthless demons and keep saying how scared you are. Could you perhaps tone down that smile before saying such things? As traitors who had turned their backs on humanity to side with another race, they were inherently mad, but now they felt intimidated by Wu Di, who seemed even crazier than them. Even Wang Jia's expression of joy slowly faded as she looked bewilderedly at Wu Di. She too felt that something was off about him. Could Wu Di have some psychological issues? Wang Jia thought gravely, but no matter, once we get back to school, I'll have my best friend give him some psychological therapy a few times. That should solve the problem. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Wu Di muttered repeatedly, my psychic energy is depleted, I can only rely on my physical body now, and I feel utterly unsafe as you continue to want to kill me. I'm really scared. Suddenly, Wu Di's speed surged dramatically, his rambling growing more frequent, and in a blink he was right in front of the two mysterious figures. Bang! Wu Di's right leg swept out fiercely, striking one of the mysterious figures on the neck. Along with a crisp crack, the figure's neck bent at a horrific 150-degree angle and the body collapsed to the ground. Wu Di did not pause, his figure swiftly approached the last mysterious figure, his fists crackling with golden electric snakes, and he struck with full force. The last mysterious figure couldn't react in time, and a bloody wound exploded on his chest. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the black mist around his body rapidly dispersing as his complexion turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. The lightning entered his body, spreading quickly and destroying every organ, finally converging in his brain. The head of the mysterious figure, like a watermelon dropped from a great height, suddenly burst open. Huff, huff, huff. Watching as all his enemies died and the surrounding black mist quickly dissipated, the forest fell back into a deathly silence, and Wu Di finally calmed down, breathing heavily. He sat down on the ground, looking at his right fist with a grim expression, his face full of fear. That was terrifying, these demons. They even broke 2 of my fingernails. And my leg. Wu Di quickly rolled up the leg of his pants, looked at his slightly blue shin, and tenderly blew on the bruise, his gaze falling on the headless corpse of the mysterious figure. By now, the black mist had also completely dispersed, revealing a cool-looking young girl with silver short hair, her delicate features pale yet strangely beautiful. Of course, she would have been even more beautiful if her head hadn't been bent downward at an angle of 150 degrees. Wu Di looked at the lifeless silver-haired girl, his tone filled with lamentation. These people are too strong, the secret realm is truly dangerous. It's like a narrow escape from death. Not far away, Wang Jia finished casting her secret technique, her body weakened, clumsily sitting down on the ground. She looked at Wu Di, her hair messy as if blown by the wind, her emotions too complex for words. It's strange, so very strange. A single person reversed the situation and killed 8 professionals who came to assassinate him, suffering only a broken fingernail and a slight bruise on his leg, such minor injuries, yet Wu Di reacted as if someone had broken 800 of his ribs. Wang Jia suddenly felt a trace of pity for the 8 assassins who had died. It's tragic, after being killed by Wu Di, their reputations are even tarnished. I can now be sure that Wu Di has some bizarre mental illness. I'm starting to doubt whether my best friend can really cure Wu Di's psychological issues. It seems like it will be very difficult, but fortunately Wu Di still belongs to the side of humanity. With proper nurturing and guidance, well, there shouldn't be any problems. Wang Jia comforted herself silently, but now was not the time to rest. After taking a few deep breaths, Wang Jia struggled to her feet. Wu Di, it's not safe in the Huainan secret realm anymore. Our whereabouts have been exposed, and now that you've killed them, I fear more powerful people will come to assassinate you. We shouldn't stay here long, let's leave as soon as possible. Huffing, Wu Di also took a moment before standing up and nodded without hesitation. Okay, he no longer wanted to stay in the secret realm either. He was too tired today. The endless fighting, coupled with dealing with the assassination attempts by 8 professionals, had left Wu Di extremely frightened. He just wanted to hurry home and crawl into his warm bed to calm down. The idea of killing the leaders of both the outer and inner areas of the Huainan secret realm, which he had earlier in the day, had now been pushed to the back of his mind. At this moment Wu Di finally understood what the book said. the secret realm is indeed too dangerous. At the entrance of the Huainan secret realm, though it was late at night, the place was still brightly lit, with each secret realm transport channel guarded by several Xuanwu guards and patrols of Xuanwu guards passing by from time to time. At one of the transport channels, a Xuanwu guard clad in iron armor and holding a spear in his left hand watched the professionals lining up to enter the secret realm. He yawned tiredly and remarked to his partner, "Today has really been exhausting. Usually after 6 or 7 in the evening there's hardly anyone coming in or out of the secret realm, but today was different. 2 leaders in the secret realm had been killed on the same day, including the Grey Yuan Wolf King, who had never been defeated before." This news spread throughout Pengcheng City, and a majority of the low-level professionals flocked to the Huainan secret realm like a tidal wave, which also meant that the Xuanwu guards responsible for guarding the Huainan secret realm were understaffed. To maintain nearby public order and stability, they had to urgently call for additional Xuanwu guards from other secret realms to patrol and guard. Seeing his partner nod in agreement, the Xuanwu guard continued to chat, "But let me circle back to my story. I've been a Xuanwu guard in Pengcheng for nearly 20 years, stationed here even before the Huainan secret realm was discovered. I once had the privilege, under the command of our general, to witness the Wolf King at close proximity. Just one glance from it sent shivers down my soul. I had thought that no one could slay that beast unless those formidable beings from the professional celestial rankings themselves came down, yet today I have witnessed such a feat, fulfilling a long-held wish I harbored while guarding these lands." The Xuanwu guard spoke with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "That young man named Wu Di is still a novice in the professional realm. However, his teammate Wang Jia is rumored to be a significant figure. I've heard from others that Wu Di is extraordinarily handsome and that he caught the eye of that female magnate Wang Jia, who decided to support him." His partner sighed with envy. "I wish a powerful woman would notice me too, to experience what it's like to be taken care of." "Enough of that nonsense about being taken care of. Have you lost your mind? Wu Di is a once-in-a-millennium genius," the gun-bearing Xuanwu guard retorted, cutting off his partner's fanciful dreams. "To be noticed by such a woman, you'd need to be exceptional yourself." His partner, slightly irked, responded, "What makes you think I don't have exceptional qualities? We share the same room, you know me." Seeing that the gun-bearing Xuanwu guard had turned away, showing no interest in continuing the conversation, his partner lost interest in chatting and muttered a few words disdainfully. "Genius, huh? How genius can one be? He's just handsome and taken care of. I'd like to see just how handsome this male enchantress really is." Suddenly ripples appeared in the secret realm's transport portal behind them. The 2 Xuanwu guards instinctively turned to look. Although there were guards patrolling near each transport portal within the secret realm, occasionally a monster would accidentally pass through and enter reality. It was the duty of the Xuanwu guards to maintain order around the secret realms and be vigilant against monsters escaping. But then they saw a man and a woman emerge from the portal. Unlike ordinary professionals, this pair exuded a fierce aura drenched in blood, with a pungent smell of blood hitting their faces, making the guards instinctively hold their breaths. Their pupils dilated as they exchanged a glance, recognizing from their experience that the blood on this couple was human, and not just from one person. These were 2 unscrupulous professionals who enjoyed killing for loot. A sense of alert rose in the hearts of the Xuanwu guards. Although what happens inside the secret realm was beyond their jurisdiction, the act of killing one's kind was instinctively abhorrent. The ones emerging from the portal were none other than Wu Di and Wang Jia. Seeing the guards dazed, Wang Jia, her face sickly pale, took out a token from her bosom and tossed it over. The gun-bearing Xuanwu guard instinctively caught it, and upon seeing the text on the token, his expression turned solemn, his face showing a trace of respect, and he stood up straight. "Where is your lieutenant of the Black Tortoise Guard? Have him meet with me. We encountered assassination attempts by foreign agents in the secret realm and need support." Wang Jia's voice was hoarse and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. The armed Black Tortoise guard beside him shuddered and responded loudly. His partner, puzzled, followed the armed guard as they quickly left the scene. A nearby patrol team of the Black Tortoise Guard immediately approached and temporarily took over the duty of guarding the secret realm's passage. Walking behind the armed guard, the partner, still confused, asked, "Who are those 2? What was written on the token they gave you that has you so on edge?" He was new to the Black Tortoise Guard and not yet familiar with many things. The armed guard glanced at his partner and replied irritably, "That's the male demon you wanted to see earlier." The partner was visibly stunned and instinctively looked back towards where the 2 had come from. Under the light, he took a closer look at Wu Di and couldn't help muttering, "He really is handsome. I told you he was kept by some powerful woman." Soon the lieutenant of the Black Tortoise Guard tasked with guarding the Huainan secret realm arrived and personally drove Wu Di and Wang Jia away. "Wu Di, are you really not coming back to school with me?" asked Wang Jia in the car, her complexion much improved after taking a special medicinal concoction provided by the Black Tortoise Guard. Wu Di simply nodded calmly, not replying, but his determination was clear. Having grown up poor and never having left Pengcheng City much, even rarely visiting the suburbs far from home, he now just wanted to return to his home, his true sanctuary. "Don't worry, Wang Jia," said the lieutenant driving the car. "Duan Jialiang, I've already contacted General Qin. He will dispatch a squad of 10 Black Tortoise Guards to patrol around Wu Di's home, extensively ensuring his absolute safety." General Qin, referred to here, was the Grand General of the Black Tortoise Guard overseeing the entire Pengcheng City. "Qin Wuqi, alright?" Seeing Wu Di's firm insistence, Wang Jia did not press further and thanked Duan Jialiang. "Then we are in your debt. It's part of our duty." Duan Jialiang shook his head and self-reproachfully added, "I should be the one apologizing. It was under my watch that those vermin sneaked into the secret realm and endangered you. I will take full responsibility in my report to General Qin and accept any punishment. Also, I will apply for compensation for both of you." Throughout the journey, Wu Di remained silent, not joining in the conversation. Having killed so many in one breath, he was still internally unsettled and needed some rest. The military jeep slowly stopped beneath Wu Di's apartment building. Despite the deliberate reduction in speed to lessen the noise, the military vehicle's rumble still woke some neighbors with poor sleep quality, lights turning on in window after window. Upon seeing the military jeeps emblazoned with the Black Tortoise Guard insignia downstairs, any anger from the disturbed residents dissipated instantly. Then they saw a handsome young man stepping out of the central jeep, followed by a very dignified tall woman and the silver-armored lieutenant of the Black Tortoise Guard. The young man who got off the bus seemed to be Woody, who, though from a poor family, had a beautiful sister. Neighbors who knew Woody well stared at him in disbelief. Wasn't he just a poor student? Usually his daily routine was just going back and forth between home and school. When had he become involved with the Xuanwu Guards, and seemingly in such a close manner? Watching as a Xuanwu Guard took the initiative to shake hands with Woody with a gentle expression and watched him enter the building, then quickly arranged for a guard to stay behind and disperse around the area, the neighbors felt a numb shock. Some even wondered if they were still dreaming. Unaware of their thoughts, Woody hurried home, looking at his empty small room. His uneasy heart finally began to feel some warmth. Too exhausted to even take a bath, he headed straight to his bedroom and collapsed onto the soft, comfortable bed, quickly falling asleep. The next day around noon, under the harsh sunlight, Woody opened his tired eyes. Feeling the soreness throughout his body, he lay in bed for a long time before finally getting up. Glancing at the clock on his desk, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Woody suddenly became alert, surprised he had slept so long. Leaning against the headboard, recalling last night's experiences, Woody also noticed the strange changes happening within him. After exhausting his mental energy, his emotions seemed unstable, easily fluctuating over trivial things around him. In that state, he felt he was in a desperate situation, harboring a pessimistic view about everything related to himself. However, Woody pondered, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Under such pessimism, it seemed he could unleash greater strength, tapping into the peak power of his physique. This might not be a bad thing, although it seemed a bit insane. Tomorrow was the last day before the college entrance exam. With the extra points given by the defeat of the Grey Prime Wolf King, securing a top 10 rank in the exams with his current level shouldn't be difficult. He wouldn't need to venture into the mystical realm anymore. He planned to adjust his physical condition in the next 2 days to maximize his strength. Resolved, Woody relaxed and lay back down, picking up his phone to see over 99 unread messages, causing him a headache. Opening his phone, the first message popped up from just a few seconds ago, and new messages kept coming every few seconds. It was indeed from Li Xiero. "Hey buddy, we were told last night to leave the realm. The Xuanwu Guards didn't say why. I couldn't find you, so I went home to sleep. Buddy, the school informed us that we don't need to go for trials these next 2 days. We can rest well. How about it? Wanna go eat ramen?" "Hey buddy, I just went to eat ramen. Saw a cat with a butt chin and a middle part hairstyle. Haha, it looked so funny. Aren't you the one with the butt chin and the middle part hairstyle?" After reading without replying to Li Xiero's message, Woody continued scrolling, looking at some familiar yet mostly forgotten names, each message congratulating him on being the first to defeat the Grey Prime Wolf King. Woody tried to recall each person's face, but most were already blurry in his memory. Some of these people had only met Wu Di once, yet now they were showing immense enthusiasm. Having slept for so long, Wu Di was surprised by the number of messages he had received. He was touched and could understand why. The news of him and Wang Jia defeating the Grey Original Wolf King had spread throughout Pengcheng City. Some people who knew him even came forward to confirm if he was the one involved. After all, the name Wu Di was not that common, but in a city you could still find a few people with the same name. For those he remembered well, Wu Di replied briefly and made small talk. As for those he didn't know well, he ignored them. There were simply too many people, and replying to each one would take all day, and he had other things to do. I'm still not strong enough, he thought, to avoid a repeat of last night's situation. I must continue to grow stronger. Wu Di opened his attribute panel, ready to use up his remaining chances to draw prizes. He still had 3 chances left. Each draw was a chance for 3 golden rewards, and Wu Di was excited to see what he would get. The first draw began. The prize wheel spun rapidly. A red jade stone emitting an intense heat appeared in Wu Di's hand. Congratulations, you have obtained the Red Dragon Blood Jade, SSS grade, *1, Red Dragon Blood Jade? What's this? Wu Di examined the newly acquired Red Dragon Blood Jade's properties. Red Dragon Blood Jade, SSS grade. When health is below 10%, it automatically activates, transforming into dragon blood to form a protective layer over the host's body, able to withstand the next 3 attacks, reusable with a cooldown time of 10 days. Wu Di's hand trembled unintentionally as he felt the warmth from the jade. It was a life-saving item, and unlike common disposable life-saving items, the Red Dragon Blood Jade was permanent. Having received a good 9-year compulsory education, Wu Di knew the value of life-saving items. The cheapest disposable life-saving item on the market could sell for at least 5 million, and they were always in high demand. Each time a disposable life-saving item appeared, it would attract strong competitors from all over. The Red Dragon Blood Jade Wu Di obtained had a relatively short cooldown of only 10 days. Aware of the principle, a man is innocent until he possesses a treasure, Wu Di quickly bound the Red Dragon Blood Jade to himself and stored it in his storage space. This item was too precious, and until his strength was sufficient, he wouldn't reveal any of his possessions. After all, each item he possessed could make even the top warriors green with envy, and he had more than one. If word got out, many might risk everything, using all means to force him to hand over his possessions. Having secured the Red Dragon Blood Jade, Wu Di proceeded to his second draw. Congratulations, you have obtained the Thunder Emperor's exclusive weapon, 8 Extremes Thunder Drum. Detected that you already own an 8th grade Thunder Drum. This prize reward is converted to Fate *1. Congratulations on your 8th grade Thunder Drum successfully unlocking the Fate ability. May 5th. When the second round of the lottery rewards appeared, Wu Di's eyes lit up once again. His career-specific weapon had finally reached its full potential. Congratulations! Your level 8 Thunder Drum has successfully unlocked its Fate abilities. May 5th. The level 8 Thunder Drum has activated all its Fate abilities, enhancing all effects based on their original capabilities. At last, my specialized weapon is complete. Wu Di had always been curious about what the final Fate ability of his career-specific weapon would be. Today he finally got it. Moreover, he hadn't expected that upon fully unlocking the weapon, not only would the last hidden ability be unlocked, but all previously activated abilities would also change. Wu Di summoned his specialized weapon panel, level 8 Thunder Drum, SSS, exclusive to the Thunder Emperor career Fate, 5/5, special weapon effect. 1. The bearer's basic attributes are multiplied by 15-inch critical hit rate plus 60% critical hit damage plus 600%, unlocked, special weapon effect 2. Each attack by the bearer accumulates 5% energy, releasing a powerful thunder strike when reaching 50% or 100%, unlocked, special weapon effect 3. Each attack accumulates 5% thunder shield energy with a maximum based on 15 times the bearer's strength. Damage is first deducted from the thunder shield energy. While the shield is active, the bearer's damage immunity plus 60% resistance to negative attributes plus 60% reduction of negative attributes plus 60%, unlocked. Special weapon effect 4. Each attack by the bearer stacks an additional 5% critical rate, up to 60%, and 20% critical damage, up to 600%. Special weapon effect 5. The bearer has access to a level 8 Thunder Drum exclusive contract space, which allows contracting a beast pet every 10 levels, up to 8 beast pets. Current contract count, 0 out of 1, unlocked. Overall, the information on these 5 special weapon abilities hasn't changed much, mainly just a certain degree of enhancement in various attributes, which was somewhat unexpected but a pleasant surprise for Wu Di. His career level is now LV12 and the number of beast pets he can contract has increased from 0 to 1. As for the last special weapon effect 6. The bearer's attacks ignore all defenses and each attack has a 1% chance to trigger triple damage, a 0.1% chance to trigger tenfold damage, and a 0.01% chance to trigger 100-fold damage. Ignore defenses. Looking at special weapon effect 6. Wu D involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. This meant that those tough tank-class professionals or monsters would be as fragile as thin paper in front of him. Moreover, his attacks would have a certain chance to trigger triple tenfold or even 100 times the damage. The 1 in 10,000 chance of 100-fold damage, although not high, could, if lucky enough to be triggered, instantly kill even the more challenging secret realm bosses. It might be worth testing my current strength in the professional dojo. A sudden urge to test his current strength surged in Wu Di's heart. The professional dojo, as the name suggests, is a venue specially prepared for professionals training. The main uses of the professional dojo are for strength testing and sparring assistance. In the Grand Summer Kingdom, there are 2 professional martial arts schools, Thunder Martial Arts School and Blood Battle Martial Arts School, both of which have branches in every city within the kingdom. In Pengcheng City, at the branch of Thunder Martial Arts School, Wu Di approached the front desk and spoke to the receptionist. "I'd like to rent a training room, please." The girl at the counter, dressed in a white JK shirt and gray skirt, appeared to be in her early 20s, exuding a youthful and sweet aura. She looked up with a professional smile and sweetly said to Wu Di, "Sure, could you please activate your level display so that I can prepare a training room that suits your level? This is a requirement." Wu Di, visiting the dojo for the first time, did not refuse and displayed his level. "Your professional level is LV12, she informed, tapping briskly on the computer in front of her. "I recommend choosing one of our basic training rooms. Here at Thunder Martial Arts School we have 3 different standards for the basic training rooms: 500 gold coins per hour, 1,000 gold coins per hour and 3,000 gold coins per hour. Which one would you like?" "Basic training room," Wu Di asked instinctively. "What's the difference between them?" The girl, still smiling at Wu Di's handsome face, patiently explained, "Our training rooms are mainly divided into basic, intermediate and advanced, catering to professionals of different levels. The main difference lies in the value of the equipment provided, with the basic and intermediate rooms further divided into 3 price categories based on equipment strength. In the real world, the strength of professionals is not restricted by secret realms. High-level professionals can exhibit tremendously powerful abilities requiring more from the testing equipment. Ordinary quality equipment might not withstand the power of high-level professionals and could break down, hence only high quality testing equipment can meet the needs of high-level professionals. However, high-quality testing equipment is very expensive and made from scarce materials. For example, our Pengcheng City branch only has 2 advanced training rooms. To conserve resources, we allocate training rooms based on the professional's level. I see. Wu Di nodded thoughtfully. He hesitated slightly before asking, "Can the different priced basic training rooms withstand different levels of power? Isn't there a risk in just categorizing by level? For instance, a high-quality professional might exert more power than what the 3,000 gold coin equipment can handle, right?" Seeing Wu Di's puzzled look, the receptionist understood his concern. "This young man is worried his strength might damage the training room's equipment." She smiled gently, her voice soft. "Don't worry, all of our Thunder Martial Arts School's training rooms have been tested by professional martial artists, especially the 3,000 gold coin rooms. The equipment there has been personally tested by professionals of golden quality, and it will definitely meet the needs of any basic level professional. If you feel that you are too powerful for standard testing equipment and don't trust them, I recommend that you choose the 3,000 per hour training room. You can use it boldly without any possibility of damage. Past equipment failures have been found to be due to repair loopholes." Seeing the girl so confident, Wu Di finally felt reassured. Since the other party had also hired professionals of golden quality to test the equipment, there shouldn't be too many issues. "Let's go for the 3,000 priced basic training room then. 1 hour should be enough," Wu Di decided. Seeing Wu Di choose the most expensive training room, the smile in the girl's eyes deepened. Her job was to greet customers and arrange training rooms for them. As long as the customers settled on a training room, she would receive 10% of the spending. From the 3,000 gold coins, she would earn a 300 gold coin reward. The girl's basic monthly salary at the front desk was only 3,000 gold coins, which already matched a tenth of her salary. "All right, I'll register you now and then take you there." "Sir, my name is Su Xuan. May I ask for your surname?" the front desk girl Su Shui skillfully registered Wu Di's information. She had been working at this martial arts gym for just over a month and so far had only served 7 or 8 customers, all of whom rented training rooms for 500 per hour. This was the first time she had seen someone willing to spend 3,000 gold coins on a training room rental. Su Shui was merely a lifestyle professional, her occupation being a flight attendant. However, due to special circumstances, transportation between cities had been blocked and traditional means of transport had long been rendered useless, forcing professionals like her to switch careers. Fortunately, the flight attendant profession had endowed her with an outstanding demeanor and excellent service skills, making it relatively easy for her to find a job at the dojo's front desk. Wu Di replied lightly, "Good, Mr. Wu, what a coincidence, you share the surname with the genius who first defeated the Grey Origin Wolf King yesterday. Mr. Wu, perhaps you too might one day be the first to defeat a monster boss." Su Shui quickly finished registering Wu Di and handed him a metallic card. "This is our dojo's membership card. If you plan to come often, I suggest you recharge more. Currently at Thunder Dojo we have a promotion where recharging 10,000 will get you a free hour in the 3,000 priced basic training room. Would you like to recharge?" After a brief consideration, feeling that he would indeed occasionally come to the dojo for testing and considering the recent profitable secret venture and the million gold coins agreement from signing with Wang Jiao, Wu Di realized he had accumulated a small fortune. Not to mention the various monster materials stored in his space, which altogether were also worth about 1,000,000 gold coins. Having earned so much, a little indulgence seemed justified. Then recharge 10,000. "All right, Mr. Wu, I'll process it for you." Seeing Wu Di agree, Su Shui blinked in disbelief. A 10,000 recharge would earn her 1,000 in commission, which was truly exciting. "Mr. Wu, let me take you to the training room." After the transaction was completed, Su Shui looked at Wu Di with a newfound affection in her eyes. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Wu Di's arm, pressing her body against his. Su Shui had only recently graduated from the University of Life and Career and was still single. Encountering Wu Di, a young, handsome and wealthy combat professional, naturally sparked some thoughts in her. If she could be with Wu Di, she wouldn't have to work so miserably for others. Seeing her bold move, Wu Di frowned slightly but soon relaxed and did not refuse. Reflecting on his past efforts to please a girl by being overly accommodating, the current ease with which he drew such attention made him quite contemplative. "This way, Mr. Wu, how old are you this year? Being so young and successful, your partner must be outstanding too, right? Mr. Wu, with such a congenial temperament, you must be very kind and fond of small animals, right? Would you be interested in keeping a loyal pet?" As Su Shui led Wu Di to the training room, she energetically showcased her youthful charm and occasionally blushed when she accidentally revealed too much. Until they reached the door of the training room Wu Di had booked, Su Shui reluctantly let go of his arm but kept a smile on her face watching him enter the training room. It was only their first encounter, but since Wu Di had registered for a membership, she would likely see him again if he came to test his strength, offering her more opportunities. "Su Shui, what is your relationship with that pretty boy?" Suddenly, a resentful voice questioned from behind, shattering Su Shui's pleasant daydream. Instinctively turning around, she saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall with darker skin and a face marked by acne scars. A flash of displeasure crossing her eyes, the young man held a bunch of roses, but his arm was slightly tense, causing some petals to fall. His face was filled with pain and his eyes showed intense misery. "Who is he to you and why were you clinging to him just now?" the young man growled unwillingly. "Mind your own business, crazy." Su Shui rolled her eyes. "Ho Yaping, you and I are just childhood friends, nothing more. Who I choose to be with is none of your concern, so stop being nosy, okay?" Ho Yaping did not expect Su Shui to be so ruthless. He had been fond of Su Shui for over a decade and had confessed a few times. Although Su Shui never agreed, she never outright rejected him either, which had given him some hope. When Su Shui graduated and started working, Ho Yaping had used all his savings earned in secret realms to buy a training membership, hoping to win her favor. However, other than smiling when taking his money, Su Shui hardly paid him any attention. Never did he expect to see Su Shui embracing a strange young man today. Seeing her cold demeanor, Ho Yaping felt an immense pain in his heart. He had given everything for Su Shui only to realize she was not the person he thought she was. Yu Yaping felt that he had seen through Su Shui, and fortunately he cut his losses in time. There was still a chance for him to turn over a new leaf. "Fine, since you were so heartless, let's sever our ties from today. I won't come looking for you anymore." Ho Yaping gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Suit yourself, I need to get back to work." Don't come to me unless you're renting the training room, Su Shui said, ignoring Ho Yaping, who was trembling with anger. She scoffed coldly and walked towards her workstation, watching Su Shui's retreating figure, her graceful body, her white thighs, her slender waist, and her fragrant hair. Ho Yaping swallowed hard unconsciously. No, don't be mad, I was wrong, Su Shui. Please don't ignore me, I'll get a membership card, Ho Yaping pleaded as he hurried after her. That must have been your brother just now. I made over 1,000 gold coins in the secret realm this time. I want to buy a training room card worth 1,000 Ho Yaping said, following her eagerly. The training room was spacious, about 100 square meters, equipped with various testing instruments and different types of iron weapons. Wu Di first stood on a testing machine near the entrance, the attribute testing machine. A red light emanated from the machine and scanned over his body. This was a device developed by the Great Xia Professional Research Institute, capable of detecting the actual attribute values of professionals after being affected by skills and equipment. For professionals with a job panel, this device was somewhat superfluous, only used occasionally among friends to show off their attributes. However, the Institute had indeed developed a software platform based on this device to record the attribute changes of professionals at each level. By binding their personal information to the attribute testing machine, professionals could test their attributes and choose to upload them to the platform for permanent archival records. The Institute also introduced a ranking list based on the records uploaded by the professionals, ranking professionals of the same level against each other. Curious about this high-tech testing device, Wu Di opened the ranking list for professional level LV12. The top ranked was Ho Tianlin with a hidden profession: strength, 1936, constitution, 1521, defense, 1333, speed, 1677, spirit, 1081. The second was Zhao Xia, also with a hidden profession: strength, 1236, constitution, 1329, defense, 1267, speed, 1563, spirit, 2345. The third was Li Shuanger, profession, frost sword saint, SS grade, strength, 1436, constitution, 1429. Defense, 1467, speed, 1463, spirit, 1445. One by 1 inch the strong contenders appeared on the leaderboard. The leaderboard only recorded the highest attribute data of these professionals at their corresponding levels, with most of them no longer at level LV12. Closing the leaderboard, Wu Di's current attribute data was also displayed by the attribute testing machine. Name, Wu Di, profession, hidden, unauthorized access restricted, level, LV12, 15%. Strength, 200, 3660, constitution, 98, 1880, defense, 98, 1765, speed, 98, 1990, spirit, 200, 3590, upload, to upload or not to upload. It seems that I could rank first in the equivalent leaderboard, of course only the highest among those who choose to upload their profession. Looking at the attribute information displayed on the testing device, Wu Di thought to himself. After fully upgrading his specialized weapon, his attributes had significantly increased once again. Wu Di did not become arrogant or complacent because of this. The Great Xia nation had a large population with an abundance of talents. In recent years, dozens of professionals awaken gold-quality professions annually, and he was just one of them. Many people probably choose not to upload their personal information after testing just like him. Let's first test the pure physical strength. Wu Di approached a strength testing device similar to the punching test machines from the arcades of his previous life. He warmed up his muscles and bones, preparing to test his physical strength first. After last night's close combat, he had grown fond of physical confrontations, the feeling of punch meeting flesh. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this. Many professionals enjoyed close combat, and some professional clubs even regularly held physical combat competitions. It wasn't just Wu Di who focused on physical combat training. Most combat professionals typically train specifically in close combat abilities. This included some professionals whose main attribute was mental strength for long-range professions. In the secret realms, situations often arose where skills couldn't be used and professionals had to rely on the physical strength gained through their professional levels for self-protection. If one relied solely on skills in battle without mastering combat techniques, getting close by other professionals could turn them completely into the enemy's plaything. Let's try explosive power. Aiming at the testing device in front of him, Wu Di fiercely threw a punch, accompanied by a sonic boom. The punch landed heavily on the strength testing device. The special sandbag on the strength testing machine emitted a loud bang and started shaking slightly but intensely at a very high frequency. The display of the testing device lit up with red numbers, quickly increasing and finally stabilizing. 36.7 T, 36710, 36.7 tons. This was the power of Woody's punch now, and the numbers behind indicated the damage this punch could cause when ignoring defense. Bang bang bang, 3 more punches were thrown. 38.3 T, 38330, 34.2 T, 34290, 35.9 T, 35970. Since he hadn't received much professional training, there was some fluctuation in the values of Woody's punches, but each punch could output about 35 tons of force. My actual strength attribute is 3,660 points, and with my talent for infinite amplification, any attack damage ideal is multiplied by 10. Removing the tenfold enhancement in common mass units, my strength is about 3.6 tons, meaning approximately 1,000 attribute points equal 1 ton of force, after understanding his actual strength. And seeing that the testing device could indeed withstand his power, Woody was completely reassured and immediately moved towards another device. The speed testing machine, similar in appearance to a treadmill, Woody only needed to stand on it and sprint with all his might for a minute to get his speed reading, 58.7 meters per second. That speed is even faster than a car traveling on the highway. Next, Woody approached another testing apparatus, the skill testing machine. Unlike other devices, this one was isolated in a sealed transparent glass room. Numerous metal tubes, resembling suction cups, were connected to the glass walls. Due to the overwhelming power of the skills tested, the skill testing machine was housed within a room constructed from special materials capable of perfectly absorbing skill damage. This damage was then converted into energy through the unique metal tubes linked to the testing device. Users simply had to aim their skills at any of the glass walls to proceed. Woody read the instructions posted on the glass room, murmuring to himself, "So I just need to throw my skill at the glass wall." As he raised his hand, a fine arc of electricity sparked to life, casually touching one of the glass walls. With a sizzle, when Woody's fingertips touched the glass, ripples spread across its surface like waves on water, and the electric current at his fingertips flashed and vanished. After a few seconds, a number appeared on the skill testing machine. A terrifying damage value enough to make other practitioners despair slowly emerged on the display, 75,662. With a casual strike under the combined effects of the Thunder Emperor's origin and a 20-fold damage increase from his infinite amplification talents, Woody could theoretically deal over 70,000 damage against an enemy with zero defense. Fortunately, Woody's fifth specialized weapon allowed him to ignore an enemy's defense, making this number a true reflection of the damage he could inflict. Such a fearsome figure meant that among his peers, no one could withstand this except perhaps the boss-level monsters. What terrifying damage, Woody couldn't help but remark, impressed by his own power. Let's try another skill. The skill Heaven and Earth. His current ultimate technique tripled all his basic attributes while increasing his lightning attack damage tenfold. A massive golden lightning avatar appeared behind him. Despite being in the training room, Woody controlled the avatar's size with his focused mental power, compressing it to 10 meters tall. Even so, the majesty of the Thunder Emperor's avatar was undiminished, its body flickering with golden electricity, exuding an awe-inspiring presence like a true deity descending. Raising his hand, the Thunder Emperor avatar mimicked Woody's action, condensing a gigantic lightning spear several meters thick in its hand. A tremendous oppressive force emanated from the avatar as soon as it formed, causing the devices and instruments around to flicker and dance with jumping values, lights flashing erratically. The entire training room seemed to tremble lightly at this moment. With a thunderous boom, the Thunder Emperor avatar hurled the lightning spear forward, reverberating throughout the training room. The spear flew swiftly, striking the glass wall, which once again rippled like water. Absorbing the spear segment by segment, Woody effortlessly cancelled his technique, turning to gaze at the glass wall. His expression suddenly grew solemn. The surface of the glass wall, originally clear, gradually filled with a golden glow, and slow-moving cracks began to appear. The cracks increased in density until they covered the entire glass wall, looking as though it might shatter at any moment. Could it be about to explode? A bad premonition rose in Woody's heart as he watched the glass wall that seemed ready to burst, hearing a cracking sound in his ears. Moments later, as the end of the thunder spear fully merged with the glass wall, the cracks on the surface became so numerous it was nerve-wracking. Finally, unable to withstand anymore, the glass wall exploded with a loud bang. The skill testing machine suddenly lit up and emitted a sharp, piercing alarm. 12376800. The damage value flashed by and the skill tester exploded violently, scattering countless precise components in all directions. Immediately Wu Di was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, instinctively closing his eyes. At this moment, the entire training room was covered by this vast and wild thunder, with the sound of thunder roaring continuously, echoing endlessly for nearly 10 minutes before it ceased. After a moment, as his vision began to recover and the sting in his eyes gradually faded, Wu Di slowly opened his eyes. The whole training room was a mess. All the training equipment had been destroyed in the recent thunder baptism and the ground was littered with broken parts. Wasn't it supposed to withstand this? Wu Di muttered in disbelief. He recalled the values displayed on the machine before the explosion. I remember the skill tester showed damage over 1,000,000 just now. Wu Di murmured. Even he himself was uncertain, wondering if his special weapon's effect had triggered the lowest probability of 100-fold damage. However, Wu Di's gaze swept across the training room again. To his surprise, the quality of the training room was beyond his expectations. Despite such a powerful attack, only the surface was charred. Wu Di noted all the instruments inside the training room were destroyed, and he himself was unscathed thanks to his immunity to electricity, but he hadn't expected the walls of the training room to be so sturdy, much stronger than that special glass. But why wasn't the special glass outside the skill tester made of the same material as the walls? Just as this question arose in Wu Di's mind, he quickly understood the next second. It must be because the walls of the training room were only sturdy but could not absorb damage or convert it into energy to transfer to the skill testing machine. Now that all the instruments in the training room were damaged, Wu Di could no longer continue testing here. He shouldn't be fined, right? Thinking of the front desk girl's previous guarantees, Wu Di suddenly felt a bit guilty. Never mind, I better go out and tell her the truth, he decided, and left the training room, heading towards the front desk. At the service desk where the girl named Su Shui was stationed stood a pair of ordinary-looking young men and women. The young man gazed at Su Shui with a foolish look, occasionally glancing at the young woman beside him with a flicker of fear in his eyes. The young woman's face was angry and she pointed at Su Shui while speaking harshly. Facing the accusations of the woman, Su Shui dared not speak out in anger, her face turning from pale to flushed with grievance. Ho Qingqing, stop slandering me, she retorted with a voice full of injustice. It's your brother who keeps harassing me during my work hours. I've told him countless times I only talk about work during work hours. I even asked him if he was doing this willingly, and every time he said he chose to do so willingly. Ho Yaping, isn't that right? Su Shui looked at Ho Yaping with tears in her eyes. Ho Yaping hesitated for a moment and, feeling his sister's menacing gaze, he closed his mouth. It's always women like you pretending to be innocent. Ho Qingqing became even angrier, her tone vicious, her eyes filled with malice. You definitely seduced my brother. Today you have to give me a clear answer. Either agree to my brother's demands or return all the money. Otherwise, don't blame me if I ruin your face. Upon hearing this, a look of fear flashed across Su Shui's face and her eyes instantly reddened, as if she was about to cry. Sister, maybe we should just let it go, Ho Yaping said somewhat reluctantly. Shut up, you useless fool. Ho Qingqing scowled at her brother Ho Yaping, who immediately recoiled and fell silent. What's going on here? Wu Di was confused. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Su Shui, noticing Wu Di approaching, suddenly flashed a look of relief as if she had seen a savior, and quickly left the two, rubbing her reddened eyes as she ran towards Wu Di. Sir, do you need something? Wu Di didn't shirk his responsibility, saying, I might have broken the testing equipment in the training room. The machine is broken, that must be a warranty issue. Please wait, I'll switch you to another training room, Su Shui immediately replied. Suddenly, two figures stepped in front of Wu Di and Su Shui. Sister, it's this pretty boy. Ho Yaping changed his previously timid demeanor, glaring at Wu Di with hostility. Is it you conspiring with this wretched woman Su Shui to cheat my brother out of his money? Ho Qingqing's voice was sharp and harsh. I don't care what you two are up to behind the scenes, but now I'm giving you two options. First, let Su Shui go back with my brother right now, or return our money and pay for deceiving my brother emotionally. Otherwise, I'll show you trash. The difference between you and a combat professional. Ho Qingqing extended two fingers, her eyes fierce as she stared at Wu Di and Su Shui. Meanwhile, her professional level information appeared above her head. Name, Ho Qingqing. Profession, fighter, D-class, level LV21. The aura of a combat professional instantly emanated, causing Su Shui, a lifestyle professional, to stagger back involuntarily. You mean me? Wu Di looked at her, his eyes slightly narrowed. because he accidentally damaged some equipment and was unclear about whether he needed to compensate for it. His mood was already not the best. He had come to inform the server who had attended to him about the incident only to be called a pretty boy by two strangers. A dangerous aura suddenly emanated from him, his gaze turning towards Ho Qingqing, imperious and slightly amused at the corners of his mouth. You think you're my equal, a mere level 21 D-rank professional not even fit to be Li Shao's subordinate, and you dare to threaten me? Truly ignorant of life and death, feeling the sudden change in Wu Di's aura, Ho Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as if confronted by a formidable demon. The cold look in Wu Di's eyes made her shiver, such a gaze she had only seen in seasoned professionals who frequented forbidden realms, each carrying the blood of their kin. She realized that the young man in front of her was no ordinary person. As Ho Qingqing averted her gaze, she glanced at her brother Ho Yapang and saw a flicker of panic in his eyes. She realized she might have been too credulous of her brother's nonsense. Despite this, standing beside her was the beautiful yet nauseating Su Shui. Proud by nature, Ho Qingqing refused to lose face at this moment. Besides, Wu Di looked quite young, almost like a high school graduate, so she estimated his professional level couldn't be very high. However, she was a student at the Magic City Fighting University and had been a professional for 2 years, receiving excellent education and training. She feared no equal in actual combat. Reassured by this thought, Ho Qingqing met Wu Di's gaze again, her tone becoming progressively firmer. So what? Apologize to me now and I might let you leave unharmed, otherwise don't blame me for being rude, she challenged. Apologize? Wu Di almost laughed at the absurdity. He had simply come to the Thunderbolt Dojo to test his strength and had run into such misfortune. My apology? You think you deserve one? At this critical moment, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from the second floor of the Thunderbolt Dojo. Oh? I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble in my dojo. Let's see how you plan to be rude to my staff and customers. Descending the stairs from the second floor was a muscular man in a tight white t-shirt and broad training pants, his large hands adorned with knuckle dusters spiked with sharp barbs. Manager Lu. Su Shui's eyes lit up with relief at the sight of the man. It was Manager Lu Hui, the very person who had interviewed and hired her. According to colleagues, Manager Lu, a mid-tier professional at level 35, valued the honor of Thunderbolt Dojo above all and was fiercely protective of his staff. Anyone causing trouble here invariably ended up personally dealt with by Manager Lu, usually requiring a hospital visit to resolve the matter. Lu Hui walked towards the crowd step by step, his body still covered with sweat that hadn't dried yet, obviously having been in training just before he heard the noise downstairs and came to investigate. Here at the Thunder Martial Arts Gym, we have a rule, he began, the authority clear in his voice. If someone intentionally comes to cause trouble, they must fight me. If you win, you can call the shots at Thunder Martial Arts Gym. If you lose, don't worry, we'll cover your hospital expenses. In this world where everyone is awakening to their professions, those with high combat abilities are common and dangerous adventures are part of everyday life. This makes the people of Blue Star somewhat combative by nature. The simplest way to resolve disputes between professionals is through combat, within the bounds of the law. As long as both parties consent and the fight doesn't lead to death, there will be no penalties. So you want to challenge me, you ants? Lu Hui declared, his tone dripping with disdain. Lu Hui, strong as a fierce rhino, his bronze muscles glistening under the light, walked steadily towards Ho Qingqing and Ho Yaping, his gaze stern. He wasn't just brawn, he had already figured out the cause of the disturbance before stepping in. It was just about a sycophant who had failed to woo an employee of their gym and had brought his sister to try and extort money. As for Wu Di, he seemed to Lu Hui as an unfortunate customer caught in the middle of this dispute. Ho Qingqing's actions had clearly affected the experience of customers like Wu Di, which could lead to trouble and potentially harm the reputation of Thunder Martial Arts Gym if word got out. Lu Hui felt it necessary to intervene and teach them a lesson. You. Ho Qingqing, suddenly losing her earlier arrogance, instinctively stepped back, her voice trembling. Facing the hulking figure dressed in combat attire, it was clear he was a skilled fighter. From his aura, it was evident that he was a mid-tier professional, and Ho Qingqing was under no illusion that she could match a fighter of his caliber, especially one likely experienced in similar combat professions. Without a doubt, if it came to a fight, her chances of winning were almost zero. Manager Lu Su Shui, standing by, said with a relieved expression, addressing Lu Hui gently. Lu Hui nodded slightly, then turned to Wu Di. Sir, I apologize for involving you in this mess. Your expenses today are on us, free of charge. That's good, Wu Di said, visibly relieved to hear the gym's leader confirm it. Lu Hui continued, and rest assured, Lu Hui will not let anyone who dares provoke our customers in Thunder Martial Arts Gym go unpunished, no matter who they are. As he spoke, Lu Hui's gaze fell once more on Ho Qingqing and Ho Yaping, the might of a mid-tier professional bursting forth. In that moment, the entire gym seemed to tremble, a tremendous aura nearly solidifying, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloping the two. Ho Qingqing and Ho Yaping turned pale, their bodies involuntarily bending under the weight. Lu Hui, are you Uncle Lu? Ho Qingqing's voice trembled, but a hint of joy suddenly appeared in her eyes. She quickly responded, despite the pressure she felt, my father is Ho Meng, your fellow apprentice brother. I often hear my dad mention you, saying that you are his best brother. At these words, the imposing aura around Lu Hui instantly dissipated, and he looked at them with surprise in his eyes. You are Meng's children. The pressure lifted abruptly, and both Ho Qingqing and Ho Yaping sighed in relief, nodding quickly. Their father Ho Meng was also a mid-level professional and a senior teacher at the Magic City Fighting University. Coincidentally, Ho Meng and Lu Hui had studied under the same fighting master in their youth, making them apprentice brothers. Ho Qingqing often heard the name Lu Hui from her father. This could be troublesome. Lu Hui continuously stroked his chin, his face showing a conflicted expression. Finally, his gaze slowly fell on Su Shui and Wu Di. Su Shui, you have been complained about by a guest, and you haven't passed the probation period, so you are fired. As for this guest, Lu Hui's gaze rested on Wu Di, pausing for a moment before he slowly continued, what I said still stands. You, as a customer, were accidentally involved in our temporary workers' trouble, so all your expenses today are on the house. Lu Hui didn't mean to offend Wu Di. In his view, everything was triggered by Su Shui, the employee. By firing her, all troubles would be solved. Manager Lu, you can't do this. Su Shui's face turned pale instantly, her pretty face filled with shock. Wasn't Manager Lu known for protecting his staff at the Thunder Path Arena? Everything was nonsense. The contract you signed with us was a 2-month probation period, and Ho Yaping is also your guest. You were complained about during the probation period, so it's no problem for me to fire you, right? Lu Hui spoke indifferently, seeing Su Shui's unwilling face and wanting to say more. He suddenly glared, showing great impatience as he threatened. What? Do you dare question my decision? Do you want to cause trouble in my Thunder Path Arena? At this, Su Shui was rendered speechless, tears falling down her cheeks. She had found this decent job with great difficulty, hoping that with her good looks and figure she could meet strong professionals here and garner the favor of 1 inch, thereby escaping the inevitable fate of most life-class professionals stuck at the bottom of society. Wu Di was one of her target candidates. However, due to her greed and misuse of Ho Yaping's affection, maliciously guiding Ho Yaping to spend all his money on her, she eventually got what she deserved and lost her job. Despicable woman, you brought this on yourself. Watching a disheveled Su Shui, Ho Qingqing said smugly, even if you are fired, you still have to return the money you owe my brother. My brother spent all his money on services at the Thunder Path Arena, which was a fair transaction with the arena. But since you used unfair means to trick my brother into spending, I'm not asking the arena for the money, I am asking you. With a fierce determination to kick someone when they were down, Ho Qingqing continued in a cold voice. The more embarrassed Su Shui appeared, the more satisfied she felt. Manager Lu, said Su Shui, her face growing even paler as she pleaded with Lu Hui. In the past month alone, Ho Yaping had spent nearly 20,000 gold coins at her expense, and she simply couldn't repay it. Well, Su, this is really your fault. Take it as a lesson learned, Lu Hui replied indifferently, showing a clear disinterest in her plight. Seeing this, Su Shui's face turned uglier, tears welling up as her delicate body trembled slightly. Had I known this day would come, why did I ever bother in the first place? Wu Di watched the drama unfold with a cold detachment, considering none of the involved parties to be good people, but it had nothing to do with him, since his test was already complete and unrelated to him. Wu Di turned to leave the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Stop, I didn't say you could leave. Suddenly, Ho Qingqing blocked Wu Di's path with her hand, her tone icy. Although I just misunderstood you by accident, what was that attitude just now? Shouldn't you apologize to me? Either apologize or fight me to settle our grievances. Ho Qingqing glared at Wu Di, her body leaning forward slightly, ready to strike at any sign of defiance. After all, the person in charge here was a friend of her father's. She believed Wu Di would apologize if he knew what was good for him. Wu Di frowned, slightly surprised by Ho Qingqing's unreasonable behavior. He glanced at Lu Hui, who clearly showed no interest in their dispute. You are both guests here, and if there's a conflict between guests, you should resolve it yourselves. I won't get involved, Lu Hui said casually, clearly siding with Ho Qingqing. His words only emboldened her further. There's an old saying in Daxia: a wise man submits to circumstances. If you are wise, whoosh. Before she could finish, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, Ho Qingqing's vision blurred as a large fist suddenly filled her view. Wu Di's unexpected strike surprised everyone. His speed was so fast that even Lu Hui couldn't react in time. Wu Di had vanished from his spot in an instant, appearing right in front of Ho Qingqing the next second. Bang! The powerful force of the punch even caused a sonic boom ringing in the ears of the bystanders. With full force, Wu Di's punch landed squarely on Ho Qingqing's ordinary face. Under the impact of this tremendous force, her facial skin rippled painfully, a grotesque expression of agony slowly surfacing visibly. Thud! Ho Qingqing's body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing into the tables and chairs meant for guests in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Coffee cups fell from the tables and scalding coffee spilled over Ho Qingqing's head, dripping down her hair. Sister, Ho Yaping reacted, shouting in alarm and running toward his sister, who lay unconscious on the ground. Originally looking distressed, Su Shue's pretty face now registered shock, her fascination with Wu Di intensifying. She hadn't expected that not only was Wu Di wealthy at a young age, but his strength was formidable as well. You should know Ho Yaping's sister Ho Qingqing is a top student at the Magic City Combat University, which is considered one of the best institutions after the top 4 universities in the Great Xia. Many powerful figures from Great Xia have graduated from there. Particularly noteworthy is a former Fist King who ranked in the top 10 of the professional celestial beings list. His fist energy could shatter the void. Once, when a riot erupted in a secret realm in Gainan province of Great Xia, this Fist King went there alone and shattered the entire secret realm with just one punch. He graduated from Magic City Combat University, and many of his insights are still shared within the school. It can be said that Magic City Combat University is the Holy Land. In the hearts of all combat professionals, anyone who studies there is among the elite in combat professions. Unexpectedly, he was no match for Wu Di in a single punch. Damn it! Lu Hui's face darkened and he roared in a low, angry voice, because of his fellow apprentice brother Ho Meng. Seeing his apprentice brother's daughter knocked out with a punch right in front of him was like a slap in his face. Lu Hui felt his face burning with shame and his gaze towards Wu Di grew even colder. The pressure of a mid-level professional instantly swept towards Wu Di. Feeling the pressure in the air around him surge like a tide, Wu Di looked at Lu Hui and frowned slightly. Lu Hui was obviously biased towards Ho Qingqing, and now he was disregarding the dojo's rules to make a move on him. Boy, you dare to attack another customer in my Thunder Dojo, I have the right to suppress you. Lu Hui stretched out his hand and pressed it towards Wu Di. Mid-level professional, indeed strong. It's said that each level for a professional is a new world, and indeed there is some truth in that. However, Wu Di looked at the large hand falling towards him, close enough to overshadow the sky, but his heart was fearless, his eyes filled with a thick fighting spirit, his eyes sparked with surging thunder, and his aura continuously climbed, confronting Lu Hui. Today I will overcome you and turn this world upside down. Still thinking of resisting? You really are looking for trouble in my Thunder Dojo. It's only right for me to teach you a lesson. In this Thunder Dojo, I am the law. Watching Wu Di preparing to retaliate, Lu Hui's face showed a haughty smile. Just as Wu Di was fully prepared to strike, a thunderous roar came from behind, resonating throughout the dojo. Lu Hui, you are courting death. The voice was powerful and majestic, like a roaring lion, causing Lu Hui's momentum to immediately diminish significantly. Including Wu Di, everyone paused their actions and looked towards the back. Standing at the entrance of the Thunder Dojo was a burly and muscular middle-aged man in a suit, the principal of Baihe Middle School, Chui Xiangtian. At that moment, Chui Xiangtian's face was extremely somber, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Lu Hui, his muscles seeming alive, undulating with his breathing as if he was about to explode in violence. Principal Chui. Lu Hui was somewhat stunned, naturally recognizing the principal of the best high school in Pengcheng City, who was also a regular visitor to their Thunder Dojo and had good relations with the head of their dojo's branch. His gaze shifted back to Wu Di, noticing the young man's expression of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Lu Hui's heart instantly filled with rage, wanting to curse out loud. Seeing this, he wondered if he had offended someone closely connected to the youth before him. A foreboding feeling suddenly rose in Lu Hui's heart. With an awkward smile, he tried to explain, Principal Chui, perhaps there's some misunderstanding here. I misunderstood your damn mother. Chui Xiangtian, usually a man of strict conduct and imposing presence, suddenly burst out with coarse language. His entire frame, like a massive wall of steel, bore down on Lu Hui aggressively. Principal Chui you can't. Feeling the overwhelming force of Chui Shangtian rushing towards him like a torrential beast, Lu Hui was filled with terror and screamed out loud. Although both were mid-level professionals, Chui Shangtian's professional rank was indeed 10 levels higher than his, and his combat ability far surpassed Lu Hui. Facing Chui Shangtian, Lu Hui couldn't muster even a sliver of resistance. Bang bang bang, Chui Shangtian delivered 3 rapid punches. Lu Hui's face, chest and abdomen all showed visible dents, but it didn't end there. Chui Shangtian's other hand suddenly shot forward, grabbing Lu Hui's head. His fingers locked tightly over his face, fixing Lu Hui's body in place as he pressed down hard. Chui Shangtian brutally slammed Lu Hui onto the ground, his robust body grinding against the floor under the force of Chui Shangtian's relentless pounding. Lu Hui kept screaming in agony, his cries echoing throughout the entire Thunder martial arts arena. Suddenly, doors of the training rooms opened one by one as confused faces peeked out. When they saw the scene of their manager Lu Hui being ground against the floor by Baihe High School's principal Chui Shangtian, they were utterly baffled. What on earth was happening? It was rare to see a strong figure like Lu Hui being dominated. A crowd of professionals gathered at the doorways, eagerly watching the spectacle. Some even casually pulled out sunflower seeds and a small stool from their storage spaces, sitting down to enjoy the show. Wu Di silently watched the scene, indifferent to Lu Hui's continuous wails and pleas for mercy. He walked to a nearby sofa, sat down and started browsing on his phone. As for Chui Shangtian, seeing Wu Di's demeanor, he intensified his grip, beating Lu Hui until his skin split open and his face distorted beyond recognition. In a corner, Ho Yaping, supporting his still unconscious sister Ho Qingqing, trembled as he watched the brutal scene. His eyes, when they landed on Wu Di again, were filled with sheer terror, as if he was looking at a demon from hell. He realized he had offended someone truly formidable, the kind of person that even made the principal of Baihe High School watch his step. What kind of entity had he provoked? As for Su Shuet, she stood frozen in place, a commoner who had never witnessed such a vicious scene. Each scream from Lu Hui involuntarily made her shudder, her eyes snapping shut. Old Chui, what on earth did this employee of mine do to make you so angry? Why don't you take a break? Another figure descended the stairs and approached Chui Shangtian, patting him lightly on the shoulder and advising him to stop. Chui Shangtian, however, ignored the advice and continued pounding on Lu Hui for a few more minutes before he finally eased up, turning to look at Wu Di, who was still engrossed in his phone, causing Chui Shangtian to increase his force once again. The newcomer was slightly surprised and followed Chui Shangtian's gaze toward Wu Di. Chui Shangtian made his intentions clear. He wanted the newcomer to approach the young man at the back. Who exactly was this youth? It was unexpected that Chui Shangtian was actually taking cues from this young man's reactions. The person who had approached was Jing Guozhong, the head of the Pengcheng branch of the Thunderclap Dojo, whose strength was nearly equal to Chui Shangtian's, both being mid-level professionals above level 40. Jing Guozhong observed Wu Di beginning to speculate about his identity. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, and soon after he realized and spoke, "This young man has an extraordinary presence. He must be Wu Di, the one who claimed the first kill of the Grey Origin Wolf King yesterday, right?" As soon as this was mentioned, the spectators who were watching Chui Shangtian's violent actions shifted their focus to Wu Di. Observing Wu Di's youthful and handsome face, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, guessing his identity. Is this the rumored prodigy who was 800 meters tall and weighs 500,000 tons? He looks no different from me. Where did you hear such an outrageous rumor? I heard he is a descendant of a super tycoon from our great Xia dynasty, always accompanied by a group of high-level professionals as bodyguards. The one who killed the Grey Origin Wolf King yesterday was one of his bodyguards. Go on. I was in the Huainan secret realm yesterday. Let me tell you, actually, this guy is kept by a female tycoon and the bounty she gave him. Are you sure about this scoop? Absolutely, it was told by the Xuanwu guard. Who was on duty in the Huainan secret realm? Hey, wait, look, the dojo head is walking towards that young man. Jing Guozhong approached Wu Di with a friendly smile on his face. I am Jing Guozhong, the head of this Thunderclap dojo. Please do me a favor and ask Chui Shangtian to stop. After saying this, Jing Guozhong took out a black gold card from his pocket and handed it to Wu Di. As soon as the black gold card was produced, everyone who was chatting fell silent. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized the significance of this card. It was the special advisor card of the Thunderclap Dojo. There are only 100 of these cards in all of Great Xia, and each head of the Thunderclap Dojo branch has one. Over the years, many have tried to buy it from President Jing with a hefty sum, but he has never given it to anyone. Unexpectedly today he gave it to this young man. Seeing Wu Di receive the card and examine it curiously, Jing Guozhong continued with a smile, "This is a small token of my apology. With this card you are a special consultant of our Thunderclap Dojo. You can use any facility in any Thunderclap Dojo across Great Xia for free, and you will also receive an annual salary of 1 million gold coins. Additionally, each year you can select one item for free from our Thunderclap Dojo's item store, skills, equipment or anything else regardless of quality. Does this satisfy you, young Wu Di? With this card you become a special advisor to our Thunder Path Dojo, but rest assured, a special advisor does not need to bear any responsibilities." Hearing the envious and jealous exclamations of those around him, Wu Di knew the origin of this card. Wu Di examined the black gold card in his hands, which was made from a special crystal, semi-transparent and cool to the touch, providing a pleasant tactile sensation. The material of this card was crafted from a unique crystal, incredibly durable, such that even a high-level professional's full-force attack could not destroy it. Jing Guozhong explained with a smile. "If you feel this apology is acceptable, please forgive the incompetent employee in my store." Wu Di toyed with the black gold card, slowly raising his head to look at Jing Guozhong. This old man was quite good to him. He had done nothing, yet the other party willingly offered such a fine item. He couldn't help but feel that this was the advantage of having real strength. Although it was thanks to President Chui's influence, social connections were also a symbol of personal strength. President Chui. "Are you tired? Do you need to rest?" Wu Di casually said. Upon hearing this, Chui Shangtian's movements gradually slowed. Having sweated profusely from vigorous activity, his suit was soaked. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, seemingly reluctant to stop, then stood up and gave Lu Hui a couple more kicks as he continued to moan, "Touch my student and this is what happens." Chui Shangtian cursed fiercely under his breath. This brutal spectacle made everyone around gasp in terror, even causing Jing Guozhong's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Seeing the lingering excitement in Chui Shangtian's eyes, he suddenly realized that Chui was not only avenging his student but also reveling in the exhilarating pleasure of overpowering the weak. "Oh Lu Hui, you've taken a harsh beating," Jing Guozhong sighed inwardly. Although Lu Hui's injuries seemed very severe, in this era various potions made from monster materials in secret realms possessed miraculous healing powers. As long as the money was right, even someone at death's door could be brought back. Therefore, no matter how ruthless Chui Shangtian's actions appeared, as long as they didn't truly threaten Lu Hui's life, in his view it was a minor issue. Moreover, it was originally Lu Hui's fault, and Chui Shangtian had clearly been genuinely angry. Restraining his murderous intent to merely beating Lu Hui instead of taking his life was already considering Jing Guozhong's face. Even though he had been beaten, in reality Lu Hui should still be thankful to President Chui. Thank you, President Chui, for showing mercy." Lu Hui opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, as he tremblingly took out a green potion from his storage space and poured it into his mouth. Every wound on his body emitted a bright green glow, and the physical injuries visibly healed at a rapid pace. Jing Guozhong pursed his lips. Indeed, just as he had thought, although Lu Hui had been beaten almost beyond recognition by Chui Shangtian, he still dutifully thanked him. This is the disparity in status brought about by the disparity in strength. Even though Lu Hui harbors resentment, he is not as capable as Chui Shangtian, and he himself is at fault to begin with. No matter how severe his injuries, he can only swallow his anger. With a cold snort, Chui Shangtian casually wiped the blood from his hands and strode over to Wu Di and Jing Guozhong. His tone was somewhat displeased. "Guozhong, I gave you face this time, otherwise I would have made him stay in the hospital for at least a month." Jing Guozhong glanced at Lu Hui, who was still lying on the ground unable to move. Even with recovery potions, it looked like he would be in a weakened state for at least 7 or 8 days. Not much different from a month. Although he cursed inwardly, Jing Guozhong still wore a smile and said, "You're right, old Chui, it's my fault for not managing this guy properly. Rest assured, once he's better, I'll take care of him again. Let's not talk about this unlucky fellow. You came today for that item, right?" Jing Guozhong's tone shifted as he glanced at Wu Di, then pulled out an object from his bosom and handed it to Chui Shangtian. "I presume this is also for our young friend Wu Di." Chui Shangtian nodded gruffly. "Thank goodness I came today, otherwise my most proud student would have been bullied by your people." To Wu Di he said, "Here, this is another gift I have prepared for you." Wu Di was surprised. He hadn't expected Chui Shangtian's visit today was to prepare another gift for him. It must be said, the principal really treated him well, all thanks to his talent, which made Principal Chui Shangtian willing to cultivate him at all costs. It was like having an angel investor. Wu Di took the item, a white paper figure, substitute paper figure. no grade can take one instance of fatal damage for the host. It was a one-time life-saving item. Wu Di looked at Cui Shangtian in astonishment. If it weren't for the fact that he had won an SSS grade life-saving item, the Red Dragon Blood Jade, in a level-up draw, Wu Di wouldn't even dare to dream of such items. One-time life-saving items were not only exorbitantly priced but also extremely rare. Some professionals could spend their entire lives without ever owning one. Principal Cui had managed to secure such an item for him for the sake of his safety. Just a trinket, nothing to speak of, Cui Shangtian said nonchalantly, seeing Wu Di looking at him. How is it just a trinket? Old Cui, you have been begging everyone in our circle these past few days to get this, Jing Guozhong suddenly blurted out, not worrying about causing a scene. If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll continue to beat up your incompetent subordinate. Cui Shangtian's face darkened as he spoke reflexively. Lu Hui on the ground seemed to sense something and shivered again. All right, let's pretend I didn't say anything, Jing Guozhong said with a grin, turning back to Wu Di. I've understood the causes and consequences of this incident, and indeed we were at fault. I personally apologize to you. All right, everyone around should disperse now. The time you waste here won't be compensated by our dojo, Jing Guozhong told the onlookers. The people around were suddenly shocked and hurried back to their own training rooms. The training rooms they rented were all paid for with their hard-earned money. Now that there were no more distractions, they couldn't afford to waste time. You're called Su Shui, right? Continue working here and later go to the HR department to sign the permanent contract. If Mr. Wu Di visits again, you must arrange everything for him immediately, Jing Guozhong directed towards Su Shui, who was still standing nearby, lost in thought. Me, Su Shui was startled. Today Lu Hui's handling of your work also violated the rules of our Leiting dojo. I will punish him afterwards and make it public as a warning. Also, as compensation, your base salary will be doubled while retaining your current position. Su Shui was overwhelmed by this sudden turn of good fortune and could only nod vigorously in response. Society should indeed be fair and just. Manager Lu Hui's behavior was indeed inappropriate. However, in this society where strength reigns supreme, being a combat professional and also the manager of the Leiting dojo in Pengcheng City, Lu Hui naturally had the authority to deal with a regular employee as he saw fit. Even if it involved bending the rules, no one would really object. Even if Su Shui felt it was unfair and wanted to defend her rights by seeking arbitration after being dismissed, it would be extremely difficult for someone in a low-level service profession to protect their own rights. Even if she ultimately succeeded, the compensation she would receive would be minuscule for Lu Hui, and it would also completely offend the powerful Leiting dojo of the Great Xia Kingdom, making it very difficult for her to work in related fields in the future. Was such a defense of rights really successful? Unexpectedly, she became an exception. As one of the countless lower-tier service workers oppressed by society, she ultimately won her rights and received substantial compensation, and Lu Hui would also be punished accordingly. And all of this was decided by Jing Guozhong, the branch head of Leiting dojo, who presumably wouldn't allow Lu Hui to retaliate against her. Seeing the joy in the young woman's eyes, Jing Guozhong smiled and nodded at Su Shui. Most importantly, I believe it is destiny. Although today's conflict arose because of this woman, she didn't actually do anything wrong but was instead wrongfully dismissed by Lu Hui for abusing his power. Ultimately, it is our dojo's fault and it's necessary to provide some compensation. Moreover, being able to serve Wu Di today and getting to know him and then turning misfortune into a blessing because of this acquaintance is also a kind of fate. Jing Guozhong was a man who believed in destiny. You guys still so superstitious, always into this metaphysics. Cui Shangtian, standing beside Wu Di, commented somewhat speechlessly. Su Shui's joy gradually subsided, and after the huge surprise she calmed down, very clear about the reason she could still remain. Her eyes fixed on Wu Di, her eyes shimmering with emotion, she nodded vigorously and promised, yes, master of the pavilion, I will do my job well. If Mr. Wu Di visits again, I will definitely serve him well. Su Shui's tone was exceedingly sincere, even somewhat humble. She knew that the unexpected compensation she received was all thanks to the young man before her, yet Su Shui didn't see this as compromising her integrity. In a society where many would forsake their dignity for the slightest gain, she merely saw herself as becoming Wu Di's exclusive attendant at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, Su Shui had a special fondness for Wu Di. Learning that he had conquered the most challenging novice dungeon in Pengcheng, the Huainan Secret Realm, and claimed the first kill of the leader, the Ashen Wolf King, her admiration for him was almost overwhelming. If it weren't for the presence of other important figures around, she might have already thrown herself at him, wishing she could completely devour him. Now not only could she stay in the academy, but she also enjoyed the privilege of attending to Wu Di alone with double her previous salary. Perhaps this would even bring her closer to him. Maybe one day, under her persistent and gentle persuasion, she could conquer his heart. Then marriage, children, and a life of luxury might not be far off. It was time to dream. Su Shue's eyes twinkled with countless stars as she envisioned her future life. Observing the girl whose intentions were clearly not innocent, Wu Di wasn't too put off. Having someone dedicated to assisting him at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy would make his life much easier. Whether renting training rooms, finding sparring partners, or using the academy's resources to enhance his abilities, Su Shue could handle it all, which would save him a great deal of trouble. As for the girl's youthful beauty, to Wu Di it was less appealing than the beasts like the Black Pig King and the Ashen Wolf King he encountered in the secret realms. With no interest in romance, his focus was solely on honing his skills. Unexpectedly, that stingy old man actually gave you his only special advisor card. The sun must be rising from the west. Cui Shangtian looked at the black gold card in Wu Di's hands, sneering disdainfully at his old friend. I asked to borrow it just to show off on social media once, and he wouldn't lend it to me. Lend it to you? Facing Cui Shangtian's mockery, Jing Guozhong retorted irritably, you say borrow, but if I really gave it to you, you would have registered it in your name in no time. We've known each other for over 30 years, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You've always been eyeing the skills in my Thunder Martial Arts Academy, haven't you? How could you think so little of me? Cui Shangtian said, his face unflustered as he told his blatant lie. Now that I've got the item and handed it over to Wu Di, I won't stay any longer. I'll be going now, Guozhong. Seeing that things had concluded perfectly, Principal Cui Shangtian bid farewell to Jing Guozhong, preparing to leave. Wu Di, since we've met here, I actually have something to discuss with you. If you're free, why don't you come with me? Wu Di nodded. After testing his strength, he had no plans to stay at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy for the time being and was ready to leave with Cui Shangtian. Before leaving, he glanced at Su Shue without saying much, but Su Shue understood immediately and quickly said respectfully to the museum owner, Jing Guozhong, Mr. Wu Di's training equipment had a malfunction earlier and needs someone to repair it. As Wu Di and Cui Shangtian left, Jing Guozhong nodded. The equipment is broken. I see. I will have Lu Hui contact a professional to fix it later. Then Jing Guozhong became interested. Which training room was Wu Di using just now? Su Shue quickly replied, the best one in the low-level training rooms. Good, take me to see it, Jing Guozhong said, nodding. Being able to achieve the first kill of the Grey Origin Wolf King and being so favored by that guy Cui Shangtian, I'm quite curious to see how strong this young man's test data is. He must be able to top the attribute rankings for his level. Led by Su Shue, the two headed towards the training room Wu Di had used. Although Wu Di mentioned that the equipment was broken, it couldn't be that all the equipment was broken at the same time. Besides, the attribute tester nearest to the training room door was this year's new model, and its recording chip was made from materials obtained from a danger-level secret realm which even high-level trainers couldn't destroy. Watching Su Shue input the password, the door to the training room slowly opened and a flicker of anticipation passed through Jing Guozhong's eyes. To be favored by Cui Shangtian and that person Wu Di, let me see your true strength. The training room's alloy automatic door quickly opened. A rich smell of burnt circuits, a result of aging, wafted out from inside the room. Although Jing Guozhong did not enter, he smelled the odor and subconsciously frowned. How could the equipment age like this? Our dojo spends a high price every month to hire professional maintenance workers to maintain the equipment. These matters have always been fully managed by Lu Hui. Could it be that Lu Hui has been embezzling? No, that can't be. I know Lu Hui's character. Although he's a bit arrogant and has an aggressive personality, he's not bad at the core. He's been working under me for nearly 20 years, always diligent and values our dojo more than himself. He would never do something as foolish as embezzling. Jing Guozhong was puzzled and walked towards the inside of the training room. Su Shue, who was closest to the door, also smelled the strange odor coming from the room. Seeing Jing Guozhong wanting to enter, she stepped aside to give him space. Jing Guozhong walked slowly into the training room. The pungent smell became stronger and lines of worry quickly appeared on his forehead, becoming more and more pronounced. It wasn't until he saw everything inside the training room that Jing Guozhong could no longer hold back. The dignified aura he carried as the museum owner for many years was completely gone at that moment. In Su Shue's surprised gaze, the usually calm and composed museum owner suddenly burst out swearing, "What the hell? Then Jing Guozhong's face turned from pale to red as he took deep breaths, taking a long time to calm down before he continued. They've demolished my training room. This is called equipment malfunction. I'd call in a demolition expert and they wouldn't even be this professional. Su Shui was also shocked listening to the museum owner. It seemed the situation inside was very severe. Could it be that most of the equipment was faulty? No wonder Wu Di seemed dissatisfied earlier. Su Shui also walked into the training room subconsciously only to see the room in complete disarray. The walls were scorched black, the floor littered with metal debris, and numerous electrical components still sparking. Gazing at the broad back of the gym master Jing Guozhong, Su Shui felt momentarily dazed. It seemed to her that in that instant Jing had aged over a decade, his silhouette exuding a forlorn and desolate air. However, this was understandable. If Su Shui were in Jing's shoes, she probably would have taken it even worse. The various sophisticated testing instruments in the Thunder Path Dojo training room were expensive. Even the lower-tier rooms were immensely valuable, now the highest grade. Among these lower-tier rooms was destroyed. Surely the gym master's heart was bleeding at this moment, and Su Shui silently mourned for him. But after a moment she noticed that Jing Guozhong was not more upset but instead wore a look of deep contemplation, his eyes filled with confusion. It was utterly unscientific. Not just unscientific, even metaphysics could not explain it. Jing murmured to himself, this is the top-class low-tier training room. Even a mid-tier professional like me shouldn't be able to damage it at all. Could it be that Wu Di possesses the strength of a high-tier professional? That seems highly unlikely. Jing fell into deep thought, his eyebrows tightly knitted. Suddenly a spark of realization flashed in his eyes. Right, the attribute testing device has an internal storage chip made with special technology, indestructible even by high-tier professionals. Jing hurriedly bent down, rummaging through the debris on the floor. Seeing this, Su Shui also started searching proactively, although she had never seen the chip Jing mentioned. But if the gym master trusted it to be indestructible, it surely wouldn't be like the charred, useless components around them. Soon Su Shui found a rectangular chip glowing faintly blue among the pile of equipment scraps. Gym Master Jing, is this it? Su Shui asked excitedly. Let me see. Yes, this is it. You've really helped a lot, Xiao Su. Jing Guozhong took the chip, his eyes filled with joy. He ran out of the ruined training room to a vacant one next door, installing the chip into the attribute testing device of that room. As the data began to load, Su Shui ran over and stood not far behind Jing, curiously watching the attribute tester. Jing set the device to display the latest tester's attribute information. As the screen panel began retrieving the local data stored in the chip, they both held their breath. Third name, Wu Di. Occupation, hidden strength, 3660, constitution, 1880, defense, 1765, speed, 1990, spirit, 3590. Su Shui gasped involuntarily upon seeing Wu Di's attribute information. Although not a combat professional, as a staff member of the Thunder Path Dojo, she occasionally checked the attribute information of domestic prodigies during her spare time. Comparing the attribute chart at professional level LV12, Wu Di's attribute data would definitely dominate the top of the charts by an overwhelming margin. Su Shui today realized the kind of monstrous talent she was hosting. However, Wu Di had chosen not to upload his attribute data. If he had, Su Shui imagined it would undoubtedly dominate the online trending searches. Not only was Su Shui shocked, Jing Guozhong was also incredulous, his face showing an expression of disbelief with all his wrinkles gathering together at this moment. This attribute panel was enough to rival some of the slightly weaker mid-level professionals, but it must be noted that Wu Di's professional level was only LV12. That's almost 20 levels away from mid-level professionals. If Wu Di were to grow to the limit of a low-level professional at LV29, wouldn't his attributes break 10,000? Attributes over 10,000 are what only the best among mid-level professionals could achieve, and Jing Guozhong's attribute panel was only about 20,000. That meant Wu Di's attributes might match his own when he was still a low-level professional. Thinking of this, Jing Guozhong's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't consider himself a top genius, he was among the stronger ones in his level, otherwise he wouldn't be the head of the Thunder Path Dojo branch. Yet now, facing a true young genius, he found his years of effort pale and powerless. Alas, I am just over 50. Am I already unable to keep up with the young people of the new era? Sighs echoed through the training room. However, Wu Di, the very person causing Jing Guozhong to feel the twilight years creeping upon him, was currently sitting in a coffee shop, leisurely drinking coffee. Sitting opposite him were two people. One was Cui Xiangtian, who was currently looking at Wu Di, and the red-haired girl sitting directly across from Wu Di with a smile. The red-haired girl with a complex gaze sized up Wu Di, her red lips slightly pursed, revealing a sweet smile, and extended a hand as white as jade. "Hello, nice to meet you again. Let me introduce myself, I am Gu Qianqian." Observing Gu Qianqian, who took the initiative to extend her hand, Wu Di took a good look at her. Gu Qianqian had fair skin and delicate features, her hair tied in a high ponytail exuding a youthful vibe. However, she was somewhat different from Su Shui of the Thunderpath Dojo. Gu Qianqian behaved in a calm and composed manner, resembling a lady from a distinguished family. "Wu Di," he replied lightly as they shook hands gently. "We parted in a hurry last time without a chance to chat more. Let's have a good talk this time." Gu Qianqian's eyes twinkled with a smile, her supple red hair tied up in a high ponytail giving her an air of innocent liveliness. Wu Di was slightly startled. He couldn't quite remember where he had seen Gu Qianqian before, but it seemed unlikely that she was making it up. "I'll leave now so as not to disturb your young people's date," Cui Xiangtian said with a meaningful smile, then stood up. Waving his hand as he prepared to leave, "Uncle Cui, it's not like that, I just came to talk to Wu Di about some matters." "Don't make assumptions," Gu Qianqian quickly clarified. Cui Xiangtian's words clearly caught Gu Qianqian off guard. Her face flushed and she stuttered shyly, beautiful eyes glaring at Cui Xiangtian in indignation. She hadn't expected Uncle Cui to suddenly crack such a joke. She distinctly remembered Cui Xiangtian as a very composed uncle. "I'm just chatting, you guys go on, I won't disturb you." Before leaving, Cui Xiangtian winked at Wu Di, then turned and walked away. "Wu Di, this is as far as I can help you. If you can win over my niece, you'll be set for life," Cui Xiangtian thought silently to himself. "Sorry about that, Wu Di, you must think this is a farce. Uncle Cui isn't usually like this, I don't know what got into him today." Once Cui Xiangtian was out of earshot, Gu Qianqian apologized, her face flushed with embarrassment. Looking at Wu Di, she recalled their last encounter in the mystical realm. After encountering a golden figure that could manipulate thunder and lightning, Gu Qianqian mistakenly thought a disaster had struck the realm and hurriedly left, leaving everyone in a state of panic. It was only later she learned that the same golden figure had appeared in the Huainan mystical realm and realized her mistake. It wasn't a monster at all, but a power wielded by the young man before her. This was also why she sought out Wu Di this time. Thinking of this made her face burn with embarrassment again. "I really need to be more composed," she thought to herself. Watching the innocent-looking girl's face alternate between blushes and paleness, Wu Di was puzzled about what was going on. "Miss Gu, do you have a fever?" Wu Di asked considerately. No, sorry, I was just thinking about something else." Gu Qianqian suddenly snapped back to reality, her embarrassment intensifying. However, she quickly composed herself, her tone shifting as she fixed her hopeful eyes on Wu Di. "Wu Di, I'd like to invite you to explore a certain source realm with me." Source realm? Wu Di frowned slightly, as he had never heard of such a place. Seeing Wu Di's confused look, Gu Qianqian continued, "A source realm is essentially the origin place of mystical realms, the root from which they spring. The creatures there, as well as the experience and quality of the items they drop, are much richer than those found in ordinary mystical realms." Wu Di understood, but he was puzzled why Gu Qianqian would seek him out. They were practically strangers with no prior interactions. "Why are you looking for me?" Wu Di asked, confused. "Your profession is probably a thunder attribute combat class, right?" Gu Qianqian explained further. "The source realm I discovered is quite unique. It's a two-person dungeon that requires both thunder and fire elements to activate. My profession is related to the fire attribute, and now I need a teammate who specializes in thunder. With exams tomorrow, I only have 1 day left, and considering level, strength, character and other aspects, it was hard to find a partner in such short notice. After learning about you yesterday and knowing you're familiar with Uncle Cui, I asked him to contact you." Gu Qianqian expressed her helplessness. She had stumbled upon this source realm while leveling up today, and having obtained access to it with only 1 day left, even with her family's influence, it was difficult to find a suitable teammate. Gu Qianqian looked at Wu Di with hopeful eyes. If he refused, it would be tough for her to find another suitable candidate. The location and timing of the source realm's appearance were unpredictable. If they didn't enter tomorrow, by the time the college entrance exams were over, the source realm would have vanished. Gu Qianqian pulled a card from her pocket, placed it on the table and pushed it towards Wu Di. "I don't want to miss this opportunity in the source realm. There's 5,000,000 gold coins on this card. Consider it a friendship fee for befriending a genius like you." if you agree, I promise to give you another 500,000 gold coins after we return from the Source Realm, and we'll split any items we find inside. What do you think?" Gu Qianxian laid out her terms. Seeing the bank card with 500,000 gold coins being pushed towards him as merely a friendship fee, Wu Di suddenly understood what was meant by outrageous wealth. This is what it means to be rich. Just making friends could come with 500,000 in friendship fees. Compared to that schoolmate Li Qi who boasted of his family's billions, Gu Qianxian was truly from a wealthy household. Making friends is fine, but this way of using money to make friends feels a bit too materialistic, Wu Di commented casually. Gu Qianxian was slightly stunned. Before meeting Wu Di, she had done her homework and knew that Wu Di lived in a poor family, barely getting by on the meager earnings of his sister. She had thought Wu Di would appreciate the money, hence the so-called friendship fee. Gu Qianxian's cheeks turned slightly red with a hint of apology. "I'm sorry Wu Di, I was wrong. I thought," but before she could finish, Wu Di calmly picked up the card from the table, slid it into his pocket with a smooth, practiced motion and said, "You seem pretty honest, so I'll accept this friendship fee. I agree to your Source Realm proposal mainly because you seem alright and I'm curious about the Source Realm. 2. When do we leave?" Wu Di looked up at Gu Qianxian, who still wore an apologetic expression. This young lady, clearly wealthy yet seemed too humble in her interactions. They had only met for half an hour and Wu Di had barely spoken 3 sentences in total, yet Gu Qianxian had already apologized 3 times and offered 500,000 as compensation. "Can we really leave now, Wu Di?" Gu Qianxian's eyes sparkled as she spoke with a smile. "I was actually planning to offer an additional 2 million if you thought the friendship fee was too low. It's just my materialistic way of thinking. I'm sorry." Gu Qianxian bowed deeply in apology. 2 million more. That amount was enough to buy a fully furnished large flat in Pengcheng City outright. Wu Di's mouth twitched. What was he thinking earlier? Why did he have to speak those grandiose words, causing him to lose 2 million? Watching Gu Qianxian straighten up, her eyes earnestly fixed on him, Wu Di found himself at a loss for words. He could only nod silently. "Let's go to the Source Realm." "Alright, let's take my card," Gu Qianxian said with a nod, a smile spreading across her face. She casually placed 500 gold coins on the table and then took Wu Di's hand, leading him out of the cafe. "Miss," as soon as they exited the cafe, 7 or 8 bodyguard-looking individuals surrounded them, respectfully saluting Gu Qianxian. Impressive. Wu Di scanned the bodyguards. Each one's aura was not the slightest bit weaker than Lu Hui from the Thunder Path Dojo, indicating that these bodyguards were all elites among mid-tier professionals. This is my friend Wu Di," Gu Qianxian told them. "Later, my friend Wu Di and I will go directly to that Source Realm, so you don't need to follow us closely." "Understood, miss. We will wait for you outside the secret realm." The lead bodyguard nodded in response. Wu Di followed Gu Qianxian into a luxury sports car he had only seen on television before. "Wu Di, the secret realm we are going to is a low-level one. It's the Thunderfire Realm. You might have heard of it. The Source Realm I discovered is on the outskirts of the Thunderfire Realm, so we don't need to venture deep into the realm. Safety shouldn't be an issue." On the road, Gu Qianxian drove with focus, detailing the intricacies of the secret realm to Wu Di. The monsters inside the Thunderfire Realm are quite unique, not traditional biological life forms, but rather elemental beings. There are 2 types of monsters in the peripheral area, similar to those you've seen in the Tundra Realm before. Namely the Thunder Slime and the Flame Slime. Slimes again? Wu Di thought back to the vanilla slime he encountered in the Tundra Realm, a seemingly harmless creature. Could it really pose a threat? Seeing the doubt in Wu Di's mind, Gu Qianxian quickly added, "Unlike the harmless vanilla slime of the Tundra Realm, both the Flame Slime and the Thunder Slime can wield powerful flames and lightning for attacks. Moreover, their attacks come with detrimental effects such as burning from the Flame Slime and paralysis and electric shock from the Thunder Slime. The Flame Slime is somewhat manageable, though its attacks are strong and can cause area explosions. Its attack frequency isn't high and the flames aren't fast, so with a bit of caution you can dodge them. If we're attentive, even with our not so high level, we can easily take them down alone. However, we should be particularly wary of the Thunder Slime. Lightning attributes are among the strongest of all elements, as powerful as fire attacks and faster than those of the wind attribute, making them quite troublesome." Wu Di nodded thoughtfully as he listened to Gu Qianxian's earnest explanation. So it was an attack of the lightning type. He who was immune to lightning had nothing to fear then. He soon spoke up. "You've told all the good points of the secret realm, but what about the downsides?" Wu Di curiously asked. "What?" Gu Qianxian was clearly startled, finding it hard to follow Wu Di's train of thought. Did Wu Di really think that what she had just said was a benefit? Seeing Wu Di's serious expression, Gu Qianqian was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, I mentioned these things just to make you more cautious. Don't underestimate the challenge. With your abilities you should manage, she said after a pause, a hint of helplessness in her voice. She admitted that her previous words might have been somewhat exaggerated, but her genuine intention was to ensure Wu Di's safety in the mystic realm. Little did she expect that Wu Di would take her exaggerated description of the dangers as something positive. Cough cough. Gu Qianqian cleared her throat, originally planning to use the drawbacks of the mystic realm as a lead-in to discuss the benefits of entering it with her. This plan backfired spectacularly. Wu Di had taken the drawbacks as benefits, leaving her somewhat speechless again. Of course, the thunder slime is dangerous. Gu Qianqian continued in an awkward tone. Let's just say it's very dangerous. No, not just say, it really is dangerous. That's the drawback. What I'm about to say next are the benefits. Gu Qianqian declared righteously, I have a special item on me that can preemptively alert us to the presence of monsters and plot a route that avoids them, ensuring our safe arrival at the source realm. This item can be used for 1 hour, and I've calculated that if the path is clear it will take us exactly 1 hour to reach the entrance of the source realm, just enough time for us to use it in the mystic realm. Gu Qianqian said with a proud expression. She had spent a significant amount of money on this item specifically for this trip to the source realm. Without it, she and Wu Di might have spent 3 to 4 hours on the road, and if they were unlucky enough to encounter groups of monsters, they could lose even more time. Every second they lingered in the peripheral area of the mystic realm was a second wasted from their exploration of the source realm. However, the proud look on Gu Qianqian's face slowly faded when she noticed a hint of disappointment in Wu Di's eyes. No, Wu Di, why do you look so disappointed? Gu Qianqian asked, slightly irritated. It's nothing, I just feel that this item is somewhat redundant. Wu Di said, we're in the mystic realm to fight monsters and level up, but this item makes us avoid them. Doesn't that go against our original purpose? In Wu Di's view, every monster was a precious source of experience, and Gu Qianqian's item prevented him from encountering his beloved experience points, which was truly painful. Women's words are indeed deceiving. The two continued their sporadic conversation in the car, mostly with Wu Di asking questions and Gu Qianqian answering. After learning that Gu Qianqian's background was extraordinary, Wu Di seized the opportunity to ask many questions about this world that he did not understand. Gu Qianqian, with her impressive background, had a good understanding of many secrets, enlightening Wu Di about numerous mysteries. Another hour and a half passed and the sports car came to a smooth stop. Gu Qianqian opened the door, looked at the scenery outside, took a deep breath and then turned to Wu Di with a bright smile. We've arrived, Wu Di. As Gu Qianqian parked the car, several other bodyguards also approached from nearby. Wu Di glanced at them, somewhat surprised. These were all new faces, not the ones from before. This meant that this was a different group of bodyguards who had arrived at the entrance of the Thunderfire secret realm ahead of time after learning that Gu Qianqian would be coming to clear all obstacles for her. Is this what it's like to be wealthy, truly powerful, like other secret realms? The Thunderfire secret realm also had many entrances, and at each entrance various professionals were queuing to enter. However, unlike the newcomer secret realms, there were far more professionals outside the lower-tier secret realms, so many that it could be described as a sea of people. Despite having hundreds of entrances, they still couldn't accommodate the large number of professionals wishing to enter. Wu Di understood this well. The majority of professionals were low-tier, and these typically frequented the low-tier and newcomer secret realms. Generally, apart from special newcomer realms like the Huainan secret realm, the rewards in the ordinary newcomer realms were lower than those in the lower-tier realms, which is why more low-tier professionals chose to try their luck in the lower-tier realms. Looking at the long queues that stretched like dragons, Wu Di subconsciously furrowed his brow. With so many people, even if they joined the shortest line, it would probably take him and Gu Qianqian at least half an hour to enter the realm. Mr. Wu Di, we have arranged everything for you. Please follow us. One of the bodyguards suddenly spoke up, then led the way for Wu Di and Gu Qianqian. Thank you. Gu Qianqian called out to Wu Di to follow. The two followed the bodyguard's steps and came to a very long line. Wu Di looked at the queue with some confusion. As the people in the line saw Wu Di and Gu Qianqian approaching, they all turned their heads to look at them, their eyes conveying an ambiguous expression. Just as Wu Di was puzzled, suddenly a magnetic male voice boomed over the broadcast. Prepare, accompanied by brisk footsteps, a hopeful melody played, and approaching us now, embodying both beauty and intelligence, kindness and gentleness, is our Miss Gu. Let us welcome her with applause. A long round of applause ensued. About 70 to 80 people in the line simultaneously raised their hands and began clapping enthusiastically, smiles blooming brightly on their faces. As the clapping continued, the earlier male announcer also started singing a low song thick with flattery. Woody's eyelids twitched slightly. Gu Qianqian, with a look of resigned adaptation, explained to Woody, "Actually, I've advised them against this before, but they never listen to me, always preparing a whole team. I'm quite helpless." Of course, each of these people receives a reward of 1,000 to 500 gold coins with their consent, so we're not really cutting in line, Gu Qianqian said with a playful smile. "Let's form a team, Woody." Gu Qianqian sent a team invitation to Woody. Gu Qianqian, professional level LV10, level 10, truly a scion of a powerful family, her leveling speed almost catching up to his. Such is the charm of financial power. Woody felt a surge of emotions within him. Gu Qianqian was equally moved, her expression showing even more surprise than Woody's. It was no wonder he was the one who had first defeated the Grey Wolf King. His professional level was even higher than hers. Gu Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She herself had a professional team to help her level up through monster hunting, and her own skills were formidable. Logically, even if she wasn't the top newcomer in the nation, dominating the city of Pengcheng should have been no problem. Gu Qianqian had assumed that Woody's level would be at most LV8 or LV9, never surpassing hers. Yet even before entering the secret realm, Woody had already taught her a valuable lesson, making her realize that there are always bigger fish. Amidst the applause and singing, Woody and Gu Qianqian stepped into the secret realm. Thunder rumbled incessantly as lightning flickered across the sky. The ground beneath their feet was scorched earth. Standing near a high cliff, Woody and Gu Qianqian could see streams of molten magma bubbling below. Volcanic ash drifted through the air, and when the lightning flashed, it seemed to add a layer of golden mist to the air, giving the secret realm a hazy appearance. Moreover, the air was difficult to breathe, feeling as if countless fine particles were entering their bodies with every breath, leaving dirt inside. "Take this." Gu Qianqian handed Woody a pill, a barrier-dissolving pill. Despite its mystical name, it was actually a high-tech product designed to dissolve the ash in the air into harmless gases beneficial to their bodies. Seeing Gu Qianqian swallow her pill, Woody didn't hesitate to take his. After swallowing the pill, his vision cleared. The oppressive feeling in the air vanished instantly, and his breathing became exceptionally smooth. He could feel the dust he had inhaled being rapidly broken down. "Let's head straight to the source realm," Gu Qianqian suggested, pulling out the compass they had mentioned earlier. The compass needle spun before finally pointing in a direction. "Follow me." Gu Qianqian started walking briskly, with Woody quickly following behind. The journey was smooth, they encountered no monsters along the way. "This tool is really useful," Gu Qianqian couldn't help but remark, having only heard of its effectiveness but now seeing it firsthand. She decided that once they returned, she would buy a few more for backup from the trade market. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Woody and Gu Qianqian carefully navigated across streams of lava, the ground beneath their feet radiating intense heat. They didn't doubt that even a slight touch of the lava would instantly carbonize their flesh. After about an hour, having faced some dangers but no direct attacks, they finally arrived at the entrance of a cave. Here, Woody looked at the cave entrance before him. The surface of the entrance resembled the mystical teleportation passageway, but it was covered with a layer of scorching magma. With their current abilities, there was no way they could pass through. "Don't worry, I'm prepared." Gu Qianqian then took out an exquisite jade box from her bosom. Opening the box, inside lay 2 hexagonal crystals, completely transparent and white, with patterns like snowflakes emerging on their surfaces, continuously emitting bursts of cold, lowering the temperature around them. Both Woody and Gu Qianqian could distinctly feel a chill. Gu Qianqian handed one of the crystals to Woody. "Hold this in your hand and we can pass through. The entrance to the Yuan realm lies within this magma cave," she declared, then demonstrated by gripping the ice crystal and walking towards the magma cave. Woody followed closely in her footsteps. The moment they touched the surface of the magma, the hexagonal ice crystal instantly released a cold mist, enveloping them and forming a layer around their bodies like an eggshell isolating the magma. Outside, after entering the magma cave, Woody realized that what they had entered was not a cave but a special space entirely composed of magma. They were now in the midst of a vast magma ocean. In this red sea of magma, Woody and Gu Qianqian instinctively controlled their limbs, moving forward as if diving deep in the ocean, with the sound of bubbling continuously surrounding them. Suddenly, Woody heard a cracking sound next to his ear. As the magma continued to seep in, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the white transparent shell. The cracks grew denser. Before long the shell formed by the mist would completely shatter and Wu Di and Gu Qianqian would be fully exposed to the magma ocean with no chance of survival. The cold mist emitted by the ice crystal could only resist the lava for 3 minutes. The entrance to the Yuan realm is just ahead. If we join forces to activate the entrance, we can enter the Yuan realm space. Following Gu Qianqian's guidance, Wu Di looked forward. In the center of this magma sea was a liquid teleportation passageway emitting purple and red light shaped like a constantly rotating Tai Chi symbol. Inject our power into this space to enter, Gu Qianqian told Wu Di, urgency in her voice. Follow me and use your lightning power to activate the entrance. As she spoke, a phoenix phantom suddenly appeared behind Gu Qianqian, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix cry. A red fireball ignited in front of her chest and struck the entrance to the Yuan realm. The red area of the liquid Tai Chi pattern at the entrance began to flicker while the other half, the purple pattern, remained dim. Now Wu Di, without hesitation, seeing that the red pattern activated by Gu Qianqian was also fading, Wu Di flicked his fingers and a bolt of lightning instantly shot out, striking the Tai Chi pattern above. In an instant, the entire entrance to the Yuan realm burst into dazzling purple and red light, and a white crack slowly opened within it. The entrance to the origin realm opened and Gu Qianqian exclaimed, "Let's go, Wu Di." As her words fell, she saw Wu Di already dashing forward. Gu Qianqian wasted no more words and followed him towards the entrance. Blinded by a dazzling white light, both instinctively closed their eyes and surged forward. Crack, crack. The transparent shield wrapped around them started to fissure more and more until, just as they could bear no more and it was about to shatter completely, Wu Di and Gu Qianqian finally made it through the entrance into the origin realm. Is this the origin realm? Gu Qianqian wondered aloud. Outside was a sea of flames, but inside lay a forest. Such power to create a secret realm is truly magical. She looked around curiously. They were no longer surrounded by a sea of magma but had arrived in a land resembling an ancient forest. Feeling the ground under her small leather boots, a sense of safety arose within her as she gently stamped her white, slender legs on the ground. This is my first time entering the origin realm. I had only heard about it before and never imagined I'd be lucky enough to encounter it one day, Gu Qianqian mused. The origin realm, the birthplace of all secret realms hidden within, appears randomly and each appearance has its time and entry requirements. Most ordinary professionals haven't even heard of the origin realm, let alone entered it. Though it's our first time here, don't worry, Wu Di, Gu Qianqian reassured him. I did my research and prepared well before coming here. She added confidently, just stay with me and I'll protect you. You're my friend and I won't keep secrets from you. I am actually an SS grade Phoenix Fire Mage. Pointing to herself with a delicate finger, she flashed her pearly white canines, proud of her awakening during which she had drawn a red reward and obtained the highest quality SS grade profession. However, her pride soon turned to dejection. This year our Pengcheng city also saw the emergence of a golden class professional. It's so frustrating to compare with others. Knowing that he was the remarkable individual Gu Qianqian referred to, Wu Di decided to keep his identity a secret for now. This was largely because Wang Jia had used official power to protect his identity, something she had mentioned when they left the Huainan secret realm. Since Gu Qianqian had just left the secret realm today and hadn't been exposed to much outside information, she was unaware that Wu Di was the golden class professional she spoke of. Nevertheless, Gu Qianqian suddenly reignited her fighting spirit. But with the Gu family supporting me and my own efforts, I believe I can surpass that freak. She looked at Wu Di, then suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Sorry, I got carried away again. Thanks for listening to my ramblings. Oh, and Wu Di, this is for you. Gu Qianqian quickly pulled a book from her storage space and handed it to Wu Di. This is a Thunder Attribute skill book I specifically purchased for this origin realm. Since you're my partner, naturally, the book is yours now. A skill book? Wu Di took the book, but before he could even look at it, Gu Qianqian continued, I'll handle the fighting and you take care of supporting me. What? Wu Di was slightly stunned, lifting his head to stare in astonishment at Gu Qianqian's pretty face. Confidently she said, I am an SS grade professional, very powerful. You just focus on supporting me. Wu Di silently gripped the skill book, his expression gradually turning odd. Me handle support? Do I support? Wu Di asked uncertainly. Although Gu Qianqian didn't know he was the only golden grade professional in Pengcheng City this year, she at least knew he had slain the Grey Origin Wolf King. And with such strength, he was still only fit to support her. Nodded Gu Qianqian. Don't worry, I really am very, very powerful. You just prepare to win effortlessly. Thunder Rain technique. Grade B releases the thunder element within the body to summon thunderclouds over a 2 by 2 square meter area, bringing nourishing rain that slowly restores health and spirit power, lasting for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 10 minutes. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Gu Qianqian's eyes narrowed slightly like a proud little cat. A grade B skill book, typically the highest grade available in the market, each priced over 500,000 gold coins. No wonder she's a rich heiress, Wu Di thought to himself, once again witnessing the power of money, a special ability that could rival an SSS grade talent. If only there was more time, I might have used my family's resources to get you an A grade skill book, continued Gu Qianqian. During the fight you focus on restoring my status and I'll handle killing the monsters. You won't need to lift a finger, I'll protect you. After all, I was the one who invited you to the Origin Realm, so don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. Gu Qianqian waved her delicate little fists. Alright then. Seeing how insistent Gu Qianqian was, Wu Di found it difficult to refuse her kindness. He was invited by her after all, and she was not only covering his expenses and providing him with skill books but also offering to do all the heavy lifting in the secret realm, even sharing half of the loot from the monsters. Such a generous heiress was indeed rare. Let's head out then. Gu Qianqian and Wu Di walked side by side toward the primeval forest. It's a flame slime. A few minutes into their exploration of the forest, a fiery red creature suddenly appeared, bouncing towards them and conjuring a crimson fireball above its head. Wu Di, step aside, I'll handle this. Gu Qianqian gestured grandly, intending to shield Wu Di behind her. Wu Di, where are you? Gu Qianqian paused, looking around only to find no trace of Wu Di, who had apparently taken the opportunity to disappear miles away. Rest assured, I've got your back. Wu Di gave Gu Qianqian a thumbs up, his thunderstorm spell ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice should any harm befall her. Wu Di, you're acting too hastily. Gu Qianqian felt a slight sense of disappointment. While she did want Wu Di to dodge some attacks during the battle to avoid accidental hits, seeing his swift actions made her feel oddly uncomfortable. However, Gu Qianqian wasn't one to hold petty grudges, especially since a fireball attack from a flame slime was already hurtling towards her. With a powerful thrust of her long, straight legs, Gu Qianqian flipped backward in an instant, effortlessly dodging the flame slime's attack. Following that, she elegantly waved her hands. A rain of fire erupted. In an instant, a dense shower of fire rained down from the sky, landing on the flame slime. Due to the same elemental nature, the fire rain caused minimal damage, but Gu Qianqian's fierce onslaught was relentless. Soon, the flame slime could no longer withstand the barrage and collapsed under the fiery deluge, transforming into experience points and gold coins that merged into both Wu Di and Gu Qianqian, killing a level 11 flame slime. Experience gained, plus 88. Wow, this Origin Realm truly offers bountiful experience. We each gained 88 points just by sharing, Gu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her experience bar surge. Wu Di nodded in agreement. Indeed, the experience from monsters in the Origin Realm is much higher than those outside. No wonder they say encountering the Origin Realm is a great opportunity for professionals. Let's keep going. Tasting the sweetness of victory, a flame of battle sparked in Gu Qianqian's eyes as she excitedly ran deeper into the secret realm, with Wu Di quickly following behind. The pair moved seamlessly through their journey, with Wu Di casting Thunderstorm whenever Gu Qianqian's condition faltered, helping her quickly recover her physical and mental strength. Wu Di felt quite satisfied following behind Gu Qianqian, enjoying the experience without much effort on his part. However, he was slightly disappointed by Gu Qianqian's somewhat slow killing speed. Although she took about a minute per monster, which was much faster compared to the 4 to 5 minutes of other ordinary professionals, it was still too slow compared to Wu Di's seconds-based calculations. But since it was Gu Qianqian's request, Wu Di held his peace. Soon Wu Di's professional level had risen to level 14, and Gu Qianqian had also advanced to level 12. The Origin Realm wasn't very large, roughly the same size as the core area of a secret realm, and the number of monsters wasn't particularly high. Let's take a 10-minute break, Wu Di, Gu Qianqian suggested, wiping the sweat from her forehead and leaning against a large boulder, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. Thank you so much just now, Wu Di. Recalling how I was besieged by 2 thunder elemental spirits earlier, I inadvertently exposed a flaw and was caught in the monster's deadly skills. If it weren't for Wu Di's timely intervention, I might have been severely injured, if not dead. A flicker of fear crossed Gu Qianqian's eyes. Thunder slimes and flame slimes are manageable, but these thunder and fire elemental spirits are truly challenging to handle. I had to exert my full strength to deal with each one of them. Gu Qianqian reflected, thinking to herself that this source realm was indeed extremely challenging. Not only does it restrict entry to pairs, but the monsters inside are also very powerful. Even for someone of an SS-class combat profession like her, it was particularly strenuous, especially the elite minor elemental spirits within the source realm. She could only defeat her opponents by going all out one-on-one. Of course, high risk means high reward. Within just 5 hours, both of them had leveled up by 2, an efficiency in leveling that probably only the source realm could offer. I guess I know why so many professionals are unaware of the source realm, Gu Qianqian said with a wry smile. With such high difficulty, ordinary professionals who stumble upon the source realm by mistake probably couldn't stand a chance against the creatures inside, and most would perish there. Now that we've cleared all the monsters in the source realm, how do we leave? Wu Di, sitting next to Gu Qianqian, asked curiously, his knowledge about the source realm far less than hers. They had explored the entire source realm and now there were no monsters left. It was indeed time to leave. Looking at the curious Wu Di, Gu Qianqian suddenly shook her head, her expression odd. There's no exit in the source realm. Once we step through the entrance, the pathway we came from automatically closed. We can't go back. Wu Di raised an eyebrow unconsciously at Gu Qianqian's strange expression. Gu Qianqian, with an inexplicable smile on her face, looked back at Wu Di. After a moment, seeing that Wu Di remained silent, Gu Qianqian showed a somewhat listless expression. I actually didn't fool you. How boring. But what I said wasn't wrong either. The entrance did disappear after we entered, and indeed we can't go back the way we came. Gu Qianqian's tone shifted as she continued, however, while the original entrance disappeared, we can leave by another method, which is to kill all the monsters in the mystic realm. After all the monsters are defeated, a unique creature native to the source realm will appear. If we can defeat that creature, a new source realm passage will open and we can leave through this new pathway. So, there are still monsters we haven't encountered here, Wu Di responded, to which Gu Qianqian nodded, stood up from the ground and dusted herself off. Exactly. All right, we've rested enough, let's move on. Finally, after another hour or so, the two encountered another fire elemental spirit and a thunder elemental spirit. Killing the level 15 fire elemental spirit, they gained plus 150 experience points. Killing the level 15 thunder elemental spirit, they gained another plus 150 experience points. As the fire and thunder elemental spirits vanished, the entire realm underwent a drastic transformation. The clear skies flickered unpredictably between light and dark while the ground trembled incessantly underfoot. Trees shook violently, their branches rustling loudly. Amidst this chaos, Gu Qianqian struggled to maintain her balance and her gaze inadvertently swept the sky. When she spotted something slowly materializing out of nowhere, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Wu Di instinctively looked up. Descending from the heavens was a creature half red and half purple, a monstrous being split down the middle by these two colors. Towering nearly 100 meters tall, its face, a blend of thunder and fire, wore a cold expression as it stared down at both Wu Di and Gu Qianqian. This creature was the king of fire and thunder elements, boss level, with attributes: level, LV 15 strength, 1560 constitution, 1359 defense, 1344 speed, 1528 spirit, 2356. Its skills included fireball, LV 15, phase shift, LV 15, phoenix fire, LV 15, thunderstrike, LV 15, thunderfire roar, LV 15, lotus thunderblade, LV 15, sky thunder earthfire, LV 15, thunderfire shield, LV 15. Its boss traits included elemental life, immunity to non-elemental attacks, plus 50% resistance to thunder and fire damage, plus 50% thunder and fire damage, and immunity to negative statuses. Warning: the king of fire and thunder elements, the first creature of the Thunderfire realm and the creator of the Thunderfire secret realm. Danger level: high, crossed out, low for you. This was the true boss of this secret realm, incredibly powerful. Gu Qianqian's expression grew serious as she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the king of fire and thunder elements. It was the strongest boss monster she had ever encountered, indeed stronger than any Grey Plain Wolf King Wu Di had ever seen. Its attributes completely overshadowed those of the Grey Plain Wolf King. Truly, a creature born from the origin of this lower-level secret realm was extraordinary. Wu Di, the battle ahead might be tough. You need to protect yourself since I might not be able to look after you, said Gu Qianqian solemnly. Facing the king of fire and thunder elements, she needed to focus all her energy and couldn't afford to be distracted by protecting Wu Di. With a bizarre, ear-piercing roar, The king of fire and thunder elements descended, unleashing thick bolts of lightning from the sky towards them while superheated pillars of flame erupted from the ground. This was one of its skills: Sky Thunder Earth Fire. I'll go first, Wu Di. While you support me, remember to take care of yourself. With a powerful leap, Gu Qianqian burst into flames, transforming into a gigantic 100-meter-tall flame phoenix covered in a radiant aura and charged towards the king of fire and thunder elements. This move is quite similar to my law of heaven and earth, Wu Di murmured, watching Gu Qianqian's phoenix form attack. Clearly Gu Qianqian did not hold back in her confrontation with the king of thunder and fire elements, unleashing her most powerful moves right from the start. This tactic, though, seemed to drain a significant amount of her spiritual energy. The flame phoenix and the king of thunder and fire elements were nearly equal in stature, both towering about 100 meters tall. As the flame phoenix swooped towards him, the king felt a slight threat and let out a fierce roar. Lightning and flames swept towards the phoenix in unison, undeterred. The flame phoenix dodged each attack, flapping its wings vigorously as it sent a barrage of fiery meteors crashing down upon the king. Unfortunately for someone with high resistance to fire elements like the king, Gu Qianqian's attacks were but a light drizzle, hardly making an impact. 3 minutes later, the flame phoenix began to fade into an illusion before collapsing to the ground, reverting back to the form of Gu Qianqian. Witnessing the disappearance of the flame phoenix, the king of thunder and fire elements struck a victorious pose, roaring up to the sky, proclaiming itself the ruler of this world. Exhausted Gu Qianqian gasped for air, her body now covered in numerous wounds. As she looked towards the king, a look of despair flashed across her eyes. It was over. After the intense battle, Gu Qianqian knew in her heart that she was no match for the king. If she and Wu Di could not defeat the king, they would be trapped forever in the thunder and fire realm, unable to leave until their deaths. Suddenly, a fine thunderstorm began the rain, nurturing Gu Qianqian's wounded body, visibly speeding up her recovery. However, the despair on Gu Qianqian's face did not lessen. She turned to look at Wu Di, who was hiding in a safe zone, her eyes red and filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Wu Di, I was too arrogant. I thought my strength was enough to defeat the leader here and take you away from this place, but unfortunately, I was too weak, dragging you down with me, she said, crying bitterly. Suddenly, a warm and strong hand rested on Gu Qianqian's head, causing her sobs to stop abruptly. Lifting her tear-filled eyes, she saw Wu Di, who had somehow made his way to her side. You rest first. There's no need to lose heart, you still have me, he said soothingly. Gu Qianqian felt a warmth in her heart but shook her head pessimistically. It's impossible. The king of thunder and fire elements is too strong. We can't defeat him. To this, Wu Di simply smiled. Whether we can or cannot, we won't know unless we fight. Leave the rest to me. Startled, Gu Qianqian watched as Wu Di limbered up and slowly walked towards the still roaring king of thunder and fire elements in midair. With a crackle, streaks of lightning flashed before Gu Qianqian's eyes as Wu Di's figure seemed to turn into electricity. In one moment he vanished from his spot, and in the next he reappeared farther away, closing in on the king as if teleporting. Seeing another human approaching, the king stopped his roaring, his face composed of elements, looking down imperiously at Wu Di. To the towering, nearly 100-meter-tall king of thunder and fire elements, the mere 1.8 meters tall Wu Di seemed incredibly insignificant, akin to an ant. Everyone, the thing I hate the most is being looked down upon. Wu Di walked to a few meters away from the king of thunder and fire elements, raised his head to look at him, and flashed a brilliant row of white teeth. So, would you please come down? As he spoke, the majestic invocation Thunder Emperor, heaven and earth, roared to life with a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth. A golden figure towering 300 meters high appeared out of nowhere. It stood twice as tall as the king of thunder and fire elements, and its golden visage radiated an even more imposing aura, surpassing the king in sheer presence. Upon witnessing this majestic golden figure, Gu Qianqian's pupils shrank in awe. The king of thunder and fire elements let out an enraged roar at the sudden appearance of this imposing golden giant, feeling a profound threat emanating from this golden figure. Gu Qianqian watched as Wu Di transformed into this massive form, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She knew that Wu Di, like her, possessed a transformative ability. She remembered that back in the Tundra secret realm, Wu Di's golden figure was only 50 or 60 meters tall, nowhere near the grand stature of 300 meters he now displayed. This was also why she subconsciously believed that Wu Di was no match for the king of thunder and fire elements. Transformative skills, especially those of elemental nature like theirs, were often judged by their size in terms of strength. Gu Qianqian could transform into a flame phoenix about 100 meters tall, roughly 5 times stronger than her normal form. Unfortunately, her transformation could only last 3 minutes. if she could maintain the Flame Phoenix form indefinitely, she believed she could stand a chance against the King of Thunder and Fire elements, but that would only be a stand. She couldn't dominate the king as Woody was doing now. At this moment, Woody was already battling the King of Thunder and Fire elements. It was less of a fight and more a one-sided thrashing by Woody. The giant golden figure reached down from the sky, grabbing the king's neck. The king tried to dissolve into his elemental form to escape, but found it impossible. Woody's thunderous power restrained him, forcing him to remain corporeal and passively endure the beating. The king tried to retaliate, but his attacks couldn't even breach Woody's defenses. Particularly his thunderous attacks seemed not only ineffective against Woody but also appeared to replenish the thunder element within Woody. Boom boom boom. With one hand gripping the king's neck, Woody's other fist hammered down repeatedly, striking the king's ethereal face. Gu Qianxian could vaguely see flames and lightning splattering from the king's face, much like blood from a human, roaring in anger, but to no avail. The king was unable to break free from Woody's grasp. This absolute suppression left him utterly frustrated. Still not yielding? The golden figure stood tall, and Woody's grand resonant voice echoed throughout the entire realm. He lifted the King of Lightning Fire element high above his head and then violently threw it to the ground. As the king tried to rise, he lifted it again, smashing it back down repeatedly. Each impact left a large, deep crater in the ground. Such brutality! Gu Qianxian watched the scene, instinctively closing her eyes each time the King of Lightning Fire element fell. Woody's method of fighting was indeed too brutal. Even for an enemy like the King of Lightning Fire element, Gu Qianxian felt a hint of sympathy. Still not yielding, Wu Di grew more furious as the King of Lightning Fire element continued to roar defiantly. Although the king was made of elemental matter, Wu Di had expended considerable effort to stabilize it into a humanoid form. Even now, as he manifested his mighty celestial powers, his hands began to ache. Furious that it dared to make his hands ache, Wu Di knew the King of Lightning Fire element was courting death. Wu Di's attacks became even more vicious and brutal. He rubbed it against the ground, tore the body of the king in half before magically reconnecting it, then tearing it apart again or compressing it into a ball. Eventually, the King of Lightning Fire element chose to surrender, mentally on the brink of collapse after enduring Wu Di's relentless torture. But Wu Di was unrelenting. He knew that only by killing the king would the secret entrance appear. His transformation was also time-limited, and as time was running out, Wu Di became anxious, increasing the speed of his attacks. Numerous crimson damage numbers burst from the king's head. Finally, with a striking damage number exceeding 1,000,000, the King of Lightning Fire element let out its last wail as its form began to dissolve. Killed. LV-15 King of Lightning Fire element gained experience *4500. At last the King of Lightning Fire element could no longer bear the humiliation and found release from Wu Di's grip. What's this? As the stormy clouds dispersed and Wu Di's celestial form became transparent, revealing his true self, he held something in his hands. Soul of the Lightning Fire element king, bound as the killer of the king, having proven your strength, it acknowledges you as its master. Note: can be absorbed into the specialized Beast Pet space. Beast Pet unlocked, King of Lightning Fire element. Note: this item is bound, cannot be sold, discarded, or destroyed. Since it was already bound, Wu Di turned to Gu Qianxian. Only this item had dropped in the entire realm, although they had initially agreed to share the rewards. Gu Qianxian also saw the binding on the soul of the Lightning Fire element king and could only read the introductory information, not seeing the last two notes. Seeing Wu Di look at her, Gu Qianxian smiled wryly. Since the King of Lightning Fire element has acknowledged your strength and the item has automatically bound itself to you, naturally the soul of the Lightning Fire element king is yours. But did you truly earn the king's recognition? Could it be that the King of Fire and Thunder elements was so frightened by Wu Di that he surrendered and begged for mercy? Gu Qianxian pondered quietly in her heart. Well, Wu Di did not refuse the other party's goodwill either. Look, Wu Di, a new exit has appeared, and it's only available for a limited time. We must hurry. Gu Qianxian pointed to the place where the King of Fire and Thunder elements had fallen, and indeed a door reappeared there. Without hesitation, Wu Di and Gu Qianxian rushed through the door. Whoosh! The two returned to the secret realm of fire and thunder. Surroundings were no longer a sea of lava but an empty ground with streams of magma flowing beneath their feet. Ah, we are finally back. Gu Qianxian sighed deeply, feeling a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. If it weren't for you, Wu Di, I might have died in the origin realm this time. I'm glad I chose you as my partner. Gu Qianxian's beautiful eyes fixed on Wu Di, her tone sincere with gratitude. If it weren't for Wu D and she had randomly chosen another teammate, they might have already perished under the attacks of the King of Fire and Thunder elements. She owed Wu Di her life. It's nothing. Wu Di didn't mind, as this journey to the Origin Realm was only possible because of Gu Qianqian. If not for Gu Qianqian, Wu Di wouldn't even know about the existence of the Origin Realm. Moreover, the experience in the Origin Realm was incredibly rich. Currently, Wu Di's professional level had reached LV 17 and Gu Qianqian had reached LV 15. The level difference between them had reduced from 3 to just 2 levels. Gu Qianqian was leveling up faster than Wu Di, indicating she possessed better quality experience enhancing items. However, Wu Di was not discouraged. Given a chance to farm in the secret realm alone, his level would surely skyrocket again. With his current attribute panel, Wu Di could consider going to lower level secret realms with the richest experience and highest difficulty to level up, including the lottery chance left from before and the one gained from leveling up this time. I now have accumulated 6 lottery chances. I'll use them all when we get back, and I believe it will greatly increase my chances of securing the first place in the professional exam, Wu Di calculated in his mind. Suddenly, just as Wu Di and Gu Qianqian were chatting, the passage to the Origin Realm behind them completely disappeared and a prompt appeared in front of them. Congratulations on clearing the Fire and Thunder Origin Realm. Special reward earned. Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of Fire element. Congratulations on obtaining the Heart of Thunder element. As the notification sound ended, a red and a purple heart-shaped crystal floated in front of Wu Di and Gu Qianqian. Heart of Fire element. The owner gains plus 50% resistance to fire elements and plus 50% fire element damage. Note: once bound, this item cannot be unbound, traded, or disassembled. Heart of Thunder element. The owner gains plus 50% resistance to thunder elements and plus 50% thunder element damage. Note: once bound, this item cannot be unbound, traded, or disassembled. What powerful effects! Looking at the properties of the two items, Gu Qianqian's beautiful eyes shimmered and she looked stunningly beautiful. I knew it, clearing an Origin Realm with such a rare opportunity would surely come with rewards. It was only after we left the Source Realm that they gave it to us. Wu Di, your profession draws on the power of the thunder element, while mine is of the fire element. According to our previous agreement, we are to split the items evenly. This Heart of Thunder goes to you and the Heart of Fire to me. Wu Di had no objections. After Gu Qianqian put away the Heart of Fire, he also stowed the Heart of Thunder. With the Heart of Fire in my possession, all my skill damages increased by 50%. Gu Qianqian confidently said, being able to draw an SS grade profession in the Red Awakening already puts me on par with most who draw a gold quality. Now I'm quite confident I can break into the top 30 in the national exams. Congratulations. Wu Di congratulated her, casually binding the Heart of Thunder before storing it away. Unlike the thrilled Gu Qianqian, this item was of little use to him. His profession naturally immunized him against thunder element damage, making this 50% thunder resistance quite irrelevant, and the additional 50% damage was almost negligible given his damage values had already been boosted by various enhancements several times over. Wait, Wu Di, after mentioning professionals of the gold class, Gu Qianqian's jaw suddenly stiffened. She then scrutinized Wu Di from head to toe, her suspicions growing. You're so powerful, don't tell me you're the gold class professional from our Pengcheng this year? Seeing Wu Di not denying, Gu Qianqian knew she had guessed right. Ah, so the expert was right beside me all along. Gu Qianqian showed a face of exasperation, annoyed as she ruffled her hair, recalling how she had proudly boasted about her SS grade profession in front of Wu Di and even haughtily asked Wu Di to support her. What merits do I have to have someone like Wu Di support me? Thinking back to her previous attitude, Gu Qianqian felt immensely embarrassed, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. I'm sorry, Wu Di, I was too arrogant before. I underestimated you. Gu Qianqian murmured an apology. Watching Gu Qianqian blush and apologize again, which was already the 6th time, Wu Di thought she didn't seem too bright, always so quick to apologize. Wu Di waved his hand. Actually, I quite enjoy the feeling of lying back and gaining experience in secret realms. Next time you can still call on me. Handle the minor monsters yourself and I'll back you up for the final boss. Wu Di spoke calmly. Hey, Gu Qianqian looked up at Wu Di's handsome face, briefly losing herself. Come on, don't daydream. We should leave the secret realm and rest up to prepare for tomorrow's exams. Seeing Gu Qianqian standing there dazed, her fair face now blushing like a ripe peach, Wu Di patted her head, pulling her back to reality. Oh right, time waits for no one. Gu Qianqian turned around, seriously nodding her head, remembering how brutally Wu Di had defeated the King of Thunder and Fire elements in the Secret Realm, she shivered subconsciously. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, Woody must be an SSS grade professional, only such a level can easily overpower an SS grade professional like me. This year, there are 32 gold class professionals nationwide, among them there must be quite a few SSS grade ones along with other red class professionals. I think breaking into the top 30 of the exams will be very challenging. Having witnessed Woody's strength, Gu Qianxian truly understood that there are always bigger fish. Yet this did not lead her to despair, instead it ignited her fighting spirit. After all, she was the young mistress of the Gu family, possessing vast resources to support her compared to other professionals, coupled with the recently acquired Heart of Fire element in her already formidable SS rank profession. Gu Qianxian did not believe she was inferior to those with SSS rank professions. As she had said before entering the secret realm, while there were initially 3 levels difference between her and Wu Di, it had now been reduced to 2 thanks to a red quality experience boosting item she possessed. She still had the chance to surpass these genius SSS rank professionals. Watching Wu Di's receding figure, Gu Qianxian suddenly mustered up her courage, clenched her little pink fists, and called out to him with determination, Wu Di, I won't lose to you, let's see who performs better in the college entrance exam. Wu Di paused, turned his head to look at Gu Qianxian, who was quickly catching up, neither agreeing nor rejecting her challenge. Humph, ignoring me, I'll take that as a yes. Gu Qianxian snorted softly, grabbed Wu Di's arm and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. Come on, let's head back and prepare for the exams. Don't let me outscore you by too much or I'll mercilessly tease you. Leaving the Thunderfire secret realm and watching Gu Qianxian depart surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Wu Di got into a car left for him by the Gu family and was driven home by Gu Corporation's bodyguards. It was 1:30. In the afternoon, when Wu Di pushed open the door of his home, his sister was not yet back. Having earned some money, he treated himself to a takeout meal he had never dared to order before. After a simple meal, Wu Di opened his attribute panel. I never thought I'd reach level 17 before the college entrance exam. Recalling what his teacher had once said about needing to be around levels 7 or 8 to get into one of the top 4 universities and probably levels 9 or 10 for a more secure spot, Wu Di's current level was already far beyond what was required for admission to these top institutions. Even without signing an enrollment agreement with Wang Jia, Wu Di could now choose freely among the 4 top universities based on his strength. 6 more lottery draws left, let's see what rewards I can get. As Wu Di focused his thoughts, the familiar lottery wheel appeared before his eyes and began spinning rapidly. What reward will I get? In Wu Di's expectant gaze, the lottery will gradually slow down. As the wheel stopped, Wu Di's vision was gradually enveloped by a golden light. Golden Legend, congratulations, you have obtained a gold quality reward SSS rank job change card, Martial God. Wu Di looked at the job change card in his hand and frowned. He already had his own profession and getting another job change card felt like a chicken rib, useless to him but too good to throw away. It could only be sold to the next batch of students who had not yet awakened their professions. Another SSS rank profession, Martial God, a name that suggested excellence in combat, was now going to benefit some lucky fellow in the future. Wu Di muttered to himself, finding the Martial God career card useless for him, so he stowed it away in his storage space, preparing for a second lottery draw. With 5 chances left, he hoped not to get any more career cards. As Wu Di mumbled to himself, he began the second round of the lottery. The wheel slowly came to a stop. Congratulations, you've obtained the Martial God's exclusive weapon, Yenshin Weapon, SSS grade. Yenshin Weapon, SSS grade, exclusive to Martial God career, unique. Destiny, 0 out of 5. Exclusive weapon effect 1. The Yenshin weapon exclusive to the Martial God allows the perfect mastery of various martial arts and weaponry. It can switch to any weapon form according to the wielder's thoughts with no cooldown. Unlocked. Exclusive weapon effect 2. Each time the Yenshin weapon switches forms, the bearer's attack increases by 1%, up to 50%, speed by 1%, up to 50%, and spirit by 1%, up to 50%, locked. Exclusive weapon effect 3, the Yenshin weapon has a destructive nature. There's a 0.1% chance to destroy the enemy's weapon upon contact, with increased probability after each contact. This feature is ineffective against weapons of the same or higher quality. Locked. Exclusive weapon effect 4. The Yenshin weapon has the ability to physically crush and soulfully impact. Each hit temporarily weakens the target's strength by 5%, up to 50%, constitution by 5%, up to 50%, and spirit by 5%, up to 50%. lasting for 30 minutes, locked. Exclusive weapon effect 5. After hitting a target with the Yenshin weapon, the wielder permanently absorbs 1% of the target's strength, constitution, defense, speed, and spirit. This effect can only occur once per target, locked. Exclusive weapon effect 6, locked. Wu Di felt speechless for a moment. Great, he wished not to draw another career card and instead he drew another career's exclusive weapon. This wish was indeed effective. However, looking at the long staff floating in front of him, shaped like a Rui Jingu Bang, a glint of wariness flashed in Wu Di's eyes. This weapon, said to be exclusive to the martial god career, seemed more like an evil artifact from its effects. Various negative effects, temporary weakening of enemy attributes, destruction of enemy weapons, and even absorbing the enemy's attributes. It was truly disgusting. If he were to face a professional wielding such a weapon, it would undoubtedly be extremely uncomfortable. For more chances to draw, let's go again. I don't believe it can keep giving me exclusive weapons. With determination, Wu Di spun the lottery wheel again. Congratulations, you've obtained the martial god's exclusive weapon. Yenshin weapon, SSS grade. Since you already own the Yenshin weapon, it's automatically converted to Destiny. Yenshin weapon, SSS grade, current Destiny, 1 out of 5, still 3 chances left. I refuse to believe today is such bad luck. Wu Di, defying the odds, spun the lottery wheel again. Congratulations, you've obtained the martial god's exclusive weapon, Yenshin weapon, SSS grade. Since you already own the Yenshin weapon, it's automatically converted to Destiny. Yenshin weapon, SSS grade, current Destiny, 2 out of 5, Wu Di pleaded sincerely. I've been honest, please let me off this time. Please, no more class transfer cards, and no more specialized weapons either. Today luck was not on his side at all. The golden quality rewards he drew were all unusable. What was the point of drawing them if they couldn't be used? It was no different from drawing the lowest white quality rewards. With only one more chance left at the draw, Wu Di stared anxiously at the spinning prize wheel, dreading that it might stop on a class card or a weapon slot again. The wheel spun rapidly but soon came to a halt under Wu Di's intense gaze. Thankfully, this time it stopped on something other than a class transfer card or a weapon. A flash of relief crossed Wu Di's eyes, but the next moment the message that appeared made his face stiffen. Congratulations on drawing the Martial God Special Talent, Martial God Force, SSS grade. Unexpectedly, apart from the classes and specialized weapons, there also exists a unique talent exclusive to a class, Martial God Force, SSS grade. For the bearer of Martial God martial arts reach divine levels, all skills are automatically upgraded to match the current class level. After reading about the Martial God Force, Wu Di glanced at his skills, all of which were still at level 1. He was actually quite pleased with this Martial God Force. Skill upgrades for a professional required proficiency, and the experience needed for proficiency was equal to the experience required for a professional's level upgrade. In other words, upgrading a skill from level 1 to level 2 required 100 points of skill proficiency. Gaining skill proficiency was straightforward. Each use of a skill increased proficiency by 1 point, and the trade market occasionally sold special items that could multiply the rate of proficiency gained, but those items were expensive and not something ordinary professionals could consider. Moreover, as long as a professional kept using their skills, they would eventually reach max level, making such items somewhat redundant. Only wealthy individuals who wanted to leverage their class level for an early advantage, or someone who had obtained a powerful skill and didn't want to waste too much time, would consider buying these items. As for Wu Di, having been a professional for just a few days, he could one-shot most monsters in the secret realm with a basic attack, and even boss monsters were down with a single skill. To date his skill levels were still at LV1. If he could truly use this talent, syncing all skill levels to his class level would be a tremendous boost, but unfortunately it wasn't for his current class. Wu Di felt a bit helpless. The last chance. Just give me anything, I have no more requests, Wu Di said, somewhat resigned as he spun the prize wheel one last time. The prize was quickly determined. Congratulations on receiving the golden quality reward, Emblem of Profession, SSS grade. Emblem of Profession, SSS grade. Use this item to gain an additional opportunity to awaken a profession, the quality of which cannot exceed that of the Emblem of Profession. There, staring at the last golden reward item that appeared in his hand, Wu Di was momentarily stunned. Then he took out the Martial God class card he had just stored away. It wasn't. He had prepared himself for sorrow, and it turned out all for naught. In the end, it seems I'm the one benefiting. Wu Di sighed, feeling like he was hit by his own thrown boomerang. just as the saying goes, ask and you shall receive. It seemed as if fate had perfectly timed the arrival of these career insignias. With a deep breath, Woody looked at the insignias in his hands, one in the left and the other in the right, along with the Warrior God job change card. Use it now, hope it doesn't make too much noise and disturb the neighbors. Woody muttered to himself, congratulations on obtaining your second career SSS class Warrior God, unique career. In an instant Woody's vision was filled with ancient yellow scrolls. The scrolls slowly unfurled before his eyes. Woody observed carefully and saw that each scroll depicted a robust man with an impressive aura striking various poses, some with a long sword and others wielding dual blades. Each movement vividly portrayed the long sword danced through the interplay of light and shadow, casting silver gleams, the dual blades wild and unrestrained like untamed horses. His techniques ranged from powerful and forceful to smooth and flowing like clouds and water. Unlike the grandiose and supernatural awakening of the Thunder Emperor career, the awakening of the Warrior God was unremarkable, filled only with various martial insights like endless rivers flowing into Woody's mind. At that moment, Woody's mind suddenly filled with profound understandings of martial arts. As the final scroll imprinted itself in his mind, Woody subconsciously raised his arms and rhythmically moved his legs. He envisioned the robust man's figure and mimicked his movements. His right hand clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arm. With a fierce swing of his right fist, boom, a massive explosion sounded. It was like a natural gas explosion, causing the entire building where Woody lived to shake violently. All the neighbors were startled by the tremor, rushing downstairs in panic, not knowing what had happened. In the old district, the 6-story building had no elevator, adding to the chaos as people hurried down, encountering curious neighbors along the way, all wondering about the situation. But no one knew exactly what had happened. When they reached the ground floor and looked up at the building, they saw apartment 601, the home of the brother and sister duo. Had a gas cylinder exploded? Everyone stared dumbfounded at Woody's home. The wall facing the sun in room 601 had crumbled into pieces of rubble scattered on the ground. There were broken steel bars and concrete everywhere. They could even see Woody inside, his face just as shocked. Young Woody, are you all right? A concerned older woman shouted up at him. Come out quickly, it's dangerous in there. Woody slowly regained his senses. He gently clenched his right fist again, looking at his home now open to the sky, his mind still somewhat foggy. An entire wall had been blasted into countless pieces by his punch. Sis, our house is blown up. Woody rehearsed in his mind, trying to find a gentle way to break the news to his sister when she returned. Hearing the anxious shouts from below and seeing the worried faces of his neighbors, Woody instinctively replied, "Okay, I'm coming down now." Woody had just lifted his left foot when his expression suddenly changed. He had not yet adapted to his newly awakened martial god profession. His body uncontrollably surged forward, charging straight out from the 6th floor. Amid the horrified stares of his neighbors and the shrill scream of one, Woody leapt from the rooftop. Particularly, the older woman who had earlier urged Woody to come down was now terrified beyond belief. I told you to come downstairs, not to jump off the building. The lady's face turned pale, her heart screaming silently. Boom! Woody landed heavily on the ground, standing firm. The scene fell into a brief silence. Woody and the surrounding neighbors looked at each other. After a few minutes, Woody carefully moved his toes and then slowly lifted his foot, feeling a sigh of relief inside. He had finally adapted to this sudden surge of power. His second profession as a martial god was equivalent in level to his main profession. The thousands of attribute points from a martial god profession had instantly boosted Woody's physical strength. If it weren't for the martial god's profession's meticulous control over the body, which allowed him to adapt to the changes within seconds, an ordinary person gaining thousands of attribute points suddenly would probably need several days or even longer to adjust. "Woo family, are you all right?" a neighbor asked cautiously, his eyes still wide with shock. It was terrifying. Woody had suddenly jumped from the 6th floor, startling all the neighbors, who were mostly in non-combat professions. They were terrified that Woody might perform another heart-stopping action right in front of them. "I'm fine now." Woody slowly shook his head. "Really? Do you want to go to the hospital to check it out?" another concerned neighbor lady asked, pointing to her head, too embarrassed to say it outright. First punching through the walls of his own home, then jumping straight from the 6th floor. Any normal person wouldn't do such things. "I'm really fine, just got a new skill and couldn't control it well. But I've adapted to it now," Woody explained with a helpless shake of his head. He had just been praising how low-key the martial god profession was, unlike the Thunder Emperor profession that caused a huge sensation, but the next second he had punched his house apart. Truly an SSS tier profession never fails to be a handful. At 8 p.m., under the dim sky and the faint lights of the old residential area, Woziwin dragged her weary body along the familiar path towards her home. Entering the building and going upstairs, she happened to meet Aunt Zhang from apartment 501. Taking out the trash, Aunt Zhang Woziwin greeted with a smile. "Oh, Woziwin." Seeing her, the middle-aged woman known as Aunt Zhang suddenly had an odd expression. "Do you know what the greatest pain in life is?" Woziwin was about to continue upstairs to her home but was suddenly stopped by Aunt Zhang. After a moment of silence, she said, "It's when you die without having spent your money." "Huh? What do you mean?" Woziwin looked at the usually kind Aunt Zhang, puzzled by her words. And now, in the dark corridor, Aunt Zhang suddenly talking about life and death. It made Woziwin feel somewhat afraid. Wu Jiwen's heart skipped a beat. Had she returned home too late and encountered a ghost? Just as she was about to sprint upstairs, she heard Aunt Zhang continue speaking. "Little D is doing very well. He's so sensible for his age, and now he's even become a combat professional. Your lives will only get better from here on. Don't be too hard on him." Blame Wu Di? For what? Wu Jiwen was utterly confused but saw Aunt Zhang pat her shoulder and then head downstairs to take out the trash. Watching Aunt Zhang's strange behavior, Wu Jiwen was puzzled and aimlessly walked up to her apartment on the 6th floor, took out her keys and unlocked the door. Click, the door opened. Upon entering, she saw her younger brother Wu Di sitting obediently in the living room. The dining table was set with 3 freshly warmed dishes. "Sis, you're back. You must be tired, let's eat." First. Seeing Wu Di's increasingly handsome and mature face, all of Wu Jiwen's confusion vanished, replaced by a warm feeling inside her heart. "Okay," she smiled, though still clueless about Aunt Zhang's earlier rant. With such a lovely and promising younger brother like Wu Di, how could she bear to blame him? Although she used to spank him when he was naughty as a child, those days were long gone. Now, the more she looked at her brother, the more pleased she felt. Wu Di pushed his sister to sit at the dining table and gently massaged her shoulders as she ate. "Why are you being so nice to your sister today?" Wu Jiwen enjoyed the dinner made by her brother and his massage service, feeling very happy. Wu Di remained silent, not answering, still figuring out how to start a conversation. Although he had become a professional, he still felt a bit nervous facing Wu Jiwen, especially after making a mistake. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be for his sister to find out that a wall in their house had been demolished. This was the natural authority his sister held over her brother. After Wu Jiwen finished dinner looking content and rubbing her belly, Wu Di finally spoke up. "Sis, come to my room, I have something to show you." What is it?" Wu Jiwen opened her eyes, suppressed the sleepiness that had just started to emerge, and felt puzzled but obediently followed Wu Di to his bedroom. A cool breeze blew in. Although it was June, the night air was still somewhat chilly, instantly waking Wu Jiwen up. Seeing her brother's almost empty room, her sleepiness vanished completely, replaced by waves of dizziness and 1,000 words stuck in her throat. "Sis, if I said our house was demolished, would you believe me?" Wu Di asked somewhat sheepishly. The next morning, "Sis, I've finished eating, we can go now." After breakfast, Wu Di put the dishes in the kitchen sink and returned to the living room to speak to his sister, who was still dazedly sitting on the sofa. Oh, right, we should go. I'll take you to the exam venue." Wu Jiwen snapped back to reality, looking at her brother, who was already packed and ready to leave. Thinking about last night's scene, she felt a wave of depression. The house was left to them by their parents, and Wu Jiwen had lived there since she was born, now for over 20 years. But who could have expected that this house, older than she was, would be accidentally destroyed by Wu Di while practicing his skills yesterday? It's definitely uninhabitable now. Yet Wu Di stubbornly claimed it was due to demolition, and even mentioned that the welfare policies were so good that she could choose any house she wanted. How could that be possible? Who demolishes a house by tearing down one wall first? Besides, was it reasonable that only the wall of their house was demolished? Wu Jiwen naturally didn't believe Wu Di's nonsense. But Wu Di then transferred 500,000 gold coins to her, claiming it was the initial compensation from the demolition team, with more to come. If not for trusting Wu Di's character, Wu Jiwen might have suspected that he had robbed a bank during the days she was not home. "Sisters, the college entrance exam lasts for 3 days. After I enter the exam realm, don't just wait outside for me. There's a real estate office nearby. Why don't you take this opportunity to buy a house? At least before I go to college and leave home, we'll know where our new home is." Wu Di half joked. "If you wait to buy it after I start school, your little brother might not even be able to find his way home. You and your jokes." Wu Jiwen rolled her eyes helplessly and then said, "Come on, big sister, we'll take you to the exam." Adjusting her emotions, Wu Jiwen faintly guessed that the 500,000 gold coins might indeed have been earned by Wu Di himself, but this was a whole 500,000. Many working-class professionals couldn't earn that in their entire lives. She had only been away from home for a few days, and Wu Di had become so wealthy that Wu Jiwen still felt like she was dreaming. She recalled the days she went to borrow money from her uncle. Although the uncle agreed to lend her 30,000 gold coins, he demanded that she agree to a blind date with his company boss's son in return, to ensure Wu Di's safety in the exam realm and to buy him enough potions and other auxiliary items. Wu Jiwen eventually agreed to her uncle's terms, but now it seemed she could return the borrowed money and avoid the unwanted blind date, all thanks to her brother. Looking at Wu Di, Wu Jiwen smiled a radiant and brilliant smile. Let's go, don't be late. In Pengcheng City, outside the Education Bureau, the crowd was packed so tightly that water couldn't escape. The professional college entrance exam on Blue Star was different from Wu Di's past life. The exam venue was not a school but the city's Education Bureau. Students were uniformly transported to the exam site through a spatial transmission channel at the Education Bureau, with the Education Bureau as the center. All roads within 3 kilometers were jammed with cars and pedestrians. Although each school transformed only about 20 to 30 students into combat class professionals, there were over 100 high schools in Pengcheng City, adding up to tens of thousands of new professional candidates. There are so many people. Wu Di and Wu Jiwen got out of the taxi, and Wu Jiwen couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the dense crowd around her. Come on, little brother, it's 10:02 now. The examinees can enter from 10 a.m. to 12 noon to get ready, and students from your batch are probably starting to enter one after another. Around them, motivational slogans like "Victory in the exams," "Slay one more monster," "Triumph over 1,000 others" were posted everywhere. Wu Jiwen, holding Wu Di's hand, walked towards the location of the Education Bureau, attracting many gazes along the way. Most of these gazes were focused on Wu Jiwen, standing at over 1.7 meters with fair skin and a gentle and dignified countenance reminiscent of a classical beauty from ancient times. Her aura, enhanced by her recent career change to a scholar, drew many eyes. One could say her presence was such that wherever she went, gazes followed. Especially among the onlookers were young men just around 18 or 19, in the prime of their youth, who looked on with envy and jealousy at Wu Di, whom Wu Jiwen was holding hands with. Amidst the crowd's stares, the duo quickly reached the vicinity of the Education Bureau. At the entrance, several high-ranking officials and Xuanwu guards tasked with maintaining order were present, and a ripple-like portal, similar to the entrance to a mystical realm, was set up at the doorway of the bureau. Students had already begun to enter the teleportation channel one by one, making their way to the examination site. Wu Di, you made it. Outside the Education Bureau, amidst a crowd of high-ranking individuals surrounded by a throng of parents and students, a burly middle-aged man broke through the crowd and waved at Wu Di. It was none other than Cui Xiangtian, the principal of Baihe No. 1 High School. Cui Xiangtian extricated himself from the surrounding crowd and, with a friendly smile, hurried over to Wu Di. Is that your school's principal, Cui? Wu Jiwen whispered to Wu Di, a hint of surprise in her voice. As the principal of Pengcheng City's top high school, Cui Xiangtian might not be universally known, but anyone with a child at Baihe No. 1 High School certainly knew of him. Moreover, Cui Xiangtian had always been known for his stern demeanor, yet here he was smiling and running towards her own brother. Wu Jiwen was somewhat taken aback, and she wasn't the only one. The people who had just been around Cui Xiangtian were equally bewildered. Was this really the imposing Principal Cui? He seemed more like a friendly uncle next door. You finally made it. Cui Xiangtian reached Wu Di and clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. Other students arrived around 8 or 9, but you take your time, don't you? The main character always makes a grand entrance, right? Wu Di replied. Ha, you're right. But you cocky kid, be careful not to flop during the exams and miss out on the top 50. Listen, this year's college entrance exam, you are our school's hope. At least break into the national top 50. Don't let me down. Seeing Wu Di's casual demeanor, Cui Xiangtian wasn't annoyed. He continued to laugh and tease. Wu Jiwen watched the two of them chatting like old friends, feeling somewhat out of place. Her thoughts still lingered on, is this really Cui Xiangtian? To an outsider, it might seem like Wu Di was just casually chatting with his good buddy Li Xioro. Carefully observing Cui Xiangtian, Wu Jiwen's mind was filled with doubts when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Hey buddy, you're late too. Turning around, Wu Jiwen saw a burly delinquent rushing towards Wu Di from a distance. It was Li Xioro, the person Wu Jiwen had just been thinking of. the college entrance exam is the most important day of your life and you still show up this late, it seems you don't take it seriously at all. Cui Xiangtian's face suddenly turned stern. His tone deepened serious as he spoke to Li Xiaoro. Li Xiaoro shivered, terrified by Cui Xiangtian's scolding, turning pale and halting his steps. Just as he was about to reach Wu Di, he smoothly curved around him, saying, "I'm going ahead." Li Xiaoro jogged without stopping and finally slid into the teleportation passage. The entrance to the passage rippled before calming down once again, so smooth, so fluid. Which school's athlete is this? His sliding speed could soon match Damisuchi. Those at the back of the line only saw a fleeting shadow, and after a moment they remarked in retrospective awe, "Humph, such a coward, not even daring to speak to the principal. This class is the worst I've ever taught," Cui Xiangtian said sternly, then turned his gaze back to Wu Di, his face breaking into a smile again. "Of course you're the exception, you are the best student I have ever taught, such a double-standard principal," Wu Jiwen silently criticized as she watched Cui Xiangtian's differing attitudes towards Wu Di and Li Xiaoro. Fortunately, as Li Xiaoro was just passing by and wanted to greet Wu Di, he was suddenly scolded by the abruptly stern-faced Cui Xiangtian, which convinced Wu Jiwen that this man was indeed the rumored principal Cui Xiangtian. "Wait a minute." Seeing Cui Xiangtian still chatting and laughing with his own brother, Wu Jiwen paused, recalling the words Cui Xiangtian had just said, her own brother aiming for the top 50 in the national college entrance exam. Wu Jiwen's eyes widened, and she involuntarily looked at her brother, feeling a sense of unreality. It wasn't, she had just left home for a few days, how could such a drastic change have happened at home? Her brother not only casually took out 500,000 gold coins, but now even the principal of Baihe No. 1 High School was friendly and even openly stated that Wu Di was aiming for the top 50 in the national college entrance exam. Not even science fiction novels dared to write like this. Wu Jiwen suddenly wondered if she had accidentally traveled to another parallel world on this trip. My little brother is indeed excellent, but this is excessively so. Wu Jiwen cried out in her heart. "Are you Wu Di's sister, Wu Jiwen? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Cui Xiangtian, the principal of Baihe No. 1 High School. I've often heard Wu Di mention how wonderful his sister is, and meeting you today, it is indeed true." Cui Xiangtian suddenly addressed Wu Jiwen, who snapped back to reality and looked up at the towering figure of Cui Xiangtian, managing a strained smile. Hello, Principal Cui. Brother, I'm heading into the exam hall now, you two chat." Wu Di waved at his sister, said goodbye to Cui Xiangtian, and then headed towards the teleportation channel alone. "Alright, little brother, be careful. And prioritize your safety in the secret realm. If you can't beat them, just run." Wu Jiwen instinctively spoke out to remind him. "Wu Di, go for it. Knock down all the other candidates you encounter, slay all the monsters, and let the whole nation witness the spirit of our Baihe No. 1 High School." Beside him, Cui Xiangtian also instinctively cheered. Both were momentarily stunned, instinctively looking at each other. Why did it seem like their attitudes towards Wu Di were at two extremes? As they were somewhat dazed, Wu Di declared, "I know. I will take good care of myself, and knock everyone else down." Wu Di waved his hand without turning back and stepped into the teleportation channel. After entering the teleportation channel, Wu Di found himself in a vast expanse of pure white space. The ground, the sky above, and the surroundings were all made of pure white stone bricks. This pure white space was already filled with many young boys and girls, all prepared to take part in this year's professional entrance exam. The space was immense, and as far as the eye could see, it was crowded with people. Is this the preparatory space for the entrance exam? It was said that this special space was created by a top professional from the Great Xia Nation using his skills. Amidst the astonishment of the other students, it was indeed impressive. Yes. It said that this pure white space has an unlimited range and can accommodate all the candidates from the entire country. That's incredibly powerful. I wonder if I could ever become such a great being. Listening to the casual conversations around him, Wu Di gradually understood where he was. The pure white space, as it was called, was where all candidates from various cities arrived through teleportation channels. They would then enter the entrance to the exam-specific mystic realm located here. There were a total of 34 mystic realms for the exam, with students from each province entering the same one designated for their provincial group. Although the monsters in these mystic realms were not interconnected, the overall difficulty levels were quite similar, with only slight variations. These 34 mystic realms were selected by the powerful professionals of the Great Xia Nation after years of scrutiny and were transferred to this pure white space specifically for the entrance exam using special abilities. High-level professionals could alter the heavens and the earth, their methods akin to those of deities. As Wu Di listened to the sounds of admiration around him, a sense of anticipation rose in his heart, wondering how long it would take him to become such a powerful being. His gaze moved across the crowd towards the front of the pure white space where he could see 34 teleportation channels, each corresponding to the entrance exam mystic realm for each province. The mystic realm teleportation channels would open precisely at noon, and from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. was the time for candidates to enter this preparatory area and wait. It was said that this pure white space was not open to the public and people outside could not see us here. However, the mystic realms were different. There were special recording devices inside the realms that could broadcast our live performance to the outside world. What, didn't the book say that all our technological items would fail to work in the mystic realms? You know nothing, that's why I said it's a special recording device. You obviously haven't studied well. Our grade 12 textbook has a simple description of it. The professional recording devices in the mystic realms are made by alchemist professionals, using special materials obtained from the realms like the eyeball of the void, eye tears of a space controller, and powder of the 7-color sky mending stone. I haven't heard of the latter, but the eye of the void does ring a bell. It seems to be a terrifying monster from some advanced secret realm, right? To even obtain such a monster's eye, the top professionals of our great Xia country are truly formidable. Wu Di quietly listened to the conversations around him while scanning the area, hoping to spot someone familiar. Unfortunately, the space was simply too vast, with each province having hundreds of thousands of professionals. Even though everyone was teleported in randomly and divided by province, finding someone you know was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But fate often works in mysterious ways. Suddenly, a familiar shout came from not too far behind him. Wu Di instinctively turned around and saw a figure with a bright red ponytail excitedly rushing towards him. It was Gu Qianqian. With so many people around, it was indeed a stroke of luck that she could find him. Wu Di smiled and waved at Gu Qianqian. Wu Di, what a coincidence to run into you here. Gu Qianqian, still in her usual attire, a casual sweatshirt and denim hot pants that revealed her long white legs and black rounded leather boots, trotted up to Wu Di, greeting him. Yeah, it is quite the coincidence, Wu Di agreed, nodding earnestly. Suddenly, a puzzled expression appeared on Gu Qianqian's face as she scrutinized Wu Di up and down, her tone filled with curiosity. We've only been apart for half a day, yet why do I feel like you've become much stronger? A woman's sixth sense, it's terrifying. Wu Di was taken aback, for he had indeed grown much stronger. After awakening his second profession, his attribute panel had nearly doubled. Name: Wu Di. First profession, Thunder Emperor, SSS grade, unique. Second profession, Martial God, SSS grade, unique. Level, LV 17, 10%. Strength, 800, 14660, Constitution, 350, 6580, Defense, 337, 5995, Speed, 533, 11940, Spirit, 525, 8539, Equipment, Octa Thunder Drum, SSS grade Thunder Emperor exclusive weapon, Godly Martial Weapon, SSS grade Martial God exclusive weapon, Grey Wolf King leather armor, blue, Grey Wolf King leather pants, blue, Grey Wolf King leather boots, blue, Grey Wolf King leather helmet, blue. First profession talent, Origin of the Thunder Emperor, LV 17, Law of the Thunder Emperor, LV 17, Destiny. Divination, ungraded, Infinite Amplification, SSS, LV 17, First profession passive skills, Thunder of 10,000 Tribulations, ungraded, Eye of Insight, SS, ungraded, First profession active skill, Wrath of Heaven, Divine Thunder Meteor Shower, SS, LV 17, Second profession talent, Origin of the Martial God, LV 17, Path of the Martial God, LV 17, Strength of the Martial God, SSS, LV 17, Origin of the Martial God, LV 17. Upon activation, consumes 1% spiritual power per second, doubles all attributes, automatically restores health at a rate of 1000%, immune to any negative status. Path of the Martial God, LV 17. Upon activation, consumes 1% spiritual power per second, can predict enemy attack movements for the next 3 seconds. Martial God Strength, LV 17. For the martial artists who have reached divine understanding in martial arts, all skills are automatically upgraded to match the current job level. Second job passive skill, Martial Extreme, No Level. Martial Extreme, No Level can mimic any skill that the target has used. Note, after mimicking the skill's power is calculated based on the host's actual attributes. Second job active skill, none remaining lottery draws, 0 gold, 96,237 items. This is Woody's current attribute panel. The Martial God job has greatly enhanced his strength and speed attributes. Coupled with the Thunder Emperor job, the combined effects of two SSS grade jobs have pushed Woody's actual attributes to break 10,000 in several areas. Breaking 10,000 attributes, a feat only intermediate job holders can achieve, yet his job level is merely LV17. A low-level job holder at LV17, his attributes are already comparable to those of intermediate job holders. If this were known, it would embarrass intermediate job holders worldwide. Looking at Gu Qianqian's curious expression, Wu Di shook his head helplessly. Sometimes being too strong can be quite a predicament. Moreover, the most formidable changes come from the Martial God job, which grants Wu Di various abilities. A life recovery speed increased by tenfold, immunity to control precognition abilities from Martial God's insight, automatic maxing of skill levels from Martial God strength, and the skill copying from Martial Extreme. Truly worthy of the title Martial God, a god of martial arts and a job born purely for combat. It looks like you've snagged some great stuff in this upgrade, Wu Di. Gu Qianqian, bubbly as ever, bounced around Wu Di, but I'm not far behind. I also got some powerful items from my upgrade lottery rewards. Wait until we're in the secret realm, I'm sure to surprise you. Remember to keep an eye on the real-time rankings then. Gu Qianqian smiled brightly, her youthful and lively aura shining through. I'll be looking forward to it. Wu Di watched the confident, almost radiant girl in front of him, who lacked the demeanor of a typical lady but rather seemed like the girl next door. As Wu Di and Gu Qianqian chatted, a commotion suddenly arose in the Suzhou area they were in. The crowd nearby began to gather in one direction, expressing their amazement. Look, it's Zhang Jingxuan from our Suzhou city. I heard he switched to a golden spear job. His spearmanship is extraordinary, while other newcomers are still forming teams to venture into the novice secret realms. He's already leveling up solo in the low-level secret realms, and he comes back stronger every time. Zhang Jingxuan, I've heard that name. Shall we go take a look? Gu Qianqian asked Wu Di eagerly. That guy is this year's strongest in our Suzhou city, a formidable competitor for us to break into the top 30. This year our entire Suzhou province has only 2 golden job holders. Gu Qianqian winked playfully at Wu Di. After returning home, she had also used her family connections to check on the golden job holder who awakened in their Pengcheng city this year, but found that all related information seemed to be deliberately concealed. But Gu Qianqian still managed to find numerous clues, all of which pointed to the golden professional being Wu Di. Had she not invited Wu Di to explore the Thunderfire realm together, Gu Qianqian might never have confirmed his identity. It was clear someone was deliberately concealing it for Wu Di, so she didn't expose him. Instead, she playfully winked at him, her expression saying, I've seen right through you. Just as Wu Di was about to respond, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted. Who are you two trying to fool? Wu Di and Gu Qianqian, taken aback, instinctively looked towards the source of the voice. A chubby man, his face covered in acne and his body weighing around 200 kilograms, looked at them with disdain. Ranked top 30 nationwide strong competitors? How come I've never heard of you two? From which city are you? Wu Di and Gu Qianqian were stunned, looking at this unknown critic who had appeared out of nowhere, bewildered. They were just chatting. Who was this chubby man suddenly showering them with sarcasm? Just because you haven't heard of us doesn't mean we're nobodies. It's your ignorance, retorted Gu Qianqian, hands on her hips, fuming. As the little princess of Peng City's largest group, Gu Qianqian was certainly not a meek girl. Though Gu Qianqian was the little princess of Peng City in the grand scheme of Su province, among hundreds of thousands of professionals, only golden professionals like Zhang Jingxuan could gain province-wide fame. Wu Di's identity as a golden professional had been deliberately suppressed by Wang Jia and the Xuanwu Legion. Not many in Peng City knew, let alone other cities. Are really good at pretending. I've seen all the online information. This year in Su province, there's been 1 golden professional and 11 red professionals. The golden professional is Zhang Jingxuan, and the red ones include Mi Chaosong from Jinling City, Lan Siki from Gai City, Gu Qianqian and Li Xioro from Peng City, and others from Yang City. The acne-covered chubby man, arms crossed, mocked them with a know-it-all attitude. The chubby man named Zhang Dong had noticed Gu Qianqian upon entering because of her beautiful and lively appearance, reminiscent of his favorite anime protagonist. thus he had been secretly watching her. He was a B-level professional, which meant in terms of rarity among Sioux Province's hundreds of thousands of combat professionals he was easily in the top 10%. Initially, Zhang Dong had thought about impressing Gu Qianqian with his B-level status, fantasizing about her being so impressed that she'd throw herself into his arms, but soon after Gu Qianqian had approached a handsome young man and they hit it off well, which made Zhang Dong feel as if his protagonist had betrayed him, stirring up jealousy. Hearing their arrogant conversation, Zhang Dong almost burst out laughing. What nonsense they dared spout! So without mercy he began to mock them mercilessly. Watching Zhang Dong's ferocious smile, both Wu Di and Gu Qianqian nearly burst into laughter at this jester whose origins they couldn't fathom. The only golden professional Zhang Jingxuan, where had he placed Wu Di? Believing information off the internet, seeing how ignorant Zhang Dong was, Gu Qianqian barely had any desire left to argue with him. Wasting words on such a person was truly dull. Also, those red professionals you mentioned, why couldn't I be one of them? Let's go. Wu Di standing with such a clown really brings bad luck. After saying this, Gu Qianqian showed a disgusted expression and pulled Wu Di to leave. Who are you calling a clown? Zhang Dong, having been mocked by a girl he had fancied for just a few minutes, immediately darkened in expression and moved to block them. At that moment an excited shout suddenly came from nearby. Qianqian, what a coincidence to run into you here. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Dong instinctively turned his head, his eyes lighting up. A girl with long black straight hair was running towards him. His heart raced violently. He knew this girl. She was Lan Siki, a red professional from his own city of Gai, gentle in nature, sweet faced, knowledgeable and sensible, and from the largest construction conglomerate in Gai City. Lan Siki was considered a goddess by all the men in the city. Lan Siki actually throwing herself into my arms. Zhang Dong's heart thumped wildly and he instinctively opened his arms, waiting for the beauty to embrace him. Unfortunately, Lan Siki directly passed by Zhang Dong, leaving him to embrace the air. Zhang Dong, his face stiff, turned around only to see his dream girl running up to the very two he had just quarreled with. Grabbing the red-haired girl's hand, Zhang Dong's eyes widened. It seemed the relationship between the two was quite close. Seeing Lan Siki intimately talking with the red-haired girl, Zhang Dong was dumbfounded, and, hearing Lan Siki call the other girl's name, Qianqian, I'm so glad to run into you here, and this is my friend Wu Di, also from Pengcheng City. Listening to their conversation, a name popped into Zhang Dong's mind, Qianqian. Gu Qianqian was also from Pengcheng City. Wasn't this Gu Qianqian one of the two red professionals from Pengcheng City? Those red professionals you talked about, why couldn't I be one of them, you clown? Gu Qianqian's earlier words echoed in his ears, making Zhang Dong's face turn from green to white. He truly became a clown. Luckily, these people didn't care about him and didn't come back to mock him further. Watching the three chatting and laughing, Zhang Dong's gaze lingered on Wu Di, filled with resentment. Just because he's a bit handsome, to be in such good relations with two beauties. Pretty boy. Who are you calling pretty boy? Suddenly a rough voice came from behind. Zhang Dong abruptly found that, without knowing when, a large shadow had appeared under his feet, enveloping him. Turning around sharply, he saw a face, ferocious and fearsome, reflected in his pupils. Mind, what a fearsome sight! Facing the burly, intimidating man before him, Zhang Dong was nearly scared to tears. Bro. Big brother, I wasn't talking about you. Zhang Dong was shaking in fear, his voice trembling as he pointed towards Wu Di not far away, exclaiming, I was talking about that guy. He's just a pretty boy, nowhere near as manly as you, big brother. Zhang Dong thought he was flattering the muscular man before him, but unexpectedly the man's brow furrowed, his eyes widened, and his thick arms suddenly grabbed Zhang Dong by the collar, lifting him high off the ground. You little punk, daring to badmouth my buddy right in front of me, I'll beat you to death. With a thud, a fist as big as a sandbag landed on Zhang Dong's left eye, instantly turning it purple. There were no rules against fighting in this plain white space filled with students. Of course, the main reason was that all the candidates here were about to take the college entrance exam and were just waiting for 2 hours. Normally, no one would bother to start a fight here, as getting injured could affect their performance in the crucial exam and jeopardize their chances of getting into their desired university. That would truly be a loss not worth the risk. Zhang Dong couldn't fathom why the fierce-looking muscular man had resorted to violence over a mere word. Ouch, big brother, it hurts, not the face. Zhang Dong let out a miserable howl, immediately drawing the attention of those around. Li Xioro, you're here too. Wu Di turned his gaze in this direction, and upon seeing that it was his close friend Li Xioro who was beating up the chubby guy, he was somewhat surprised. It didn't take a guess to know Li Xioro was standing up for him. Humph, this guy was bad-mouthing you behind your back, and I just happened to hear it. Li Xioro veins throbbing with fury, delivered 3 more punches to Zhang Dong's face before tossing him to the ground. Next time you talk behind my buddy's back, Li Shiro guarantee I'll finish you. Leaving those harsh words behind, Li Shiro walked towards Wu Di and the others. Hey buddy, what a coincidence to run into you here. Hey, don't just start hitting people like that, you know your physique, and those punches looked really painful, although they did seem quite satisfying. Ha, I just couldn't stand someone insulting my buddy, I'll be more careful next time. The distant chattering between Wu Di and Li Shiro could be heard. Li Shiro, lying on the ground with 2 black eyes, Zhang Dong was on the verge of tears. How could he have unwittingly offended a few people, and they all turned out to be formidable characters? And that guy Wu Di, why was he so lucky to have these powerful allies around him? The commotion attracted many onlookers who, after understanding the cause of the conflict, mercilessly mocked Zhang Dong. Sprawled on the ground, feeling the throbbing pain around his eyes, Zhang Dong with a darkened expression climbed up, ignoring the laughter of the crowd, and glared at the departing figures of Wu Di and his friends. As for the other 3, he couldn't afford to offend them, so he directed all his anger towards Wu Di, who seemed the most vulnerable. Wu Di, I'll remember you. If we meet in the college entrance exam arena, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Zhang Dong ground his teeth in anger. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold. Fuming, he could only vent his rage on Wu Di, who appeared the weakest. It seems like you have a beef with Wu Di. Suddenly a sinister whisper came from behind Zhang Dong, turning his face pale with fright. Not again. Wu Di has friends too. Brother, I really know I was wrong. I swear I'll never talk behind people's back again, Zhang Dong pleaded with an uglier than crying smile to the person behind him. Turning around, he saw a young man with delicate features, dressed in luxurious clothing, a clear sign of wealth. It was like encountering a beautiful girl straight out of an anime, or a rich heiress from the city. First a violent tough guy, and now another rich-looking scion. This Wu Di, apart from looking good, didn't seem to have much going for him, so how did he attract so many extraordinary people around him? Brother, I really realize my mistake now. Zhang Dong was truly scared every time he badmouthed Wu Di, someone would suddenly appear from behind and slap his face. Don't be scared. Surprisingly, this well-dressed rich young man just chuckled and patted Zhang Dong's shoulder. You're not here to hit me. Oh, Zhang Dong looked confused. As Zhang Dong's face showed his puzzlement, the rich young man adjusted his glasses and said, I have some grievances with Wu Di too. Since he has wronged you as well, why don't we strike a deal? Let me introduce myself first. Hello, my name is Li Qi. Turns out he wasn't Wu Di's friend but his archenemy. Seeing the sly smile on Li Qi's face, Zhang Dong suddenly felt a wave of relief, like surviving a great disaster. What's your plan? Tell me, Zhang Dong asked eagerly, taking a deep breath and speaking in a serious tone. Since this was about targeting Wu Di, though he didn't know Li Qi, the enemy of his enemy, could be his friend. Thinking of the 2 beauties by Wu Di's side, a nameless anger surged in Zhang Dong. He felt like finding a dark corner to crawl and twist and cursing Wu Di non-stop. The plan is like this. Seeing Zhang Dong hooked, Li Qi smiled, pulling something out of his chest, his face showing a confident smile. Trust me with this, I assure you. In the high school entrance exam secret realm, we can make sure Wu Di dies without a burial place. I don't really have that big of a grudge with him. Zhang Dong trembled, his face turning pale as he looked at Li Qi. This man exuded a dangerous aura that made him shiver, wanting to flee but too frightened to move. I know that guy Wu Di. Anyone who becomes his enemy, no matter how small the grudge, he'll make sure you're dead, Li Qi said, noticing Zhang Dong's hesitation but not getting angry. Instead, he showed a smile he believed to be extremely amiable, his tone friendly. You already have a conflict with him, there's only one outcome. Either he dies or you perish. During this conversation, Li Qi's tone suddenly turned icy cold, his gaze fixed on Zhang Dong like a venomous snake stalking its prey. Stared at by Li Qi, Zhang Dong shivered again, sweat continuously breaking out on his forehead. He hesitated for a moment before stammering out, okay, I'll listen to you. Tell me what to do. Zhang Dong's gaze flickered incessantly. If what Li Qi said was true, that Wu Di was a petty and vindictive person likely to strike at him in the secret realm for self-preservation, then he naturally had to strike first. Even if Wu Di wasn't that kind of person, even if he wasn't, it didn't matter anymore. Zhang Dong thought to himself, looking at Li Qi, who always had a smile on his face, feeling that his smile was incredibly insincere. Zhang Dong had an intuition that if he didn't do as Li Qi suggested to prevent Wu Di from discovering Li Qi's intentions against him, this guy would likely kill him first. He was a hypocritical villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. It's good you think this way, trust me, you are saving yourself, doing this for your own good, Li Qi said with a sinister tone. Are you guys really not boyfriend and girlfriend? Wu Di Qian. The four of them chatted leisurely with Lan Siqi's large watery eyes curiously sweeping over Wu Di and Gu Qianqian, chuckling as she spoke. What are you talking about, Siqi? Don't talk nonsense. I and Wu Di are just ordinary friends, Gu Qianqian argued, blushing. Yet just ordinary friends. Seeing her friend blush so shyly, Lan Siqi pretended to suddenly understand, and seeing that Gu Qianqian was about to argue with her, she waved her hands theatrically towards Gu Qianqian's waist and quickly dodged, laughing. All right, I'll stop, no more joking, Siqi huffed. Be careful or I won't be nice to you. Gu Qianqian, still blushing, waved her little fists at Lan Siqi, showing a pair of fangs fiercely. She then cautiously glanced at Wu Di, only to find him chatting with Li Xiaoro, a look of both relief and slight disappointment on her face. Hey buddy, what level are you now? What level are you? Li Xiaoro circled around Wu Di, moving ghost-like from side to side, which left Wu Di somewhat speechless. Although Li Xiaoro had become somewhat smarter after changing jobs, she still retained some of her previous silliness, and some of her actions and behaviors still didn't seem quite normal. 17. Annoyed by the incessant nagging, Wu Di slapped away Li Xiaoro's aggressive face that was almost sticking to his. Oh nice buddy, you're one level higher than me. Upon learning Wu Di's level, Li Xiaoro's face showed a look of pride, as if to say, that's my buddy, you're level 16. Having learned that his own professional level was one above Li Xiaoro, Wu Di was also somewhat surprised. His rise to level 17 was largely thanks to Gu Qianqian, who had invited him to that particular source realm. Moreover, without him being an SSS level professional to ensure Gu Qianqian's safety, she alone wouldn't have been able to defeat the final Thunder Fire Elemental King and escape the source realm. He hadn't expected Li Xiaoro's level to rise so quickly. He was only an S-level professional and a support class at that, but he could level up so fast. It seemed that Li Xiaoro had also had her own adventures these past few days. Gu Qianqian and Lan Siqi also looked at Wu Di and Li Xiaoro with some surprise, as Gu Qianqian was well aware of Wu Di's professional level reaching LV17 from teaming up with him. With Wu Di's help, she smoothly advanced to level 15. However, to her surprise, Li Xiaoro's professional level was even higher. As for Lan Siqi, she was completely astonished, being the only one in Gai City this year to awaken to a red quality profession. Though not SS tier, her S tier status combined with her family's influence made her one of the fastest growing newcomers in the city, yet she was only level 10 at the moment. Lan Siqi was shocked to learn that her friend Gu Qianqian had cleared a source realm, boosting her professional level to 15. Little did she expect that the two young men acquainted with Gu Qianqian were even stronger. Caught under their gaze, Li Xiaoro suddenly blushed, admitting she was only at level 7. Wu Di, Gu Qianqian and Lan Siqi were puzzled. How could the difference to level 17 be just one level? Li Xiaoro stubbornly argued back. Wu Di looked at her puzzled. You're an S-tier healer, how come you're only at level 7? It's unreasonable to expect level 17 before the college entrance exam, but so is being at level 7 for an S-tier. You didn't just go home and lie down after leaving Huainan's secret realm, did you? Wu Di paused. Li Xiaoro, like a startled cat, her eyes wide as if she had seen a ghost, exclaimed, bro, have you secretly installed cameras in my house? How did you know that? She laughed, admitting he was right. Wu Di, Gu Qianqian and Lan Siqi could only sigh. Such a high-quality profession wasted on Li Xiaoro. They all shared the same thought. Don't worry bro, I'll do my best in the upcoming college entrance secret realm. I never had big ambitions anyway, I just want to attend the same university as you, Li Xiaoro said, not discouraged by her lower level compared to the others, and even comforting Wu Di. Suddenly, she pointed at a distant secret realm transfer channel and exclaimed, look bro, the channel over there is lighting up. Wu Di and the others looked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Indeed, the channel was gradually lighting up with blue light. The time was 11:58 a.m., just 2 minutes before noon. Numerous students were rushing towards the secret realm entrance, eager to enter first, defeat monsters, score points and climb the college entrance examination leaderboard. The exam was about to begin. At exactly noon, all across the nation, countless people looked up at the sky as thousands of virtual projections appeared, showing scenes from various college entrance secret realms across the country. To showcase the prowess of the young professionals of the Daxiao Nation, the college entrance secret realm was broadcast live across the country on these projections for 24 hours. Each selected secret realm had its unique environment: deserts, ice fields, primeval forests, cyber cities and dilapidated lands. Everyone watched intently as students entered the portals. As per tradition, once the gateway to the National College Entrance Examination secret realm opens, the stronger candidates enter earlier to slay monsters and snatch points. This means that the first students to appear on screen, though not necessarily the strongest, are definitely among the elite. Furthermore, being the first to appear in front of a nationwide audience during this highly competitive exam is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become famous, an opportunity too tempting for these teenagers aged 17 and 18, who at that age wouldn't want to be famous across the country? In a pristine white space, countless candidates rush towards the just open 34 channels leading to the secret realms, each eager to gain an early advantage. Some candidates sprout wings, swiftly flying towards the gateways, while others step on lotuses that bloom at their feet, crossing dozens of meters in a single stride. Some summon flying beasts, steering them towards the realms. Among the most eye-catching is Zhang Jingxuan from Suyun City, who stands on a silver spear adorned with mysterious patterns, the entirety of him transforming into a silver and red streak, leading the charge towards the realm. "Let's go too," Wu Di suggests to his three companions. "Yes, let's all give our best," Gu Qianqian encourages everyone with a smile. The National College Entrance Examination Secret Realm has its special rules. No teams are allowed and candidates must enter alone. "I'm coming for you, Secret Realm," Li Shiro shouts, swinging her fist energetically. Seeing others rushing ahead, they naturally cannot fall behind. Suddenly frost appears under Lan Siqi's feet and a 50-meter-long frost dragon materializes out of thin air. With the dragon's emergence, the temperature around seems to drop significantly, causing a stir among the crowd. "That's Lan Siqi, her frost dragon," someone murmurs admiringly. From Gai City, Lan Siqi's awakened profession must be at least S-class frost dragon rider. With her family's wealth, her future is boundless. Some people's professional traits are too obvious to hide, and the frost dragon summoned by Lan Siqi is too conspicuous to go unnoticed. Standing atop the frost dragon, Lan Siqi holds an ice sword, with snowflakes continuously falling around her, giving her an ethereal aura. "Qianqian, I'm heading off first. You and your friends better hurry up and not fall behind," Lan Siqi says playfully, waving at Gu Qianqian. Then with a dragon's roar, the frost dragon leaps into the sky. "Humph, here I come." Behind Gu Qianqian, a phoenix shadow appears, and with powerful leaps she darts through the air, closing in on the entrance to the secret realm. "Wu Di, Li Shiro, you guys better hurry up too," Gu Qianqian calls out. Li Shiro chuckles, "Buddy, I'm on it." He bends forward, placing his hands on the ground, and like a cheetah he sprints forward, scattering many who were about to enter the realm and drawing a barrage of curses. Soon Li Shiro overtakes many, trailing just behind the forefront, led by Zhang Jingxuan, keeping pace with Gu Qianqian, Lan Siqi and others, quickly nearing the entrance to the secret realm. A wet nurse by profession, astonishingly surpassing 99% of the professionals present with sheer physical strength, seemed a bit too incredible. Wu Di took a deep breath as his companions used various means to approach the secret realm. He couldn't be left behind. Just as Wu Di was about to move, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Zhang Dong, who had previously had a dispute with him, holding a spray bottle and spraying it onto his clothes. The spray scattered, landing on Wu Di's coat and the back of his hand. Zhang Dong, seeing this, also sprayed some on his own hand, gave a sly grin and said, "It's a bit hot today, so I'm giving you some cooling spray. Don't worry, big brother, I've realized my mistake and won't bother you again. This is really cooling spray. Look, I sprayed myself too." Saying this, Zhang Dong sprayed himself a few times more, his face showing a strange smile, hoping that big brother would not hold a grudge. Zhang Dong quickly moved away from Wu Di. Wu Di slightly frowned, sniffed the spray on his hand but didn't detect any unusual smell. He didn't believe that Zhang Dong would apologize to him, and to apologize by spraying cooling spray seemed even more ludicrous. Clearly, there was something suspicious about this spray. However, watching Zhang Dong's retreating figure, Wu Di's gaze grew deeper. Zhang Dong wore a gray windbreaker that seemed to be a piece of equipment that could conceal one's aura. Otherwise, with Zhang Dong's ability, he couldn't have approached him so easily. Still, Wu Di didn't care much. Even if Zhang Dong had some tricks up his sleeve, Wu Di was ready to face them. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks appeared feeble and ineffective. "I hope your backup plan makes me a bit happier," Wu Di muttered, then shifted his focus back to the entrance of the secret realm. With a step accompanied by a thunderclap that echoed through the skies, Wu Di transformed into a streak of golden lightning, moving at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. In just a matter of seconds he had overtaken Li Shiro, Gu Jiajiao and others in the second tier. So fast. "Who is this? I can't even see the shadow." Wu Di moved from the back of the crowd to the front, and the other examinees only felt a flash of lightning pass by. His speed was still increasing even faster than Zhang Jingxuan, and he was continuously closing in on him. an examinee with visual enhancement skills exclaimed upon capturing Wu Di's figure. Zhang Jingxuan with his dark hair also noticed Wu Di rapidly approaching from behind. You want to surpass me? Wait another 100,000 years. With that, Zhang Jingxuan's spear at his feet once again ejected scorching flames, boosting his speed even further. He was this year's only Golden Reward professional in Su Province. Although the profession he drew was only SS ranked and not the legendary SSS ranked, it was still among the top in SS ranked professions. It could be said that this year he was the undisputed king among all examinees in Su Province. In the whole of Su Province, no one can enter the secret realm faster than me. I am the first. Just as Zhang Jingxuan was basking in self-admiration, thinking he had shaken off the person behind him, his expression suddenly changed. The shadowy figure illuminated by the flash of lightning behind had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Zhang Jingxuan turned around but couldn't find his target anywhere. Are you looking for me? Suddenly a deep voice echoed beside his ears, sending shivers down Zhang Jingxuan's spine. Someone had approached him so closely without him noticing. This person's strength was definitely far superior to his. Suddenly turning around, Zhang Jingxuan saw a handsome, steady face of a young man. It was Wu Di. Seemingly in order to speak with him, Wu Di deliberately slowed down to match Zhang Jingxuan's pace and suddenly waved his hand at him. I'll go ahead, you. Keep it up. Wu Di wore a friendly smile on his face, but his tone was unmistakably arrogant. Damn it, who do you think you are? Don't be too arrogant, Zhang Jingxuan raged impotently, trying his best, but he found himself unable to shake off Wu Di. I'm off. Whoosh! Wu Di's speed surged once more, now twice as fast as Zhang Jingxuan's full speed, reaching the entrance of the secret realm with a speed that brought despair to everyone. All was silent. Wu Di, as if teleporting through space, exerted an oppressive pressure that made every exam candidate in Su Province feel suffocated. How can he be so fast? It's despairing. Facing the ripple-like transmission portal, Wu Di did not hesitate. His body gradually disappeared into it. At this moment he no longer hid. Wang Jia, to protect his safety and prevent assassination by foreign spies, had contacted the Xuanwu Legion to help hide his identity. But this was not what Wu Di wanted. Always being like a flower in a greenhouse, he could never grow into a towering tree that could withstand storms and scorn the heavens. Whoosh! Watching the transmission portal in front of him, Wu Di took slow steps forward. As Wu Di entered the secret realm of the college entrance examination, other provinces also had candidates arriving at the entrance of the secret realm. One by 1 inch the transmission portals began to light up with dazzling light. Outside, in all 34 provinces of the Great Daxia, countless people held their breath, intently staring at the lit portals of the secret realm. Almost simultaneously 4 or 5 secret realm portals lit up. Someone has entered the secret realm. It's Su Province. Someone from Su Province got ahead, and there's Jingdu. It was supposed to be Motu being the fastest. Lu Province is actually the first. Outside, countless eyes were intently fixed on the fluctuating portals of the secret realm, and the internet was abuzz with heated debates over who was the fastest. In every province where a portal lit up, people were energized, anxiously watching the screens of their own and other provinces' lit portals, praying that it would be a candidate from their province who first entered the secret realm. Almost at the same time, an exclamation resounded across the country. It's Su Province, a candidate from Pengcheng City in Su Province is the first to enter the secret realm. Attracting the attention of those around, everyone simultaneously turned their eyes to the screen showing Su Province's secret realm portal. It's our Pengcheng City. Could it be Wu Di? Outside the Pengcheng City Education Bureau, standing with several other school principals, Cui Shangtian suddenly felt extremely nervous, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. His expression serious as he stared at the screen. Time seemed to freeze, and though it was only a few seconds, it felt like an eternity to Cui Shangtian, absolutely agonizing. Finally, the first person to enter the mysterious realm fully came into public view. As they gazed upon that young and familiar figure, Cui Shangtian's face flushed with excitement. Wu Di, it was indeed you. Wu Di, it's Wu Di. Everyone familiar with Wu Di exclaimed in shock. Unexpectedly, Wu Di was the first to enter the realm. Cui Shangtian's hearty laughter echoed around the vicinity of the Education Bureau. Old Cui, this must be the youth your school hid away this year, isn't it? I'm so envious. Such a promising youngster. Why couldn't he be from our school? The principals of the other high schools in Pengcheng City voiced their envy. As high-level figures in Pengcheng City's educational sector, they knew Baihe First High School had a golden awakener this year. However, due to the secrecy imposed by the Xuanwu Corps, the identity of the Awakener was strictly controlled and they weren't clear about who it was. Only at this moment did they finally confirm it. Wu Di was Pengcheng City's golden professional this year. Wu Zhizhen covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes slightly reddened as she tried to maintain her composure, struggling not to scream out loud, but her body still trembled uncontrollably. Her brother was the first national college entrance exam candidate to enter the mysterious realm in all of Daxia. At this moment, Pengcheng City was boiling with excitement. Since the inception of the college entrance exam system decades ago, there had never been a time when a Pengcheng City candidate was the first to enter the mysterious realm. But today their candidate Wu Di had done it. This glory belonged to the whole of Pengcheng City, and all its citizens felt a shared sense of pride, feeling proud of themselves at this moment. Wu Di, isn't he the one who just cleared our Pengcheng City's toughest newcomer realm, the Huainan realm, a few days ago? Yes indeed. A hero emerges from youth. He really brings honor to our Pengcheng City. I see in Wu Di the makings of a great emperor. Voices praising Wu Di rose from every corner of Pengcheng City. Following Wu Di, other candidates from across the country also began to enter their respective high school entrance mysteries one after another. Some were only seconds behind Wu Di, but those few seconds meant that the attention they received was far less than Wu Di. People always remember the first place, no one remembers the second, let alone those behind. However, the candidates inside the realm were unaware of all this. The first professionals to enter the realm from each province were also very confident, believing they were the first national candidates to enter the realm. Swish swish swish, figure after figure just emerged from the realm, and after quickly surveying their surroundings, they rapidly headed deeper into the realm. The number of monsters in the realm was fixed and limited. To win a top spot among national candidates, the high-scoring monsters in the core area of the realm were their target. Racing against time, before other capable young contenders from the same province could enter the realm and kill the deep realm monsters they aimed to kill. More monsters first. For a time in 34 high school entrance mysteries, although located in different realm spaces, these candidates had already developed a strong sense of competition. As the first group of candidates to venture into the mysterious realm, they are the strong contenders for the top national rank in the college entrance exam. Humph! What does it matter to be the first one in? They were only a few seconds faster than our province. The first student from our province to enter the realm has already rushed towards its depths, while Wu Di from Pengcheng, Suxiang, is still hesitating at the entrance. This kind of person, who doesn't understand the urgency of time and relies solely on his talents, is too arrogant and will never achieve a high rank in the college entrance exam. Online, a fierce debate began to stir. Most of the criticism against Wu Di came from people in other provinces. As the first student from all over Daxia to enter the realm, Wu Di naturally became the focus of everyone's attention, and his every move sparked much discussion. Unlike candidates from other provinces who headed straight towards the deeper parts of the realm, Wu Di took his time at the entrance, looking around curiously like a child. At this moment, inside the college entrance exam realm, Wu Di found himself amidst urban ruins. Our Suxiang's realm for the college entrance exam turned out to be a city in ruins. Wu Di surveyed the surroundings. The city was filled with towering skyscrapers overgrown with lush green vines. He stood alone on a spacious, deserted road with abandoned cars scattered around. It was clear this desolate city had been abandoned for many years. I remember reading in textbooks that experts at the Research Institute had speculated about the origins of these mysterious realms. The planet I currently live on, Blue Star, is actually a planet in the main universe, and the essence of these realms are segments of parallel universes, blue stars, which began to merge with our main world due to some special reasons. Wu Di's gaze fell on the desolate, rundown city, pondering that it clearly was once inhabited by humans, showing traces of human life everywhere. It was very likely a city from some parallel world's Blue Star, but abandoned for unknown reasons. Could it be a city from my past life on Blue Star? Wu Di never forgot that he had traversed to the current world of Blue Star, and he still harbored a slight hope of returning home. Among the realms he had encountered, only this one resembled a city that had once been bustling with human activity, although it was now in decline. Let's look around first, find some clues. He wasn't worried that his wandering around would cause the core area's monsters to be completely plundered by others. The college entrance exam realm, like ordinary realms, was structured such that each area had its corresponding boss monster. The true decider of a candidate's national ranking wasn't ordinary monsters, but these boss monsters. the points awarded for defeating a boss monster were significantly higher than the total points for all ordinary monsters in that area combined. The difficulty of the college entrance exam realm was equivalent to that of a low-level realm where the bosses were not something ordinary candidates could defeat, especially the core area's boss monsters, which in the decades since the implementation of this college entrance exam system had only been recorded as defeated once or twice. Those instances were when the strongest candidates from a province joined forces to defeat them. In essence, it's usually the case that a province with 3 to 5 Golden Awakened ones would consider joining forces to defeat the boss monsters in the core areas this year. However, no such provinces exist. The Golden Awakened are evenly distributed, with nearly every province having only 1 or at most 2, which is nowhere near enough to pose a threat to the core area's boss monsters. Amidst the confused glances of the crowd, Wu Di did not head deeper into the mystic realm but instead turned and entered an abandoned high-rise building nearby. What is Wu Di doing? Why isn't he going after the monsters? It's so frustrating to watch. Don't be too hasty, I know you're anxious, but try to stay calm. The eyes of countless people in Pengcheng City were all fixed on Wu Di, watching him with disappointment for not being more ambitious, wishing they could take his place in the exams and annihilate all the monsters in the realm. Fortunately for Pengcheng, Wu Di wasn't the only one from there. Gu Qianxian from Pengcheng City's Gu Shi group also entered the mystic realm along with Li Xiao, and they both rushed towards the depths. After the first tier of examinees entered the mystic realm, those in the second tier, including Gu Qianxian and Li Xiao, also began their journey, providing some comfort to the citizens of Pengcheng City. Moreover, the surveillance within the mystic realm couldn't cover every area, and places like the insides of buildings were blind spots. As Wu Di entered the building, many shifted their attention to Gu Qianxian and Li Xiao instead. Boom! The security door crashed down, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, Wu Di slowly walked into the room, surveying the surroundings. It was a 2-bedroom apartment that had been uninhabited for a long time, with thick dust covering the floors and furniture and a musty, pungent smell hitting him as he entered. With a low growl, a figure emerged from the room, claws bared, lunging at Wu Di. The figure was gaunt, with a ferocious face and emitting strange low growls resembling a dried corpse, or rather a zombie. Casually dispatching the attacker, Wu Di observed the creature's characteristics. It indeed resembled the zombies from TV shows. Killing a level 11 ordinary zombie, he gained 22 experience points. Such low experience, however, seeing that the creature was indeed labeled as a zombie, made Wu Di somewhat surprised. Could it really be that humans were infected by some virus, turned into zombies, and eventually led to the abandonment of this city? Remembering that the mystic realm could be a parallel world's version of Earth, Wu Di suddenly felt that his guess might be correct. Could this world be the one from his past life? With this thought, Wu Di began a thorough search of the room: newspapers, history books. Wu Di did not overlook any books that might contain information about this world, but ultimately found nothing. There were all sorts of fairy tale books, novels, and fashion magazines, but none contained any information about this world. It seemed as though an invisible pair of hands had erased all relevant information, leaving this corner of the world completely forgotten. Wu Di spent over an hour searching through house after house, killing countless zombies, but ultimately came up empty-handed. To the average person, the Blue Star Parallel Universe theory proposed by the Great Summer Research Institute would probably be scoffed at. Most people would think such a viewpoint utterly preposterous, dismissing it as mere fantasy from novels, and would not believe in such things as hitting the jackpot by traveling to another universe. It's all just a fantasy before death. But not Wu Di, because he indeed came from another world and was more inclined to believe that the secret realm was a fragment of the parallel Blue Star universe. Yet due to unknown reasons, with his current strength, he was not capable of uncovering the true reality of this fact. Sighing in resignation, Wu Di felt deep inside that he had touched upon the most essential elements of the world, yet he always seemed to be missing something. I'll just keep getting stronger, since I can keep growing stronger in this world. As long as I keep going and become the strongest in the world, I believe that one day I will truly connect with the essence of Blue Star, Wu Di affirmed to himself, his gaze drifting out the window where a student preparing for the college entrance exams passed below. It was time to claim the glory that belonged to him. Number 1 in the nation, he was determined to achieve it. 3 ordinary zombies and 1 elite zombie. In the abandoned park, a dark-skinned student dressed in athletic gear hid behind a basketball hoop, his eyes gleaming as he watched the zombies wandering on the playground. tisk tisk worthy of being an elite zombie, far more intelligent compared to the mindless ordinary zombies he noted as he watched the elite zombie on the basketball court, basketball in hand, continually shooting hoops. Each time the ball was tossed, the elite zombie would slowly walk to retrieve the ball and continue playing. The other 3 ordinary zombies aimlessly roamed around the basketball court. 3 ordinary zombies are 3 points, the elite zombie is 5 points, that gives me a total of 8 points, calculated the dark-skinned athlete. Although eager, he didn't rush into action but started by observing the surroundings. More than an hour had passed since the start of the entrance exams, and all the students had already entered the entrance exams secret realm, competing against time. According to the exam rules, students in the secret realm could earn points by defeating monsters based on their strength. Additionally, students could compete against each other to steal points, although lethal force was forbidden. Moreover, the exam rules did not restrict any tactics, whether setting traps, ambushing, or teaming up for a numerical advantage, as long as it didn't result in fatalities. This system had been in place for decades and had always been controversial. Aside from those who approved of this system, those dissatisfied could be divided into radical and conservative factions. The extremists believe that although taking lives is prohibited in the college entrance exam battleground, all other means are unrestricted. In previous years, it was common to deliberately cause serious injuries to opponents, even to the extent of leaving them permanently disabled beyond the healing capabilities of today's medicinal potions. In the eyes of the extremists, this type of examination is indeed too harsh. The examinees are just a group of young adults, and being all from the human race, they should not be slaughtering each other but should instead exercise restraint. On the other hand, the conservatives argue that the extremist view is too protective. From the perspective of the conservatives, with the invasion of various races threatening the survival of humanity on Blue Star, it is essential to train true top human warriors through real trials of iron and blood, including allowing them to kill. A college examinee dressed in a sports outfit looks around cautiously but doesn't spot anyone hiding, preparing to take down a few zombies. There are 4 zombies in total. 3 regular ones and 1 elite. The regular zombies are no threat to him. But if they were to gang up, they could hold him back for a while. If the elite zombie attacks during this period, he would have to retreat temporarily. He plans to wait for the elite zombie to go pick up a basketball, then quickly take out 1 regular zombie during this brief gap and swiftly eliminate the other 2. His eyes shining, the athlete formulates his plan meticulously in his mind, leaving only the elite zombie, whom he could defeat without injury in a one-on-one fight within 5 minutes. Just as he plans to strike, as the elite zombie misses another shot and the basketball flies away, he prepares to make his move. Suddenly, he sees a blur before his eyes and hears a thunderous sound. A thick bolt of lightning descends from the sky, striking the zombies on the basketball court, including the elite, rendering them motionless and instantly turning them to ash. So powerful, so terrifying. The athlete's steps freeze, and he looks on in amazement at the scene. He considers his strength to be above average among all the examinees, potentially placing him in the top 300,000 in a national ranking of nearly 10 million. Facing these 4 zombies, he needed to devise a detailed strategy and wait for the right moment to easily defeat them. But unexpectedly, the zombies that had him rack his brains were instantly annihilated by someone else. Someone is stealing my kills. I'm no match for them. The athlete thinks in panic. Realizing this, he quickly shrinks back, not daring to show himself again. If discovered by the other party, even the 30-odd points he currently has might be taken. Holding his breath, he focuses intently on the basketball court. After a moment, a handsome young man walks casually from outside the court, his expression calm and composed, picking up the spoils left by the dead zombies and storing them away. Is it him? The athlete recognizes the person at a glance. It was none other than Wu Di, the arrogant youth and golden awakened one from Su province who first entered the mystic realm. Unexpectedly, such a powerhouse appeared here. This place was merely the periphery of the mystic realm. Wasn't Wu Di the first to enter? Why didn't he go to the core area? The dark-skinned athlete was puzzled, but soon after he saw Wu Di suddenly lift his head, his gaze sweeping across 3 directions, including where he was hiding. Although Wu Di merely glanced briefly before redirecting his gaze, it still made the athlete's heart race. It seemed like he had been spotted. Impossible, right? I hid so well. The athlete comforted himself internally. Suddenly thunder rumbled overhead. Instinctively looking up, he saw dark clouds had formed above him at some unknown point, with lightning flickering within them. will you hand over your points willingly or shall I make the first move and have you hand them over obediently? Woody's voice echoed calmly across the basketball court. The athlete reluctantly shifted his gaze from above to the positions of the other two thunderclouds, so there were others hidden here, all set to use the zombies as bait to fish for other candidates. The athlete realized if he had acted just then he would have been the fish that the other two live baits were hoping to catch, but unfortunately they had encountered Woody instead. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. Of course you can try to run if you think you're capable, Woody spoke calmly on the basketball court. Feeling the energy accumulating in the clouds above him, the athlete's forehead broke out in cold sweat and his spine chilled. He understood the whole situation. Initially, two people were ambushed near this basketball court planning to use the court's monsters as bait. When he naively approached the court thinking the surroundings were safe and preparing to strike, that's when Woody suddenly appeared, easily dealing with the monsters here. After dispatching the creatures, Woody discovered them hiding. Thus the scene unfolded where Woody forced them to hand over their exam points. These points, dropped by slain monsters and resembling chips, could be stored in a storage space, a device created by a certain magnate from their great Xia. Although they seemed like simple points useful only in exams, they could change the items dropped by the monsters in the mystic realm and allowed such items to be stored and carried in storage spaces, granting power nearly akin to altering the rules of the mystic realm and professions, truly a defiance of the heavens. The cold, merciless countdown pulled the athlete back to reality, watching Woody silently counting down on the basketball court. His points too were hard-earned from slaying zombies. How could he simply hand them over to someone else? But if he didn't give them to Woody, given Woody's strength, he could easily cripple him and leave him ignored on the deserted basketball court. With the remaining time he wouldn't be able to hunt zombies to earn more points and his ranking would be fixed, forever missing out on the exam leaderboards. If luck were even worse and other zombies wandered into this area. Although high school students are forbidden from killing each other, the zombies in this mysterious realm certainly don't abide by such rules. Confronted with high school students disabled and unable to fight back, the zombies would undoubtedly pounce ferociously, tearing the students into pieces. Just the thought of such a terrifying outcome sent shivers down the spine of the dark-skinned athlete. He was torn between giving up his points and the uncertainty of whether he could escape from Woody's clutches. As he hesitated, Woody's countdown reached 5. Suddenly, from under a cluster of distant thunderclouds, an angry roar erupted. Who do you think you are? I'll fight you. A burly man leaped from behind a trash can at the edge of the basketball court, his hands equipped with military knuckles, and swung a punch at Woody. Boom! A merciless lightning bolt struck from the thundercloud, splitting the burly man from head to toe. His eyes rolled back, a dark mist exhaled from his mouth, and he fell to the ground lifeless. The scene fell into eerie silence. The dark-skinned athlete widened his eyes in horror at the sight of the fallen man. This man was from the same city as him and his strength was comparable. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from Woody. This meant that if he thought of resisting or fleeing, he would meet the same fate. With the burly man down, Woody paused the countdown and casually walked over to him, touching the body lightly. 93 points, not bad. Woody nodded slightly in satisfaction. Then his gaze fell on the others. Are you planning to resist, or try to escape from me? Once again under Woody's gaze, the dark-skinned athlete felt a chill envelop him as if plunged into an ice cellar. He instinctively stepped out from behind the basketball hoop, trembling as he approached Woody. I'll give. Meanwhile, from another direction, a petite girl in a pink long dress with twin ponytails and round glasses also stepped out. Her pale face seemed on the verge of tears as she timidly offered up her points. 67 points, 82 points. You guys are quite good, including the points from killing monsters and plundering others. Woody's total score has now reached 735. In a good mood, he then encouraged them, keep it up. I hope to see you with more points next time. Thank you, big boss. Woody, the dark-skinned athlete said, nearly in tears. Although he felt extremely stifled, he could not vent his frustration and had to thank Woody openly. Woody, why don't you go to the core area of the secret realm? Why stay on the periphery and compete for points with us ordinary people? The twin ponytail girl asked with a hint of a cry in her voice. The high school secret realm was only open for 2 days, from noon today until noon the day after tomorrow. Now, it was just past 5 in the afternoon on the first day. The real experts had already rushed to the deeper parts of the secret realm. For those of average strength, they usually hunt in the outer or inner areas of the examination realm, preying on zombie monsters while looking to rob weaker high school candidates. But unexpectedly, Woody, who was the first to enter this high exam secret realm, decided to stay in the outer area, competing with them for points. It was truly frustrating. "Don't worry, I won't just rob you, I'll rob those inside as well," Wu Di said with a cheerful smile, having just earned a large number of points. "I'll head to the inner area soon and then to the central and core areas. I'll gradually rob my way through." A confident smile appeared on Wu Di's face, causing the twin-tailed lowly and the dark-skinned athlete to pause in astonishment. They exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Where did this ruthless person come from, planning to rob all the high school candidates in this zombie realm? You're too arrogant. Seeing that Wu Di, after robbing their points, indeed did not attack them, and considering his handsome appearance and easygoing tone, it was still easy to feel fond of him if one overlooked his previous actions. The twin-tailed lowly, being quite focused on appearances, now felt emboldened and slightly indignant. "Said us ordinary high school candidates might not be a match for you, but deep in the secret realm, there are the top-notch candidates from our entire Jiangsu province, like Gu Shanshan from Pengcheng City, Li Xiaomi Chaosong from Jinling City, Lan Siki from Gai City, and others. Are you also planning to rob them all?" The twin-tailed lowly expressed her disbelief, especially about Zhang Jingshuan from Jiangsu, the only gold-tier professional, who had declared that he would hit Wu Di and take all his points every time he saw him in the realm. Moreover, as the first person from Jiangsu to enter the realm, Wu Di was now being live-streamed nationwide, and many high school candidates were eager to fight him, defeat him, and make a name for themselves by standing on his shoulders. "You are now public enemy number one. For all Jiangsu high school candidates, still want to rob those strong candidates, you should worry more about whether you can safely take our points and leave the secret realm," the twin-tailed lowly said, almost delighting in Wu Di's predicament. She then watched Wu Di's facial expressions, hoping to see a look of fear. Though Wu Di was handsome and her type, she still enjoyed seeing him embarrassed since he had stolen her points. Unfortunately, she saw no hint of fear on Wu Di's face, but rather an increased interest. "So they also plan to rob my points. Thank you for telling me this, kind person," Wu Di said to the twin-tailed lowly, his face breaking into a radiant smile. "Now I feel completely justified." The twin-tailed lowly and the dark-skinned athlete were both stunned, watching Wu Di's relieved and joyous expression. "Seeing that you've given me such important news, next time we meet I won't steal your points." While the two were still in shock, Wu Di casually patted their shoulders and vanished from the spot. His speed was so fast that neither the twin-tailed lowly nor the dark-skinned athlete could catch a glimpse of him with their naked eyes. It was several minutes after Wu Di had left that they finally snapped back to reality. "He's gone?" the twin-tailed lowly asked, staring at the dark-skinned athlete. "Seems like it," the athlete replied dully, nodding his head. "What he said just before he left, next time we meet he won't rob us anymore." The twin-tailed lowly's expression turned odd, which means he was planning to rob us more than once. "I really owe you one. Hand over the points or get beaten up and I'll take them myself." In the central area of the secret realm within an abandoned underground parking lot, Wu Di looked emotionlessly at a buzzcut youth lying not far away, blood oozing from his mouth. Cough, cough. As Wu Di slowly walked towards him, the buzzcut youth's face was filled with resentment. "Don't get too smug, Wu Di. Right now all the students from Jiangsu province in this secret realm are waiting to defeat you and make a name for themselves. Even though I'm not your match, there will be many more coming after you. You won't have an easy time." Wu Di stopped next to the buzzcut youth, looking down at him from above. "Are you done talking? If so, it's time to hand over the points." Facing the youth's threats, he was utterly indifferent. He had heard them countless times and was quite tired of them. The buzzcut youth fell silent immediately and obediently transferred the points from his backpack to Wu Di. 572 not bad. Taking the points, Wu Di turned and walked away without looking back. "You'll regret this, Wu Di. The news that you're hunting all the students from Jiangsu province has spread throughout the secret realm. Those you've hunted have already formed an alliance and are looking everywhere for you. I'll join them too. Wait for my revenge, Wu Di." Behind him came frustrated roars, but Wu Di paid no attention. Now it was already past 9 in the morning the next day, excluding the rest time last night. Wu Di had been plundering others' points all the remaining time. By now his points had reached an impressive total of 137,526. In just over 10 hours, Wu Di had hunted down more than 1,000 examinees, averaging over 100 students every hour whose spirits were crushed. "I wonder where I rank on the leaderboard now." Since he had set his mind on taking the top spot in this year's National College Entrance Examination, Wu Di had to ensure his points were sufficiently high. The fastest way to gain points was by plundering others, which was also a part of the rules of the examination. In this world where strength reigned supreme, the law of the survival of the fittest was quite normal. Wu Di glanced at the time. the secret realm space is too vast. I thought I could plunder everyone clean with my speed, but it looks like 2 days is far from enough. It's about time the examinees in the core area should have accumulated enough points by now. Woody disappeared on the spot once again, and within seconds he had moved several hundred meters away. Outside the Pengcheng City Education Bureau, people looked up at the virtual projections displaying various scenes. Most of their gazes soon gathered back on Woody. Upon hearing Woody's arrogant words, a buzz arose among the crowd. Initially, the people of Pengcheng City had given up hope for Woody, who entered the mysterious realm not to slay monsters but to wander around aimlessly. However, to everyone's surprise, when Woody emerged from an abandoned building and reappeared on the surveillance screens, he began a relentless spree of destruction. Everywhere he went, all the zombie monsters, regardless of their strength, were killed in one strike. The majority of professionals were also thoroughly subdued by Woody, who made them hand over all their points willingly. Of course, Woody still had his principles. He only took the points from high school students of other cities. Upon encountering fellow townspeople from Pengcheng City, Woody let them go. How brutal! Woody could really tone it down a bit. Watching Woody's reckless behavior, the citizens of Pengcheng City were all sweating for him internally. They could guess without thinking that probably throughout Jiangsu province, except for Pengcheng City, people from the other 12 cities were grinding their teeth and cursing at Woody. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation from the students of other cities? Not only ordinary spectators thought this way, but even several principals with significant authority were nervous after witnessing Woody's brutal actions. Seeing the leaderboard where Woody was at the top of the National College Entrance Examination points list with over 130,000 points, and the second place having only about 30,000 points, just a fraction of Woody's. Old Chui, didn't you say Woody was very steady? Are you sure he's really that steady? The principal of Baihe Secondary School asked, uncertainly swallowing his saliva. Originally, according to Chui Xiangtian's assessment of Woody, he was a steady, careful, hard-working and promising student. But at this moment it seemed there was no one more arrogant among the national students. From start to finish, he acted like a bandit, robbing everyone he saw, leaving no room for survival for the college entrance examination students of other cities. It was outrageous, almost as if wherever he went not a blade of grass grew. Woody was even more brutal than those on the myriad tribes battlefield, but he was also too arrogant. Through the live broadcast, looking at the direction Woody was heading, it was towards the core area of the mysterious realm. Another high school principal from Pengcheng City frowned. He was actually planning to provoke the people in the core area of the mysterious realm. That place gathered the strongest youths of our entire Jiangsu province for this session. Red Awakeners were abundant there, not to mention there was also Zhang Jingshuan, who like Woody was a Golden Awakener. To take on so many geniuses alone seemed to Chui Xiangtian almost like a suicide mission. Faced with the principal's skepticism, Chui Xiangtian's face twitched and he fell silent. His understanding of Woody's strength was also limited, but the core area of the mysterious realm was indeed gathering the top college entrance examination students of Jiangsu province. A moment later, Chui Xiangtian sighed helplessly. I hope you can bring me a surprise. Woody.